then he starts watching Reddit. The therapist starts feeling so bad about reading and laughing about the posts because he gets excited for the sessions where Brennan acts out the post of real life in front of him, and the therapist one night finds that he's posted 3 clips on James, and his name is Bao. I can't believe this is me now. I need a therapist. Yeah, then he goes to some sort of therapy for not posting about one of his clients. Well, exactly, and it's just like Pagliacci the clown, because you say this guy, so another guy, he goes in and he goes, I can't stop going on Reddit and all these posts or whatever. And I was trying to do a Pagliacci the clown. I'm too tired to do it. But at the end of it, he goes, Doctor, I'm Pagliacci. Or Doctor, I'm Rogan and Shorty. Yeah. You know what it was. You know I tried, dude. You know I fucking tried, all right? I'm tired. I was going to say, in the middle of a session, Brennan chops in something, and then the therapist goes, yeah, that makes sense. He's like, fuck. Oh, it's fun. He's slowly becoming British. That's what he does. When he says that makes sense, the therapist goes, like when Brendan says it, or when Brendan goes, it's just, it's atrocious. The therapist goes, Brendan's like, what are you doing? The therapist goes, nothing. I'm not watching your Reddit. And then the therapist does shit like this. He wears one of those COVID masks because he's laughing, but Brendan thinks he's gay for having. Why are you wearing a mask? I'll guarantee you I won't wear a mask. The therapist is like, call dude. He says Brendan shuts up by accident. Oh shit, but Brendan's too stupid to ever realize. How was your son's baseball game? He won. The therapist is like, call dude. So you've been going to a lot of baseball practices, huh? He's like, I don't know. Do I talk about that? The therapist's like, yeah, you did, yeah. You talked about it in the last session. What? That makes sense. What? Keto bitch. It's keto bitch. That's like a real.
Mark, I will say good morning. Good morning.
What's up, sluts? Day 42 of this bitch. Like, hey, where are you? I'm right here, you stupid bitch. Alright. Are you done? This is the worst. Are you sure it's 42 days? Dog, nobody fucking knows. Why? Because everything sucks. It's 285 days until Grand Theft Auto. 42. 42 days. Yo, dog, we don't have to keep doing this fucking Grand Theft Auto.
Just for today. Happy Power in celebration of Mishnah Yomi's completing Mishnah.
Alright, is that the end of your story?
No. Sheer to come and keep a Kovacs and Yurtz Hashem for continued Hatzlach.
There you go, folks. No one knows. No one really knows Jared. But this is the Mazor we live by.
Continue to bring our hostages home.
Alright, folks. Oh, I just asked. Well, come in. Fucking
return to Klal Yisrael. Yesterday,
but this sucked. And he came to the Discord and he was like, how are you? He's like, you just started the. I'm like, oh, you just had a Chumash class? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, oh, do you do Daf Yomi? He's like, no, I didn't do that. Okay, I mean,
and we are picking up
do you know Yiddish? Some. And then he's like, say something in Yiddish. And I was like, Machai. Really? Yeah. He's like, we'll say this, such and such and such and such in Yiddish. And I was like, you say something in Yiddish. And he's like, then he showed me. Douchey. So he had to feel my wrath. But I was very much like, I said, Acha Machai or some shit. Sure. But that just teaches me that we gotta learn. That was really tight. Maybe we need one in English. Maybe speak again. Why? Well, I'm could have maybe know all these languages really well, but I struggle through this shit. Really? So now,
you're not really
okay.
never attained physical sanctity.
I'm a guy that's Rabbi. Wish, Yiddish, Yenta, that's kind of a fetish of mine. Talkative bitch. Topless brass, motherfucker. Not munching on pussy. Glass shirt, for sure. For sure. Nothing good.
Cases that are common. Cases that are common. And that's why, again, in the cases of lost carbonos, which Baruch Hashem is good for you, they're uncommon occurrence. So because of the days in Masnalim doesn't apply. Good. That's where it me up. Now the Gemara challenges this idea again. The hardy para. What about paraduma? What about paraduma? So watch this. So
let's look that one up for a second.
It's an uncommon situation, right? Again, I remember that it's the whole type of paraduma.
Really? I mean, I know what it means, but doesn't good you know?
And yet, Tanya, we learned paraduma. This is very interesting. Para nip is alcohol so sheba. Paraduma to be redeemed for any type of disqualification that develops within it. Okay, so that's fine. Rashi says over here. These numbers are Rashi says it's about halfway down the lines of Rashi. Lo shlicha, v'chol yimei bayis v'yishor bayisheni lo asu el sheva.
Doesn't it mean? Doesn't good yarn mean good? Good day instead of just good day.
There were only 7 paros adulos.
12.
7 red apples. All those years.
Literally translates to good day.
7 paros adulos.
In Hebrew, but in the context of Jewish holidays, it specifically means good holiday. When translated directly in English, good Yom Tov becomes good day. It's seemingly redundant phrase because Yom Tov already means good day. The repetition is not a mistake, but a reflection of the original Hebrew term's meaning. Yes, good Yom Tov means good. There we go. And during Chol Hamoed, good festival period. The greeting is used for major holidays such as Passover, Sukkot, Shavuot, Rosh Hashanah.
That's not a reference to those. That's like a reference, to again, you find, not more amicable
really?
Again, you find a better what's the halacha? You could redeem the old one and utilize
what holidays do you say Chag Sameach?
Now, once the paraduma has been shechted, right, when we've been placed on the buyer, ultimately it does not have any kind of redemption. Now, I must say, was here just think of Rashi.
What do you think there?
Rashi's the Makom Habadatan. I will say, just as an aside, Paraduma was not up to the base of the flesh.
I would say necessarily.
Where is Paraduma? Where is it offered up?
Wait, what
On
did I read that
Harazis.
correctly?
Right? Now again, you can go to the site. You can go to the Paraduma now, it's a monastery. But you can see a site where Paraduma was offered up, and you can see exactly.
You wouldn't say for Yom Kippur. Really, no. You say that we're saying
where the Paraduma was offered up is directly
it's like
across from the entrance of the Beis. So you've been able to see
Yeah,
into the Beis from
that's
there.
it.
So
That's
what
why
is
you need me.
so it's a guy not the Beis Hamikdash. On the Paran Harazisi, where it would have been off that Rashi. He said, "Back home, how about the one we have Rashi? Fine. In up the Lamas, Macher Shanasis Paksha, Gnai Gumot Seal Pulit." So what is he in his Bryce up? Not you can redeem
Passover,
at any point in time, and for any reason, right? Dies, you can redeem it.
You said Chronicles, man.
You can redeem it.
Not
If
really.
I nice one, you could redeem it. The
Or
only time you redeem it is pretty much once it's offered up on its designated pyre. On Harazesi, you no longer offer it. You no longer redeem it. And Rashi says
the big
that's
one
why
is
it
the
doesn't
three
look nice.
associates, three pilgrimage festivals. Passover, Shavuot, and Sukkot.
It doesn't look nice. It's been offered up on its pyre. What are you going to do? You're going to redeem it now and use
Really,
it for a
yeah.
barbecue? Like it doesn't make any sense. I was saying. Now, what do you see from here? Now,
So not Rosh Hashanah.
Paraduma has Kedusha Sargov. And yet, again, it seems to be that you could redeem it for what? For any purpose.
But I
For
mean,
any
no one's got
purpose,
to flip
even
out on
without developing a law.
Really?
Now, again,
They shouldn't.
this would have troubled us
Okay, so
much more
Yom
yesterday.
Yom Kippur is
Well, I
good.
should say before yesterday. Now it troubles
Really?
me less.
I think
Because
people should start
understand how
saying
could
good
this
day.
happen? How can we
Really?
do
Why?
something
Because
that has
fuck that
physical
away.
sanctity,
Good
even if it doesn't have a motive?
Neutral, but smooth,
What's the
mensch,
problem?
giant.
Is
Dude,
last night
what are the
it's twice right. All ties in the
Seducus,
situation. It's shliach, where it's good.
Freud,
But this is an unconstitution.
Ishai,
What's going on?
Woman of
No,
Valor,
it's fascinating. Shani, the Kachi Veda Kabayis. Wow, that's quite fascinating. You might say, no, you got.
There should just be like a
not
French word.
It's Veda Kabayis.
Mensch.
Veda Kabayis is a deity that is associated with things that are there for
Mensch?
people up. So what is that? Look at Rashi. It's Veda Kabayis. Iklomar, Shem's Bech, the college
Neutral already. I'm old school. Alright, and then get off Viking and family or some shit. Shkoyach, I mean Joshua Clark.
It can't have this sanctity. Why? Well, it's going to be where if it had this sanctity, then what? It would have to be offered up in the Beis Hamikdash. Like the fact that it's offered outside of the temple would seem to indicate that it's more financial sanctity, monetary sanctity. We'll call Kedushas Lamin, Kedushas Bekabas,
This one.
but not actual physical sanctity.
Good three confusing words yesterday. Hillel, that's the rabbi. Hillel.
Items that possess
Really?
items that possess monetary
Praise.
sanctity. That's a lower form of kedusha.
Hillel.
So for it makes sense that those can just be redeemed, just for
Hillel.
whatever reason. So the Marsiach of that the case that Paraduma is Kachin Kabayis, the Mesa Mishnata Tifteh. And then how could it be that it's the paradise, right? Or if the parashechted, let's say outside of its prescribed area, it can be redeemed. How could that be Hamad the Baracha? The most of the general halacha is like anything that is kachvet the kabayis. Right? That was that. If it needs to be redeemed, it requires hamada the
bullshit.
which means it has to be brought in front of the coin, literally stand in front of the coin, and its value inside the coin. If that's the paraduma is dead, no longer be you can no longer be it before the coin. If that's the case, then
this is Kabbalah and coffee. Where's your coffee?
If that's the case, then how can you redeem it? Which the US is not a problem. How money? Rabbi Shimon the Amar Kachin is how you call Hamad the Baracha.
Oh, cool.
Okay, so apparently this is subject to Machlokes as well, and Rabbi Shimon is of the opinion that Kachi Bebe Kabayis do not require Ha'amad V'Ha'aracha, And therefore,
Hillel,
could be redeemed. Okay, so you are fine. So it says, therefore, so I just want to point out the power of the gift are also like the information that we pick up along the way over here. So I don't know, this is quite striking.
Not a being, not an angel, nothing. Alright. At the end of your fucking story. So what is there?
One of the most powerful forms
The
we have in
rabbi.
Yiddishkeit, the ability to go out and
Hallel,
take
praise
away
and prayer.
space, and the
That's
only way
Psalms
to take away
113,
space
118.
is Kiddush
119. So
It is
straight.
that physical sanctity.
Hillel,
So I just want to point out a tremendous
the shining. That's more.
Why
Like Psalm 119 is the worst.
Why
It's
not? Why
the
not?
worst. Oh, I hate
Because
it.
it's not offered up in the
Do you?
base of
It's
Mikdash.
terrible.
What do you see from here?
Good Yontif. Good,
To
good.
really
Yeah,
attain
good day.
the highest level of sanctity,
Okay.
you must embed
Shkoyach,
yourself
what is that?
in the circumstances,
Like,
right? Holy surroundings.
strength.
It is not enough in life
Like,
just to do the right things. You have to put yourself in the right avirah. You have to put yourself in the right atmosphere. You know, we kind of, a lot of us in a lot of like,
May your strength be
self-dislike
directed.
to think that as long as I'm doing the right thing, it doesn't
All right,
matter who I surround myself with. Right?
Here we go,
It doesn't matter who
folks.
my friends are. It doesn't matter who I hang out
This is
with.
my white
It
web.
doesn't matter the activities
What
I
words
engage in.
confuse?
Okay,
Just
I'm
they don't
strong
confuse it.
enough to
They're just
withstand
okay.
any
They're
of those
strife.
things
The
because
fucking
I'm doing the right
forehead,
thing. And I'm doing the
which
right
is
thing.
where
Right?
you live in Eastern Europe, and is
These
the
guys
lake.
are not the right influence. The city is not really
The image of a shtetl is with Jewish and European, like shtetl. No, the image of shtetl is synonymous with Jewish Eastern life. Shtetl is Yiddish for town. This refers to small pre-World War II towns in Eastern Europe, significant Yiddish-speaking population. Jews occupied a percentage of the shtetl, and the majority. They worked with entrepreneurs, carpenters, and water carriers, and Jewish life. Families lived in the shtetl for generations, forming close-knit communities. How the shtetl was born. The beginnings of life go back hundreds of years to before the 17th century, which saw the greatest growth of the shtetls. Formed in the territories of the old Polish Commonwealth, shtetls were originally estates of the landed nobility. Jews were encouraged to settle there to boost economic growth. Many of the settlers had come from Western and Central Poland, which were rife with anti-Semitism. Even after the disintegration of the estates, the Jews remained. What you'd see in a shtetl. In addition to humble hovels, gardens, and shops, the Jewish shtetl was distinguished by a number of special institutions. Shul, the synagogue, was a center of Jewish life. Men would gather in the synagogue in the morning and late at prayers, a Torah class, and a neighborhood chit-chat. Later, in a society where even the nobility was often illiterate, Jews stood in cheder, which means room, Hebrew, was a one schoolhouse where Jews would learn to read, study, Talmud, and Jewish law. Cheder. Right, so here's a shul in Poland. That's we're not doing this. Okay, here's a fucking cheder. That's not a that's a shul. A cheder of boys and dueling or some fucking city. I can't remember this place. Joe goes to cheder for girls in Laskar
has a little bit of a different
That's
set of
not even a
circumstances.
fucking
Why?
thing.
Because it is
Heck,
incredibly expensive.
Caring for guests takes a central place in Jewish life. As such, many shtetls supported a hekdesh. Hebrew for sacred place, where wayfarers and other indigents could find when in Beit Din Shibble. Jewish life in the shtetl is regulated by Torah law. Business disputes, divorces, and legal matters would be brought in to the learned men in the Beit Din Shibble courthouse for resolution.
If the paradigm dies, you could redeem it. If you find the next one, you could redeem it. If you find the nicer one, you could redeem it.
Beit Midrash. While the primarily a place of prayer, Midrash study hall was a place of serious scholars. where Torah learning took place all hours of the day. The base midrash of the shtetl of Lakovichi, Belarus, during World War I, filled with those too old or young to be drafted.
Ultimately, you can redeem it in whatever fashion you want. What about just said before? The days did not only apply what? In case of what? Common situation. Paraduma 7. The course of both, but they make totally uncommon. What's the error? To which the Gemara says it's different. Because since Paraduma is so expensive and so unique, therefore, again, based and said, essentially, not Paraduma until it's up on the Mizbeach, which means up on that point in time, you could swap it out for whatever you want. Incredible. Incredible. So we'll say, so now, in fact, it turns out it is a din in late phase in Masna. Fascinating. So let's go back there. So the Gemara said, he wants to go back to the mechanics. So let's go through
Jewish people, even in smaller villages or huts, where these amenities would not be found. The people you meet. In addition to makers, tanners, smiths, gardeners, and peddlers, the Jewish community had its own set of functions. Rabbi, of course, there was the rabbi of the community who would answer questions of worship. Who would answer? That's a typo. You gotta type on here. Chabad.org. Get that shit.
That doesn't seem like a thing to do. The same thing technically has been removed. What do you do with carcass? I'm going to share you shoot ora. No, it's because it's high. It does have a value. Even after it's that is high. Versus really the kind of based in Masna addicted to Allah. So late days in Masna is going to be there in order to preserve the high cow. Right? How much of a high, right? How much of a, and again, it's a small cow, it's part of it. So how much, like, how much a high,
Ahmed often destitute. Of course, there was the rabbi of the community who would answer questions of Jewish life. Of course, the rabbi of the community who would answer questions of Jewish life, support his community. Muhammad often by modest standards of shtetl economy. Muhammad taught children Torah and Cheder. Shamash, tasked with running the synagogue, warden, to make sure the house of God was clean. His rounds in the wee hours of the morning, waking the villages, and running to the rap on the shadows. The woman in the Shatu Mara shtetl. A woman Shatu Mara shtetl. Zoger, since many women in the shtetl were illiterate, the Zoger would lead them in Quran study. Often she would read to them aloud from the Zaina Girina, a Yiddish rendition of the weekly portion of a commentary based on Midrash and other sources. Shad Khan, the family, is the bedrock of Jewish life, and as such, great are taken to help to find an equal partner to marry. Shad Khan would help budgets for the young men and women of the community.
But it was found before Yom.
A wedding in Ushba was held on Yom. Central to the laws of kosher is the requirement for all meat to come from healthy animals that have been slaughtered in a manner. Families would bring the animals to the ritual slaughter of the pregnant being. Shochet was a devout and praised man. Magid, the rabbi was concerned primarily with the nuts and bolts of Jewish law. The Magid was responsible for the moral and inspirational side of it. A powerful orator, he would seek to inspire the villagers to live honestly, kindly, and piously, begging laws and the shtetl.
Because that commonality, you could actually, you could offer them up on different occasions. So you could offer up.
Jewish communal life was highly organized. Often a chevra society would be formed to ensure that things were in the best possible manner. Some of the common chevras that were formed in the shtetl are still existent in Jewish custom. Haknasa Kala, the poor brides and grooms get married. Kadisha, prepare the dead for burial. Haknasa or welcome guests, visited and cared for the sick. The soup kitchen,
and I offer up another one instead. And I find that
there were also
by Pesach. So now, what does
The number of shivers formed for the purpose of prayer and for the purpose of prayer or to speak shiver to healing, would gather to say psalms, and furthermore, shiver would band together, studied in the shtetl, etc. Market hundreds of wagons into town selling goods. With the money they earned, sometimes frequented the Jewish-owned taverns and shops. Market day at a shtetl. Shtetl. Market day would be called. Right. While the bustle of market day was an important part of shtetl life, it was not as important as the day of Rabbi. With the families and in the synagogues, scrimping and saving would give way to efficiency of the shtetl. Despite here's a typical shtetl street. This one is in David, or Belarus, picturing the town well and wonderful. Does it? What? No idealized version. Sometimes idealized vision of the shtetl life. Roads were unpaved and widespread pogroms, attacks by the peasant population, or marauding Cossacks, devastating the shtetls across Central and Eastern Europe. Even the shtetl life was destroyed in the Holocaust. There were some communities that rebuilt shtetl life just in summer. Small hamlets like Kiryas, Tosh, Montreal, and Kiryas and New Square in upstate New York were created in the decades following the Holocaust. You almost said Holocaust. In the decades following the Holocaust, and to simulate the quiet, wholesome, pleasant atmosphere of pre-World War II shtetl. Oh, that was cool. Dude, my arm. I don't know what it is, but it like cracks. I had this friend of mine, we'll just call him Greg Rajkowski. He got like this, and his fucking arm would crack.
And then with the there's no mum, so it's no mum. What exactly option for redemption? Not straight out redemption. So which the Rabbanan Ella, Rabbanan the
Do you think this thing is fucking permanently fixed?
Who also said again that they say from Paraduma that lay days in Masna. There's much more no, the Para shiny, the Para did that Mehal. That's what we just said before. Maybe Paraduma in general is treated differently. Why? Because it's something so expensive. So you must say Ella Rabbanan the Amru Lo. Rather, it's we want to say it's the Rabbanon of Amru Lo. What is that Amru Lo? That's a reference back to the Mishnah. If you look at the top Rashi and Yezim Aleph 12a, Rabbanon the Amru Lo, the Masnisi. The Haki Amru Hogel the Inkaparasan Shah. Less
I only see it at certain angles. It's interesting.
So
Alright,
it's remember
that's
Rabbanon
cool.
in Mishnah, right? Let's practice
For 25 minutes in this bit. I haven't studied with
Let's just reestablish our facts. I have multiple seerim that essentially are offered up
Really?
on Rosh Chodesh, Regalim, Yom Tovim, and Yom Kippur. All of those, what's the commonality between all of those three buckets of goats, right? Those three buckets of seerim.
Well, we've got fucking the bullshit
They're all
today.
offered up for some type of
Really?
infraction regarding entry into the Beis Hamikdash or consumption
Oh,
of
there are a
kosher.
bunch of these
They vary,
fuckers.
but that's what they all focus on.
So, Kabbalah notions of pervade Hasidic thought, but it developed a new approach to Kabbalah, replacing esoteric and theosophical focus with successive psychological internalization. Therefore, only a minimalistic figures is given here, founding formative figures with commentaries on esoteric Kabbalah tradition, founding East European Hasidic. Alright, we're gonna do food today.
That's why it works. Because it turns out that when the Seir Rosh Chodesh was never offered up for Rosh Chodesh, it never attained that Rosh Chodesh sanctity. Therefore, once it's found, it can be used for the next. But you, Reb Shimon, who don't hold of late days in Masnel,
Why is your phone not on? Don't ask questions, kid. Why? No, it's cool. But don't ask that question.
Because I can look at one of the arguments. You might not even be. So, how do you know that it's affecting you?
Is your middle name Eliezer?
I'm not too hard to eat. So again, what conversation exactly is it that's happening over there? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, night and Yehuda, Ka'amalei, Yidus Reinani Kaparas Hashem Kachim, Yishim based in Maslow, the Kamosi law. So again, on one side, I read the Shimon, who again, this is Rabbi Shimon, this is Judah, this is Rabbi Shimon, all looking over at the Maslow, the conversation is happening over here. Rothschild, we don't need to say, this only, according to you, well, that means I'm in Maslow, because I hold every basic nationality and look forward. I'm not to the half meter. This is why it's the severe of Rothschild is lost, for example, to be offered up by the government. However, the doctor, according to you, the Amish low, who do not subscribe to the basic nationality, are my Yukon. How can you take this that was lost, let's say, by Rosh Chodesh and use it for government or giver? And my Yukon. So the Gemara says, Dilma, Rabbi Meir, maybe this conversation is Rabbi Meir. The Hakka is what needs to say. But if somebody is indeed, I mean, according to the sense, because I hold it all, have commonality in purpose. They're all used, Kabbalah and Shabbat means they're all used to atone for some type of that's why you can see it for one occasion. It is for a different occasion. Error the big dog. I'm not sure, but according to you, why can it be why should be offered up? Error the Yochanan or the Yochanan is not dummy about. The Yochanan having the soda. The bigger that is shimmy niftin, the different Achamim niftin. So once we have the soda, what's the soda? According to the shimmy. That says it cannot be redeemed. It's just coming with all these ideas. And I'm also the assumption over here is that the point of contention is made based in Masna'aleh. I would have seen the less laid based in Masna'aleh. So we'll say, so just see all the things. What's the deal here? The thing over here is what was originally introduced to us as a concept that I subscribe to turns out to be something that my focus actually our mission on that is about Yeshua. That we shouldn't rejecting the notion of race based in Masna'aleh. Rabbanon upholding or accepting the controversy in Masna'aleh. So we must love sure the less than race based in Masna'aleh might have been rule. So now let's go full circle. And so what do you do? No, let's go back to this stuff, right? Because remember, how did we get into this whole mission Masna'aleh, right? How did we get to this? We got this because we have a very practical issue that presents itself every single year. Every single year. What's the practical issue? Leftover carbonos, leftover sacrificial animals. So, what do you do with them? So again, if you hold late days in Masna'aleh, as a real did, right, as the Rabbanon hold, right, there's a very simple mechanism. Redeem the animals, right? Same thing. Money, donate his master's a shekel fund, and reaches the animals with reaches a shekel. But you are going to treat the check rate based in Masna'aleh, and at the end of the day, what is those leftover carbonos? To which the Gemara says, Makitzin Bahenes Hamizeh. Okay, so this is very interesting. What do we do with this? The most we've seen this phrase before. We use it for dessert. Put in his bag. Here we get Rashi. Rashi's in the short line, 4 lines. He's running from his back. His back is bottle. At a time when his back is broken. Once again, no one's offering up any other covenants in his back right there. So Makirin also Ola, then Davis Seaboard, she offered up as an Ola. Again, on behalf of the gift offering, a communal gift offering. Shani, Shani, Karamas, Nisan Davis, Yishlo, Karabaza, Yikabaza. We should kind of be cooler in the Kappa Ashmas Nikash. Ama Abadat, the last thing that he can follow default, even the Shaka in the Sasa, Harabla, Hakanami, and you should look for the church, even from a hospital, you people the kids on his back, trying to shave all over the truth. So again, the Children says, simply, you don't redeem it. What do you do with the leftover Kabaros? Offer them. Offer them. That's it. Or what do you offer them? We'll get into this more. There are periods when there was nothing, no activity happening on the Now, we don't like it. We don't like it when you're dormant, right? So what we do in those moments when it's hard to believe that I was ever dormant. But again, what would they do in those moments when I was dormant? They have like a dessert fund, right? In the dessert fund, they would offer up just additional communal offerings. So those leftover animals would be used for the quote unquote pizza mizbeach or payat mizbeach, the dessert of the mizbeach. You must want to find out something just finish the chance. Why not? Just like so what? If there's not clearly on his back, leave it alone. So let's remember again, what's the whole gold drop in his back? The whole in his back is to serve as the bridge between heaven and earth. So kind of a carbon is Kibasarokin coming close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And we're saying the mizbeach itself serves as a model of Avodas Hashem. What is the core principle of Avodas Hashem? The core principle? Never stop. Never stop. At the end of the day, a youth always has to be active. Always has to be spiritually dynamic. There's time for rest and relaxation, but even rest and relaxation, I'm still active. I'm still doing. I'm still accomplishing. So to have the mizbeach enjoyment with no carbon, with no purify, with no closeness, with no dynamic activity bridging heaven and earth, impossible. Impossible. You can't have that. That is it. Because again, the whole point is the mizbeach is to serve as the paradigm for our avodas Hashem. And in our avodas Hashem, constant movement, constant dynamic forward momentum. So according to Rabbi Shimon, we don't need to redeem the animals. Just what's your big thing with them? Just use them. That's it. Fascinating. Yeah. So let's go. I'm not finished with that. I was trying to stop. Interestingly enough, it didn't pick me. It didn't this works well for the animals left over in the Lishkas Hatzlon, because since they were already designated as communal offerings, so just offer them up as communal offerings. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. So the Gemara says, but even Rabbi Shimon would agree in the case of Seir Chatos. Let's say you have leftover Chatos animals. Leftover Chatos animals, those cannot be offered up as dessert for the Mizbeach, but rather, again, those would have to be redeemed. Rashi says over here, Mot Rabbi Shimon, actually Rashi right across. Mot Rabbi Shimon, the Seir Chatos, Sheniktu Mishmas Halishka Shoshana Zu, and he's so struck that going Seir Shalosh Chodesh Adar, Sha'aba Beninsa Benisan, Sheikh. You already call it over Seaboard. So let's say this is very important. Let's say the Beis Hamikdash bought a seir, right? A sin offering of a seir, for seer purposes. What's an example of that? The sin offering of Rosh Chodesh, the seer of Rosh Chodesh, right? Again, remember we said this was Shabbos is that. Why is there a sin offering on Rosh Hashanah? Why is there a sin offering on Rosh Chodesh? Because Baruch Hu says, "Hevi alai kapara al shemi'atati es hayareach." Right, bring to me an atonement because I diminished the power of the moon. So let's say you designated that carbon, right, and ran away. So you ended up offering up another one in its stead, and then afterwards you find it. So now what happens? When do I find it? I find it after Rosh Chodesh Nisan. What's the problem? That's a sin offering that has been bought with last year's Machzis HaShekel. So I'm going to say, even Rabbi Shimon agrees, that cannot be offered up on the Mizbeach. Bahari the Kietz on the Mizbeach, Modi the King, Lakitzim the Bufol, the Karit, the Ola, Ella, the Dama, Shiyira, the Shiyuma, the Shiyuma, Nikach, the Dama, all the kinds of Zach. And we'll say, what's the reason for that? That can't be offered. Why not? Because we'll say that's a Chatas. That's a Chatas. So a Chatas can only be offered up for a very specific reason as a Chatas. The problem is if you have this Chatas from last year's Machzis HaShekel and wasn't during that financial year, you can't use it. Remember, in the case, they let the animal graze, develop a mold. Once left home, then you redeem it. You can redeem it onto money, use that money for an old. That's the point about this. You just understand it because we weren't going to go with this for a little bit. So again, Rabbi Shimon says the leftover animals that you have at the end of the fiscal year in the Lishkas HaTzlon, that's easy. You don't need to redeem those. Just use those as dessert for everything's back. Why? Because those essentially was communal use. Just use them for Ola communal use. That's it. So that's an easy one, right? That's an easy fix. If you happen to have leftover chatos, that's a problem. That's a problem because that cannot just simply be put in his bag for dessert use because a chatos cannot be repurposed as an ola. But still, there's a remedy as well. What do you do with that? let it graze, develop a mum, then redeem it, and use the money for, kates on his back, from his back dessert. So the Gemara says as follows: Hashtahu dinei kara olah, v'hashta olah. Let's skip. So again, in the case of the leftover animals, in which they were initially designated as olah, so offered up as an olah, no problem. Aval hasam dinei kara chatos, v'hashta olah gezira la'achar kapara. But in the case of the seer, where it was originally designated as a chatos, you can't go ahead and offer that up as an olah. Now, really what's happening over is as follows. Technically speaking, you can. Right? In other words, if I had a seer designated as a chatos for Rosh Chodesh, and then what happens? The seer gets lost. I end up offering up another one in its stead. And then I find it out. In other words, technically speaking, I could offer that up as an olah. What we're concerned about is if we allow that, then you come to repurpose the chatos and use it as an olah even before the chatos has been offered. That's us. So in order to avoid that confusion, we essentially say, once an animal was designated as a chatos, you can't repurpose it for an olah. Beautiful. To which the Gemara says, so now the Gemara is just going to prove this assertion, namely, that once an animal has been designated as a chatos, even if another chatos has been offered up in its stead, you can't use that original chatos as an olah. That's all the Gemara is going to prove. So Rabbi, I even agree with this as well. This is the Gemara's part of the assertion of Kippurim. As they said, the parents are Yom Kippur, that we lost, the infants and you designated other animals in the setting off for them up. The king Syria of Zara, Sha'avdu, so if you have the Syria of Zara, so it's not chatos. And you got lost. And you went ahead and you offered up other kabbalas instead. And then what happens afterwards? Right? So we'll say then you find the original ones. Kuran Yamusu Rabbi Yehuda. And he says, yes, let them all die. The Rothschild should Omer Omrin. No, you actually stabu Yinkalu Yikul Janaim in the Dava. Now, let it graze, develop a mum, redeem it, and then you can use the money for the double. Why? She'in katas seedboard misa. Because at the end of it, you don't leave katas to die. I v'amai. Nikuru inu gufayu ola. But what's the big deal? Just use it for kids in the day. Kaita get to use it for the day this year. Right? After all, again, the ad purpose has been served. Just repurpose it. To which the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, "Inu gufayu." I'm sorry. V'amai nikuru inu gufayu ola. And last let me know. Is there an acha kapara? So this is very important. Everyone agrees that halakha l'meisa, before the chatas has been offered, a chatas cannot be repurposed ultimately as an olah. Technically speaking, if you have a chatas, it was lost, replacement was offered, and then you subsequently find the chatas, you really should be able to repurpose that chatas as an olah. Really, you should be able to, either because of late days in Masnalan, right, or just because of this. But the Mesa, we don't let you. Why? Because we're concerned if we let you do it after the chatas has been offered, you may come to us, repurpose it even before. So therefore, essentially, there's a blanket halacha, no repurposing of a chatas for an olah. Good. Rabbi says, I also agree with this. I don't understand enough. Bashim, you actually stay. So we'll say this is interesting. This is by the season, the two goats of Yom Kippur. Right? If halacha l'maisa, if one of the goats is lost, you have to replace both of them. Right? So what do you do with the remaining goat? You let it graze, develop a move, and then sell it off, and let the money be used for the dollar. Why is that so? Such a remaining one be offered up as an olah. No, once an animal has been designated as a chatas, it cannot be repurposed as anything else. I also agree with this. Asham Shamesu Baila, if you have an asham, right? There's also another type of sin offering, and the owner dies. Oshmiskatu Baila, or the animal was lost, and the owner used a different animal to achieve atonement. You actually died, and you got the different Baila on the double. Let the animal graze, develop a mum, and then redeem it, and use the money to purchase a double. The Gemara says, if Allah says, Omer Yamas, if Allah says, ultimately, stuck animal dies, and you show Omer Yavi, the thumb of Ola. Don't use the proceeds and bring it over to the eye. Why not just offer up the animal itself? The Gemara says, so I'll say all of these are backing up this same basic idea. So again, just to understand what's happening over here before we turn the page. Right, so with time to spare. Right, so again, so remember what's happening over here. The Gemara is saying like this: the reason we got this only days in Masna land was because Rabbi Yochanan said, "What else are you doing with the leftover kabbalos?" Rabbi Shimon says, "I don't hold the days in Masna land," and there's another simple answer over animals. Do it then, tie it to his back. Right? Why? Because originally they were designated for communal offerings. These are for communal offerings. But even Rabbi Shimon agrees that only works with animals that were designated for all the purposes. But if you have an animal that was designated for a chatos purpose, you can never repurpose the chatos for an olah. The only way to go ahead and get it out of its chatos state is out, let it graze, develop a milk, redeem it, and then you can use the money ultimately again for an olah. So we'll say, what would they do? This is going back to what we spoke about before. You have leftover animals in the Lishkas HaTzorim at the end of the fiscal year. What do they do with them? So we must say, on the days, they bring it on the altar, they offer it up on the altar like dessert, like white pigs that people eat for dessert. That says over here, that's actually in the business days. No shah. Maybe the kinuaks, like a person who goes ahead and eats for dessert, right? Brings figs for dessert. So can you bring these animals on the kavanah on the mizbeach as dessert? What's happening? You're allowed to bring figs on the mizbeach. What takes this thing quite literally? Mark Sid, he calls Sa'ar, the cold. You're not allowed to bring honey. Listen, you can't be loving, and you can't bring honey with the pasture, because you can't bring figs on the mizbeach. Calm down. Keeping those shachar is an expression of getting it literally, right? Again, it's just an expression. Right? The same way that people come and eat figs or dessert. So to again, what do you left over? Animals, you bring as dessert for them. Whenever there's that garbage, grab one of those leftover animals and use that. So let's see this follows. Rabbi Barak this stuff. He eats him also. So just to understand what's happening over here is, we now have a fundamental machlokes, Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Yochanan says that halacha l'maisa, laid days in masna land. Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that, rejects that concept. What do you do with the leftover animals at the end of the fiscal year? Rabbi Yochanan, just transfer their sanctity onto money, give that money back to the master shakapat from last year. Use new master shakapat. We purchase those animals and then use them for communal purposes. But Shimon, you don't have to do that. Just put use them for dessert in his gap whenever the gap is done. That's our regime machlokes. Here we go. Judge are not correct this stuff. Clean up beats in the olah sa'od. This is an aside. We're talking about kites and gap. Because this we're not. He says you can only use animals, not birds, for kites and his gap. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. The Rashi says over here that means it's invoking the Dava Ola Sa'od. So for example, let's say you had a case, or let's say you had a chatas that developed in them, you sold it up, you used the money, now you want to use the funds to purchase for dessert for the mizbeach. You can only purchase animals, not birds. Not birds. Omerava, hi, burcha. Someone says that's a lie. That's a lie. Right? What are you talking? You made that up. Right? Fact check, right? You actually interesting, right? He doesn't say I disagree. It's actually I work up. Proper have budget in our late, in another car. You made that up. You made that up. Where do you know that from? I'm not going to stuck with that, right? I'm not going to stuck with that. I'll tell you, my book costs, what are you talking about? I made it up. I'm resending it, right? I sent it over before. And you made that singing our God. I'm singing it. I said over the name of it, singing our God. They're singing our God. Well, sorry for the Sibor, Arzi, the Any, Olas, or Sibor. It's very simple. It's very simple. Right? Ultimately, again, whatever is left over, right? Whatever is left over, ultimately goes for the Dava Sibor. Right? Goes for you. Right? That's Kaisen's there. And ultimately, most of you know, there is no sin as a communal birth offering. So it makes sense. In other words, the only things that are offered up as the things that can be offered up as communal offerings. So the animals are offered up as communal offerings. Birds are never offered up as communal offerings. Therefore, it makes sense that you cannot go ahead and use sacrificial money to purchase birds for dessert for the Mizbeach. That's all I did look it up. That Shmuel Samalak and Rabbi Yochanan. So I was like, even Shmuel went ahead. Even Shmuel holds like Rabbi Yochanan. I won't say now again. We're going back over here. Back to Rabbi Yochanan, right? What did Rabbi Yochanan say? So ladies days in Masnale. So even Shmuel agrees with this concept. I'm going to go with Shmuel. Kavanos Tzibor Sakin Mosh Chasan Lamashe. So I'll say this is a very interesting expression. So literally again, when it comes to legal offerings, is the knife that designates them for their purpose, which is another way of saying that a carbon only achieves. The carbon only achieves. And so the carbon only achieves its purpose, its identity when it's shafted, which is another way of saying late based in masnale, right? Late based in masnale says the carbon only achieves its designated identity when it's actively used. So sakin moshchasan ultimately again means the knife literally again pulls them towards their identity. So Shmuel holds like Rabbi Yochanan as well. Okay, right, so that supports this. Umod Rabbi Shimon, the seir shemokara beregal yikra Rosh Chodesh. Rabbi Shimon agrees that by the seir, and I both say it's not saying by the seir Rosh Chodesh. If it was not offered up, let's say by Yom Tov, right? It's offered up by Rosh Chodesh. In low kara for Rosh Chodesh, you could be Yom Kippurim. If you didn't offer up by Rosh Chodesh, it's Yom Kippur. Then we'll come Yom Kippurim. You can offer Regal. If you didn't use Yom Kippur, ultimately again use it by when they're going. In low kara for Regal. You could offer the Regal. If you didn't use it this Yom Kippur, you would have done it. Why? Because it's Gilos on Lofa and the Lachava on at the end of the day, halacha l'maisa, it was only brought, it was only the surface on the island map, and therefore again it can be practiced. So both sides, the way the Gemara ends off is halacha l'maisa, but again, ends up with my focus. So the lazy my focus, to see late days in masti aleh or not. The Yochanan says yes. Rabbi Shimon says no. Rabbi Shimon says no. What is the halakha? Someone says the Rambam Pasnas close out the shir like this. The Rambam Pasnas is Hilchos Shkolim. Hilchos Shkolim. Perek Dalet Halakha Yidal. Here you go. Yishiyagir Rosh Chodesh Nisan. In Mashiach Kavanah Tziva Elam Shuma Kadosha. Once Rosh Chodesh Nisan comes, you can only offer Kavanahs from the new Max Mashiach collection. In Novak and Roy. Leficha. In the year Rosh Chodesh Nisan, the Yishimah the Hemos for Tziva True Yishana. So what do you do if Rosh Chodesh Nisan comes? But I still have leftover animals that were purchased with last year's Machzis HaShekel. What do I do? So what's the halacha? Holding those son. You redeem those animals, the yotzim l'chulin, and they become a chulin, even though they are totally communal. And what do? The yiplu d'nei l'tshuma yishana, and they go ahead and ultimately again put their money back in the Machzis HaShekel pot. Now, so the Rambam says essentially you can redeem those animals straight out. And what the Rambam doesn't add in over here is he doesn't add in that you have to purchase those animals with new money. So apparently that's up to the discussion of Asian if they want to. And I love for myself, the Rambam says that you just redeem the animals straight out. Shetzmai Bezdinu, Shekal Al Kol Behemo Shalokim L'Kmidim, Shemlo Yutzrichin Lahem Yetzu L'Chulin. Because it is a T'nai Bezdin that any animals that are not used for sacrificial purposes ultimately become chulin. Or in other words, we paskin halacha l'maisa leid bezdin masna alei. We paskin like Rabbi Yochanan, we pass like Shua Bosai. That is the halacha l'maisa. Stop over here for today. Shkoyach everyone.
I'm excited to teach.
All right, Chavrazim, have a good day, everyone.
What about Chumash class? Yeah, that'd be fine.
Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yochanan.
I wish I knew English better.
Yeah, I was saying Rabbi Yochanan was the way we were introduced to it. Correct. I'm saying the way we were introduced to it.
You should get a Hebrew phrase down. And alright, so just get a fucking Yiddish phrase down. Please transliterate a Yiddish phrase and a Hebrew phrase. Go fuck yourself. What is it? Gay cock and off down. Go crap in the ocean. No, what? Gay Zudrak. Black tis dying.
All right, Shalom, say good morning. Good morning.
We'll write these down.
So let's go. Hashem be back with all of you. A special thank you to Rabbi for giving such a beautiful and masterful shir over the last couple of days. Today's daf. Well, first of all, I'll begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tav Shin Pei, the Tosim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shir and drushos this year as a zechus for Besoros Tov Sa'am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar Haba Avinu Tova, Shmuel Rabbi.
What do you feel good about
Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Rapkin, Lipa Ben Yechaskel HaKohen Zichron Lebrach Yoker and American Talmud Torah. All of them is Shabbos Havin Aliyah, the families in the Torah, all of those who we were fortunate to have together with Kol Yisrael.
Jewish
Return our hostages. Shalom and
rabbinical
Para holy
biographies
soldiers
pretty well.
should be successful before Amasi.
Not super well.
So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Yud Aleph.
Pretty well.
Really
And I know
really incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Yud Aleph. We're picking up actually on Yud Amadeus. We're going to go back a little bit because the sugya that we get on Yud Amadeus really extends all the way through the entire daf. So let's make sure to get clarity on that. We're going to take this slow and methodically, and you are going to remember how beautiful, how incredible, how fun, how exciting, and how inspiring Shavuos
Yeah, what's the funniest one?
All a question of perspective, mindset, and what you hope to get out of it. So let's begin. So we're picking up 10b Yuna Beis Amar Ula Amar Rabbi Yochanan, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom.
All right, cool.
Amar Ula Amar Rabbi Yochanan. All right, look, if you feel you mastered it already, you don't have to go back.
Anything else?
I'm hearing some groans.
Yeah,
Okay, you got it. Good. I need to hear. So you want to say this follows.
What about false messiahs?
So it's an interview.
Do you ever deal with them?
So this is a very interesting case.
And what do you think?
As follows. Let's take a look at Rashi. Like I said, we're going to go through this slowly and methodically so that we're able to work up on this because this concept of Ula, or say Rabbi Yochanan, is going to be the one that is going to be subject of discussion today and tomorrow. All of today and part of tomorrow. So take a look at Rashi. Rashi is on the left-hand side, about 4 lines into the short lines. So we know how this is, right? Every year,
one thing that's really, there's been some news out of it, but it's very bothersome to me.
The first of Nisan, they make an announcement.
Yeah,
What was the announcement for?
I don't think it's an accurate reflection of
But first of
Judaism.
Nisan, again, they would begin with the new collection. So the way it worked in the Islamic tradition is essentially financial year began on the first of Nisan.
Show the world.
So what would happen? So now you have Shalach Kulimos Truma Alishka. Utnan, Impulse to the Shisha Tzana Mukar, Lishka Shatwai. Okay, so it's never happened. So they would always, obviously, they would purchase communal sacrifices from the Machzis
I know.
Shekel fund.
I know what I was looking at.
The law was you always
Yoda, give me like
sheep. I was going to say in the bullpen.
100 of the biggest secrets within Judaism, like the fact that the Kohanim line might be extinct, like things that like no one knows. That's like really secret and cool, or not cool. It's just really secret, like barely known. Anyone knows this stuff.
4 side chambers. One of those side chambers was what's called Lishkas Hatzain. In Lishkas Hatlan points out over here.
Does it really do secrets?
Sheep ready for
No.
sacrifice. Okay, that's the background.
Lineage history for the Kohanim line may not be verifiable anymore because the Davidic line is also unverifiable. Anyone claiming certainty is guessing. Tribal identity, except Levi, is basically gone. The Sanhedrin was never formally dissolved. It just stopped functioning. Smicha, class coordination technically still exists in theory. Mashiach does not need miracles according to Rambam. A false Messiah can still be righteous, just wrong. Okay. Prophecy didn't end suddenly, it faded gradually. Women were prophets more often than men. That's interesting. Kings were not ideal. Monarchy is treated as a concession.
So what happened?
I've got.
Now, generally, there were leftover sheep in the
really quickly.
in the chamber of sheep.
I very rarely ever
offer them. Why can't
had
you offer
any
them? Why not?
private time
Because
with
they
my
were
rabbis.
purchased with last year's machzis shekel.
We always had people around us. But this one time we were having breakfast together.
So now the question is,
At like a Rosh Hashanah.
Sacrificial sheep
And
sitting in those lishkas hatzlaim. What do you do with them?
I came downstairs from our hotel room early, and Rebbitzin was there. I
no problem.
Sat next to her.
Redeem them. Just redeem them. Rabbi say, now we're going to say this is a shocking
it was interesting. Like there was a round table, and I could have sat across from her, way across the side, but I didn't. I sat next to her. And I said to her, "There's a seat taken." She
from the sacrificial capacity in order to be able to
she said something nice,
like something shocking. You won't say it's
it would be a pleasure to have you sit there, something like that.
That you could just redeem this animal.
Anyway, we were talking. And yeah, it was Rosh Hashanah. And I said to her, "How do you pronounce that?" And I pointed the word.
Rashi identifies a little bit more about what the process is.
And because I know that there are multiple ways to pronounce it, but I wanted to hear how she pronounced it.
Sacrificial use
and she said,
current year. So how do you do this? Look at Rashi.
I were amongst Jews, I would say maybe Yom Kippur, but if it were non-Jews, it might be Yom Kippur.
So first thing you do is like this.
I thought to myself, that's correct. And I said,
four sheep. So first thing I do is I redeem them. Now what happens when you redeem something? What
Israel's going to be a monarchy.
The sanctity transfers to the money. So now I have money invested with the sacrificial sanctity.
She said,
what do I do with the money?
Do you mean that because Mashiach?
The residual of last year's machzis shekel. Okay, because remember again, the sanctity of those animals is directly connected to last year's machzis shekel. So I redeem the animals, put that money into last year's residual machzis shekel. What's done, by the way,
like my husband
with last, whatever is removed from last year's machzis shekel? What's done with that?
When I spoke with him the following Shabbat,
temple upkeep. Temple upkeep. Right? Specifically,
I said,
it was repairs for the Kodesh HaKadoshim. So, okay, so now I'm taking the animals, redeeming the sanctity of the money. Right?
And
the money
I said,
goes into the
Mashiach
pot
is king,
of
right?
last year's machzis shekel. Any of that leftover money ultimately again is used for what we call Kodesh HaKadoshim.
So is it going to be a monarchy
okay,
or
good.
theocracy?
So far, so good. Now, what about the sheep?
Maybe
What's the status of the sheep?
Maybe
the status of the sheep? Chulin.
Can that happen?
So now what do you do with the sheep? Watch this.
Yeah, I mean, like England has like a parliamentary system. I don't really.
You now take new
shekels
from
this
year's collections.
Maybe a theocratic monarchy,
repurchase the sheep
for theocracy. But I could just tell that there was going to be there in Israel. There's going to be some.
What's my problem? That's not a general statement. I'm talking about over here.
Perhaps.
Right? In other words, what's my problem? My problem is I have leftover sheep that are invested with sanctity from last year's machzis shekel.
Maybe not. Do you await Mashiach? Fuck yeah. Every single day I want to turn on the news and be like,
the money then is put into last year's machzis shekel pot. That is used for Kodesh HaKadoshim repairs.
Theology, most people never hear. Judaism never defined a single official afterlife doctrine. That one I find interesting. Olam Haba does not equal Gan Eden, does not equal resurrection. Three different things.
Have never left
Gehenna is temporary for almost everyone. Satan is not evil, he's a job description. Angels have no free will and no personalities. God has no plan in a modern deterministic sense. Free will creates divine uncertainty, radical idea, and classical types. God regrets things, explicitly stated. There is no Jewish doctrine of original sin. Being Jewish does not equal salvation advantage. Textual stuff people want to took. The Torah has textual variants. Masoretic notes. Kiddick tree, Masoretic notes. Some mitzvot may no longer apply even if the temple is returned. Some mitzvot may no longer apply even if the temple returns. Not all psalms are attributed with certainty to David. Midrash often contradicts Pshat on purpose. The Talmud preserves rejected opinions intentionally. Some laws are explicitly said to have no rational explanation. Biblical Hebrew words change meaning over time. Chazal admit uncertainty constantly. These are those are the words of the living God means to Israel. Halakha is not always truth, it's authority. Kabbalah esoteric handled carefully. Kabbalah was never meant for mass study. The Zohar was controversial from day one. The Sphirot are not parts of God, they're models. Tzimtzum may be metaphorical, not literal. Souls can be recycled, guilt, mainstream belief barely taught. Some souls are considered new, others ancient. Evil has no independent existence. Blessings are considered reality-shaping acts. Speech is viewed as a creative force. Joy is considered spiritually more powerful than fear. Important pause. None of this is...
In other words, so I have a carbon that has physical sanctity, kedusha saguf. Now it has a mum. That mum precludes it from being offered up. That's my opening for redemption. But in general, you can't take away physical sanctity.
Temple sacrifice, power, and uncomfortable. Animal sacrifices was never about God needing anything. It was about disciplining human violence and desire. Many prophets openly say God doesn't want sacrifices at all. That's interesting. The temple was never meant to be permanent in some rabbinic views. Prayer was a post-destruction emergency replacement, not plan A. The increased keterot, the incense keterot was considered more powerful than prayer. The high priest entering the Holy of Holies might die. This wasn't metaphorical. The temple was also a political institution, not just spiritual. Priests were sometimes corrupt, explicitly described as such. The Urim to Thummim stopped working long before the temple fell.
The entire essence of this item is kadosh. So Krista says, where did the kedusha go? It's very nice that you went ahead and you put forward this fantastic model of redemption. But practically, where did the kedusha go? That's what a mum to us. And now you understand what's so beautiful and riveting about this Gemara is that for the first time we actually understand like how
That's
this process
the divine oracle used by the high priest of ancient Israel to receive guidance from God, particularly in matters of national importance such as warfare, leadership, decision, and the allocation of land. The ark disappeared centuries before the destruction, likely hidden on stone. Human sacrifices hinted at as once being practiced and violently rejected. The Torah may be arguing against earlier Israelite religion. Some mitzvot are explicitly reactions to pagan practice. Purity laws are not about hygiene and morality, they're symbolic boundaries. Tumah, impurity, does not equal sin. Dead bodies create impurity, not guilt. The temple system centralized power away from the tribes. The temple system centralized power away from tribes. Political movement. Pilgrimage festivals doubled as population control and unity enforcement. The Leviim were basically state functionaries. Music in the temple was legally mandated. Joy was compulsory. The temple economy was massive and sometimes exploitative. The destruction was not seen as purely tragic. Some sages welcomed decentralization. Synagogues were originally not religious centers. The temple may never be rebuilt exactly as described. Ezekiel's temple doesn't match the Torah's temple. Some sages believed sacrifices will not return in the Messianic era. Some thought only grain offerings would remain. The altar was believed to shorten lives. Iron tools were forbidden. Blood was seen as spiritually dangerous. The temple amplified holiness and danger. Closeness to God was understood as existentially risky. Certain sins required public shaming, not punishment. Certain sins required public shaming, not punishment. Capital punishment was practically abolished centuries early. A court that executed once in 70 years was bloody. Justice prioritized error avoidance over deterrence. Mercy was built into legal procedure. God is portrayed as bound by law. Halacha limits divine intervention. Human courts override heaven. Lo bashamayim. Law beats prophecy after Sinai. God accepts being outvoted. Part 3, 81. Modern landmines, unresolved questions, stuff rabbis avoid publicly. There's no halakhic consensus on Mashiach era Judaism looks like. That's cool. Really? Yeah.
We state that hate breaches Kedushas Haguf, but Kamash Malon it doesn't. By carbon, breaches Kedushas Haguf.
No, I mean, I kind of think that there are arguments that it could be, that he could be.
Incredible. All right, anyway, so Rabbi shoots back to the Chista. What about the following?
I mean, there's like a midrash.
Same case, just not leftover karbanos, leftover kitoras. Most said they were always leftover. Again, Rashi goes through over here. Look at Rashi. He says most
Do you think you could be Mashiach?
Same thing.
Anybody could be Mashiach. I won't make it have to be my headset. I think it is a riddle kind of a deal. That you don't want to be Mashiach. That's a lot of work. And you say it's your grandson, and then your grandson says it's their grandson, and it just keeps going on. It's like a joke. It's really the person who rebuilds space. I mean, I've sent to rabbinical colleagues
So here we go. So the
family trees of the Besh, the Baal Shem Tov, and said, how do I get myself into bloodline
so watch this.
and have my grandson be Mashiach? Which is a weird fucking thing to do. But I stand by it. I did it
right? So they would
more
go
than
ahead
half a
and
decade
pay
ago,
the workers,
and I
pay
do
the
it again.
workers
I stand by it.
So that was,
Really?
Which sounds interesting. It sounds like, remember, it wasn't from
Yeah.
what was that? We said Yuma.
That's what everybody should want to do. I don't understand why you wouldn't want to do that. It would be like saying, how did I get in the Kennedy Club?
Remember, specifically, what did they know that no one else knew?
There is an awful lot of consensus on what Mashiach era Judaism looks like. The state of Israel is not unanimously considered redemptive. Some great rabbis believe Zionism delays redemption. Others believe exile should never have lasted this long. Judaism never resolved the problem of divine hiddenness. Suffering of the innocent has no final answer. Job stands. Some mitzvot seem impossible to ethically justify today. Mitzvot seem impossible to ethically justify today.
No, why not? It's from Lax's Matzashat.
Halacha involves but denies change linguistically.
So we pay base Sabatinas from Lax's Matzashat. Okay. Now watch
Mincha
this.
sometimes beats
After
the
we
law,
receive that money,
which is interesting.
interesting.
Communal stability often outweighs textual correctness, and I think that happens. Communal stability is so important. Women's roles were historically broader than later practice. Some exclusions are sociological, not theological. Some exclusions are sociological, not theological. Conversion standards have fluctuated widely. Ethnicity and religion were never clear. Ethnicity and religion were never cleanly separated. Judaism does not claim exclusive access to truth. Righteous non-Jews fully share in Olam Haba. The Torah was never meant to be self-interpreting. Contraction is a feature, not a bone. Contradiction is a feature, not a bone. Certainty is viewed with suspicion. Judaism optimizes for survival, not purity. Judaism optimizes for survival, not purity. The meta-seeker. Judaism isn't about knowing secrets inside unresolved tension without collapsing. That's why.
Remember, just understand what we're trying to do. It's not a scheme. It's very
Cool.
clear.
What
We're very
won't a
transparent about what
rabbi
we're trying to
generally
do.
say from
We're
the
trying to
pulpit?
go ahead. We
I
have
mean,
a
like
problem. Because we
50
have
things.
leftover sanctified items from last year's Matzah Shak, which
Look
we
at this
can't use this
athleticism.
year.
You
So
think
we
a rabbi would say, look at this
to
athleticism?
essentially allow them to be used because they were bought with this year's Matzah Shekel. So that's all we're doing over there. So again, Grant says, pay Sabatinas, right? Pay the Kohanim, or whatever. Well, pay Sabatinas for their work, pay them with the money last year's Matzah Shekel. Then they take that money, redeem the leftover Ketoras, okay? Now that money goes into the Matzah Shekel. Beis Sabatinas have this Ketoras, which by the way is now full. Now full in Ketoras. Beis Hamikdash goes back and we purchase it from them with this year's Matzah Shekel, and we're good to go.
Damn,
This is the process. How
you
everyone
fuck.
agrees have Ketoras.
This is the worst.
Again, Ba'amai. So that was that
There we go.
Ba'amai. Neymar, Kiddush and Shabayim.
Look at this
How do
athleticism.
we do that? What happened? Remember, Ketoras also is Kiddush. At least we assume is Kiddush as
Okay.
Ketoras is also physical.
Many Jews don't actually believe the way you think they do. Judaism doesn't require belief. Behavior matters more. Doubt is normal, expected, often permanent. Certainty is often a personality trait, not a virtue. Some mitzvot are kept for identity, not theology. Faith crises are extremely common among rabbis. Most rabbis redefine God over time. Anthropomorphic God language is knowingly metaphorical. Prayer working is not the metric most rabbis use privately. Many prayers are about shaping the person, not influencing God. Halakha, law, reality, just. Halakha is not purely logical, it's historical and political. Many rulings are chosen for communal survival, not truth. Consensus often matters more than correctness. Some laws remain because removing them would cause chaos. Minchag can override law more than depends heavily on social trust. Different rabbis who weren't constrained, some chumrah stringencies. Halakha evolves even when leaders deny it. The Masorah is text in history. The Torah contains that were never resolved. Stories were not always read literally, even by Chazal. Some narratives function as moral teaching, not history. Academic biblical scholarship isn't automatically heretical. Chazal knew the text was complicated and messy. The Talmud preserves wrong answers on purpose. Midrash is not meant to be factual reportage. Not every law comes from Sinai. Some traditions started as responses to crises. Judaism absorbed and reacted against surrounding cultures constantly. Community and power. Shuls are social institutions before they are theological. Keeping people in matters more than ideology. Money affects decisions anyone admits. Oh yeah, it's so true. So shockingly true. Lay leadership often has more power than rabbis. That's absolutely true as well. Shockingly true. People don't want truth, they want reassurance. Sermons are good to avoid destabilizing listeners. Not every question should be answered publicly. Some people are better off with simple faith. Unity is often prioritized over intellectual honesty. I agree. Rabbis self-censor constantly. Modern discomfort. Some mitzvot conflict with modern moral instincts. Some mitzvot conflict with modern moral intuitions. There's no clean solution to that tension. Not all suffering has meaning. The Holocaust shattered many classical theologies. Redemption timelines failed repeatedly. Messianism is spiritually dangerous if mishandled. Israel theology is deeply unresolved. Judaism has no final answers to evil. Living with contradiction is the point. Judaism survives because it tolerates ambiguity better than certainty.
No, this is a din in how you redeem leftover Torahs. But the idea is that the sanctity could just be actively removed because it's not physical sanctity, it's only financial sanctity. Okay, so what's that? So just again, just keep track of the progression over here, right? where all roads lead back right now to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, what do you do with leftover sheep in the Lishkas HaTzoyim?
The temple described by the prophet Ezekiel,
How do you redeem
chapters
them?
44, does not match
You
the
go
temple
ahead
described in
and
the Torah.
you transfer their sanctity
Exodus,
of the money.
Leviticus, and Numbers.
Put that
And
money
Chazal
then
made this.
again.
They didn't
Put
hide
that
it, they
money
just
into the
didn't
last
ceremonize it.
part of the Matzah
So let's
Shekel,
unpack
and
it.
then
What's
they
the
purchase
Torah's
them
temple?
new Matzah Shekel.
The Torah
This is Rabbi
gives
Yochanan.
instructions for
Rav
the
and
Mishkan,
Shimon agreed with it.
tabernacle in the
Rav
desert,
Chisda said,
later
what about the Kedusha?
extrapolated
What
to
about how can
Solomon's
you do
temple,
that?
two for
How do you
Jews.
just take a
One
physical
central
sanctuary like
altar,
that?
specific
Rabbi says
priestly
to
rules,
Chisda,
defined
you agree with
measurements,
this? What about Kedoras?
clear sacrificial
Yours, you pretty
system,
much do
strong
the
emphasis
same
on
exact thing.
historical
Two
continuity
different
from
responses.
Sinai.
No.
This is the baseline halakhic temple model. What does Ezekiel describe? Ezekiel prophesying after the first temple's destruction gives a vision of a future temple, completely different measurements, different gate layouts, different courtyard sizes, altered priestly roles, sacrificial procedures that don't match Torah law, a radically elevated role for the prince Nasi. This is not a minor discrepancy, it's architectural, ritual, and legal. Chazal noticed immediately that Talmud Menachot 45a says Ezekiel almost got excluded from Tanakh because his words contradict the words of the Torah. Only because Hananiah and Hezekiah locked himself in a room with oil lamps and reconciled that somehow did Ezekiel stay canonized. Only because Hannah Hezekiah locked himself in a room with oil lamps and reconciled it somehow did Ezekiel stay canonized. That alone tells you this was a serious problem, not a footnote. How did Judaism deal with the contradiction? There are multiple approaches, and Judaism never forced just one. Future Halakha model. Ezekiel describes a messianic era temple where the rules are different, reality itself has changed, some mitzvot are transformed. This implies halakha is not frozen forever. That's huge and uncomfortable. Visionary symbolic model. Ezekiel is not giving blueprints. He's giving a theological vision. Order after chaos, holiness after exile, structure after collapse. The details matter symbolically, not literally. The third temple won't look like second temple model. Some rabbis straight up said, stop assuming the future temple will resemble the past one. Meaning the Torah's temple was for then, Ezekiel's temple is for what comes next. Why this is not preached? Because it destabilizes a few big assumptions. The mitzvot are eternally static. The temple restoration is straightforward. The prophecy and halakha always align, and for that we know what rebuilding means. A pulpit can carry that without blowing up expectations. The deepest takeaway: this is the real juice. Judaism preserved both a legal temple blueprint, Torah, a prophetic temple vision, Ezekiel, and said, we'll live with the tension. No harmonized creed, no forced answer. One line, if the temple is ever rebuilt, it won't be a museum replica. Even our own prophets didn't agree on what it should look like. Alright, so that's enough of that bullshit. Really? Yeah. Are you gonna sleep? I'm gonna try. My hours are so fucked up. It's causing
financial sanctity only become subject to.
I feel like I could go viral faster than stay awake.
Once they've come in contact with the clichés, right? If it hasn't come in contact
anything
with the
else you want to
clichés,
say?
then it should not be subject to tumah through a Tvul Yom. So remember, what's our problem? Our problem is that we just said before that if the Tvul Yom touches Ketoras, the Ketoras ultimately becomes coming, which would seem to indicate to us then that what? That Ketoras is not simply Kedushas Damim, rather it must be something else. Elamai, Kedushas Hagufi. Rather, what we have to say is that Ketoras ultimately has Kedushas Haguf. That Ketoras is not simple financial sanctity, but rather Ketoras actually possesses actual physical sanctity. And I want to understand the interesting part about that. Even now, what we're suggesting is that Ketoras has physical sanctity, even though what?
Oh, what about?
It's never been in a Kisharis, never been in a service utensil. So it must be that the act of putting the Ketoras into the Machtashas, right? The act of putting the Ketoras into the grinder.
Why doesn't Chabad celebrate the New Year for the trees that much?
But if that's the case, so there's like a lot of moving pieces over here. If indeed, Ketoras has Kedushas Haguf, then ultimately it should become possible with Lina. What's Lina? Lina ultimately means being left overnight.
Chabad doesn't downplay Tu B'Shvat, it reframes it. Less fruit platter mysticism, more inner work and avoda. Here's the Chabad logic. So, happy Tu B'Shvat a little later. Tu B'Shvat. Okay, Chabad is very wary of folk Kabbalah. Tu B'Shvat, as we know it today, big fruit spreads, mystical Seder, Ari-based symbolism. That comes mostly from Sfat, era Kabbalah, and later Mitzvah. Chabad's approach, don't perform mysticism, understand it. So instead of ritualizing symbols, Chabad translates into psychology and service of God. Tree equals human being. Chabad leans hard on Ki Ha'adam et Chaseda. A person is a tree, so Tu B'Shvat becomes about roots, faith, trunk, discipline, roots, faith, mana, trunk, discipline, Kabbalah, all branches, intellect, fruits equals mitzvot that affect others. That work isn't seasonal, it's daily. Chabad prioritizes what changes behavior. Chabad does the practice make someone more Jewish tomorrow? Fruit symbolism doesn't always do that. So you'll see Chabad's focus on learning a ma'amar, giving tzedakah, strengthening Torah to be practical mitzvah, not a big mystical event. The Rebbe doesn't talk. The Rebbe did talk about Tu B'Shvat just differently. The Lubavitcher Rebbe spoke about Tu B'Shvat a lot, but framed it as growth takes time and visible development matters, consistency, bursts of inspiration. Very Chabad, very unflashy. Chabad avoids over-celebrating non-biblical holidays. Tu B'Shvat isn't a Yom Tov Chag Azman Cherub. Chabad is cautious about inflating minhag to obligation. What Chabad actually does on Tu B'Shvat, typically eat fruit, especially from Eretz Israel, say the Paracha with Kavan, Nesecha, or Ma'amar. Talk about growth and chinuch. Emphasize helping another Jew bear fruit. Quiet, intentional, no spectacle. Chabad doesn't celebrate Tu B'Shvat less, it celebrates it inwardly. Less fruit mysticism, more personal growth. What are the 5 new years of Judaism? There's Tu B'Shvat, there's
So Rabbi said, this is fascinating. The Gemara wants to suggest
first of
that
Nisan, it's the
perhaps Ketoras is
secular
not subject
like
to
the
Lina.
government.
Right? Why is Ketoras not subject
There's
to
the
Lina?
first
Why
of
not?
Elul,
Because it never changes form.
which is
So if you think about it, when does Lina apply?
cattle
Case of
holiday.
Lina, sacrificial meat.
There's Rosh Hashanah,
Meat out overnight.
which
What
is
happens?
the
It changes.
holiday
Like, it
New
looks
Year.
different. It looks different. So
Wow.
what I'm suggesting is that perhaps Lina only applies to things which look different if left out. Ketoras, the other side, Ketoras is fantastic, right? You don't need refrigeration. Like I'm assuming you probably need some ideal temperature. Yerushalayim is perfect temperature. Okay, so again, but Ketoras, there's no. We're suggesting maybe Ketoras itself. Look at Rashi. Hol v'tzurasa. First white line in Rashi. Hol v'tzurasa. Eino b'shanas marisa. The appearance of
Well, there's an
never
edge
changes
case.
by being left overnight.
So first of Nisan, first of Elul, first of Tishrei, New Year for years, that's Rosh Hashanah, 15th Shabbat, Tu B'Shvat, and then the 5th one, first of Shabbat, Beit Shammai. Beit Shammai held the tree, New Year is first of Shabbat. Beit Hillel held 15th Shabbat. We follow Hillel. So sometimes people say 5, because both opinions are mentioned, only one is practiced. So there are 4 New Years in Judaism. Yeah. What is today? 19th of Shabbat, 5786, Friday, February 6th. All right, big dog. Are you done?
It is subject to
So what are the 4 New Years?
Right? It is subject. That's what we just saw before.
There's
Anything that comes into a Klisharis is subject to Lina. Why is Ketoras subject to Lina in a Klisharis? Why? Because we're afraid that if we don't make it subject to Lina, you'll confuse it with other things that have gone into a Klisharis. And you'll say, oh, just like Ketoras is not subject to Lina, so do other items that have gone into a Klisharis are not subject to Lina as well. Therefore, just in order to create a uniform halacha, we say anything that goes into a Klisharis is subject to Lina.
When you want to consider it, Nisan, usually Nisan, Elul, Tishrei,
that is not subject to Lina. Why? Because its appearance does not change with being left overnight. Beautiful. Beautiful. Good. Simon says, Kasha. So let's say, so now that we've done that beautiful and magnificently riveting exercise, okay, Now we're back to square one. That looks like what was square one? Mikomakom, Kasha, the Hikidusha Shabahen Laheva Halta. The boss say again, let's go back. Yochanan, what did Yochanan say? It's the first of Nisan. I have leftover sheep in my Lishkat Tzloim. They were bought last year's matzah shekel. Can't offer them this year because I bought with last year's half shekel. So what do we do with them? What did Yochanan say? Redeem it. What do? Go ahead and take money, right? Transfer the sanctity of the sheep onto the money. What do I do with the money? Put it in last year's half shekel.
Are you done?
What's done with all of the leftover
No.
last year's matzah
I wanted to get in. Well, I talked about Steimel, that's the half. Shtetl is the town, and
regular sheep.
Shiloh is the bridge.
Sheep.
Are you done?
Repurchase them with this year's matzah shekel. A beautiful, simple approach. What was the overarching question? How do you do that? Where did their kedusha go? They have kedushas haguf. They have physical sanctity. If they have physical sanctity, so I don't understand, where did that sanctity go? Where did it go that you could just simply redeem it? To which the Gemara says, well, so here it is. Get ready for it. Amarava, well, so here it is. Underline it. Amarava, Leib Bezdin Mas Na'ale. Literally, again, let's say Bezdin stipulates regarding the designation of these animals. Let me tell you this outside first, then we'll read it inside. Essentially, the way this Kiddush works is as follows. Beis Din recognizes that when the Beis Din purchases stuff, so Lamech says you're going to be left over. Essentially, what Beis Din says is that the Kedushas Haguf really only devolves upon the stuff that they use. But the stuff that they don't use, the Kedushas Haguf never really, ex post facto, devolves upon it. Now, obviously, again, when all of those sheep are sitting in the Lishkas Atlan, or all of that Ketoras is sitting in the mound of Ketoras, we don't know what's going to be used or what's not going to be used. But ex post facto, when you come to first of Nisan and there's 4 leftover sheep or that mound of Ketoras, Beis Din stipulated away anything that's not used during the current financial year does not have Kedushas Haguf. Because it does not have Kedushas Haguf, therefore what? It can be easily refused. Beautiful. I wasn't thinking now that's literally translated, Leib Beis Din Mas Na'ale. So literally again, the heart of Beis Din makes a tnai. I think Beis Din makes a condition about these items. Look at Rashi. Leib Beis Din is Rashi is 6 times up on the bottom. Leib Beis Din Mas Na'ale. The Shas L'Kifa. The time that these items are purchased. When we're talking about Kedoras, when we're talking about sheep. Let's talk sheep right now. So when we're touching Kedushas Haguf, Elahat Srifin L'Shana. B'chol midi d'tzibor nostim Beis Din Leib. So remember again, this has to do with journals, right? That Bezer, the Jewish book, Sanhedrin, Chazal, has control over monetary matters of Klal Yisrael, which is actually quite fascinating. Because what it sounds like is we always assume that was the case for us regular people. Apparently, the concept even of like Hefker days and Hefker is apparently over temple.
I love this.
Finances as well. Finances as well. So the way
Austin, Texas.
Nathan says, you understand it's going to be left
Austin,
over.
Texas.
So again, it's not the shot that everything has Kedushas Haguf and now you're redeeming it. It's because our structure is only
Austin, Texas.
Oh, it's so funny.
anything left over. Never had Kedushas Haguf. If it never had Kedushas Haguf, then what? They don't redeem it at all. That's why you can't go. Because remember, again, we're sitting in the base of the Mikdash. That's going to look very strange if you just take sheep that just live the last thing in Mishkas HaTorim, and now suddenly again you're making a barbecue. Right? That's not going to be that. So you have to undergo some mechanism, ultimately of redemption. But just understand, we start to have problems when you're doing something that has physical sanctity without the emergence of a limb or anything else. Kamash Malon, Leib Beis Din Mas, that's kind of how it works. The way it works is, Beis Din says, only what you use has Kedushas Haguf. What you don't use never had Kedushas Haguf to begin with. It's absolutely incredible. The Rashi is up in the phone. Midi the Tzibor knows the Beis Din Leib. Any matter concerning the Tzibor, Beis Din, he says, it's actually a very funny, a very beautiful phrase. And the phone Midi the Tzibor, anything concerning the God's Klal Yisrael, knows the Beis Din Leib. Beis Din took their heart. is that when religion is concerned regarding all community matters, and therefore halacha l'maisa again, it said only what you use has to be shasaguf, what you don't use does not have to be shasaguf. That is Rav. So they said this is Rav. So this is Rav, and are we interpreting Rabbi Yochanan? And the Gemara says, what's the point? He's not really the man. And what the Chazal said, if you need it, you need it. Whether to leave the sheep, or whatever's left over, you can just simply redeem it with money. And you get to go. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. If that's the case, I'm going to have it. But Hamadu Za'amar, Hiktish Zechar Medama, to publish Kedusha Sagir, but Abai Ziyada, but I was explained the problem that you only said that there's even no such thing as being Makdish a animal for financial savings. You said that a local Mesa, Rashi's example is if you're Makdish an idol, like if you take a ram and you say, I hereby Makdish this ram for its financial sanctity, the animal essentially automatically requires to be Sagir. But whenever you consecrate an animal consecration always results in Kedusha Sagir. So I don't understand. Once these sheep are designated, how do you avoid them being vested in Kedusha Sagir? Well, Kasha, Haza Amar L'Zimei, everything is in how you phrase it.
You get early access of the show on Patreon.
Everything is actually this Rashi, by the way, is on the base. If you just turn on the base for just a moment, you see that top Rashi is going on the dollar. Haza Amar L'Zimei Allah, the Amri Anakadar Kedusha Sagir, the Amri Hela Hadi the Dama Allah. When you get in the animal, you say that this animal should be for Allah, which is what the animal is fit for. That animal is automatically vested in Kedusha Sagir. But Allah commands that let's say you say this animal should be for yourself. I'm not saying sucking is a wine migration. So what does that mean? It means you're vesting the animal with financial sanctity and not with physical sanctity. So halacha l'maisa, you see that you can designate on a personal level, if you want to designate an animal with financial sanctity and not physical sanctity, you have to designate it for something other than carbonic purpose, like Misachim. Misachim is a covenant from wine. But again, here, Dave's giving us the land, and essentially Dave's instructions it once again, what you're going to use has physical sanctity, or what you're not going to use only has financial sanctity. Incredible. Back to it. So these cases are just incredible. Look at this. You have your power, this fire is going to become right? So remember, these are your Kabbalahs from Yom Kippur. You're going to Yom Kippur. So power inside Yom Kippur. Shafted, they got lost. They lost. Can you imagine somebody losing their job, right? Someone's getting fired. Right? So they lost the Kabbalos of Yom Kippur. Okay, but no problem. They didn't push Achim and Kaptein. Right? Find another. Listen, by the way, just in all seriousness, can you imagine that moment in the basement of Josh? Right? It's Yom Kippur. Like, okay, hey, you know, Uncle, can you get the pie and sell it? Right? And that moment when they realized that they lost it. Like, can you imagine it? Like I said, there's such a tremendous social hospital. What happens after that moment is probably like a pop time. What does it mean? What do we do? What's the next result is telling us? And then what do they do afterwards? Then what do? Right? You just get a replacement. Once in life, there are often problems that present themselves that seem tremendously overwhelming and scary, and it's easy to get paralyzed by the challenges of life. What do you do when faced with a challenge in life? Create and orchestrate and choreograph a solution. Don't get paralyzed by the problem. Be solution-oriented in your life approach. So yeah, they lost the Kabbalos of Yom Kippur. It's traumatic reading it. Like, Yom Kippur, you lost the Kabbalos. Okay, there's a problem. Find the solution. Then what happens? So they go ahead and they separate out the Kabbalos. Fine, no problem. On the base, the thing is, see you have all these other. Shout out. Right, similar again, once you have seer of all these other. Right, which were again a seer that was these are the Kabbalos that are. Rashi says over here. Sibur shechatu ba'avod rabbaraz. They empowered all of the Shem Hata. So it's like these are the Kabbalos Klal Yisrael through the instruction of David accidentally worship Avodah Zarah. Okay, so what happened? Same thing. They had these kavanos designated, and then it was lost. And what happens? And halacha l'meisa, they went ahead and they separated out new kavanos. The most saying the part that's not written over there. What happens? Then they find the old ones. So after Yom Kippur, they find the lost harvest star. After they offer up the carbon by Avodah Zarah, they find the one that was lost. So what do you do with these found animals? What do you do with them? So the Gemara says, "Come on, minister of Yehuda." Rabbi says, "You have to let them die." The lost animals that were now found, you let them die. Rashi says that they're full of musu. So the don't see how to go. You stand by and you must see the cover the leg outside. You do the leg out. About 80 fingers will be against the king of Shanabal. So I do not show. I don't know the your musu even Catholic sources. So you do this like something very deep in Kabbalah. Because you can't leave them for next Yom Kippur. Because if you leave the next Yom Kippur, you're already aged out. Right? Because the sacrifice of Yom Kippur has to be over a year old. So there's nothing to do with them. Same thing for Avodah Zarah. Our covenant has already been used. When Yehuda says, you have to just let the animals die. Because Allah Shimon only knows. You don't actually stop it. No, let them grow until they develop a month. The Yikuru, sell them. The Yikuru generate them in the Bible. And ultimately, again, use the money. In other words, let them develop a month. Because they have to use a sagir. Let them develop a month. Sell it off. And then use the money for other purposes to purchase the dollar. The Gemara says, why? Shame Katas, Seymour Mesa. Rashi says over here, because halacha l'meisa, again, the only time you allow a carbon just to die is by individual sacrifices. But by carbon too, but we don't do that. So again, the Gemara says, what is that again? There's a much easier answer to this. What's the much easier answer? But right. Lema, Leif, David, and Masni, Alema. But listen, it's like we struggle. Once you get to this Leif, David, and Masni, Alema, so that's like the answer for everything. Right? What does that mean? What is David, and Masni? The David says, only the animals do use the full sanctity. So this, it's true. I separated out the kindness of the Kippur, but now they got lost. I offered up other animals in their stead. So when I find those animals, what should be the status of those animals? Essentially, I mean, not full food, but let me do the third toll of the offering. Go ahead and just redeem them onto money. Right? Let the money save money. Those animals be free. We're good to go. We're good to go. Or repurchase them for something else we're going to use. Because the Revelation says, control sacrificial designation. And what they say essentially is that Kedushas Haguf only the balance of the carbonos you're going to use. But if you're not using their own sacrificial purposes, then what? Then it should not really have any sanctity. Which the Gemara says, using the Amrit this whole baking thing, to go get into that. Instead, again, either we go ahead and punch and use let it die, or punch goes on the shitting, let it graze until it develops. And then we do it like a manufacturing develop. Okay, so do like this. So this is actually very interesting. Very interesting to see is that this concept of late date and not land is only applied to normative cases. But what we'll call to exception cases, it's not applied. Much is really high paradigmation. What about paradigm? This is great. Literally everybody's coming to the party today, right? We've got Jim Kippur, we've got Paradigm, we've got Torah, we've got Jewish gospel, everything. So about Paradigm, Paradigm is considered to be an uncommon scenario. And we'll say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to stop over here for a We'll say, now, again, as I told you in the beginning, we're going slow and steady. Because these Gemaras, I feel a little bit guilty for going away last week because I feel that Shmuel's got a bad rap. I don't know what happened. I was just gone for a couple of days, but I'm hearing a lot of Shmuel's talk. They say Shmuel's is not going to be Gemara. You can't get better Gemara than this. So classes, you got to take it slow and steady. Slow and steady. So again, we're not behind. We're perfect. At some point in time, over the next couple of weeks, there'll be a short on the days somewhere where we'll make up ground. Okay, supposed to have all this guy coming on.
Big boy rocket. Yeah, that would be so funny. Big boy rocket.
All right, so we're going to go
Merch on the
there.
rocket. Nick just laughs in his face. You see that? Redact man! Talk about you could work for us all.
Good morning. Good morning. We begin today's talk. Today's talk is up good in the second. Before we begin, of course, by taking all of our sponsors, we thank our annual commentary sponsor, the Tilson family, who sponsors all the shiurim and all the drashas of this year, as they discuss for the shiur's coverage for all of Am Yisrael. Their feelings to be discovered. We also thank Shmuel and Rabbi for sponsoring all the shiurim this month as a month of Iyar in commemoration of the yahrzeit of my father, Leonard Kravkin, Lipa Beni Kestel Kohen, on his yahrzeit, which is tomorrow on Pesach Sheni. The Baruch yesterday was Shabbos. The Monday afternoon, we were able to complete the daf in its entirety without any hard deadlines. The Baruch Hashem, we got to Daf Yud Amud Aleph. It was a long sentence. We couldn't stop in the middle. We got to Yud Amud Aleph all the way until about 2/3 of the way down to the words of Meir Omer Kos Yid Kaparas himself. So whatever you happen to not have been with us here yesterday, you can catch up. It is basically what's left on today's. What we're leaving. What we did yesterday from today's daf was a process of elimination to be able to explain the previous sheet. We will continue now with Rabbi Meir Omer Kos Yid Kaparas himself. We mentioned this opinion before, and this is the opinion comes from Meir from the Mishnah. What he essentially says is that they all work together until they make us together. In other words, it's true that the severe Hafifah for Yom Kippur. Take a quick break to remind ourselves a couple of things. We have a number of different seirim over here we're talking about. A number of different goats. If you haven't heard about them yet, up until now, let's just quickly remind ourselves. What we're talking about for the most part is, yes, the Sa'ira Pnimi of Yom Kippur, which is the Sa'ira Hanatsa B'Pnim, as we've been referring to it, which is its avodah was taking place inside. And that was something we described that, according to all opinions, comes for someone who has the idea at the beginning, but no idea at the end. So he beforehand, look how lucky was to come coming, and in the middle, he has this forgetting, this memory. So what happens? He eats something which is sorry. He eats the carbon while he's coming with Rosh Hashanah, and then he doesn't ever find out about it. In other words, the last memory stays with him. After the Sawyer, after the Pnim comes to the birthday. Then we have another one, which happens on Yom Kippur, which is the Sarah Pizza. This is not the Sarah, not the Pnim. This is done probably outside, and that is something to a big focus when it comes to Jews. But everyone is of the opinion that it works for a person who does not know about it at the end, the beginning, but knows about it at the end. So everybody agrees. It will come to a point for a person who did not know anything about Torah before he acted in the Torah, and then at the end he found out, he's like, oh, I didn't realize I was coming, or I know that while I'm coming to the Mikvah, to any Karbanos. And then he finds out about it at the end. And then we have Siri with Haragala. We have the Siri that is run on Yom, and there again, we have, for the most part, everyone's going to agree that works for somebody who we told him yesterday, the person who's completely neglected. In other words, he does not know at the beginning there's a problem with Torah, he does not know about it at the end, he violates the Torah, he doesn't find out about it ever. So the Siri Haragala come to atone for that person. And then we have Siri Rosh Hashanah. We have the ghost that brought on Rosh Hashanah. So now, the first opinion we had in this was the Yehuda, and he said it's really the same thing as Siri Haragala, except that it comes more frequently. We have this opportunity for Kahara every single month. What does it do? It accounts for the oblivious guy. The oblivious guy who violated his Torah, he did not know about the power from the beginning, he didn't know about it at the end, because God was observed. The Shimon we mentioned yesterday said, no, No, that's not what it comes for. What it comes for is a tahar, a person who's tahar, and he eats the carbon, which is tameh, so that's the carbon. In other words, typically, all the other cases we were talking about was when the God himself had become tameh, and then he did something that a tameh person is not supposed to do. In this case, that's not what we have here. We have a person who himself is tahar, and he ate a carbon, which is tameh, he should not have done that. The mayor, who we're going to address right now, he essentially says that all these things can be mixed up. The only one that's unique is the So'er HaNafshe. The only one that has its own type of kapara is the So'er Lachem, which is not Shabbatim, and that's something which comes to account for a person who knows about it initially, forgets, and does not ever find out about it. That was unique. However, in the case of, number one, a person who does not know about it at the beginning, but then finds out. So in other words, initially he's oblivious, but then he finds out. For the second case, where he doesn't know at all, he's completely oblivious. Or tahar she'achal as a tameh, a person who's not tameh at all. His tameh is eat a carbon with the tameh, so that person needs a tahara. Second mayor, the fire hapitza on Yom Kippur. In other words, Yom Kippur goat, which is brought outside, and the goat brought on Yom Kippur, and the goat, they all atone for all those things. Now it happens to be, you were to make all the droplets as we've been doing, you'll find that for the one which is outside, the star outside Yom Kippur, it's really initially for someone who does not know better initially, and then finds out at the end. And the Seira is all of one that comes in Yom agrees, but someone who never finds out about it, he's still totally oblivious. And the Seira is Rosh Hashanah, he holds like the Shimon essentially, that really is the tahar she'achal as a tameh. But even though that's initially what they're for, they all borrow from each other, and they all work to cover for each other. Now, on this opinion of the mayor, where the mayor tells us that they all essentially work for each other, now there's no one to know where this comes from. Now, the truth is no secret here, because it's the last couple of movies, we've been quoting the person of Kala Barkanina. So here, it's actually where it comes from. So there, all miracles, even Kaparos and Shabbat, all these notes, they cover for everything. The Kapara is fine for Christian Kedusha. Now, Omar Kala Barkanina, my time is a mayor. What is the reasoning for a mayor? The answer is Omar Kala Barkanina says, Sa'ir, U'Se'ir. Sometimes it says Sa'ir, just plain old Sa'ir. In other places it says U'Se'ir with the bug. Now, what is he talking about? I myself have been giving this year last week, and I had to just spend some time this morning opening up a chumash and just reminding myself of what's going on over here. Because it gets a little overwhelming. So if you open up the Parshas Pinchas, so Parshas Pinchas, the link is actually every Rosh Chodesh, but the part which is important is, it starts with the Parak Chavtes to the Rosh Chodesh, and it goes to the Kabbalah to the Rosh Chodesh. This is the Parak Chavtes in Parshas Pinchas, Sefer V'Mikvah. The Rosh Chodesh, the list of all the Kabbalah, and then the Pasuk Chavvav, it says, U'Se'ir Se'ir Echad L'Chata. Instead of saying, Se'ir Even Echad L'Chata, it says, U'Se'ir. What's the difference between the two and the regular? U means and. So and always comes with the rub Moses. It adds on something else. And you go on the next section. So the Chodesh Rishon V'Ha'af the Chodesh. That's a like that. So immediately after Rosh Chodesh, the Torah immediately just segues right into Pesach. When it comes to Pesach, you go a little further in that same exact parasha. Continue reading. Pasuk Kafez. Se'ir Chavtes Echad L'Chata Aleph. So again, it says, so it's connecting Pesach to Rosh Chodesh. And you go on. By the way, this is where the famous fire is. Okay? Just for information.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no place to do it right now.
because usually when
And then afterwards, but Yom HaBikurim. So it goes in order. It starts with Pesach, and then you move on to Yom HaBikurim, which is Shavuos, which is Mesa Shabbat soon. You read Yom HaBikurim, starts with Pasuk Vav, and then you keep going. Pasuk Lamed, guess what? Se'ir Izim Echad L'Chata Aleph. It says Se'ir Izim. So keep that in mind. You have to remember that there's an exception when it comes to Shavuos. It says Se'ir Izim Echad L'Chata Aleph without U'Se'ir. Then the next paragraph comes down.
everyone does die,
Pasuk Aleph,
but
U'Bachodesh Hashvi, Tishrei, Ve'echad Lachodesh B'Chodesh Yalachem,
before the
V'Ktach
conversation
Rosh
even comes
Hashanah,
up,
and then it says, Pasuk Hey, U'Seir Izin Echad Tatos B'Kaparos. So then you have your U connecting to Rosh Chodesh. Next one, U'Ba'asar Lachodesh, translated to Yom Kippur. You read about all those Kabbalah, last pasuk in that section, pasuk in Aleph, Seir Izin Echad Tatos. Now we have so far Shavuot and Yom Kippur both describe the day of the Pasuk, which has the Vav, every other place has the Vav. Next, we used to answer Yom Chodesh Hashvi on the 15th day, which is Sukkot, and then it goes through every single day. Pasuk Tezayin, Seir Izin Echad Tatos. The first day of Sukkot, Seir. The second one, on the second day of that Yom Tov, you go for the Pasuk Yutas, Seir. Third day of Yom Tov, Seir. Fourth day, Pasuk Kafei, Seir. Fifth day, Pasuk Kavav, Seir. Shishi, the sixth day of Sukkot, Pasuk, it starts at Pasuk Kafes, and then in Pasuk Lamed Aleph, starting the seventh day of Sukkot, Seir Kafes. And then Yom HaShvi'i, Rosh Hashanah Rabbah. Then you have Lamed Seir Kafes. By Yom HaShmini, then you have Shmini Atzeres, which is Pasuk Lamed Hey, 12 Pasuk Sukkot to Lamed Tes, Seir. Basically, you have all the way from Pesach through Shmini Atzeres, all the cases it says Seir Kafes have done. The food is not necessary, except for Shavuot, that they do Seir, and Kippur does not say Seir. No, Tama, Marcanino is saying, my time of the mayor on my cross, Seir. It says here, but it adds on the extra word, the extra letter of love. What is this extra love indicating? That all these goats that we just described, starting from Rosh Chodesh, and going to all the goats of Pesach, Shavuot, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, all of these are all connected. Because most of us in the Rishon, and we take the Vav, and it adds up to the Palestinian, and it combines them all together. Every word is very nice. That makes sense. However, it seems like what we're saying is you start with Rosh Chodesh and you build up from Rosh Chodesh to Pesach, and then Pesach to Shavuot, and then Shavuot to connect to Rosh Hashanah, then to Kippur. Rashi goes through all this very, very methodically. If you look at Rashi's this first in line, he says, "Shall Pesach hasamach l'Rosh Chodesh," and there's the first one in the parsha of Rosh Chodesh. So what will we connect? We connect Pesach to Rosh Chodesh. Therefore, you gama Rosh Chodesh, the Sapper our paras are classified. Goes to this whole list. Basically, we'll connect them all together, and then Rosh Chodesh, we go through the whole list, and basically you're going to connect each one to the one which is before. And the problem with that is, if I'm going to go up there, call her a Kula, we make it Lamaz, he's Lamed. Well, you could say, you know what, the Torah got everything explicitly. The Torah gave us all the information we need, and gave us the English Torah and you could use all those different ways of learning to figure things out. But once you figure something out, you can actually use that to learn to another thing. So you can have kind of a chain of information. So you can learn from halacha A to halacha B, to halacha no problem doing this. Learning C from B, and B itself is explicitly written in the Torah. It's not a problem because you learn B from A. However, besides percussion, when it comes to Karbanos, you can't do that. Karbanos are exception. You have to actually learn each one by itself. You can't learn one from the next. But the problem with this is, the way we're explaining it, you are going to be learning one from the next. The Chodesh, the Pesach, and then the Shavuot, you're learning one from the next, and you're just following down the chain. Watch the Holocaust. But you misunderstood the whole thing. Truly, Hamad Gabri. You learned it all out from the leadership. Look at Rashi.
Mark Harley's just there fucking chopping it up.
All work from Rosh Chodesh. What's my explain? The Tahar Sha'akar Satane, for a Tahar person who is in the Satane, now for Rosh Chodesh, we now Rosh Chodesh is learned from the other. The The way Rabbi's understanding this is that with what's Rosh Chodesh for, that is for Tahar, Shachar, Shachar. In other words, on that point, he holds like a shimmer. On that point is what the initial carbon of Rosh Chodesh was for. The Gemara says, Se'ira Rosh Chodesh comes for a person who himself is Tahar and he eats something Tameh. Now, you can learn all those things for Rosh Chodesh, and then Rosh Chodesh back from all those things. So it's not like you're going Rosh Chodesh to Pesach to Shavuos, to Shana to Kippur to Sukkot to Kippur. No. All of those together are learned from Rosh Chodesh, and Rosh Chodesh is learned from there. The Gemara says, okay, fine, we can handle that. The problem is the Tanakh only comes to make the ear. This will work for every single place where the word ear is mentioned. In other words, the idea is that the vav connects them both together. The and this go connects them both together. The problem is that is the premise, that you are facing your ability to connect one comma to the next, then you have to recognize if it doesn't say that and you can't connect it. That will be a problem. Now,
Instagram feed of a
fighter. So the Kippur, as we mentioned, when it comes to Shvuos, and in Kippur, the word Kasher that seems to hear, it doesn't actually have that pause by the word hear. It doesn't have the word hand. So therefore, you be stuck, would not be able to connect in Kippur, and Shavuos, who left in Kippur, and they would be left by themselves. Now, if we did say this, in other words, if we said each one connected to the one before us, that's not a problem, because you can still connect each one to the next. But if the ones that don't say you hear like Shavuos, and in Kippur, you can still say in Kippur will be connected to Sukkot, and Shavuos can be connected to Rosh Hashanah. The problem is this, now that we say that the all left together as it's connected by virtue of the hands, if it doesn't say hands, you want to. You know what? You're right. That's not where it comes from. That's not where Mary was living. I like the song, the pasuk says, "In the castle of San This is exactly it's in the same exact part. The last pasuk in the Torah, after listing all of these kavanos together, it ends up as follows: Ela tasu Lashem Moadechem. This is what you should do on your moed, your set times. Besides all the other kavanos and all things that you're bringing, this is what you shall do. Now, what's that pasuk doing? Explain that pasuk is saying, the purpose of that pasuk is to lump them all together, to bunch them all together and say, all of the above mentioned different moedim, different karbanos that are brought in different times of the year, they're all connected one to the next. And the Lord said, that's very nice. All works very well if you just start from Pesach and go all the way down to Shmini Atzeret. But how Rosh Chodesh not moed? You just excluding Rosh Chodesh. It's not a moed. In other words, a moed refers to Yom Tov, something that you can call a moed. The Gemara says, the truth is, actually, if you look at some Israel, the truth is, that for the humanity to be made, the Torah is for the mode, when Rabbi said, the Amar Abaya, Amos the Hadith Shanta, that year, the end of the 30th day, the month of Tammuz, the sixth parallel mode, the list for about Purim. What's this talking about? Hadith Shanta refers to the second year after Yehuda left Mitzrayim. So that's the year by Moshe sent to Meraglim. What happened there? He sent to Meraglim on Tes Siva. Now they were there for 40 days. If you make the calculation, Tes Siva, out on 40 days, they should have come back on the 7th day of Av. The problem with this is they didn't come back on. So they should have come back on the 10th day of Av. They should have come back on the 10th day of Av. The problem is they shouldn't come back on the 9th day of Av. Yeah, they left them from Tes Siva, and out on 40 days, they should have come back on the 9th day of Av. Now the problem with this is we know they didn't come back on the 9th day of Av. They came back on the 8th day of Av. Meraglim gave the terrible report, and that night, on Tisha on the 9th of Av, everyone was crying. They said, you know what? I think from the field of Hira, sitting here crying for no reason. I mean, that's what the Shia is. So we're going to go ahead and establish that the day of Tisha is going to be a day of mourning for generation. Mirk Hashem. She has to come and reach the Sifra to be Yamsif, be her as well. But if until then, this is only considered a day of mourning. Now, the only way that Fox has seen plus 40 days has been come back April Bob as opposed to the night Bob is if that year counted at around the 30th day. Right? I'm pretty sure they can pretty sure it works out. Okay? So that's what happened. So what's this pasuk talking about? This pasuk is here lamenting the fact Kara Alai Mishpa Bakura. In other words, we call Alai Moed is referring to Rothschild. Mishpa Bakura ultimately destroyed the Again, just a reference that he referenced an extra Rothschild. We called it a Moed. We just see that he called Rothschild a Moed. So incorrect. He told Rothschild is not considered Moed. It is considered Moed. Raya is from Yirmiyah, and he said Kara Alai, and he was referring to Rosh. I'm going to open up. The mother of Mayor agrees. The Sarah Nasa B'Fnim, Matapa, Kaparasan, Pain in the Matapa Kaparas. We mentioned this earlier, but we often says that Sarah Nasa B'Fnim stands alone. In other words, the Sarah Nasa B'Fnim that service outside, the youngest goats, and the service goats, those, they have their initial thing that they're there for, but ultimately it's on for all three. The only one that's an exception is the Sarah not the Kim. That one's by itself. That one is known for, as we said, the idea of Akila, the person who knows about it initially, who violates the Sunnah, and he never finds it. That one stands alone. So he explains, Kaparatsan, that one does not serve for the other types of the other cases that you mentioned. And it's out there, the Eno, Masafir to Kaparas. That one only actually was told for one day. And Masafir Kaparasa, the other one, the Chola, the Yamtit, outside one, and Masafir Kaparasa. That one is that particular Kaparas, who wants to hey, Allah, Satana, this will only come once here, that is with our trauma of the Sarah Nasa B'Fnim on Yom Kippur. So again, he knows better initially, and then forgets the whole thing. He only has one opportunity to Kapara, and on the after he wants to get him to the same thing. So very clear. Sha'id, but you deal with it, so it's a free person who's completely oblivious. That's number one. So Sha'id, but you deal with it, so the guy did not know better initially, he finds out at the end. That's the other case. The person who himself is dar, something you just come all alone, see where he was going, see where his production, start out to the topper. That's the other good for the city. You were there. However, you were quickly, you will, how Sarah has the thing, Sarah, that was Bartel. We got Marasai and Sarah. It's the Carlos, we're married, we work together. He's bunching together the goats on Alpha Kipper, the goats on Yontif, and the goat which is up on so go back to this. Hey, every single one. This is what we mentioned before, that the Sarah Rothschild is not for the guy, it's for the guy, Sarah, but he's someone with his partner. Now, Bishlam is Rosh Hashanah, you understand why the Rothschild one does not work for the Regalim one, which is the. So they'll say, ain't there, but if you only can't choose two. Regalim, why is it that Yamtit Karbanos, the Sarah and Yamtit, we should say the Kapra from Rosh Hashanah, it should work for a person who's Tahar, who's somebody who's just Tamei, who's working for the Torah. Oh, so. Next week, as well. When Muncher is talking to Aaron in that case, he says, "You hold stop, now sound like that." The son of the other, they after no the other. The prophet says that they can't work for each other. Now, Bishlam, again, this is not in his opinion, this is the Shimon opinion. Now, Bishlam, to regard the Lord Prophet again before them. I understand why the Yontif Karbanos, in Shimon's opinion, work for a completely oblivious person. But they don't work for the Yom Kippur one. The other person has some elements to be at some point, whether it's before or after, like on my cross, after Shana, the far Zula, after Shana. Now, however, on Yom Kippurim, the Sar announced about foot, the outside one is Kippur, on Yom Kippur, the Kappa was color. Now what's the word for the Regalim, which would be for the person on the throne versus the Akas, the Akas, the Tapa, the Eno, the Tapa, the Kapara, only works for one Kapara, not for two. Now hold on, the word says, that's not true, but I keep saying Akas, the stuff I'm not saying, they would say. You're reading in the wrong portion, the Akas was referring to the one who's not to the Fnir. In other words, we differentiated between the two different studios. One is done is service inside, the other one is service outside. The one is service inside, I recognize, and that's true, but only concerns one of service which is Akas. The one is service outside, which is Akas. Here, where it says, Amakra, Novad, of Yudah with days, Tata Sakipurim, it says over there, Novad Tata Sakipurim, and since it says Novad Tata Sakipurim, he loves them all together. Now this is, again, it's also pasuk in pasuk that says, Seir Ishim Ephat Tatas, Novad Tata Sakipurim, Ola Tatabas V'Tatas, and this goes to the fact that it says, besides for that, we learn that it actually works together, and therefore, even though the Achas there, it actually gets the halacha of the same of the other components which have an Achas. Therefore, only the one, if we shoot from the Stevie, to make a hekesh, we draw a parallel, or there's a juxtaposition between the outside and the inside one, just like the inside of the Sire, it only works for one thing, the outside Sire is also only works for one thing.
Like he shows up in a tennis outfit, and she's like,
Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda, all members know. Now we have the opinion of Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda. We have Rabbi Yehuda, we had Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbi. Now we have Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda. What did he say? So he says the following.
This one's posted by Handsome
He agrees with everybody, as we mentioned, that the Sawyer Hatzmimi, the Sawyer Nasavichnin of Yom Kippur, that's the guy who knows initially and then forgets afterwards. Now, when it comes to the Sawyer Hachitzah of Yom Kippurim, which is the outside Sawyer on Yom Kippur, he says it works for all three, like Rav Meir. When it comes to the Yomkiv Sawyer, he taught us that it works for a person who has no idea at all, completely oblivious, and for a person who's Tahar or Eitzah Mitzvah, and Sira Chekadashim works only for a person who's Tahar or Eitzah Mitzvah. So there's like, it's kind of like a hybrid opinion. He buys into a Meir's idea that the Sawyer Hanatza Bachos and the Kippur covers all three. He buys into a Meir's opinion that the Zero Rebellion works for two things, which is for an oblivious person and a car to Ethel Sekame, a pure person usually would be pure. And, however, when it comes to Sawyer Rosh he says only works for one, which is a Tahar person who's Tahar who is Tahar. Not more like students understand the system. Nice now, why is it Rosh Hashanah below the copy of the Rebellion? Why does he say that with the Sawyer Rosh only works to the top of a person who is Tahar, the nature of which is Tahar? Now, what's the reason for that? It says Arbo over there. Arbo, who does say? Now, if that's the case, that's why the Torah only works for one. We go none of the copy of the production. The Torah says that it would either be able to do two. Why? Exactly what Amir, exactly what we just learned from Shimon. We should say the same thing. In other words, we can say although means only one. That you should probably go to
they're interesting, but they're not like.
Which is Osa, who knows it of the Ina, after the other. Well, it says, no, incorrect. They're not connected. Also, they're not connected. There's no problem with Osa. In other words, Arba is just saying you are terms because of stuff. Therefore, let's say it's only do one. Just the fact that it says Osa, but Osa, not on the back. This is that's not exactly that. Everyone says again, but that's the Ma'aseh Regalim, the Loma copy of the Kippur. What is the difference? That Regalim, the carbon, the soil that he brought on Yom Kippur is not Mechapet Yom Kippur. In other words, according to him, the soil on the Regal is for the oblivious person after the soil of Satan. But it's not going to work for a person who has some element of Yidiyah. Why? What would be the reason? What a kapara for a person who knew at some point only comes once a year. If that's the case, if that's the case, people not related to the dollar. Why is he saying that the seer, which is not the bachot, works for three things? A guy who does not know about an issue but finds out later, and a guy who's completely oblivious, and a parasite of
it's so half-assed.
For the top of it, the top of it, you should die in the outside word. Where should go? Outside, no mouth. It doesn't die to that. In other words, just a question about darkness, but when you ask him, in other words, he buys into some of the it's not all of that. So am I, why not? Explain. The fix it, Akas, when it says Akas, the star, that's what makes it. This is essentially the question we had on the Unitary Exhibit. What does it say Akas? It says that by the internal, sorry, not by the external one. Yeah, maybe you make the other hectic of your God. You also do a goal not being the complicated for it. If that's the case, in other words, if you're saying the outside part is only the limited to get it in, then the goal is also to get it. But if you sit up, you see that's what fix it. That's a mistake. No, that's not. Really, he does darken. Not he does darken. The Shani Haka, this case is different. The end of the cloud, the keeper out of permissive Akas. It says very clearly, how will be the top there? Three corners of the left to one a year. Carnosis is there for cleaning the far out stopper. They will have to put the fire on the people to put the fire. In other words, same problem where essentially is a hacket, but he said you can't actually juxtapose the outside one because it says outside Carnosis. So that is specifically talking about the inside one. So therefore, it ends off by saying the Sar not with him stands alone by itself. It's for a person to be here in the beginning, and then let it find that again. The faces of Shema, and then find the other box of numbers. Yeah, we continue saying, Sarah needs to go to the point. That was no position because there's no outcome in that box. And therefore, if you cover a person who knows about it initially, no, who does not know about it initially, and then he forgets, or a person who's completely oblivious, and it's what we include a charge off of the funnel, a conversation with each other. And then here we go, yes, again. Now we can cover a person who's completely oblivious, and it can cover a child off of Tame. Why? Because the word Osa is not compelling to him. And it's your introduction. That's one that is very limited to only Tarsha off of Tame. Because that one says Ephon.
She's like, where's the walk? Isn't this PF changing?
Okay. Now the Gemara moves on to something completely and totally unrelated to what we're talking about from now.
Excuse me, you're the continental breakfast. Where's the waffles?
Now the problem is that if we start this Gemara, we have to do tomorrow's whole daf right now. Because the reason why this Gemara is brought here really doesn't come up until Daf Yud Aleph. Now brings in this whole Gemara just mentioned to that. So I don't want to leave over so much of the Yammer. It's not my style. So I'm going to start it. We'll get our feet wet, but we'll have to continue tomorrow. Just reminding us of this Gemara. How else does this follow? There are two ways a person can donate something to this image. And you have something which becomes Kedusha's Damin. You have something which is called Kedusha's Damin. So for example, if I have a watch which is made out of gold, and I'm no longer wearing it, it's out of style, or maybe it's not working. Maybe it's like, you know what? I would like to donate that to the vendor. That becomes the practice. That's Kedusha's Damin. They can then take that and do whatever they want. They can melt the gold and use it for the construction of the base maker. They can sell it and use it for other parts of the base maker needed. It's theirs, we own it, and that's Kedusha's Damin. It's just value that belongs to the base maker. What's important to note is that they can sell it, which essentially means they can be sold there. Anybody who wants, you can buy it. However, when somebody has Kedusha's has built, like a car bond, you can't just buy it. If you want to buy it, you have to first allow it to get a book. In other words, someone which is eligible to be a car bond cannot just be purchased for a backyard item. That's the general halacha. Now, with that in mind, Hamadula, every year, Rashi explains this for this long. Every year, they had a surplus of animals that they had in the Trumas HaLishka. In other words, they collect money, and they would buy animals, and they had this area They would store the animals, and that would basically be the place where they would inspect the animal, make sure there was no mold. And every year they had a surplus of 6 of these animals. That when it came to the end of the year, they would use 2 of those animals to use it with summit, the fat part of Rabbi of that day, and they were always left with 4 for the next year. The problem is, you're not allowed to use a carbon from last year for this year. So they always had a problem at the beginning of the year. If they had 4 of these freedom, there's these animals which were essentially eligible to be brought for a carbon summit that were left open. So essentially, what's something very strange. Tamidim shelo hotzah u'letzibor niftim tamidim. You can just buy them without a loan, no problem. But the Gemara says, Yosef Rabbi, the father of Rothschild, Rabbi was mentioning this, and then what happened was, as he was mentioning the Lua said, I'm going to assist not science law. Who would be on Rabbi. We have Ula mentioning this in the Rabbi. And Ula says in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, the leftover 4 animals which are eligible for a carbon summit, you can just buy them without a loan. As this was being said over by Rabbi, the sister said to Rabbi, hold on a second, he's going to listen to the Rabbi about this. If he Kedusha should come on the table, what happened to the Kedusha? This is a carbon that has Kedusha's Hakguf on it, and therefore, you can't just buy it. That's Kedusha. You can't just allow it to be your backyard animal and eat it for a barbecue one day. That's not okay. That's going to work first. Upper legs, top, no shin spurs, the lower unit people spend their double legging in here. In other words, don't we agree that we don't say that, but non, having learned in the Mishnah, Moshe HaKetara, Mahayu also bought. So similarly, they had when it came to these different spices that we use for the Ketaras, they always had some extra. What do they do with that? They took it very interesting. Now, there was this family called based out of Kinas. They're the only ones who knew how to properly make the Ketara. So now, there's a whole mission about doing stuff. Because what they would do is, they would separate this payment for this based out of Kinas. They would redeem the leftover Ketaras onto that money. But Nosdim also give that money to this family, to this Kinas. The Torah as their wages. Now, what happened is the Nosdim will look to Osa the Truma Chada. They would then go ahead and buy it back from them with the new class. In other words, instead of selling it off to the street, it would be designed into the Ketaras. Just put it on the market for everybody to go buy it. They would sell it to the base of Kinas, and then they would rebuy it. Now, according to you, why was that necessary? Maybe Kedusha should have had it. How can you just sell it and have Kedusha? How can you just go ahead and sell it? Now, Amalei said to me, ask me about Ketara. Ketara is Shani. Ketara is different. Why is Ketara different? Top of the dollar from the dollar. The Kedusha is Ketara is different because, but not a Kedusha Sajah, rather it's just Kedusha Sajah. Now, when we stop here in the middle of the sentence, because it really continues on for a long time, the Mark now just be grappling back and forth to figure out whether it's Kedusha stomach or Kedusha Sajah, and ultimately, we're going to come back and like,
Yeah, I additionally got the gift. Yeah, that's how this goes. That's what I do. But that's what happens. You don't realize until it is what it is. How weird is that? It looks like a wax figure kind of too. Hey, you remember that awesome jacket, that smoking jacket, that fucking dude I had fucking. How crazy is that? What was that other one?
Today's the
How crazy is that, dude? I mean, it was as big as it gets, and you're like, And that drove me crazy. I never told you. Auctioned it out to me for another 3 years. I turned it down.
of the year as a support for the Service for Amisrael. We also thank Paul and Robin Rothschild for stopping
And also just kind of like, I used to lose my mind with that. I was like, yeah, I'll take it, whatever. But then again, to be fair, you've always been, you were more ambitious, right? You wanted bigger things. But you realize that that's as big as it gets. It's a question of you making it that huge. what I'm saying?
So, we are in the middle of a discussion over here.
Yeah, and I was on.
We want to cut off that this carbon
Oh, very funny.
can be machaper. The Sora Nasi is simply machaper for various different tumas. And the tumah that we're describing is where a person has the idea beforehand. He knows that he's not supposed to become tummy. But he said it differently. He knows that if he becomes tummy, he's not supposed to walk into this mikdash. Or he's touching. And at the end, after he does that, he has to, he becomes tummy, he walks into the mikdash, or he touch him, and then afterwards he realizes. So he has the idea in the beginning, he knows about it initially, he knows that if this happens, he's not supposed to walk in. The sanctuary is not supposed to be karbanos, and then he has a lapse of memory in the middle, he eats the carbon, he walks into the base mikdash, and afterwards, it hits him that, oh my gosh, I made a mistake, he's done this, and after that is
Didn't know we started, but it's all good. Of course, we were talking, and honestly, I feel that energy. And I feel the energy, and your energy is great, man. Both you guys came hot, and I'm ready. I'm ready to do that. We're another headset headphones.
In the top there to take away all these students until he actually brings them up. That was the discussion. There was a problem in the Gemara. He mentioned that there's other cases of Tuma that perhaps this carbon should actually go ahead and show what's the Kabbalah. There are other cases which are referred to in the Torah as Tuma, even though there's not the last case of ritual impurity, but they have a reference to the Torah as Tuma. We thought that perhaps this carbon also could be a Kabbalah for that. What was that? Gila Arias, Gila Summon, and Odisar. Gila Arias is immoral behaviors, Gila Summon, murdering, and Odisar, idol worship. So that perhaps this was actually served as a Kabbalah for that. Yes, this is the
energy inside me. It was hot.
more I went through these and said, hold on a second. Right, we went through this very quickly, but to go in 5 lines and 6 lines from about an hour, quickly look directly again. Gemara says, you know, Zion Zays, 6 lines from about an hour, Yeshi Zin Zel, Lahavi Diva Tumo. Tumas Havod Zara, Tumas Gila Raya, Tumas Gila Samen. You know, figure out what these things can do. The obvious premise that what is going on is that if these cases are punishable in another way, then obviously there's no kapara. So the person who puts a death in that penalty for one of these things, then clearly this carbon is not going to consider the someone for that. The other side of it is that if there is the ability to bring a carbon
I don't know why. I mean, they must just be
own for it, then this carbon is not necessary, or it doesn't work. The idea we made it if you have to get we pitch AS so carbon has to be a tata similar to a faith. Tata is something which is done intentionally, or faith is something which is done unintentionally. And the idea was, just like something which is done intentionally can't be a carbon. So this carbon is going to come to account for another scenario where you can't bring a carbon. So what would that be? That would be a case where, as you described, you don't know about it at the end. But here, in this case, we're trying to figure out what would be the case of Gila Raya, 57 of Azara, where there is no death penalty, and there's no way to recover. So cookies for us, here, the Gemara says,
It could be their favorite show.
Highlight Azara, Gila Nevada, maybe doesn't. What's the case? You want to leave the maze, because that we intentionally went ahead and said, for Azara, we engaged in auto worship intentionally, know that it should be to engage in auto worship. And he went ahead and did it. Mostly, hold on, about the Torah. That's punishable by that. Person who actually goes ahead and shows for Azara, punishable by that. Of course, this carbon is not going to be picked up all of it. Even so, you can have by mistake, are part of it, but it may carbon. So again, the necessity of this carbon is just irrelevant. More says no. It's something that is amazing will ask for it. So in that case, we did it intentionally, but there is a loophole that is not to be tied to, so you won't be put to death. Why? Because there was no one.
Yeah, it's just so
Who also showed you? Another case, you did it. A mistake close, you have to learn. You didn't know. Another one, you didn't know before. Now afterwards, one of those things that came up, that would be a case for you. All right. Now, the more chapter testament of an hour, so get just quickly look at this. Gila Arias, not only if you don't know. When it comes to the immoral behaviors, what's the case? Even maybe you intentionally went ahead and engaged in this behavior, knowing that it was forbidden. Bakapelo, the guy's subject to the death penalty. In the Soviet, if it happens on the state, carbon would remain carbon. So again, this carbon becomes irrelevant. Marcel was talking about this. The amazing is essentially the last. Because again, the loophole here is done intentionally, but you're not getting a house for all. You're not getting a warning. If you're not getting a warning, you cannot be punished with the death penalty. Other cases, the showgate is acting as younger leg and is missing one of the necessary knowledge. And similarly, Shvichastamen, case where he murders somebody. Nami, what's the case? Even amazing is if he intentionally went ahead and murdered somebody, he punished their death penalty. He killed somebody. Even showgate, if it was an accidental death, by God, yes, so again, we might find that there's just a carbon that is brought on his behalf, just as an atonement. Yes, but Ari Mikla, we learned about this. Well, it says it could be the Mezid, the last one. Same thing. He didn't intentionally act as a warning. But the showgate, what they did by mistake, well, it's Yadale, and he didn't know about it because necessarily he did. Now, another suggestion is the Hanaf promotes blood and ghost in a case where a person is not subject to ghost. You mentioned it. There are a number of cases where it wouldn't be relevant to this case. There's that loophole, whether it's up with the action or going down. In those cases, that would probably potentially be relevant. However, it's not. That's what you said yesterday. However, even though we just found cases where potentially this carbon can be relevant to serve as an atonement, it doesn't. This whole idea was, what would the potential case be? And here we are, the potential case has to be where it was intentionally, but he didn't get a warning, or it was by mistake, he never got the knowledge, or
I forgot about the world famous
accidental murder. In those cases, we have to be a case where he is just in one of those cases where it doesn't go to God. Okay, now that Mark can go analyze this again. We talked before. So again, this is about past an hour, and it is 2, 4, 6, 7 lines in. This is exactly what this number just said. You would think that this is science. This goat is going to serve as an atonement for one of these three things. Talmud Monar also tells you, need some else. Further to those below culture. As one goes on, we said yesterday, Namasinu, what do we find? Shakila Kakasa, the Pasuk went ahead and divided it, said there's a difference that yesterday we mentioned, but we don't know yet what the difference is. We find that there's something different about this Torah. So therefore, the Baal culture, Shakila Kakasa, it's not culture, there is some type of difference. When it comes to Tumas Mikdash or Kedato, the person walking through the Mikdash, whether he is in a state of impurity or eating carbonates when he's in a similar state of impurity. Now, the Mechal Kal Tumas, the Tumas Mikdash or Kedato, Al-Khan, the Tumas Mikdash or Kedato. In other words, the idea is proving that this carbon, this cider, this goat is here to serve as an atonement for a person who unintentionally walking to this Mikdash while he is impure, or in touch while he is impure. Why? Because we find that particular Torah comes with a different set of laws than all other types of Torah. Therefore, that's the one that is going to serve as the Kabbalah for, but nothing else. So now, we would have thought that there was a Kabbalah to realize this one of the laws, but we let them know it doesn't. The Pasuk says reach Kabbalah. It has to be that there's something special about this Torah, something different about this Torah, and once we find something different about it, you could say, all right, fine, that's the one that this song here will be the fountain. Even if you look at this village and read it. Now, the more wants to know, my feeling, what is this thing? So where do we find that there's a difference between the Mikdash and Kedasho that has some type of leniency that I would say, okay, this is different than every other Torah, and therefore this carbon, this thought here, this goat, and now so the thing which is done inside is going to serve as an atonement. So again, just a quick reminder, we'll read about this next time tomorrow. We read about this yesterday. in Kirtan Torah, about the Baptist of Yogas are two different means, two different goals. One of them is referred to as the Soyer Hashem, another one is referred to as the Soyer Hashem. The Soyer Hashem is the one that we're describing. It is Nikra, it is stored inside the Nikra, order of its name. That is the one that we're analyzing. The other one we're talking about was torn off the cliff, and that has nothing to do with what we're discussing right now. Now, the Soyer Hashem name, what's it for? What's its purpose? What is it going to accomplish? We're saying what it's going to accomplish is
I know how much you sacrificed.
I know you're older now. I know what you went without. I know all of what you did. And I'm trying to describe to you so he paid off their house and all their bills. It's not easy to do for that particular circumstance. Why that particular circumstance has no exception? Because the Gemara wants the exception. My experience. Different methods come up. That's similar with the Zohar. The cases. The one says it must be the Maisi Seira below Kifsa. I'm sorry, I skipped.
I'm like praying that it's true. He's not doing that.
I skipped the line. Maisi, what's the Maisi below the others? That's this type of Kuma, he gets to bring a variable time. In other words, every other case, there's another. This is a self-carbon. This is what you got to do. You have to be a carbon. You have to be a tatas. It doesn't have a sliding scale depending on a person's finances. But this type of filling, yes, it does have a sliding scale. Therefore, find a leniency here, right? Once you find a leniency, you might say, okay, this type of pillar has leniency, and therefore, this Soyer can go ahead and be the carbon for it. Mark says, hold on. What is that? The difference is when we look at all these cases, we look at the Zohar or Master. Well, what the Zohar will be, the difference is the Gemara has this limit. The night you hear of all kids, so we're not going to talk about the Sargon to bring a saw here, and go, Malok kids, and not a sheep. So we find that there is a difference when it comes to other Zohar. So just as we find a difference when it comes to switch up with Kedusha, you could also find the different type of Zohar which brings a saw here and not a sheep. I'm a Kahana, I'm not a Silik Lahaka coming. Now, you missed something very important. We're not just looking for a difference. There are differences, of course. We need a difference which is more. If you find a difference which is lenient, that would serve as an indication that this should be the case where there should be extra form of a what's that? Now it's really see that your problem depends on your financial status. However, the fact that you have to read a Soyer and not a so Anan, the heart will come in the high, which is why the shortage of goats price is going to go up and we have no choice. It's more expensive one. In terms of what that is, actually I feel like what happened there, that makes it more difficult, and therefore that's not what we're looking for. We're trying to find something which is more reasonable. Again, if you're able to lose either a goat or a sheep, you go to the animal market, you find the cheapest one, you can buy some money well. But if you have a specification, you have to only go, you have to pay whatever it costs to go.
To see if it has the effect
okay,
on this.
So it must not be that this Soyer, Hanasa the Thin,
how far are you
is going to work
so
for
far,
others as well. Maybe it comes to serve for a Yolet. Now, there's one listener. Let's say they want to give a good birth before Yom Kippur. And now, she's supposed to be in the carpet. Part of her process coming from her, the Tahara, after she had the baby, is to bring the carpet. Now, when she had the baby right before Yom Kippur, she can get a chance to do it. Now, the Kohen goes ahead and brings this Soyer not to the Thin. Perhaps that works, and she doesn't have to go bring a carpet afterwards. Or it says that what the surgery is, it might see all of the others. She also gets to see all of the others. Now, it's important to note that she doesn't really bring the same type of all of the others, but there is an ability to bring birds over there. So therefore, it's more important to cover all of the others. Amar Aposhia, below the call, making a bigger history. In our cases, where someone does something wrong, So this saw here, it says very clearly, it comes to serve as a kapara l'chol chatosa. This is the part that needs to say it. L'chol chatosa, for an avera. This woman didn't do anything wrong. It's wrong. Maybe that she did, she had a baby. So there's a tumah, there's an impurity that happens over there. She's bringing a carbon as a way of cleaning up from her tumah. And then what that tumah is the whole destruction. Why she becomes something such a baby? There's no destruction of it to some extent. This is going to grab that. The bottom line is, what she's being covered for is not pushing up here. She's being covered to get rid of all of her tumah. So therefore, it can't be relevant to her. This whole carbon is not relevant to her, and therefore it wouldn't work. Now the Gemara says, hold on a second. I understand that the woman didn't use an affair by having a baby. However, you have to remember, you're tuned by your time. In the Amar, you read this Nami Protasti, that a woman who gives birth also does have some type of affair, sniping, and what he told. What does the Gemara mean? The Gemara tells us in the second Sliga that when what the affair that she did when she gave birth, it's so difficult and so painful and so overwhelming that she makes a neder right there. She's more right from there that she's never going to be Israeli husband again. She's just going to do more things. It's too painful to deal with. And obviously, in that moment, you can understand why she's saying that. But then again, women are much more mature than men. And afterwards, when it happens, they say, you know what, it was painful, it was difficult. But look, I have an over here. I love my child, and therefore she goes back on the shua, and she goes ahead and she gets back with her husband, and she has more things. So, it was like a big avera. But ultimately, you want to find some type of avera that her carbon is coming for. It's coming because she made this shivura at that time, saying she never have to baby ever again, or she never be with her husband ever again. Now this carbon is going to atone for that sin that she had for making a false shivura. So, okay. Bottom line is, if you call it faith, then perhaps it's sorry, this joke is actually something to call it. Michael Miller, Martha was Shimon with Taimei. You're forgetting that Shimon is the same person who told us something else. Or he says, Omar, you may come on whom you have to do that for this, and you get back to this again. But Shimon's of the opinion that you don't need to have this difference. Shimon says, if you look at it, it says very clearly in Pasuk, need to oath the name of God. Need to oath translates from the Tuvot of Bnei Yisrael. That means some of them, yes, but not all of them. So you didn't have to make this drop off to actually find some type of difference or some type of leniency in the types of Tuvot. He just said it's only one that it works for. It only works for one, and therefore he said, what is that? Which takes position for Dasha. But not any other case you could potentially describe as an available. Okay, fine. Next one. Let's say perhaps this sorrow and after sin comes to atone for the Torah. Well, once you do the same thing, he's a Torah, he's a leper. What happens if it didn't call that comes up? It comes for an Avera. But what we call Kulasa, again, Torah is this type of impurity. So that's what this cover coming for. He mentioned it's coming to atone for a sin, or an Avera, something done wrong. This person had Torah, it's a Torah. Therefore, we don't need this for it. Versus, hold on, it's Muna Barafeni, Quartus Muna Barafeni, Amar. Hasiva Dvarim, Nagayim Bayim, we learned that Nagayim actually do come from doing an Avera. And therefore, perhaps according to him, maybe the Tsar is coming to atone for those things. What if such other things? You want everything with the whole list includes washing hearts, stomach, yourself, speaking evil speech, gossip, murder. Again, it's just because the murder is person has the atonement by himself. Another atonement to yourself, again, this meant to show this perception murder, basically a shvur in vanity, a shvur that makes no sense. The Arayas, Gaspurua, holiness, different things, Gezel, Torah, significance, the Torah comes for all these kinds of things. So what do you mean? That Torah is just a form of impurity, and it's not a form of punishment for a Avera. Of course it is. Well, it says, Damar Shimon brought the guy by him, Michael, Neymar, it's like a Tacham, Nigia, I should say Nig-A, Karpa, the Karpa was Tarivika. Yes, the Rabbi, yes. The Nega, the Taras, comes to a total of the bear. But when he's done with the Taras, he got a kapara for the bear. In other words, the bear has already been wiped away. The Karpa he's bringing is not here for those Averas. The Taras is out for the bear. Once he gets the Taras, he goes to the Karpa. Now he's free. Now he's good to go. No more Avera.
Why? Man, it's so much worse. You had the other guy do it for you.
The problem would be bring the Kabbalah into the canal, which is actually remove the Tuba. And therefore, it would not be relevant to this case because this case would be talking about in Petra, some type of Avera, not the Tuba. Okay, but even out here. Maybe another Tame, maybe the Khalifa or another is not allowed to become Tame, and maybe that's what it comes for. He wants to kill it, the Naisi Terry, and he brings either dogs with some types of turtles off the birds, he brings those things. Again, that's definitely leniency. He brings that instead of bringing the Carvasopus, which is an animal, he gets to bring birds. Perhaps that's the difference that we find in Tayu, that this Tayu actually comes to serve as a kapara for that person. And the Hoshia was called Kasatsim, was called Kasatsim. It says the call Kasatsim, the lower Kasatsim, and for that time to exclude the case of the nugget. You see Rashi, the Kasatsim, he says, he might see nugget carbon, when Mesa alone is Jewish pyramite. He's coming for the pyra, but not for the case. He's just wrapped up and brings the fucking breath. The constable, Lord Shiloh is here, doesn't have the carbon, so this is much more relevant for the zero, and that's for the case of some. Okay. So the okay, fine. You just told me that this carbon is coming for the term aspect, but not for the case. Hold on, what happens to Rothschild fire? Another draft clear carbon because he didn't have Avera. What's the Avera? So again, the Gemara tells us his Ashram and Yayin. And Baruch Hu gave us certain privileges and beautiful things to enjoy in this world. And he didn't ask us to make it. So Nazir goes ahead, turns himself to another, forbids himself 50 wine, so to a certain extent, there's no bear on his hand for forbidding himself to drink wine. So now for Neymar, maybe indeed, there is a case, there is an Avera by Nazir. And that would be the case if the Tsar is coming to the Alpha, much as some of the Shub and some of the Mukha, the Old Christian says, no, you don't need that. You don't need this whole drasha to find a difference. Is not necessary, but he just darkens the fact that it's not going to serve their code because it says meat from us, and it comes to say only one specific from us, which makes the difference Russia, and nothing Russia. Okay, now getting to this. All I'm out, Tuna, maybe Tuna. Tuna says you learn it out from its actual place. Already on that, the Efer Alpha, this is what I just explained additional class. He explains, already on the Pasuk says, the Efer Alpha, the meat from us, it goes ahead and serves on the Kodesh, it is a kapara in the Kodesh inside the sanctuary. Meat from us, the serves an atonement for some of the Tumas, which means you change meat from us. Oh, it's not Kodesh. In other words, the idea is it serves as a killer from the Kodesh. So again, the way he explains this is that it says very clearly the Pasuk itself, if you read it and understand it, what is it saying? It's saying the keep all Kodesh is soyer, this goat, Hanat Ripnin, which is going to be put inside. It is Mishtacher, it serves as an atonement, Nitum Aros, from its Tumah. Which Tumah is that in Mark's place? Nitum Aros for Kodesh. In other words, we just got finished explaining this. But first, the community understood that it's just some random single Tumah that it atones. And therefore, you have a list. Is it going to be Avodah Zarah? Is it going to be Nazir and Yeledet and Torah? Any of these cases, very nice. That makes sense if you just have some type of difference. But if you read the Pasuk and understand what it says, the Pasuk seems to say very clearly, meat from us, this means meat from us, so from its Tumah. What is that? Tumah Kosher Kodesh, the person who violates the Kodesh. How do you violate the Kodesh? You violate the Kodesh either by entering the sanctuary into your Tumah, or by consuming something which is sanctified or consecrated while you are touched. Okay? And that is really what the Pasuk means. The Gemara says,
rather watch him hit twice.
If that's the
That'd be
case,
great. That's also very.
Shopper Karma is winning. This sounds pretty good. In other words, read the puzzle and understand it. So now, when Yehuda went ahead and made this whole rush over here, what was so difficult about it?
The JoJo podcast.
So I told Yehuda on our walk, we will tell you, a whole new fire way, he reads this very differently. He says, I need that for something else. He basically, the Ovid with knives with Smith, constantly now with the that's exactly as you do. With knives with Smith, with the water is probably used and ferociously. So, in Kippur, a large part of the Avodah is sprinkling the blood. So they take this soy anasmus, what the Jewish they gather with blood, and then we have the Akash Shemala V'Shem Olamah. The thing is, in full glory on Yom Kippur, Akash V'Akash, Akash V'Shayim, Akash V'Shalom, Akash V'Yava, so go to Akash V'Shalom. So there's the whole process of doing what else? And set them down. Maybe you got it to a different breath after that, but this is part of the perception. So now, what he says is, the keeper al kodesh mitzvot kodesh, what he understands this is that he basically the ovid with knife with nips exactly as you do inside the kodesh HaKodashim, the spirit of the blood is one up and set it down. You do that again where bakodesh inside the sanctuary, which is in other words, you have the kodesh HaKodashim. So being a bag between the two rods on the aron. That's where it's done for study production. And the part that says the keeper, our HaKodesh, the two tells you to do it again. Here, that's the purpose, the person that separates the sanctuary, the holy place, from the holy of holy place. You do it again. In other words, the way he understands it is not that it serves as an atonement for something that was done with Kodesh. Rather, he says the process, the keeper that you're going to do, the process of doing this kapara is done with Kodesh. You understand it very differently. And it's very different, you have to make this process. The keeper, our Kodesh, he needs that he dog with time with Smith, exactly as you do. After tonight, it's on the Micah, it's the Kodesh HaKodashim. Now the Kodesh is exactly the same thing. In the Hazel, you do it one up and put it down on the floor. Okay, so Mo says, all right. Now once we're getting into this, if that's the case, Reb Shimon, how does he know? How does Reb Shimon know you will repeat the process of sprinkling the blood a second time on the brochus? The Moshe, the Pinyasa. The pasuk says very clearly, the Pinyasa, read the pasuk, says, the keeper, our Kodesh, Mishimot today, and it says very clearly, the pain, Yasa, Ohel, Moed. Such shall be done in the all Moed. So it says, Reb Shimon, I don't need to understand the word and to give the pasuk of the keeper, our Kodesh, to tell you that you sprinkle the blood one up and seven down inside the Kodesh. You know why? Because it says, so shall be done. So therefore, I don't need that to understand it that way. The Lord says, okay, we do that. Very good point. Read the whole process. The process first tells the keeper, our Kodesh, to Kodesh. And why can't you understand it with the Shimon? And then you want to know how you can sprinkle a second time.
It's like when you're trying out stuff.
He always said that. Nina was thought Nasi Kara Vitsaga Atu. If it tells you the Pinyasa such shall be done inside the Moed, I mean, if taught, what you're telling me is to bring a second set of Kavanas. Now, that's a pretty big deal. And I mean, Nasi Kara, the Sarah Flini, the Navid, Kamash Malan. So our pasuk tells us at the beginning, and no. You're bring two of them. This same fire, not with him, he uses blood twice. Question is what to do with that. And that's what all my name after. This is no, it's just not what it means. They understand the word. The second one is just means we keep the So ultimately, what we have over here is
I
we
want
have
to
a
see
Shimon who's not really.
Oh, this is posted by Crotchberry Juice.
He's not looking for some type of similarity or exception in Timothy Tedesco that would tell him that that one is special and that's the one that this carbon comes to atone for. Why? Because the way he understands it,
He's
it's pretty clear in the passage when it says we promote. In other words, what it means is it's coming for a kapara for some type of tumor that happened back home. So what is that? That's the case of a person who eats kachim while he's tame, or a person who walks into the sanctuary when he's tame. That's really just what the person was talking about. No need for any drugs. However, the user doesn't understand it that way. Usually he understood it right. Is that the people of church is just telling you to crucify and pass us the knowledge. So in the matter, and therefore he has to actually find some type of response about who is disruptive that would make you choose one that is going to be the culture. Before I go down. However, y'all call, I'll call people to recover if you sorry, Zach, Makafa. You just telling me one thing yet. You got to bring it up again. You would have thought that this sorry announcement comes as an atonement for all types of tumor. And the low now what it teaches us is we 6 a.m. the call Tatasa. It serves for the 6 a.m. for Kata, for intentional sin, and the call Tatasa for unintentional sin. Mind you, what is that? It's Yes for Yediyah Tefillah, the Yes for Yediyah Bashem. In other words, as follows. Yesterday's talk told us very clearly that we learned from Peshem Kol Tatasa that just like a pasha when a person does something intentionally, he does not get the opportunity to do a carbon. A carbon is an opportunity for a person to atone for an unintentional sin. Now, a pasha is intentional. Carbon is not part of the process. A person is Yeshua, but a carbon is not one of those ways that a person is doing an intentional sin. We learn from that juxtaposition of the two words, of the Peshem and Kol Tatasa, that it has to be just like a pasha which does not get a carbon. So a chata, this chata that it's coming to atone for is something where there's no carbon. The Torah announced that sin can only come for an atonement for something that does not have the ability to bring a carbon. So what does that come to? This is when you wait for Yediyah Tefillah. Person knows about it initially. You wait for Yediyah Tefillah. You know about it after you have the stuff in memory. And that's the case. It's really exclusive. Where's the hold on a second? That's the case. So you do bring a carbon. So what do you mean? We just got to say all these cases. We're trying to find a case where you can't bring a carbon. What do you mean if this is the case that it's coming to a carbon for? Now it's supposed to be enough. You use it's Yago like some of the skills that happen. In other words, what we're talking about is a case where person knows that it's all skills, some of the skills that happen. So let's just talk about that case. If arrogant killer and a person is quickly what is doing is final last minute shuva preparation, he's thinking about himself. And he thinks, you know, this is what I said. This year, coming, and I this, that, because the next year, Osaka, and so, you know, it's coming, a carbon. Now he finally has his last idea. He's like, hold on a second, I want to read a carbon. But like, Facebook is a little busy right now, sir. It's already kicked. Lots of things are going on here. He doesn't have enough time to read a carbon. So then what happens? The Kippur breaks into effect. Reading the Sar Hashem, the announcement of him. Perhaps that Sar exempted. Maybe it'll be over the month. Maybe after Yom Kippur. Before building his sukkah, does not have to go out and bring his carbon to atone for his Avera. Because Yom Kippur is Mechaper. Where it says, I would have thought that as the rising, then Nickly, Tamak 1. I would have thought that he doesn't have to bring another carbon now, Tamak 1, that no, it doesn't work. The carbon, sorry, I'm not the thing. Only works for a case where a person does not have the idea of myself. You do not have the idea of myself, then that sorry or not the thing will take care of it for you. However, if you do have the idea of yourself, you find out about it at the end, you do have to do your own carbon, and you're not going to be off the hook by the carbon that is for the carbon. Now you should do the Tefillah, the Ein Ba, So how do I know that a case where a person knows about it initially, that anybody who knows about self and has the black memory, who never has that subsequent memory or that piece of knowledge that tells him that he violated the mikvah or the Yistameh, Shesar is that Torah, that this Shire is going to be a kapara. Martha, you kidding me? United type of topic.
It's so funny. I grew up in a trailer.
On that case, that's what we just said. We just told you that it's not going to work for a case. You have to see it in the beginning and here at the end. So now, what are you asking this case? Mark says asking this is Mark says after the Amr Chachal doing the time, now that you told me that there's a comparison between a case and a pasha, an intentional sin and an unintentional sin. It's a map some blood they carbon. That's not about make carbon. That's a comparison. The way you can draw the parallel between the intentional sin and unintentional sin is that it's just like when it's done intentionally, there's no ability to do carbon. So the faith has to be here to the no carbon. Hema, I may say, not some that love make carbon ola, after time love make carbon ola. I'm looking a little further to this and I say, hold on. The person does not bear the amazing intentionally. There's never an ability to be a carbon. People do tshuva, you can do all kinds of things to fix that mistake. However, carbon is not on the table. Carbon is never going to be relevant for a person who doesn't have their intentions. So I would have thought, maybe I have to stretch that forward to say, if that was true the case, where a person knows initially that he's not supposed to see, touch him, or walk into this and this when he's done, he walks in the middle by mistake, and then he never finds out, never finds that about it afterwards. Now, the problem with it is, that's not a case where you could never be a prophet. You know why? It's been 20 years from now, he finally he has like the pissing and hold on a second. I just realized in my timeline, I violated my Torah. I ate kachim. When I went to the base mikvah. Maybe that's not a case that could be shown by the star not listening. So it's not perfectly comparable to a case of intentional sin. Intentional sin never gets to be carbon. This one potentially carrying a carbon. See if you find out about it. Maybe this topic not going to serve you something.
If they let
Remind you, so what would be the case then? Elusia, the Tila, he does not know initially that there's a problem of eating kachim or walking to the base of mikvah when he's done it, he is going to be himself. But afterwards, he did find out about it. So he just never knew that while he's coming, he can't work in the base of mikvah. He never knew that while he's coming, he can't eat kachim. So what does he do? He shows up at a kachim party, his friend the brother Solomon invites him there. Shows up, he sits down to eat it, and he's enjoying it. And afterwards, he's so inspired, and he enjoys it. He joins the Rabbi share afterwards. He's like, oh man, I just found out. Or is it yesterday? Was that okay? However, so in other words, the Lord suggesting that that would be the case, and that would be the only case that would work. If he came up, now let's just say, let's just slow down a little bit. Remind you, what would be the case? Anybody is here but Tila, he doesn't know about it initially, the Yeshua is here but self, he finds out about it at the end. However, in which case do I exclude? Yeshua is here but Tila. If he knows about it initially, that anybody is here but self, does not know about it at the end, Kiva is that he misyadalay, since mind you, anybody here but Tila, anybody here but self, although Yeshua is here but Tila, anybody here but self, Kiva is he misyadalay by covenant, since we eventually find out that he violated the Tumah, maybe perhaps wrong. In other words, this is all an answer to that question. Laura asked Mike about we spent time, we just got finished explaining the case where the Qatar not so well, which is where he knew about it initially. He forgot, and then he never had an idea at the end. That's where the Sa'ir actually comes and gives him a Sahara. Now the Gemara says, how do you know? The Gemara says that the question was, which perhaps that's a case where it's not going to work because there's potential for the being part of the Quran. However, will exist, sorry, not within service of atonement. That's the case, we will never have the potential to bring a carbon. Once that case, we did not know about it initially, so you violated it, and then after we found out, so now you're thinking to it, can I bring a carbon? And you look at Mari and say, no, I just learned. In order to bring a carbon, I have to have a conversation about being in the present moment, and of course we can record and a lapse of memory in the middle. So I have to have knowledge at the beginning, knowledge at the end, and balance between those two knowledges, I have to have some type of lapse of memory. But if I never knew about it initially, so I'm never able to bring a carbon. Now, you want to say, if you came up, lest you suggest it would give it, feel it, that you get, please get myself, so I'm not so close to what you're about. But in other words, you're right. Maybe it would work, but it can't be that that's what the current atmosphere is coming for, because there's another carbon that actually takes care of that. What is that? That's sorry not to the book. That's the another star that you get outside, and the kipper itself. The kipper itself actually serves as an attendant for that. You want to suspect that I may have said, Mika. In other words, I don't know which one does it. In other words, you're right. There's a serenade to the pit, and the serenade to the foot. You have the go which is service inside, and the go which is served outside. I don't know which one serves for which particular there.
Right guy to do it.
So I'm not proud of my success.
Wasting his time.
Since the trial, the video cocktail, there has to be someone which is potentially spiritually cocktail. And therefore, I'm not going to do that. So one says, okay, driving everything right up. The sun out with thing is for a case where a person knew about it, the beginning, held up to memory, never found out about it afterwards. The sun out with the book is for a person who did not know about it initially, and he violates the pillow, and he finds out about it afterwards. That's the sun out to the foot, and you'll get her to be Macapo for that.
The new interns meet Malik or
Well, this explains the last, the the third scene line Rashi, the Kotasa, love to sit with the same Kumekatasa, Loma to say, Axel Kuba Tessa, any bar carbon, Yitla love Axel Kotasa. In other words, he has to be right now with Swamp Kotasa. In other words, that's not going to work with Kotasa, since it says, since it does not say Kishay and Kumekatasa, it says Kotasa, and that obviously is referring to the case. Where there was the idea in the beginning. Okay, now we want to say, when this topic of hard to work, why is it hard to work? And this percent, it hangs in there. Once the pieces in make our customers get it out. It will say make our customers, and you'll be right. Perhaps also the contact has to be. We can come to a contact, but now that the person knew that initially, now what's going to be is going to know that right now, but later, then they can break up. That's a problem. So the fact of Potapara, the aspect in this is the fact that, so, what is this tree that's hanging in there for? Or is there a Roma? In other words, we mentioned this already yesterday because we got a sneak peek at this. The one was asking, what does it mean that it's Torah, that it hangs in here? In other words, it sounds like you're bringing a carbon, it serves as an atonement, but what type of atonement? So what is that? So the Gemara says, the first suggestion is that what if he dies before he has an opportunity to bring a carbon? In other words, he dies before he has this last piece of knowledge, he has to bring a carbon. The Gemara says, perhaps, this carbon will serve as a kapara. A kapara form, in other words, he dies clean. Amarava, that's not necessary. In Mace, once he dies, he needs to nareta. What needs to die is, death itself is an atonement. Death is a cleanser. So the person dies, then it will serve as a cleanser for a case where the person could not have brought a carbon. In other words, typically a person has to do two, but there are some things the person can't do two for. Nisa serves as a kapara for that, or Nisa serves as a kapara for a case where the person can't do two. Why? Because they have the knowledge. Therefore, it's not necessary to really cover for that. The death itself will figure that out. However, what does it do? The Hagen love the issue. As we mentioned yesterday, it protects from this issue. Because when it comes to Avera, so there is the elements of doing tshuva, which is a full tshuva gemura. But until a person does that, there's a potential person might suffer until then. So these components are important in the Mikdash serve as a protection from the potential issue. Then the Gemara goes on to another case. Mishnah tells us, "Every day of a skila, the every day of a soul, start off because of it before the top." That's big mentioned. The thing is that the person does not know about it, but know about the there's no knowledge of the Torah beforehand or the consequences of the Torah beforehand. Then he violates it and he finds out about it afterwards. So the start off the foot.
She's like,
Take a look at this. It's cooking, it's drop, and this not to go through the effort. This book is to remind us what Jesus says. Mishnah tells us, anybody who about Tila does not know that in Mishnah, but you about self, starting off the first before the Kaper, this will be good in the Gemara. Kenetmar, for it says in the Pasuk, Movar Katas HaKipurim, besides the Katas HaKipurim, Amar Shezem HaKaper, Shezem HaKaper. When this one is the Kaper, it's the other one is Kaper as well. In other words, not really just like the inside one, in the Kaper, El of the Shape Vidya, in the Kaper, El of the Shape Vidya. This is what they have to sometimes in Vidya. In other words, the inside here serves for someone who has Vidya at the beginning, but no Vidya at the end. The outside one serves for a similar capacity, but where's the Vidya? Vidya is at the end as opposed to the beginning. In words of the outside, sorry, but it's good. Since these two are juxtaposed to each other, when it compares Mimi as a day to Advocate, so let us have two, what we just have one. Just have what's the Advocate, allow it to do both. Now, what's the difference? Now, they have to love a pizza. They just make a big difference. For some reason, you don't have the opportunity to bring the star outside, to the inside side, it will serve as a kapara. But says, no, can't do that. I'm like,
what was the title of that?
the Pasuk says, Akas, kapara, Akas, the kapara, Bego, kapara, the kapara. The Pasuk says, the son of Aaron, Estega de Barot Sarachai, the Stado of Estova de Pleso, the Copa Bay and Copa Kosam, the left one Pasuk, I'm sorry. Keeper Arrow, Karnos, Akas, Sashana, Nidana Katas, that he put in Akas the Shah. According to notes, Akas twice in the Pasuk. That's without the Pasuk said, Keeper Arrow, Karnos, Akas the Shah once a year, Nidana Katas, he put in Akas the Shah. So the Akas, the extra Akas, tells you that it works for one, but not to work for Akas, for us, the Kappa, then the Kappa, take the power. What's this fine? That's the case. Then we'll do the other way around. The copper pizza now do that. Once we start out the back first, works for the case up inside which is you give a Tila, Hella, and then no you at the end. So I'm not the other steaming. I'm not double steaming. And what's the other inside? It's much as that mean what we do, right? The Tuma, you and that would work if there was the Tuma that happened in between. In other words, there's a guy who's there on his kipper, and he's coming, and he walks in. I'm like, sir, it's your kipper. And we just walked the car off. Now you missed it. Now that we have this, we've already seen the covered earlier. Again, actually, you can't say this because the whole idea is that he has no idea. But I'm just saying it's the case. The Gemara says, Amakra Akas Bashana Kapara Zu Lo Tehei Ella Akas Bashana. This Kapara only happens once a year. Again, the additional word Akas tells you it only happens once a year. More we can go further. If you smell the honor, hey, the idea, the theory is the idea of itself. That's how it is. The first if you smell, we have to tell your people, we don't have to have the idea of the kilo. And he says, even the idea of space travel, when you want in school as a child, is not necessary. So according to him, Dama ain't going to give us Tila, but you give us self, so starting off the books on my Matata. What is it? We're starting off the books with the external service, the government service outstairs for the so not know about it initially. Then he violates it, and then eventually finds out that was
Get your tickets only $5.
What do you need that for?
It's $2.
Pretty small. This guy can be a car box. Senor says, remind the Papa, what's it do the Papa for? I'll say, anybody do a little bit, according to him, the candidate works in a case, must be a person who absolutely no knowledge of it. Not before, not afterwards. It must be no. That's not necessary. Because how do you go? You're a Papa. That is already taken care of for Sira Tichelatim. It's taken care of by the goods that are brought on the Yom Tov and on the Soda. He wants to sell it for He doesn't need that kapara. Gemara says, "Ain't no kaper." Let's get something. Might as well if this looking thing. So Gemara says, "Not Nimi, just like the inside one, ain't no kaper for Sharavero. The Nimi is not the kaper for Sharavero. In other words, just like the kaper for Sharavero, it's only going to be Makapar for tasteless transmission. In other words, he has various certificates in this justice. Yediyah B'Kila, Yediyah B'Sel, no Yediyah B'Kila, no Yediyah B'Sel, not in the beginning, not in the end, no activity in the relative to the successor. Not just that, as it tells us, it has to be in the concept, in the parsha of the successor. If it's within that, it be a Kabbalah. If it's not, then it is not. The Rothschild have a wonderful shot.
I listened to that as a kid, I was like, didn't even think about it. Yeah. Well, I feel a pump coming through, and he's like, he's all like, you know what's going to happen, girl. And she's just like, I feel a boner. And he's like, no, I can't look at it. I mean, I've been trying. Oh, really? Like, that's why I've been listening to it nonstop. But I tried one R&B song, and it was very hard. That's true. The R&B stuff is difficult. If you want to try it, or if you want to listen to it, it's on the Patreon. It's Hey Mr. DJ. But I had a rough time doing that, and I gave up halfway because I couldn't hit a note. Yeah, boy, well, I ain't getting Tiger Dick is calling. Unique update on lawsuit in court of a appeals B posted by Lolo the Rogan. This is definitely 8 minutes long, so we definitely will not watch the whole thing.
The Gringo Pop come out. I think he sued me like the day before that came out. So whenever the Gringo Pop came out, he lost, and now he's appealed. Now you have to remember that last month, December, Brendan Schaub and a copyright takedown.
You know, to yourself on fisticuffs. It's funny because Thick Boy Productions is still real.
It's true.
On two videos I did.
Now, science is going to begin. And that Baba Rebbeinu begins to his out by thanking all our sponsors. We thank the Substance families for to show up with sponsors all the shoes of the year as they support the Resurrection Torah for all Ami Israel. We also thank Shmuel Robert Barakhin for sponsoring all the shoes of the month. The rest of the York Shmuel's father, Leonard Barakhin. These will be successful on his York to the York for his training. Thanks for having Leah. We also thank Ari and Haley Lipman for sponsoring all the stream of the week. Lulu Nishma's Haley's mother, Linda Patine, Rocco, Leah Basurin, and the family in the tunnel.
What's the book? Oh, yeah, Ben Affleck in the town. He's like, you gotta go somewhere. You can't ask any questions. Just get in the car or whatever. And it was just to go beat up.
Okay. Back to the Mishnah.
Yeah, there's something I don't like about
the Mishnah taught us the halacha was that it's the age for the Yediyah Baskila. So we're talking about bringing a carbon over the other for somebody who knows before he becomes tummy. But becoming tummy comes along with certain restrictions. And some of those restrictions are that once the person is coming, he's not allowed to enter the base of Mikdash. He's also not allowed to eat kosher. He can't eat karbanos. He can't eat other things which are kosher. And Mishnah tells us, all the way back in the face of it all, that sheyesh v'yediyah b'skila, v'yediyah b'so, v'helam meitayim, harei zeh b'ol v'yor. Person knows before he becomes coming, but becoming coming comes along with restrictions. And he knows after he became coming, that he has become ritually impure. And he also has some lapse in memory in the middle, and during the period of time that he lapsed in memory, he either touch him or he walks into the base of Mikdash. Allah pays the sacrifice to bring to cover over the Yored. as we explained multiple times,
And we talk about the
means to
state
cover
of the
kasa. However, it comes along with one important exception, which is that is the cover kasa that is on a sliding scale. Depending on your financial standings, is what type of covering you have to read. It will have to be animals, birds, the cover mincha.
That was a bit that I
Still depends on where the person is standing financially, is he has to be covered. Now, the Gemara asks, we have the bottom of days, approximately 10 lines from the bottom. It's usually a deal with you. When he's having a fundamental question about how do I know? They have questions for Dada. Hello, but too much is that because of. Now, it's important to understand that we're talking about these sukkim over here. He goes to Vayikra. Same thing Vayikra. In Parakeh, we start reading from Pasuk base. In Parakeh, it says, or he touches the veil of the corpse, an unkosher, non-kosher animal, or the behemoth or the corpse of the behemoth, or again, the corpse of a creepy crawly thing. The Nelami Manu gets better when you come into us. He becomes and he has sick. And keep on going. Through this system over here, all the way through Pasuk Aleph, you're going to find a number of different descriptions of Tumah, but there's one very important omission. It doesn't say that when the person became Tameh, that he's done anything else. It just describes what may be perceived as the sin of becoming Tameh. Therefore, if you look at Rashi explains this to my head. If you look at Rashi, the Hebrew mouth can finish off the dabber. Parsh is carbon over the Yoreh. The Chayavot says carbon asama. The Parsh would describe this variable carbon depending on your status. It does not describe over there. Minayin she'ein l'chayvo al naga ela in kain ochel b'oto tumah kodesh or nisma tumah. How do I know that this may be perhaps by merely becoming tameh, that's enough to require me to bring a carbon? In other words, the pasuk just describe a person who becomes tameh, and then goes on to describe a person who becomes carbon. And how do I know that those psukim are not requiring any person who comes into contact with anything which is pure to bring a carbon after tumah? That is a major pivot. And the Rishonim actually deal with this. Rothschild deals with it and most of others because we don't find anywhere, unless you're a Kohen, becoming tameh to a person, to a dead body, or if it happens to be during the time of a wheel or regal that a person becomes tameh, we don't find anywhere in the Torah that it says it's forbidden to become tameh. Maybe it's just doesn't want to be tameh because they don't want to do ritual and pure. But the idea, the notion that a person wants to be a carbon over the Yoreh is a kasa, just because they touched the dead animal, something which is a major novelty that you even think that. Now, it's not true. You don't have to be a carbon. The fact that you think about that is also forbidden. The Rashi nevertheless understands that's what the Gemara means. The Gemara means that perhaps one would think that just by merely becoming tameh, that is enough to require the person to be a carbon. Now, says the Gemara, how do I know that that's not true? And the only time a person wants to be a carbon is if while they are tameh, they walk into the base of mikveh. Or while they are tameh, they eat kosher. That's the Gemara's question. Why it's a dinner. It's one of these things which I could figure out from the logical inference. I could figure it out by myself. Now, why? Oil is here. On the Shaltama, the Chayiv carbon al Tama, because the Torah warned us when it came to certain parts of Tama. There's a warning. So it tells us there's a warning, and there's also a carbon. Where's the warning? The warning of Karas. As we died earlier, dying without children is describing when a person does this thing to make it. So we have a warning in the case where a person intentionally goes ahead while he is coming. goes ahead and eats kachim. The same thing would be true if it also goes ahead and Machaya the carbon obligates the person to bring the sacrifice for his prostate. But he says it follows. Not if he is on a solid tumah. Just like when there is a warning and a punishment of karet. When it comes to tumah, low hizer on a solid tumah, the only time you find that there is a punishment of karet is only when a person violates something sort of what does that mean? He either enters the sanctuary when he is tamei, or he eats custom when he's tamei. So that's the only place there's going to be a piyut kares. There's no piyut kares for a person touching a dead animal, a dead rodent. So now everybody knows there's no piyut kares to that. So therefore, if you understand, the person intentionally touching a dead rodent, there's no piyut kares. The piyut kares only get the person subsequently then goes ahead, enters the base of mikdash. Or he's touching, that's when you keep our so it's saying, when it comes to mistakes, other times, okay, being this on mistakes, you won't be a part of it, or here, but obligation to bring a carbon, unless what happened was that he entered the base of mikdash, or ate it. It's not simply going to be an obligation to bring a carbon. Every time a person touches the corpse of a dead animal, which is therefore, the time covered, I'll kill a lokai, all right, seems pretty straightforward. You can figure this out by yourself. You compare the obligation or the punishment of courage to the obligation to read a carbon, just like the obligation or here, the punishment of courage only goes. This person goes ahead and comes to the base of mikdash, or he's touching while he's tamei intentionally. So the side of that where unintentional. That the real carbon only if he walks into the mikdash or you touch him, not to be becoming them. Okay, we want to say, well, we can accept that. We can accept, and everyone now accepts that there's no obligation whatsoever to bring the carbon just by merely becoming carbon. If that's the case, how do I know wings I would have done that would obligate me to be a carbon? You're assuming that if a person becomes tamei, the only two actions that require him to be a carbon is either eating kachim, eating some sacrifices, or walking into the base of mikdash. Okay, fine. Maybe it's for something else. You want to say the perhaps truma. Maybe it's something like truma. The Kohen's allowed to eat truma. He's not only truma when he's coming. Maybe he'll be left to bring this carbon if he eats truma while he's coming. Why? There's a warning about eating. There's a warning and a punishment of misidation, which is different than curry. It means dying early, but doesn't come along with an anti to do with children. So now, perhaps in that case, I would say that's the case we have to do cover over the other. When a Kohen eats truma while he is coming, in that case he has to be covered over the other. If he knew that he knew beforehand that he's not allowed to. In other words, he knew in advance that if the first time he can't eat truma, then he came to me, then he has a lapse in memory. He forgot. So what did he do? He ate truma, and then he's like, oh man, I can't believe it. I got to eat truma and I'm coming. Maybe that's the case we have to be covered over the earth. And it's not talking about the case where he eats touching, like for the sacrificial offering, or when he walks to the base of the gut. Mara says that that's not going to work. Why? Because lo asketanavon misa the chayv aleh carbon. You do not find in the misa v'nei that the flip side of that is that a person can be a carbon when it's a mistake. Mara says, really? That is true. Ema honey made covered kavura. It's true that you don't find a person who can bring carbon complex, which is not a sliding scale carbon. It's not variable. It's set. Anyone who has to bring carbon complex has to bring exactly the same carbon complex. Of all, over the ore may see maybe he should actually have to be a carbon over the ore, variable carbon over the ore. You never bring a carbon complex in a case where you know for sure. Sorry, we know this here needs to be Shemayim, but maybe old common overview to have that halachic dispensation depending on your finances, how much you can have to do. Maybe in that case, you will have to do it in terms of Shemayim. Now, what's the rationale to say this? You need to have just like we find that Shmias Kol is Shmias Kol is what is Shmias Kol against the Seder Masechta. Now, Paul is when a person takes an oath, he does not know Avis. Because the possible part that says the person is obligated to take Avis, report witness, become a witness, report the testimony in a particular case if they know it. Now, a person takes an oath, they don't any knowledge of a particular circumstance. The person does that intentionally.
But every video I go, all right, I'm gonna fuck this guy.
Looking at music at all. It's still like it's covered all of the
No matter if they have their
the same is true with
muscles or like a little nerd or fat or
again, when a person violates an oath, you won't do something.
Or
it's just he other. I don't want to get to this whole discussion right now, but essentially what he does is he swears falsely. Whether it's amazing, intentionally, or unintentionally, in that case, we find, even though there's no current or still there is a current over the years. We find from all of your can use this. The word says, yo, on my car, this is very important. Remember this. On my car, the person says very clearly, I say, you got the two my sons to my section, get to my bar. And we find that many times in the text, the specification of bar, limited to exclude what? Truma. So therefore, in other words, you're right. Logically, it can be that we would exclude the case of even Truma. Sorry, I said that wrong. Logically, what you can say is that the here, carbon oleoric, bringing this variable sacrifice, would be for a Kohen who ate Truma while he was punished by mistake. However, the word ba in the pasuk tells you we're going to exclude that case. So therefore, when we find that a person brings a carbon oleoric, this variable carbon, that's when he knew in advance that he's coming, restricts him from walking into the base of Mikdash or partaking in the meal of two sacrifices. Now, he became coming. And then he forgot that he was coming, or he forgot that it's also for doing these things. He did it, walked into the Mikdash, or he ate a carbon, and then after he's like, oh man, I just remembered I'm not allowed to do that. I just recognized I'm not supposed to walk into the base of Mikdash, or I'm not supposed to eat this carbon. And now he's going to be covered over the other. That's the case of coming over the other. How about the exact same case? What was the error that he made? The error was that he ate Shema. In that case, logically, yes, he's however, the process of Bob tells you no carbon over the other when a person mistakenly eats Truma while he is covered. Now, the Gemara goes on and says, okay, since it says Ba, which is an exclusive, and how do you know what to exclude? Aim up Ba to the mixed up. A little side they covered over the other. How do you know that Ba, the extra word Ba in the process is excluding where a person's error is that he ate Truma? Maybe Ba is telling you that if a person walks into the base of Mikdash, a covered over the other is not sufficient. In other words, maybe, yes, if a person violates or makes a mistake and violates the of anyone who's coming, he's covered over the other. What is the word Ba comes to exclude? Is the case, the person who walks into the base of Mikdash, if that's the case, he will not be sufficient for him to bring a carbon or the other than bring a real fixed sacrifice. Adonai covers the law. The Gemara says, "Kari Rabbi Aleh the Rabbi Dola Mayim Yivalas Kamut." Rabbi said, "I'm about to teach you something that I learned from Rabbi, and this teaching that I have from Rabbi is an example of how deep Rabbi's understanding of Torah was." He was able to go ahead and draw water from the depths of the well.
It's probably been longer than being chair.
It means that he really understood how to read the Sukkim, how to dive from the Pasuk, how to get to the truth of the Pasuk, and therefore, says Rabbi, brace yourselves. This one's going to be a really, what does he say? The Tanya, it says in the Brisa, Rabbi Omer, just the following. Ezra Ani, Kaya, mentions the Kaya. The Hema Romanema. What is this talking about? This is the pasuk which says as follows: O Nefesh Asher Tiga B'chol Davar Kameh. Or a person who will come into contact with anything which is something we read this before.
Steroids, maybe.
It's supposed to be Vayikra. And it says, "Anefesh asher tigel chazar tamei, over nivlas chaya tameya, or in the corpse of a chaya tameya." And then it goes on and says, "Over nivlas beheva tameya, or the corpse of beheva tameya." Now, what is the difference between a chaya and a beheva? Now, the truth is, a chaya generally describes a wild animal, and a beheva describes a domesticated animal. However, it's not so specific. All animals will be included in the pack. So therefore, the Gemara says the following. After a mutara, the beheva womanizes. Why is it that you have to go every different type of animal? Why can't it say Saya and beheva? So you understand, so Rabbi says, Nemahan behema tmeya. Now that it says behema, Nemar Khan in this pasuk behema tmeya. Nemar lehalon, and it says later on, behema tmeya. What's that pasuk talking about? Who's that pasuk? That pasuk is in Vayikra, Parak Zion, pasuk from Aleph. And what does it say? That is talking about.
You want somebody that's 9 to 5 that'll be there all the time?
And that's why you see God the fall, Tamei, you see my father over the Ema, over the second, Tamei, also, Midasar, Zeba, Kapam. This passage is very clear. What does it say? A person becomes Tamei, whether it's Tamei, a person is Tamei, or an animal is Tamei, or some kind of rodent that is Tamei. And what does he do? But also, Midasar, Zeba, Kapam, he parts up in the car in the wheel. With another pasuk which is talking about a person eating carbon while he is talking. That pasuk is open itself. This is the pasuk in Parshas Tzav. It says very clearly that's talking about a person eating carbon. Now, what are we going to do? We'll draw a heket. We're going to say, Nemar lahalon b'remeh, ma lahalon, just like the pasuk over in Parshas Tzav. It's so just too much kodesh. Akam too much kodesh. We're saying this is also too much kodesh. In other words, how do you make this heket? You make this heket because of the fact that the word behema is extra. You could have just said a person touches a chaya. A chaya would have included any kind of behema. Why does it say chaya and behema? The answer is the extra word behema was put here to draw the juxtaposition between these two different psukim. To say just like later when it says behema, it's talking about a person who goes on each touches. In this case as well, it's talking about a person who eats touches. So therefore, what do we see from here? Rabbi teaches us that if a person eats touching while he is coming, that is sufficient for him to be in carbon. So now this case is the case of being coming over the Yored, where a person is coming and he eats something. That is going to the very nice. The person must go. Too much very nice. Now we figured out that one of the reasons we're being coming over the Yored is if a person eats the carbon while he is coming. How do I know that he walks into this mikdash Wasame, he also has to be coming over the Yored? Amar Kra, the concept says, B'chol Kodesh Lo Siga, Vel HaMikdash Savo. So this is talking when a woman is, so while she has too much to the level, the concept says very clearly, two of these things are, so Kodesh Lo Siga, she can't touch anything which is sanctified, but mikdash Lo Savo, she can't walk into the mikdash. What does that mean? It's just to say that we now have passage that says these two always go evenly. So therefore, whenever you walk out that eating function, all of us will be facing. So now we figured out how to do it. The person needs to start any of the other, whether they're coming, when they accidentally eat function, or they work with it. That must be the case. If that's the case, then you have not yet expressed it. Well, that's the good one. Why was that the good one? Is he happy to Manami? That is he to know well. Right? I'm not going to say Siga, but that's the fact that the Yerevus, which is not something which is Kodesh, which is the Kar Kodesh Siga. Yerevus, that's a Shula. The extra word Kar tells you all sanctified even Shula. Very well said. Okay, very good. You're right. But you forgot something from the previous Tanai Olam, from our Gemara. A new Chachman of God. It was God. He that is holy. It is food. If that's the case, then you might have a headache, but if there's a meal, if there's a food in the pasta, so it's good something. Maybe that's excuse to focus to what you said to me, but you want to stuff. I'll use my brain for it. It's not for us, it's just my dinner. If I ask you to watch it experience, I would rather not exclude it for working commitment. That's why it's in the curry. Samosa, the direction conceptually is curry, just like you. It's still the case. On eating, because eating the carbon and eating too long are the same thing that they are essentially the same
What's the show called?
We have to do it. We have to start over. Let's go back to the drawing board and figure out this all over again.
Because they want to watch this, watch
person becomes Tame and
that's what I thought too.
say this again. How do I know that the feel?
Because we just saw
over the airwaves for someone who is really pure is only what
that's not why we just said why you're
or the eat touch of all their time.
So start the timer, play the chick clip. Oh, we don't have the soundboard, we can fix that. Oh, fuck.
What are those 3 times? There are a number of psukim. One pasuk is in Vayikra, Safed, the treasure there. Collect the Keith of the Gazarko, Kardasha, and the Keith of the Shemasa, and the Shah Nefashid.
So we've got
He's the Kitim according to the Gemara, but there's 3 times when it comes to carbon common that the pasuk talks about.
Let's see what this is. Almost kind of infiltrated in her comments.
Why does it have to say it 3 times? So Lama, the Lord says, Atas the plow. One of them to say it generally, the Atas the plow. Another one to say it specifically, the Atas the Torah, actually the Torah stop. The other one is more general. So now, in case you think we are back to the plow, so yeah, no, we're not. We're actually entirely different type of stuff. Unless you go through all this quickly, that we know from 2 days ago that there's something called the Plow Practical is the first generalization, a specification, and then another generalization. What you walk away from that is saying whatever this halacha talks about needs to be something similar to the Plow. Not exactly like the Plow, but similar to the Plow. Here we are in a different world. We are in a world of something called Cars on a shahada before, we get some of the call a lot, maybe. You say this it's a very happening, you're telling me. So what is that to say? We have to make our life, actually, I'll talk to you. What this means, basically, it's a different type of mechanism, which is you have a generalization and then a specification. What you're going to say is the specification is not limiting it to one page, but it's describing the generalization. It's different than a cloud process cloud. Rothschild explained how it's different in other cases that are with but the basic point, the focus argument to go exactly is cloud process cloud needs to be close to each other. So, for example, the pasuk says, and then it's specifications, and then generalizations, all in the same pasuk. As well as the pasuk has a generalization, a specification, a generalization, all in the same pasuk. However, if you have a generalization in one part, and then a specification in another part, so here it's parts 1,000 parts ever, pretty far away from each other. So in that case, it's not a cloud process. Rather, it would be don't tell you the cloud, something which was included in the generalization, and then later in the Torah, it was repeated, but more specifically. What we're going to do is we're going to say that the specification is not limiting the cloud so much it's only that page, but it's limiting the generalization to a certain standard. Let's see how that works out in this case.
If he's the kind of guy that's exactly what his count, why, that's the scariest part. On the thing he's just created, as a Christian, clearly,
I don't know what that is for.
so yeah, those are all just lame, goofy things that he does. But behind, when you come off the camera stops, is when the sort of like angry violent count for force.
It says in the Constitution
killing
three times that a
That's
person
and I'm not
can
worried about that
violate
as a man.
the
But
each
I'm
someone
worried
in the
about
country
that
and get cars.
if he's going to try.
What is that?
He seems like the
Something
guy
is
that
to cover from it, it's high cars, and
and
doesn't
you know,
touch
it's
it.
very.
Then it says in the second time.
Talking about
In that
Calvin behind
case,
closed doors now because if you look quickly,
Yeah.
the
the
next
first
post
case when a
is
person
what you wake up to after Brian hands you a drink at the comedy
a
club.
person
Listen to
eats
what
anything
you
that's touching.
mistakes, dude. That's
If
just.
a carbon eats it when he's trying to fight cars.
Oh,
In another case, it says specifically plumbing. Why in one place where it says touching, generalization, in another place it says touch, it says plumbing. Plumbing is a peace offering. There are many other kinds of stuff. In other words, it said already don't touch it. So why are you then repeating the same halacha in every lesson of plumbing? The understanding here is that it has to be touching his back. The person eats any touching his back, while he is coming, that he is touched, if he doesn't intentionally, and he does it unintentionally, there will be a cover all of the others. Now, why does the Torah limit it to plumbing? To limit it to only touching his back, which is sanctified items that put the swab on the mizbeach. However, it's still touching the device. So if somebody donated some kind of food to the communal fund that belongs to the base of the truck, and then someone ate it while they're coming, milking your car, it's separate. It has to be a comment. Then it went to hell, and it said again another generalization. So now I'm a little confused. And the generalization includes anything which is sanctified, or anything which is consecrated. As a specification of plumbing, which says it has to be something which is dedicated to the base, to the mizbeach, and not everything which is consecrated to the fun of the sanctuary. And then again, I have another one which again opens it up to all touches. So now, what's these third one doing? I don't know. Maybe they are not. So how do I know? What I'm going to say is, this refers to cases too much kodesh. The name of English is too much kodesh. Now, I don't need to tell me too much kodesh because even something which is sanctified. Why not? Because I already know that when English is much kodesh, that's going to be right. Remember, it talked to me earlier from this brilliant text that he made to explain together. From a split apply it to the connector. So this is the concept of the English name. In the concept, tell this thing you know, it must be telling to apply it to other things. Okay, so now, according to Rabbi, I now know how we are the sources of the person is coming, yet we come over here, it always becomes either he's touching or he wasn't listening. That's not the law. When we buy it, it's the law. We need that limit to keep moving over. So it creases the problem. One of them says, creases 3 times by Islamic. Why? After the power, which is this as the generalization. After the power, and one of them to limit it only to this past, question, but not to just the general form. The outcast was violent to clean on the father. The other pieces mean that the third one teaches us that there are some things that are in the color. For example, wood. A person eats wood from the base of the now. But what's the halacha?
This is one of
That tastes good, but what's the halacha? So the person now has to recover all the wood. So you have to have that to exclude that.
It really is, but it's not very good. I mean,
no, that means that the third one will include that case. You are have 2 time cards to that. Now, hold on. With Shimon, I'm going to look up any kind of cards. Now, you might say that's only one opinion. The same thing for you, not 5 cards to that. Anytime it's other cards, you shouldn't tomorrow. But sure, it's not always that period. So for him, the third one will include a person piece of kata, which is going to be where the approach is done in the inside of his back. The software that I mean, how do you report? How about the shouldn't call any kind of back piece of kata? Any kind of contigo, and then we have listen to the name of the kata, not for that. In other words, the bottom line is there are 2 things you can include. Either a person eating wood from the back, or a person eating from a carbon kata, which is surfaced on the inside of his back. One of those 2. If you're a wrong person, you'll say it's about eating the wood. If you're a considerate person, you'll say it's about a carbon, which is surfaced inside his back. Either way, you have something to include from that. That's not wrong to the fire. So you must look at that. So we're kind of in trouble over here because we don't know what this
it's including these other cases. So similar to the you're right. You're not focusing on the word colors that it says there. You're focusing on the word color. Why do you have to say color? You're not.
I'm breathing in fumes right now.
In other words, we'll repeat the direct the same way.
That's correct.
That's a generalization of summa, a specification of summa, or the generalization of summa, and that includes purpose of the
How to survive? It's a free high. Glass half full. Glass
so,
half full.
I mean, as understood, the free high. The summa level, again, go through the half of the crown, what's the generalization? Yes, the crown, and what's the movie for a cover seven? The subject of the graph, half of the summa, of the pair of solving the graph, one of them is for general similar segment type of diagram. Now, you know, I'm going to say that the overall size to the code, that's the person who eats something which is Kodesh all the summer, not the remaining eating is Kodesh. And if you don't need that to teach you that Kodesh Kodesh, why not give it to Rabbi? If you learned it from Rabbi earlier on the Talmud, you use this Mikdash, they fire the person who works with this Mikdash on it. The Gemara says, but behind them we violate. You need that. In other words, the word Tumah is not extra. You need it. That is the way we look at Torah. With the revow, that's not the Tumah. In other words, the Losagi, like Rabbi. The person won't read without that word. What's it talking about? You know what the word then why you had cars? What happened over here? Circumstance. Different stuff. You can't use it for anything. Versus the right, back to the drawing board. Alam Rabba, Akya, Samasa, Samasa. Where do we know that a person who is Tame has to be in a car box only if they eat, touch it, or work to this? It says over here that it starts to be thrown to myself. It's this hostile, and it says over here that this is our person who works to my person. So I'm going to do that to myself out. He's probably someone who relays it. Not all work with Victor. That's like in that case, it's referring to a person who works with Victor. When you tell it, in this case, still not Victor. It's still not work Victor. You must look at it.
There's other storage units where people
are solved this whole thing. One effect. So now, you remember the whole movie talking about this word boss? Normally. So why do I need the word law to exclude truth? In other words, we're so busy saying this. Three cases. A person who eats when he's coming, a person who eats your partner when he's coming, and a person who eats true when he's coming. Now, we felt so bad. So we needed the word law to exclude. Now, if you're learning this halacha from the Torah of the myself, so why would you have taught that true law? It's not included in this Torah, it's not part of the but it's not coming to it's coming to it includes the case for a person who became slave by consuming the dead body of the post-car, chicken, and this chicken is not for the supper, it's died. The person went ahead and ate it. Now it's done coming from that. Now, that person walks into the coming from, or a person he touched and he is going, he doesn't have to do a couple of years. Now, why do you think it's different? Because this is a different type of pillow. Upper pillow pretty much was not the only place to touch it. So simply touching another that pillow is a little more strict because it's so strict it's just simply touching it makes you cover. And this is the Vela post-car is that the person only becomes sully when it passes through what's called the base of wheel and it's smaller. So therefore you think that's a lighter kind of pillow, and therefore you want to be covered all of the other.
So
if you work
that's kind of funny, like the other people as far as your like
tells you yes, even that gets into part cover all year. Well, so hold on a second. I'm going to tell you that
donuts in front of where your legal papers are, and everyone else is like, why do you have so much shit in here? This is for like one car.
So it's an extra exclusion. Therefore, we use it to
lawyer with his legal papers.
Oh, you got double. Oh, you got you're buying the deal in, you're buying the deal low. It's a comment. I was supposed to which was touching someone who's coming to the ball, and it says, well, you get that, Javi, you have two
mutation. So you make up a mutation. If that's a mutation, basically it comes to double negative. You see it's twice. Double negative is a positive. You have two exclusions. You actually end up with two.
Wives acted like their husbands.
Now the Mishnah goes on. Tell us another thing. Yesh but Yediyah about Tefillah, but anybody Yediyah about us. Person knows initially that he's not, that he becomes Tameh. He can't let this do something. When he becomes Tameh, he does it, he never finds out. He never has that like epiphany, like, oh my gosh, hold on. I walked into the mikdash when I was Tameh, or a kachim when I was Tameh. He never finds that out. That's halacha. You can call this the karma, the Sarah Hashem, that is brought on Yom Kippur, it serves as like a partial atonement. What does that mean? The whole time, the whole Yisur, the whole Hashem will be suspended, but he does not get a full kapara, full atonement until he brings his karma. What does Mar say? Karma, the people are also that, the Timos Geisha. This karma, the Sarah Hashem, this is this quick background, actually, from this week's part of the Pasuk Hashem, was reading it. Shabbos, it talks about on Yom Kippur and Yom Kippur, they take two identical goats, they draw lots. One of them is called the Sarah Zazel, has a procedure out there, which is a complicated procedure where you draw the flips. Another one is slaughtered inside of the mikdash, and that one serves as an atonement for various different things. One of the things is for a person who became Tameh, each custom walked this mikdash didn't know about it, it serves as a protection for the person until he finally finds it and brings the karma. So now, I would conclude that this Sarah Hashem, this goat, covers the three different things. Which ones?
I mean, this is definitely written in Charleston.
The impurity of idol worship, the Tumas Gudarias, the impurity of the moral behaviors, the Tumas Gudarias, the impurity of murder. Now, everybody knows that these things are considered impure. These are big affairs. But impure, most of the others are on the Lumad, Tammuz, Misaki. It's unclear if the word Tameh is used to describe someone who serves or Gazara idol worship. The Gudarias will never be smart, and if it's smart, they just also put this up for him. This is how much I have. This is clear in the code. Gudarias and moral behaviors that describe this Torah. If you have double when it comes to murder, whoever wants to Tammuz to Aretz, it says do not make the world or the land impure. Now, these three things are described as impurity. Perhaps the Sarah Hashem will cover for them. Yaka, I'll give it from all time over your head, so I'm about there. I would think that this book actually serves as in terms of those few things. I'm the lower one that teaches you, no, you need two most things. Only specific types of Tumas, below perfect. Not every single Tumas. Gila Rayas, Fishasam, and Gizara are not covered by Sarah Hashem. Now, one goes on and says, Nasinu, when we find Shakir Takasa, the Pasuk goes ahead and creates a difference in the type of karma. Whereas we discuss the basic idea is that there's a concept for the variable karma of karma over when it comes to Mikdash to Kedasha, first eats fruit, eats
it's like, yeah, that's the thing he says.
when he's Tameh, gets to be recovered over the year. So therefore, I would say, Mama Tzilus Shachal because of the Baal Tumas. This Tumas Mikdash to Kedasha has its own halachic dispensation. Which one is that? It's Mikdash to Kedasha. When it comes to Sarah Hashem, it is only going to atone for Tumas Mikdash to Kedasha. That's how the Sarah Hashem serves the sacrifice atonement for someone.
That was the closest
was over Gilarized Shmita Kamar.
that shit was hilarious, dude. That was really, that was so funny.
I don't have such a fancy type of map. I can just figure this out. I'm just read the process. Why?
My favorite here, not necessarily the time period, but just the small things together. Anything Boy Empire CEO.
On the back side,
I don't really understand what is the connection between Empire and CEO.
now it takes, but it goes ahead. So we don't know Tama Lomar.
You understand why I get that
It
wrong,
only works
because
for certain things. So that makes it so Pasha and Pasha in the same Pasha. So a Pasha is when a person does something amazing. And then a Tata will come about something unintentional. Now, the Gemara says, we treat them the same. We treat unintentional things and intentional things the same. In other words, doesn't mean they're totally exactly the same. They follow the same procedure. Not the sum family carbon. Just like when it comes to a peta, if there's no ability to remove carbon, same thing will be true when it comes to titanium with no carbon. Now, when it comes to a mason, the person can't really carbon for a mason. Carbon is well for a sugar. Now, the same thing will be true when it comes to something which is the chugging, there are certain cases you can't really carbon. For example, you can have the idea. You know if it's better before that. Now, sometimes in the carbon, this is not us. Nine, how do I know? We wait for you to be able to see. Anybody be able to solve the science of Torah. How do I know for a case? Well, a person knows initially that if he becomes somebody, it's a problem. But the end never finds out about it. That this goes actually will atone for him. Torah means it's like a partial atonement. This refers to the case with the Theotatos. And that is our case. 1 minute to do a little bit more. Let's go. Alright. Yes, we're being there. I would have included three different Timmos. Timmos was the Zara, look to the right, look to the comments. So now we want to ask, how about the Zara has become? What type of Zara do you think this will actually help? Information, this is about a person who wanted to bring information intentionally. Dr. Taylor, none of Carbon's working with this person. He is hired Misa. He can show you if by mistake the Carbon. Let me read Carbon. What's this for? When it says, many will ask today. So that we didn't intentionally, but we didn't have the qualifications for these persons with the death, we didn't get getting one. Next one. Whoever says it, the mistake is that you calculate. You know that. You realize the same thing. Now we have to get even about he served immoral behavior intentionally by Visa. He can show you influence by mistake our government will make better. What's the same thing? To raise the essentially low activated one. The show you calculate, you know that. It's done the same case. The same question. If you don't want to get information, if you just actually tell somebody, we can get it. I just look at that. Even so, you can show by mistakes. We just don't know how to say it. Expect what to do. You can show you transparency. Let's learn about how to look at it. And it says, because I think they for me, they didn't get one, get four. Trying to step the circuit, look, the other way, you know about it, you see the wax, and can act, so you tell it, and get somebody. And you know that you tell somebody who's facing out. Now you have to let it out for results, or maybe for those cases where there's an exception. For example, we said the difference between going up with the act, going down with the act, so now in the case of going to go, you always have a kapara, have a wonderful day.
I will fuck you up. That's a lot of what's going to happen on the Mortal Kombat show if he says that. I get a call from okay, so here we go. Stolen Valor's version of Pull the Fuck Up. So this is Tim Kennedy, right? Is his name? Yeah. Posted by One Usual 4460. I have not seen this yet. I get a call from the FBI saying that ISIS was trying to recruit somebody locally to find me and my family where we live. And I was like,
there's a
kid where they're trying to find somebody locally to
in the subject, the boys, you are taking all our responsibility to take yourself and family responsibility to a year of social care. Because the armor show, we also take more of the corruption and stuff of all the units of the month, generation of New York, that was near Soda, Leonard Karakian, we thought there was such a train on the family from New York, that was from the interesting kind of New York women, the sponsors in the week, this was Harry's mother, Linda Cocaine, on her way up to the mayor in Somerset and Leah, and Thomas Hadley. So thanks out to Dr. Love. Yesterday we started this tomorrow, and just particularly review what we're discussing through the subject of today's entire topic. And tonight we're showing you the visual that the article has, and it might be helpful to look at it just because it's not like a major picture, but just seeing the order of how it's drawn out in the chart might be helpful. You have Bakaras on the top. The ace comes next, then you have lime, and you have egg membrane. So the more described yesterday that you have this to quickly see inside again. We'll go back to that's basically halfway down the end of the thing.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. You wouldn't do that if you didn't want people to kill you. Put your address on the thing. What are you talking about?
Our next mentions that when it comes to the Maris, the views of various different types of Nagayim, the different leprosies or the spots and so on you get, it's 2 inches 4. So you have the Haras, which is all the way at the top. What is that? It's Alpha Kakela, it's a really bright white, which is like snow. So again, in this picture, what there is in the article, you have that at the top. And then you have the next one, Neil the secondary one to that one is the Sida Hetel. It's like the line of the sanctuary. Now, what that means is that each secondary one is line, but it's not the second brightest color. It's the secondary to the Baharas. You have snow all the way up to the top, and then you skip a step, you go to line, and then you have after you have
Alrighty, so this is
December Lavan. Seis, which is the other one which is mentioned in the Torah is white wool. And then the Allah, the secondary one to that one is the condenser. It's like the membrane of the edge. So again, the way that the chart looks, is you have Paharis at the top, which is the most bright. You have egg membrane at the bottom, which is white. And then you have in the middle, there's the 8, which is the wool. And then you have line, which is number 3. So now, interestingly, the Av, the main category of each one is going to be separated from its Toga, its second one, by the other Av. So again, just to speak this out, you have at the top the Av of Baharas, and then under that you have the Av of the Ace, and then you're going to have the Toga of line which comes next, and then you're going to have the Toga of the egg membrane which comes next. Now, what the problem was yesterday is, according to the Kiva, you know.
Why are you using your kid's gift? 2, is that safe for a kid? 3.
What Kiva taught us is Zula Malamisu. In order to combine them, because the halacha is for a nega tzara to be considered tamei, it needs to be the size of the grits. What's that practically? The way we deal with this when it comes to nida, it's a bit in grits for ice, it's not the size of the penny. Let's just say a penny size. The spot needs to be the size of the penny. What if it's not? What if you have one spot with 2 different shades, and 2 different shades are from 2 different, we'll make up the whole spot. So one spot, let's just say perfectly symmetrical and perfectly round. Now, half of it is going to be one shade of white, the other is going to be the other shade of white. So, in Akiva, you can only combine them if there's 2 shades of white which follow each other in this color. So now the problem is, according to Akiva, you can only combine
Doing a live gifts that you're going to give your kids. What if they see the live and they know they're on social media?
Wool, and then line with wool, and then egg membrane with line. That's the only way you can do it. However, the problem with that is that we cross over into different types of Nagaya. You have 2 problems. Number 1, it has to go in the order of the color scheme. Number 2, you can't combine one Av with another Av, or one color with a different Av. You can't combine a secondary color with the primary color from a different one. So therefore, you have a problem combining the wool color with snow color, because those are 2 different categories. You have category A, which is snow, category B, which is wool, so they can't be combined, and now line, egg membrane, although they follow each other in the color scheme, they can't either be combined because line is the secondary, it's the Tolda of wool, snow, sorry, line is the secondary one of snow. In other words, what we'll call it is Sid. Sid Hetel is the secondary category of Baharas, which is the shallow. So those 2 can only be combined, but they can't because there's a color in between. See how that works out? That was the more point yesterday. Because in order to combine these two colors, you're going to have to skip a color or cross over from one color scheme to another color scheme, from one category of colors to another category of colors. And this is more what to suggest that like our Mishnah says, you have these Stein Shehinami, you have these two categories. It's not going to fit with the Kiva. What is the Kiva's opinion going to have to be? The Kiva's opinion is going to have to be that the two secondary colors are both a color of the eight. In other words, you have the Harris, which is the top. The Harris is the brightest white. What is that? That's snow. Fresh, brand new, white snow. That's the Harris at the top. And then you have another main category, which is called Se'ez, which is the Summer Lover, that white wolf. Now, underneath Se'ez, you have two secondary categories. What is that? You're going to have Sida Echo, which is the line, and you're going to have the egg membrane, which we said is curvaceous. So all of that, those two are going to follow as the two secondary categories of Se'ez. So how, of course, we can combine two colors is very simple. The Haraf will have to be by itself, so it is its own category. So for a person that has a Haraf color on it, it's going to have to be one solid color inside the top of the light. Now, if the person does not have the brightest light, he comes before the color. He shows the color. The color says, yeah, it looks like half of your neck here has got like a relic, like a fresh white wool color, but the other half varies a little. Let me see what it is. The other half is going to be the Sida or the wine color. We'll say, no problem. You can go ahead and combine them because of the color scheme. If the other half is going to be the egg membrane color, the color will say, that's fine. It can't be combined. Your nega is not the right color, and your hook is tough. Alternatively, if he has a half wine spot and a half egg membrane spot, if you keep it, that's going to be covered. However, according to our mitzvah, it won't. You put on two different categories, and those cannot be compared. You pretty much left off yesterday. So now the Gemara starts. Go to the 2, 4, 6 lines in about love on the Aleph. Now the Gemara wants to know, okay, now that we've established, it seems like our Mishnah cannot be Rabbi Akiva. Why can't we be Rabbi Akiva? Because our Mishnah does make these two categories. And connect to the way that the picture shows it over here in the art scroll. Now that that's the case, so now what? How do we know Rabbi Akiva says this? The Eichach Saminu, Rabbi Akiva, Zilum Al-Musu. Where is these really find Rabbi Akiva's of the opinion that we say Zilum Al-Musu? In other words, we're trying to do that over here is Rabbi Akiva says the Harris. Snow White is its own category. Se'ez is its own category. It carries both subcategories underneath. Even in Masahazi suggest in Hadithanya, it comes from the following text. We learn in the Brisa, Amar Rabbi Yossi, Yossi said, what does he tell us? He tells us a story. That Shah Yoshua, they know for Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva. Yeshua, the son of Rabbi Akiva, asked his father the following question. Rashi points out, these both are known as Yeshua ben Karka, and Rabbi Akiva was called Karka. The reason is because he was both. Others say that that doesn't make sense because he was a nickname between Karka and Yeshua. But ultimately, it is Yeshua ben Karka. Yeshua ben Karka, or Yeshua ben Rabbi Akiva asked his father the following question. Maros Negoyim Shnayim Shehinah. Why is it that in our Mishnah, when we talk about Negoyim, we said the visuals of Maros, the visuals of Negoyim are two categories which mean two forms. In other words, Tosis explains, if you see this here, called Pirush, Lama is clearly cloud. One is not exactly clear about what it means by this question, but Tosis he asked his father, why do we need to actually mention the name? In other words, we're only 2 minutes into the share this morning, and everybody's confused because they keep mentioning all these different colors. No white, is it water white, is it egg white? No one's thinking, for heaven's sake, between these colors. So what are you telling all these colors for?
Well, if you look at Rashi points out, you will see he makes this point late. Essentially, his question was, there's a Mishnah which says, when a person sees his Talmidim, you always want to try to teach things in the easiest and most concise way. You'd rather leave out all the extra details and just give the necessary details. So he's asking his father, why is he giving all the details? And he explains. Now, he answered him in very distinguished, probably in the car, for answering the question with a question. You do his concept. So what should we do? Tell me, what's your problem? Your problem is, they mentioned all these colors. What are you suggesting? What would you like to do? These are the colors that you need to know in order to determine whether someone is pure or impure. What do you mean? When you ask why you mention the colors, you need to know the colors. They explained to him, Yomi said to him, you could bait something with my In other words, the point that you're making is that these are the four brightest white colors. So why would you mention the least bright of the bunch, which is the membrane of the egg, and say, membrane of the egg is the fresher. If you have a dimmer white, then the dried out membrane of an egg, so then you're automatically going to be pure, because that can be the problem. If it's brighter than that, you've got a problem. Otherwise, that's very simple. Mentioning one thing. People have to have in their house is one dried out membrane from an egg. Use as comparison or keep it in their pocket. And anytime someone comes by with a question, what are they going to do?
Doesn't matter if it's a terrorist or
the whole have to pull a membrane, say it's brighter, is it less bright? If it's brighter, the guy's coming. If it's less bright, he's supposed to be off the hook. And it's not a problem. So he takes all the rest of the colors. So Amalal, so he was suggesting his son, well, Loma, we need to mention all these different colors to teach us that it starts in Zeh and Zeh, to tell us the colors that can be combined one with the other. In other words, if I just told you this red color, that's considered white enough, or I would not know, the categories of which ones can be combined with the others. So Amalal, they said, okay, fine, I get that down. However, the Yomi, why doesn't he say, that you start with the membrane of the egg and say anything more bright than that is going to be impure? So you start from that and that. So add that line in. Big deal. Again, we're trying to keep our students in the easiest possible way. Say, one is confused to be called for us is a problem. If it's as bright as the membrane of the egg or brighter, it's going to be coming. And guess what? You can combine all those bright colors together with each other. Malori said to him, you know why he tells us all the colors? The reason why he tells us all the colors is to teach us colors, ain't no buckies or hand. Vishmo saying, ain't no roa esanka. We need to teach something else, which is, you should be getting involved in this process of checking the colors, you don't know the colors. There are certain things you have to know, in order to have to be and the truth is that this is subject to somewhat of a debate. I don't want to get into it right now because halacha believes the Kohen doesn't have to be what we can. The halacha actually is that the Kohen doesn't know the halacha. We know that the Safar Tamei declaration is made by the Kohen, but some Kohanim just didn't know it. What would they do? They would employ a professional mega checker to work with them. And they would stand there. The Kohen would basically just sit in his seat, and the mega checker would examine it. You have this, just say, dermatologist who worked for the Kohen, and he looked at it and he'd say, yeah, Mr. Kohen, this one's a problem. And he's Tamei. The Kohen would say, Tamei, then move on. But ultimately, the bottom line is, what it means to say is, if the Kohen is going to rely on his own checking, he has to make sure to know the various colors of the village. Now, here's the main point of the Marmot. When his son, Yeshua, was suggesting what he could have said from egg membrane and us, it was going to be a problem. Now, if he knew his father's opinion was similar to ours, which is, there are two different categories. There's category 1, which is egg membrane and up, and category 2, there's category 2, which is egg membrane and up, and category 1 is lime and up. He should have said to his father that, is this right in the Mishnah. Just two different categories. Egg membrane and lime in it. Just say that, everything will be clear. Now, if you sit Ha'efel Lamala Lo Kama, you didn't say this. So it must be that the low Amalei, since he didn't suggest to his father, and he should just write it simply in the Mishnah, that there are two categories. One of them is from egg membrane and up is Tameh, from wine and up is Tameh, and you can combine each category with each other. Obviously, he didn't say that because that wasn't his opinion. In other words, the point that we're trying to make over here is that according to the Akiva, you're going to have Baharas, which is snow at the top, and then you have Se'ez, which is going to be the wool, and then beneath Se'ez you have wine and egg membrane. Now, since he only said egg membrane and up, it must be for some reason his father grouped all that together. Because if he didn't group that together, it would be inaccurate to say you could combine everything together. And the fact that he suggested you see egg membrane, which includes lime, which includes wool, and he said you could combine all those together, it must have been that was the Akiva's opinion. The Akiva's opinion was you could combine egg membrane, lime, and wool together. Now, because if that wasn't true, he would have said egg membrane and up can be combined, lime and up can be combined because they're two different categories. The fact that he didn't say that must be that he didn't know that. So, with the low honor of the spirit, it must be the four of them can be combined with eight because they're also categories of six. The word says no, that's not right. No, but perhaps. Parents called us out. In other words, we're recording a conversation over here between the father and son. Now, maybe the father and son conversation that we have is not 100%. 100%. He just was asking his father, why not make it simple? Maybe indeed we did not. He mentioned here's how to keep category of things. He never arrived. In other words, could be, because no raya from here, when you see the hell that's the ace not category of an egg membrane, it may not be the case. It's possible, yes, it's possible not, but it's not a proof. It must be coming from Canada. While other muscles of the Kiva is not other than that. You're trying to understand the Kiva's opinion when it comes to the colors of these different spots. How do you understand it? So he explains it as follows. The Arba Costa Sohola, 4 cups of milk. So in other words, 4 white cups of milk. That's enough for a total straight even fills out. In 1 cup, 2 drops of blood colored. So it gets like, it loses a little bit of the bright because of the red that goes into it. Yeah, enough for a total barbecue. It's another cup of milk. I got him some pizza. 4 drops of blood color. Fills out. Shmona, another one, 8 drops of color. That's enough for total stain in the honor of faith of the people. The last one, or 16 drops of blood color there. Now what happens? This is the 4 cup of blood. It's only a minimal, sorry, it's the 4 cup of milk. There's only a minimal amount of blood that goes in there. Now it says Shatulan, all of these cups, Maros Lovane. They're all still going to have a very, you're still going to be white. You're still going to have a white color to it. Ella says Zella Malamisa. It's going to be like a little bit of like a and the fourth is more is the most dim of the bunch. The point is, Ella Zella said is all about his death. Each one is just one step higher than the next, which is exactly what his opinion. Because he says basically you group them together and they go one step to the next. Most of the hold on. You perhaps would think that we could do that. Aim of the chapter would be the papa. Maybe he would say this, I mean, this muscle, this parable, or this would only be relevant for the pasuk. What's a pasuk? Pasuk is in the parsha. The Goyim, some the Goyim which are adopted. They have red to it. That's what he's talking about. This is not a shade of white. This is a type of nega which has a little bit of a red tinge to it. So he's talking about a red tinge on. Then okay, you can understand why it would have a little bit of blood in there because it's white. There's a little bit of red tinge to it. So yeah, for this side to turn pink because you're putting something red. So that is where he gives this muscle, gives this parable, or this analogy to understand what it will look like. He gives that when we're talking about a red tinge mara. However, we're talking about the color, it's a white one. Who said that he even compares these two things? The color comes down the red. How do you know this parable is relevant to a white one? Now, the female, now you might suggest he hates the summer of the color, the summer of the color. But what's the difference? If you can the same thing, whether it's a reddish mara or if it's a whitish mara, it makes no difference. It's all going to be the same. In other words, the idea really is the Akiva is of the opinion that it's just a color scheme. You can combine them all together. Now that you've done that, I'll go back and actually analyze them. How do you actually even know when it comes to this reddish kind of nega that he actually said that? Let's find out. We don't know guys as you look at these statistics of now, including the stuff, but now the key over here is a down, the redness the redness of this, and that what's the Shebazeh, you look down in Rashi, fourth to left part of the page, he says, Al-Kaf, when you say Shebazeh, what he's talking about is Al-Rishon V'Sheni Ka'amar. The first two, the came off in the Mishnah, what this is talking about. For Haki Ka'amar, this is what it means to say. We'll read the Rashi and go back to the Gemara. Adam Dom Shevarishon V'Sheni, the redness of the first and the second, the simon is the sitas open to the head. You start decreasing the redness in them. And the heavy character of the cards, plus people down the hall, from our aim, up and we're welcome, Alec behind the muzzle, we feel level. Let's go, we'll explain this to come back to you. But now the Kiva says, the redness of the first two is kiyayin hamavut, it's like wine. With mayin with water. Ella sheba haras. But when it cooked up haras, it's strong like snow, which shall sit diahemenu. When it comes to sid, it's a little bit lighter than that. So that's what he just said. He said, when he starts going with bazel, Rothschild means the first two. And then we go ahead and mention, he mentioned first at the top with an Azak Keshela, with the snow. We always put that in the highest category. And then the next one, he said, it shall sid diahemenu. And sid, wine, is under. Now hold on a second. The way you understood the Akiva was, if the Akiva is going in order, he should have said, turn the page, you'll see it's the top of the end. Now in Esau, if indeed it's true that the Akiva actually held, and we go in color schemes, so Semer Diahimenu, Miboilo. According to the way we understood it, the way we go is we start with Sahara, which is snow, and then we go on to explain the second one as one. He didn't do that. He said the one underneath it is lying. So this whole throws the whole thing off. Because according to what we're trying to accomplish is, the Kiva says, snow's at the top, then comes wool, then comes line, then comes the egg membrane. Now the first thing just now got thrown up because the Kiva himself, when it comes to this puzzle action stuff, it's all by saying snow, and then skips a step and goes to sid, to line. Which is exactly the opposite of what we're trying to accomplish. For the game. Where it says, Amri, the second line, the bottom of it is Enochem. That's really what he meant. But Tanya, as it said in Rashi Omer, Lo Sha'amra Akiva shall sid diahemenu. It's not true that the Akiva meant to say that sid is the next word which is more dim. Ella shall semer diahemenu. He meant to say that. Okay, so here's where we have a riot. In other words, you're getting thrown off from the staff. And when it came to this hustle, so he get the stuff. No, that's not what he meant. He meant to actually say lying. So there, he meant to say well. So yeah, the key to the opinion, you have Sahara at the top, and you have Eddies, and then you have the two subcategories we follow that. So the line of the egg membrane. and then we're going to say, just like you said when it comes to the pop-up, which is a mara that has a little bit of redness in it.
I hope you try.
So it will be true when you have a mara which has no redness, just that the white starts to get a little more thin as we go along the color.
All right, let's see.
And
What
everyone goes
we got here?
We know the Harris Alpha. How do we know that the Harris, the Pasuk says, the Harris is the brightest color? Your answer, sorry, you know the Harris Alpha. I'm the Avaya, I'm the Kra, in the Harris, Levana, Eve. He's the one of the Harris Levana. The Pasuk says, if he's going to have this Harris, this is white, and North of Levana, means she is the white. She is white, and what? When the Pasuk explains that something is like the quintessential white, so what this is, this Harris is going to be the whitest of white. Okay, the Harris is Amuka, the heavy, deep type of color. Okay, no, man. And it says here in the Pasuk, its view is deeper than this. I think it's pronounced its Mara is deeper than the skin. You see, the Harris is going to be deep. What does that mean? It's deep. Well, explain. Kamara Sama Pa'amuka Minatzeh. Sometimes if you have the sun, which is by a lot of shade, what happens is it will look like the sun, even though it's uniform. It's exactly the same place. Again, what not necessarily mean the sun and whatever is in the same place. But you have some type of light, which is exactly the same place as the shade, but the light will look like we're in, because the shade is darker around it, and the light looks much deeper. You know what I mean? And it's so bright, when you have something which is so bright next to something which is dark, what's brighter will look like the recess behind. That's why we call it deep. Tomorrow, so when it comes to Se'ez, what does that mean? So just remember, the Pasuk says that a person, you know, when you're reading that Pasuk for the very first time, what you'll think is there's three different colors of a negative tzara. You can have Se'ez, which is one color, Asapakas, which is another color, and Be'eres, which is another color. Now, what the Gemara is explaining is, now let's understand what those words are. So now the Be'eres, we explained it's very deep because that's the whitest of the white because it's really deep. Now, Se'ez, we're going to explain what does the term Se'ez mean. What is the etymology of this word? Why does Se'ez mean something which is white? So now, you know that these are going to be white, or they're going to be red. Then, when it comes to Se'ez, sorry,
3.1 stars, great reviews.
Se'ez ain't Se'ez eligible. Se'ez means it's fire. So why is Se'ez called Se'ez? Because it's a more dim light. So now the dimmer the light, the closer it's going to pull you. Again, I don't know enough about this. I'm not an artist. But apparently that's how it works. The dimmer the white is, the closer it's going to look to you. So therefore Se'ez refers to a whiter than white, to a white that's whiter, and we develop in Zariah that that's what it means. Referring to mountains and hills and valleys, talking about elevated surfaces, it's referred to as the same thing as Se'ez. So therefore, the Se'ez color is going to be a color that's more dim, which looks more close. Now we understand what the Sapakas mean in the public. That makes this beautiful art of Se'ez of Sapakas for Paris. So what does Sapakas mean? Well, it says, in Sapakas, the word Sapakas always means a secondary category. Omer,
I said, I will kill you.
Omer, some Haiti, no. But it says, secondary. This is the whole discussion where your Navi was talking about where Hannah was talking about and he said that the Kohanim was basically the Sabbath, and then said everyone was going to want to be a secondary category for that. So Hayden the human means is a secondary. We have Sage and Bahara, which are the two primary mega players. And it's the Hakas which says now after our tail was Sage. The possible Barbasar Sage of the Hakas of Bahara. So I know that this and the secondary category. How do I know secondary category? By the way, according to Akiva, there is only secondary category to Sage. You have Paris on its own, then you have Sage secondary category. But now, according to Rabbi, how do I know that the Hera is? The snow I color has a secondary category. South control the Sage still of Harris known, and zero never live on of the Sage, never live on the Harris. It says white when it comes to Sage. It says white when it comes to Harris. Now live on more of the Sage. Just like the whiteness that comes along with Sage as a secondary category. Live on more. Gave for Taylor and it says white, it can still have a secondary category. And they must need to follow. And we know we learned.
Let's see here.
Hato Apostle of the Hakas makes the ace Libahara. The Apostle took the word. Hato Apostle, the Sahakas makes ace Libahara. The word Sahakas was inserted between the words ace and Libahara. No one will teach you to change its failures ace. Just like in the secondary category, it's age capital of error. In other words, two different ways of understanding. You get following students of Papana. Then you have two categories, which is the age of error and just an error language. Snow and wall. So then, just like you have a secondary category for snow, which is line, there's a secondary category for wall, which is egg membrane, and that's where the word Sahakas is substituted. Okay, now we want to go to the illustrations. That is an example of how we know what it is. Sage is semi-level. Sage is like white wall. My semi-level. What's this white wall that we're talking about? Bibi, Ravasi, Bibi, Sani Ravasi, then Nafim, the clean wall, then yellow, on the very first day of his birth. The Kavnin Bo Mila. But the Shah Bo Mila. Now, I'm trying to Kashmir, I'm not going to translate. I don't know where it's called from the baby. Whatever the word is called from the baby, very soft word. Look at Rashi. Rashi explains this is what would happen. Rashi is the first skinny one with Rashi. He says, Rothschild or a Taylor, Yosef, and then he explains, Kaf, Kishanora Kava. When this sheep is born, for her aim will pack ourselves, the mother will lick it all off from all the remnants of the birth. Aim summer lucky also young. And the world is never going to be as clean as that day. But it's an animal. It spends time in the dirt. Therefore, it gets very dirty. On that day, after the animal is born, its mother will lick it up, clean up all the wool, and on that day, the wool will be the brightest and the cleanest and the softest. Now, the Rothschild, Neil Lamilas, first one to forgive it for Milas, for this type of material, also Mekava, Ma'ata Ar, who Mekavno, they make like this type of leather jacket they put on top of this little sheet. The top of it they tie it on, so you carry, and you start coming to cook the Yemen, and that will then be covered. So that's the day of the animal will be born, its mother will clean it up, and they protect it, and like, you see like these dogs wearing these little whipper coats. So I guess they had this whipper coat that they put on top of this sheep, and when the wool was ready to be sheared, they shear it up, and that was a very high quality special type of wool that they used. That's the stemmer that we're talking about, that's the wool that we're discussing over here, that was very, very well. I'm going to say, yeah, Masha drop, Bonan, Lunai Gardon. Remember, in the Pachaman, we have these skipped categories. When you mention this time, let's do it again. So what's the mouthful for that? The Trey Malki, the two kings who will Trey Parki into two incredible ministers or governors. In other words, different levels of government office. So Malfa Shazah, Lemala Malfa Shazah, this king is higher than the other king. The Parfa Shazah, Lemala Parfa Shazah. And I guess the governor, the minister, is to be higher than that. And then says, hold on a second. How does all these are? Is there probably that extra kingdom? In other words, you think of it like this. You have
let's see what it is.
think like a supreme type of government. And you have here in the United States, you have the federal government, then you have state governments, you have the local government. So let's just say you have like the president and the vice president, and you have a governor and a lieutenant governor. So now, what Morris says is, you have this king is higher than that king, and then this minister is higher than that minister. So essentially, what you have is president, governor, vice president, lieutenant governor. That's the way the Gemara explains it. And the Gemara says, but that's not the way it's supposed to be. That's not what we're trying to point out. We're trying to point something else out. The Gemara explains, no. Let me explain this again. What happens is you have the king is higher than the secondary minister. So you have the president is higher than the vice president. But the vice president is still in a more supreme position than the governor because he's part of the federal government. So you have the president, vice president, governor, lieutenant governor. So each one is going to be in its own category, but that's up to Morris wants to point out that each one is going to line up exactly how it works out.
He was thrown out by his own because he was peeing all over the place. Persians sometimes have that kind of problem. Because about as far as you can get from
doesn't really match governor or president. It's not going to really work. Because we're talking about two different states. That's the idea. The way I'm explaining it, it's still going to only go in that category. You have president, vice president, governor, and then lieutenant governor. It's still not matched. So that's not going to work. So that's the first. Next one. It's very different position in government. You have a Malka king, Al-Kafka, as well as form of the government. You feel like it was the head of the army, the Russia says. You probably shall Malka. The various things government fix the race Caruso and the race Caruso again. That really describes again how you go about these levels, because that's another problem with one on top of the next. So we begin describing the breakdown of government from the most supreme position to the lowest position. So again, the word says, we have the kings and the king's minister the following one. Now quickly, you have the king and the minister. The minister's position is lower than the Al-Kafka, who's in a higher position, but also the way that they travel is that the king will travel together with his minister, even though that minister, I guess we do like the press secretary. You have the president and the press secretary. Well, the press secretary is generally, from the governor's perspective, lower than the governor of the state. Press secretary can be power. However, when they travel together, therefore it doesn't look like that. Remember, on my other says again, Shavar Malka, yes, Shavar is the king of the Samaritans is the Persian king, and then the Kesar, which is the Roman king. So I'm going to lay a couple of levels. If I can get to Rabbi, how many I cover? You're talking about a Persian king and a Roman king. Which one is better? I'm going to let you said to him, before you call up, and you live in the forest, you're sitting in the church and eating, you have no idea what's going on. In other words, where are you? What planet do you live on? If you don't know that the Roman king is much stronger than the Persian king. As we are about to explain, the reason why this interaction happening is because since you mentioned Ramalka first, which is the Persian king, and he lived, the Chopin lived under the Roman king, he didn't want to, God forbid, be accused of not recognizing that the Roman king was going to be way bigger, therefore we have to clarify that first. Otherwise, the first calculate, in other words, you're living in the forest, think about things, let's think of them outside you down. Look at this one, the bigger, the safer, says the first, the total, called Ara, which is Dushka, which is, in other words, it describes that the Roman king is going to be stronger. Otherwise, Yochanan says the Jew Roman, that this refers to Roman, which is Roman Kayadas, in other words, the evil Roman dictatorship. Shetiva, Yot, its jurisdiction runs after the whole world. So, you know, I'm going to give one more example for these colors, which is Yom Gelima to Omar B'Shafke. You have this wool garment, and it got rubbed out, and Sadina the kiss of B'Shafke, the thin garment, and it got rubbed out. Because the way this works is, the wool garment garment is very white when it starts off, and then it gets rubbed out, it's less white. And then you have the linen garment, which is quite bright white when it's new. When it gets hot, it goes down. So, in other words, it will skip the category. The white is too red, but when it gets rubbed out, it becomes pretty, it loses a lot of brightness. And then the linen is pretty bright when it's new. And then when it gets rubbed out, it's going to be at the bottom. Because it loses brightness. These are describing the colors you see them on. They'll stop to be able to.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes to Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access of the show. But that is not why you're here, Daddy. They're here to watch 10 Minutes to Shop. So let's go ahead and start the timer. Alrighty, dude. As you can tell, I'm not Mr. Whole Foods.
Good morning.
I was just gonna say I'm ready to fucking name the waters, dude.
Oh, shit, we begin today's style.
Oh yeah, dude. That has.
Is taking over sponsors. We take our annual comic sponsors to the show, and it is of course to the service for our show. Let's take our sponsor for the month of year. We thank Dr. Snow and Robert Rothschild, sponsoring all the children and all the doctors and the updates. My father, Leonard Crofton, Reed Girls, my parents, the website is on Facebook, Say Hallelujah, Spanish to Heaven and Color. That's your thing. We also thank Ari and Little Listeners for sponsoring the weekend learning of Reunions with Haley's mother, Linda King. Rafael Leia about the mayor, and Spanish Hallelujah Amazing, and the challenge we had in the follow. Today's office, I think we're going to pick up on that solid on the days. We're going to pick up from Amale Regina Ramirez. It's very good recap. It's just for a couple of people that what we were trying to do here and trying to figure out
you get into it and you're like, how do
the
I
kind
make
of the
drawing and sing?
and we went back and forth. Is it rubbing yourself? Is it recording some of the people? And ultimately, we wanted to figure out if Rabbi possibly could have been the one to be darkening Reboy Meal as opposed to Star Talk to Cloud. Now, so you think this is the expert of it. So I took the Reboy and Meal and Reboy, Meal and Reboy. And Star Talk to Cloud are very similar concepts. The question just is, which one are you using? Reboy, Meal, and Reboy is more inclusive. Cloud Talk to Cloud is more limited. And so anytime you have a Mahoket running with the logic of Reboy, Meal, and Reboy, or Cloud to Cloud, you're going to be deciding which one is
what they say of the guys is not true.
Let it go out right. If you're going with Cloud to Cloud, it'll be much more winning. If you're going with Reboy, Meal, and Reboy, then it's going to be
you're all sad
much more
and a lot of you.
So let's go see if it's possible to actually say, as we just got finished saying,
He's a
Rabbi
fighter, and like he
goes with the logic
owns a
of
bunch of trucks,
Reboy, Meal, and Reboy, as we just did the previous tomorrow with regards to he didn't have that. So I'm going to do what I may
big
not.
house in Texas.
Rabbi darts Reboy. The Meal, is it true that Rabbi actually darts in Reboy and Meal? The problem is, for Rabbi calling the Sarki darts. We find that Rabbi, when he darts in with the logic of Cloud to Cloud, and not with the logic of Reboy. Kind of potentially right there, Marseille. Let's just go. Let's talk about evidence. We're talking about evidence. Never Avery is a evidence. He saw himself. He's here. Like the still beyond the 6 year mark, there's a procedure part of the days to get the spirit hit with his paw. That is all the person shows in Marseille. He also named the L Marseille. I only know from here that you can use the actual Marseille in all appearances here. The name of Rabos, how do you know that I can actually use another type of tool such as a seal, a zero, a mappa, a sedea from the stuff? So the first 3
Mexican is running
zero
this,
and mappa
making fun
are
of
all
Bubba. That's
really
what
types of
United
elements,
is
whether it's split or soft, so wood, or different types of
completely delusional
that would be used
with an
to
unbelievable
pierce
amount
the
of
air.
moments
So
feeling
yeah,
epic,
modern people
epically
forget
embarrassing
that
ways.
they don't have a
He gives the
gas.
chefs in
It's
this kitchen the
so like
finest
it's too
ingredients
warm.
to cook delicious
Grill, we
dishes
put it in Home Depot.
for
We're
all of us
talking about a
2020.
hand
Mexican, on the
type
other
of
hand,
drill that you
has absolutely
use
nothing
to
unique
pierce the
about
ear.
her. She's
But
unbelievably
Hamista,
boring
again,
and
that type of
pedestrian.
metal instrument
I
that
can
you use to
appreciate the
pierce the
chefs
ear.
in the menu,
How do you know?
but
You
you
can
just
use
keep
all
reading the
those
same
tools
local
to
flavors
pierce
using
the
poor
ear
quality
together.
produce
Every
ingredients. Like many, I've enjoyed this for years, but it's been hard to keep coming back regularly. Only to see more and more faces with themes. It feels
Any
like
item
I'm
which
now
you're taking
eating a
in
day
your
old
hand.
grocery store dealing Chinese food
That's
that's been marked down to get rid of it.
you have. What Costa takes tells you to take anything, and Marseille is limiting. Now, Rabbi says, Marseille, ma Marseille miyuta, just like the Marseille, there's something which is special. Why it's special? Because it's so much
Here's what I'm saying. I
it has to
understand
do
what
whatever
this
you're going to be
chef is
taking is
doing.
going to be made out of
What he's
metal.
doing
Now, Rabbi was the
is
one
smart. He's
who with
playing
the
four
logic
D
of
chess. Okay?
you
and me,
he
we're
would
the
be
same
the one
guy.
who's much
We
more
don't want to see
not the one who's much less efficient. I just went ahead and told you use all these types of tools, even the ones that I made out of wood. Who is the one who said that? That's not the opinion of Rabbi, that's the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. Why did you say that?
Not to see his
Because
family.
Rabbi Yehuda, he thought he was your forces were
Like, I don't want to see his wife,
you take
children.
everything, keep it hold in your hand,
You know,
and
so
then
what
it
he's
says the
doing, she didn't
Marseille.
fucking do it.
So again, Marseille says
True,
limited.
she's not
What
the
is the
one
actual
fucking
limit? So the
drugs.
one is actually pushing this over here. Rashi
No,
brings
she
it on the
didn't
next,
have
on the
anything
top
to do
of
with
the
the
next
girl
level.
pop. Yeah, that
And it's
probably
totally more
lies.
inclusion.
The crap about the
The
ugly.
limitation of Marseille tells you it has to be a tool.
Her
As opposed to
mother-in-law
using some
speaks
kind
no
of
English.
salve, a medicine. It's like
We're
acid,
always
it's
trying to
a
tell
pretty
her.
painful procedure to burn a hole from the ear. But
You know,
one
it's
might
40,
think
we're
that
just,
any way
he's
you
just
make
trying
a
to be
hole
like, hey,
from
let's
the
stop
ear
doing it
would
all
be
the time,
okay.
right?
The Prophet
Because
says,
we
no,
want to
no, no, no.
focus on the
There has to be
podcast
something
most
which
of
is
the
a kasa
podcast here.
and somewhat
I
of a
don't
tool
particularly
to a
enjoy
Marseille,
having to,
but
like,
it's an actual tool. If it's
tiptoe
not
around
a tool, rather
veins
it's
of her
a shot and a
ass.
medication, it's going to be exclusive. Now, the one who's more exclusive in this case is your user, like the keys using the logic of the meal. Who's the one who's much more limiting? That is Rabbi. Why? Taylor's the Rabbi follows logic of follow prop. Therefore, the Costa says anything. Marseille is limiting. If that's the something you want, it has to be. Something which is made out of metal. I'll call from my path of something. Like the mystery, what is the subject of the matter? Rabbi calls Tony Property. Rabbi uses power property as much more limiting. And Rabbi Yehuda, Doris, Reboy, If we have a major problem because evil that you just told me. Rabbi, when it comes to the lack of picking up end, there's going to be dancing and reading and meetups. However, we see very clearly in our budget between of you, Yehuda and Rabbi, here's what we darshan with the logic of reading and meetups for a solid thought. And who's the one who says solid thought? Rabbi. Now, it's Papa Cameron, North is right. It's the Alma, generally, in the typical case inside, when Rabbi did darshan the concept, he's always going to use the concept of the Alma Kali Saki. He's always going to use the logic of Kali Saki, which is a generalization and then a specification, as opposed to a reader which is inclusive and then a mere and then exclusive. He's always going to use Kali Saki. What's the reason why when it comes to Pidyon Haddad, he darshans deeply here? The time very small. Because he follows the time very small, which is the time very small. Bamayan, nay, it says Bamayan 2 times in a row. This is not related to us yet, but the time very small, especially that case here, we actually read this recently. This is the topic
It's such a huge stretch. You think you can this off a little bit? This far into the bit, like, away from what they're talking about.
Anything that has fins and scales in the water. So now, Mayan and Mayan are the generalization. And afterwards it says, after it says Mayan twice, then it says Yamin to Banafalim also prepared. So Mayan, Yamin, and a fellow. Sea or a stream is considered to be a specification. The problem is that instead of it being a flat and then a flat specification and then it says it would be the Mayan, so it has both falling together and then afterward it has the flat. Cloud is flat. So it's not the case. This is another even if you're a person who generally uses power crowd, generally anytime you have these generalizations, those specifications, you're always going to use power crowd. And as we mentioned, it's always going to be much more limiting. That's only true. It's actually structural. Cloud, crack, to cloud. But if it's cloud to cloud, then you get a default to the reborn and reborn logic. Therefore, it comes to. And it's not bad. In that puzzle as well, you go back, and that puzzle goes to the eval. It says over there. It says the Gino. We go for this. We go for exercise catch up, then it says tip this. So it's the three of them put together next to each other. So therefore, he's also going to say in that case, since the three of them are right next to each other, and then when it has the specifications afterwards, you're going to go ahead and follow the logic of Rabbi. In other words, the here it says, you could do other tips, and then it says, at the end, that's how Ketchup makes it going, therefore you're going to use the logic of Rabbi as opposed to power. In other words, the bottom line is, the Lord's not going to say, now those who argue actually do that to power crop, but they say that no good is learning from Rabbi, Kalach Shaprosh, the Kalach Snoopers, Hashal Prot, the name of the power crop. In other words, Rabbi arguing say, they get to bend that say by the fact that we have two problems next to each other. He says the Mayim, and then it says Yam and the power. All right, just move over the second Mayim and then sandwich them together. In other words, the fact that you have forward, foul, and then back, it doesn't make a difference because the order is not as important. However, the problem is, it seems like Rabbi, who did use reasoning here, he must have been following time very small. If it's found to be small, that's when you defaulted in that case to Rabbi. But now the problem is, half the data that the power project are in. The bottom line is, what you're telling me is, Rabbi Darsh's power crop, not Rabbi, barring the exception that he will Darshan Rabbi only when you have plow, and crop. But if you have plow, and crop, it's very close to four, look for that to plow. So now the problem is, the whole idea was you want to use Rabbi and Rabbi himself to go up over this and say he's Darshan Rabbi and not plow, and that's how he can include all the Shavuot stories, all the others. This is just have to say that he doesn't use power crop. Now, he cannot use the power of our notion. Ella, the Shavuot not to use the Kiva, or later, maybe I should go back to the Shavuot there, which is, yes, Rabbi wrote the Mishnah, but in this case, Rabbi did not write his own opinion in the Mishnah, rather than wrote the opinion of the Akiva in the Mishnah, and he can't use it. So, in short summary, what we've accomplished today is that it's true that there are some exceptions with Rabbi himself will Darshan a Hebrew in here, but that's the exception. The default for Rabbi is that whenever he has generalization, a specification, and a generalization, he's going to use the logic of power, which is much more limiting, and says you can only include something which is very similar to the specification. He does not for Rabbi which essentially is much more inclusive and only includes one thing unless there's a problem with the cloud. For example, the cloud is too close to the other cloud and then the cloud is far off. Therefore, it cannot be Rabbi who founded the Mishnah, rather than having Mishnah with the Akiva. Although Rabbi wrote it, he's just quoting the Akiva's opinion. Getting back to another Gemara that was mentioned yesterday. We're done with the cloud for now. So, for those who checked out the cloud, Reboy means and Reboy, on to the next Yufa. More than yesterday's hour. We're not going to quote a long piece of verse from yesterday, and they're going to analyze it. United She'eno Tayyib, Ella al Sheyesh B'Yadir B'Tila V'Yadir B'Asar. Talking about a person who walks into the Beit HaMikdash when he's coming or he comes in contact with something which is sanctified, which can't be touched when he's coming, or something which is consecrated. So the bottom line is, how do you know, this is yesterday's Gemara, She'eno Tayyib, Ella al Sheyesh B'Yadir B'Tila looks bad. He knew beforehand that he wasn't supposed to, and he knew at the end that he did touch it, where he knew he wasn't supposed to go to it, and then at the end he went in. So he had to tell beforehand, and no, and then the Paula being tired and they forgot in the middle. In other words, a drop of background. Whenever we have any type of responsibility for a person who's liable for a mistake, so what he's liable for is the concealment in the middle, mistakes being made in the middle. So we're always going to count the fact that in Parak Shabbos, there's also get called shit. And Rambam has a Parak called Shabbos. And what we're doing there is we always want to find out how many mistakes were made. Generally, it is considered to be a hell. It means a person knew something, and then there was a halama. There was a temporary lapse in his mind from not knowing what happened. Now, the halama could also be that the person forgot the halama, or that the person forgot the specific circumstance. So a person could have forgotten that it's also for a person who's coming for consideration stuff, or a person could have forgotten that he is coming. That's considered to be a halama. Now, halama, by definition, always means that there was something that he and he forgot. And that's going to be the basic premise of today's Gemara, which is you have to have the idea, you have to have known at some point, forgotten that, and then found out after. That's what I said yesterday. In Italian, person is not tired. Ella al Shir for Yediyah Batila, he originally knew. Yediyah Basel, and now at the end he knows he made a mistake. However, the hell of Italian, mistake happens during the concealed period in the middle. We know that from the Nelam, Shnei Parim. It says the Nelam twice. If you read the passage, person touches something, over the sky, memory touches the corpse, an animal, over the touches the corpse of the dead, again, impure animal, the sheriff coming, the Nelam he forgot about it, who comes tonight, the Nelam he forgot to be touched, who is coming back. Now you can come and touch this impure animal. Next question. Oh, he got a tumas adam. He touches an impure person. The call to Masa Shayis, and now Lamina. Yes, he touches the person, becomes Kamei, and the now Lamina gets touched. There's 2 times in consecutive sukkin where it says the now Lamina, he forgot about it. Therefore, what's the now Lamina is coming? Give it a Kiva, that's the Kiva says, it says the now Lamina is coming. We learn from there you have to have known about it, and then forgotten about it, and then known about it again. McLeod. Now, the Gemara says, Rabbi on the Rabbi disagrees, and he says, you don't need the 2 words of the Nelam to teach that knew, forgot, and knew. Rothschild, Omer says the Nelam, it says he forgot. And McLeod, Shiyada, by definition, forgetting something means that you knew about it. You can't forget something that you never knew. You could not know it, but that's not called forgetting about it. The Nelam is to conceal from him. In other words, there's a piece of knowledge we had, and right now, in this moment, that piece of knowledge is somewhere, in a place where it's inaccessible. Just not knowing something is not called the Nelam. Now, the Yada, and now he knows about it. Now, how they touch it. If you forgot about something that you knew first, then you forgot. Now, the Yada, how he knows about it, you have whole thing. In other words, you have to sandwich your. Now, the definition of the Nelam is that you forgot about it. When you knew about it, you forgot about it. The Yada gives you the second piece of knowledge, he has the second half of the sandwich. Now, we came out telling over Nelam. So that's the case. Why does the Nelam a second time? The Tayyip, our Hel, and Tumah, our Hel, and Tumah. For the Rebbe, we want to include 2 different types of forgetting. First of all, forgot to be Kamei. Or another case is, you knew that you were Kamei, but you forgot to the process you wanted to do. That's the more than the other. Now it goes back to analyze it. The Nelam. It says the Nelam. McLeod, Shiyada, this implies that you knew about that. Now my mouth, the word says, how do you know that? You knew the implication that you knew about it, just because it says the Nelam.
That's the style of
Amarava,
podcast.
Yedolotse, Viki Aluma Mimani.
Let's see here.
Since it doesn't say Viki Aluma Mimani was concealed from him, in other words, if he never knew about it, it would be considered concealed from him. However, it says the Ne'alam means you had it and you lost. In other words, the implication of the word Ne'alam is you knew about it, but then you forgot about it. Amalei Abaya. So Abaya said back to Rabbi, Elam Yasser, that's the case. Every time you have the word Ne'alam, it means you knew about it and then forgot about it. We're going to find ourselves having a bunch of problems. Why? Rabbi Sota, when it comes to a Sota, the Siv, the Ne'alam Me'ene Isha. It was concealed from her husband. So very quickly, we learned something together not too long ago.
Here's my problem.
Exactly.
Okay, so when the sexy
Years
window
ago.
closes exactly at 10 p.m.
Right?
Yeah.
So a quick review.
Yes.
What is Sota? Sota is a woman who
Is this like a window?
allegedly engaged in inappropriate behavior with another person. She's a married woman, and her husband accuses her of engaging in
She's like,
a man. So he warns her not to seclude herself with that man.
the tickling is sort of,
She goes ahead and she secludes herself again with that man. And there's all discussion with her parent, whether they're agent, the aid involved. The whole discussion, the bottom line is,
why would they
if she
film
conceals herself from this person, there's a process that she's brought down to the base of
It's there, it's how
and
smart it is. It would be funny
they
if
ask her tons of questions, she makes shavuos, and ultimately, if at the end of the story, she continues to deny it, the husband continues to insist on his side of the story, then they attach the chapter to the main Sota, they write to the part of the Sota, they erase it, they put it to water, she drinks it. Now, if she is innocent, she gets these wonderful brothels. If she is guilty, the opposite is true, and she dies at the end of the process. Now, the Gemara says over here,
It's not sexy time.
says the Ne'alam Me'ene Isha, it's concealed from the eyes of her husband, the plow, to have the other Meikar. You're telling me the Ne'alam that she was concealed means that he knew about it. In other words, he has absolute knowledge that she engaged in this extramarital affair with this man. So now he forgot it. Now hold on a second, that means he knew about it. According to our logic, Ne'alam was he knew about it. McLeod, sorry, to have a younger Meikar. Now, you know, the other Meikar, he bought to a Maya, all taxes going to work. The Talmud, but Tani, Regan, the Baisa, the Nikah HaIshmi Avon, the man will be clean from all sin. The Isha Ha'im Tisavana, if she is indeed guilty of engaging this extramarital affair, Savana carried the sin. Now, the Gemara whose Bansha is the Nikah Avon, if he is clean, then Hamayim Bokin is the water will effectively check out whether she was guilty or innocent. However, Aina is Nikah Avon, himself is guilty of sin, then Aina Hamayim Bokin is the water is not going to look to check out whether she is guilty or innocent of engaging this extramarital affair. Now, hold on a second. If he knew about the fact that she engaged in this extramarital affair, guess what? She becomes usher to him. If he decided to go ahead and continue living with her, so then his hands are not clean either. If his hands are not clean, then the whole process is not going to work. Now, we're extending the process to work with the Bible says the Ne'alam Me'ene Isha, that she was concealed from her husband. And then the Torah goes on to describe the process of drinking the water. Now, the Ne'alam means he knew about it, and now he doesn't know about it. It's not going to work anymore because he's still engaged in this relationship with her. So therefore, it can't be that the Ne'alam means he knew about it. So, and furthermore, the Torah, the Psukim, which describes the Torah in Eo, says the Ne'alam Me'ene Isha, which is concealed from the eyes of all the things of Hashmayim, not referring to birth, but the angel who was hidden. But Cloud, then applies the brother of the other way. There were some who knew that the Torah was given. The Talmud is but I know it's Erica, but the extent of the Torah was given. So earlier again, it says the Ne'alam. It was hidden, concealed. Some people thought it was given. Now, if you're telling me that someone knew about it first, the Torah knew about it first. So again, another problem we have using the word Ne'alam, meaning you knew about it and then ultimately forgot about it. Along Rabbi and some Rabbi is of the opinion that he's just Bravo Lo Yishia. Rabbi says that when it comes to Tumah, his Rabbi is Shema Yishia. In other words, it's coming from his the concept that everyone knows the halakha itself. So again, this is a very good question. Every single Jewish person went to school every year, went to Torah. Rabbi taught every single kid in the office of Torah and Torah. Now you might not remember exactly that lesson that was taught. But every single person knows at some point in his life to go through this wicked thing, right? So therefore, they would deal. And then a couple of items, a couple of items, the funny. If we give the killer, if we give the sub, hold on a second. If you're telling me that every single Jewish person knows about this, and that's why you have to have the idea in the beginning, so we know that it's hold on a second. Then it's impossible. In other words, you're telling me that everybody knows it in school, then how do you ever have a scenario if someone doesn't know about it? The case where it says, the funny able to give a previous but you do it yourself. You can watch the years the child is a Jewish person who's not going to cater as a child and learn that once you're from the Torah and the way you put them in, yes, the shots for the Jewish system in America, because somebody did not go to Jewish school. Nowadays, hopefully, most of us go to Jewish school. Not all of us go to Jewish school. But when we see the concept, even times the Gemara, there's the concept between Mishpah and exactly how that applies to a person nowadays is beyond the scope of today's year. But yeah, for the person not going to cater, up to the Torah, that would be a person who would not do it. Okay.
It's 8:17, so he's like,
No.
I got this far. It's the idiot that stays in.
One
monitor just trying to
One of the things we learn on Mishnah has a two that ultimately comes to four is you see the Shabbos carrying the Shabbos. And now let's analyze the way this Mishnah is written, not here in Masechet Shavuos, but the way the Mishnah is written in Masechet Shabbos.
Is it 15 years of Paul?
Here Shabbos, carrying the Shabbos is Shtayim Shein Arba B'Zmin, 2 which is 4 inside. Two, which is 4 outside. So now, 2, 4 inside, 2 is 4 outside, means 4 plus 4, which is 8. Our Mishnah did not say that. Our Mishnah just simply said, it's trying to which is 4. So to us, why is our Mishnah different? Saying Arba was too light, just simply Arba and nothing more. I can also replace Nashin Arba with this, that it has 2 to 4 inside, 4 to outside. Now, just quickly to go through this, the cases are as follows. When we talk about Stein Shein Harba B'Fnim, Stein Shein Harba B'Chutz, but B'Fnim, we're going to refer to it as Rishus Hayakid, and B'Chutz is Rishus Hayakid. Now, there's a bunch of different terms to use in this Shabbos, which are not literal. But the was like, to explain it, as if you remember it. The Gemara talks about a honey and a balabais. An honey is a poor person, a balabais is a homeowner. Generally speaking, if you're going to pass something out the window of the house, so then the balabais of the house who's settled and comfortable inside his house, because what he wants is providing something for the honey for the person who's outside coming to bed for some food. But now, that is not a requirement for Haitzah, but a person be wealthy or a person be poor. It makes absolutely no difference.
Big deal.
What does make a difference is that the person picks up the item inside of the Rishus Hayakid, which is a private domain, and transferred it outside the house into a public building. Now, in order for a person to violate the biblical prohibition of carrying on Shabbos, what has to be done is there has to be something called an akira, which means you lift it up from the place where it is, you uproot the item from its place, and a hanacha, which is you place the item down in the other domain. So now, typically, if a person goes, you have one person involved, we'll just say you have a balabais, and what happens is he's inside his house, he wants to bring some food outside, so he goes to his kitchen, he picks up some food in the private domain, walks outside the public domain and puts it down, you have an akira inside, you have a hanacha outside, and you have thereby violated the halacha of carrying on Shabbos. The opposite will be true if you have a honey of 4 person. You have no food, you go outside, and you find lunch sitting on the floor. So outside in the public domain, he picks up the item, that's the akira, he walks into the public domain to his house, puts it down on the table, that's the hanacha, he has thereby fulfilled the requirements to say, he has unfortunately violated the prohibition of carrying guns out. Now we have two people who are involved. We have a number of cases, which are, for example, you have the Ani standing in your Rabbi outside, and he takes something from outside and puts it inside. What does he do? He's standing at a window, picks something up on the floor, lifts it up, puts it inside, and puts it inside the house. So that's the case. Ani only bachut. You have the Ani outside. He places the item inside. Another case is exactly the opposite. You have the person that buys, the homeowner. He's standing inside, and he takes his hand from inside to outside. He picks the item up off the floor, brings it inside the house, puts it inside his house. He's violated the prohibition of carrying outside. Now, what happens if you have kind of a hybrid case, where you have the Ani, let's just say the guy standing outside, so he picks it up, and the guy inside takes it out of his hand. Or the opposite, you have the guy inside, he picks it up, and the guy outside takes it out of his hand. So you have sheer malach over here. Remember, we said you have to lift it up and put it down. What happens if one person picks it up and another person puts it down, or the opposite in the other case? The bottom line is there are 8 possible scenarios of how you can divide this up, where you're going to have 2 of them. Say, cumulatively, we have 4 of them which are Kiev, and 4 of them which are Torah. Now, the bottom line is, what our Gemara is saying is, in our Mishnah, we only list 2, which are 4. We don't have all 8 of them. Why are we excluding the other 4? That's the Gemara's question. My answer is, nice not to sound astonishing. I will assume that. Nice not to sound astonishing. I will yes, what? That was actually where it mentions all of the cases for, in other words, 2, which is 4, 2 which is 4, so you have total of 8. That is the Ikr Shabbos. There's actually something actually. So therefore, where it says, also, the Ikr Shabbos, by others, friend told us. One is to list all the cases of Avos and Toldos. Avos is the main category, and then Toldos are the subcategories. Now, also, for the Ikr Shabbos, these receptors for the separate Shiurim, we're not really learning the Shabbos over here, and if we want to get into all up as part of the subcategory.
I don't listen to what my people have to say. Right.
So, after blog Ikr Shabbos, Avos, Tani, the Toldos, low Tani. They want some Avos 90. What are the Avos? What are the main categories?
Yikes.
Where it says Yitzios, taking it outside. And Yitzios, property outlet, Yitzios are only 2. In other words, if we're only counting Yitzios, we should only have 2, not 4. If he came to me, hand the keys, man with 4, we're only looking at the ones which are, so we have some which are 5 and some which are buffer, some which are exact, and then we'll see where he's exempt. You have to help him represent. Our case was lined up right after Marriage Today, which is the hypocrisy. In those cases, not possible to use, but just like in all those cases, are cases where it's a problem. Not possible to use, all the cases can be problems. 3 cases where it's a field. Possible with the shot, that's how to do with 2. Over there, since it's been set, the shot for the cases where the cases is viable, or it's possible. Possible. These be studying, we're teaching the cases where it's science, and all the cases of the body.
Just like still for fucking flight. Where are you doing all this shit? Not only is he snoring, but
one of the cases where it's science, it's Yitzios.
Right.
When you take it outside, it's supposed to bring it in. It's not to use this. Again, we only have 2 cases where he takes it out.
The guy in the left is like, listen, I have my own channel. Like, I can't.
Time don't solve. Time not not.
I have an internet presence,
But
guy. I
it's
don't want
because
to be
you
in
have
that.
2 you have, so they have, regardless, you have 2 which are going against each other. You have to know what it's Yitzios, Katani. Over here, it's Yitzios, which means to take it out. And Mavashi, Tana, our Tana is Hafnatsa. Tana, Hafnatsa, Nami, it's all Tana. Our Tana refers to bringing it inside as Yitzios as well. In other words, Yitzios literally means bringing it outside, but our Tana actually explains that Hafnatsa is also called a Yitzios. Now, the Gemara explains. Nimai, where he goes, from the top, not for the Mishnah, I'm not even sure for the person carries from one domain to another domain, tired. You find that one direction of the domain, you want skin to come out of you, but you like isn't that talking about when he brings it inside for, he brings it out. The parallel inside is going on itself, so therefore it's fine. It's just going outside and it's going in. The good law come out, it's just the upper just shot. And how do you know? Maybe that case is where it goes from, hey, you should say, yeah, okay, this is a private dimensional public domain, and therefore, so the utility is taking it out. The court says, no, it's okay, that's the case. So much say that. In other words, the fact you say you're going from the man specifying going from outside, that means the people is going to be fine. And I have a sister, but I think it's not the fire lane outside, still going outside, the city that come outside, take you out, consider you even doing outside, and therefore, in fact, the century is the mission of limiting going inside. Now, what's the reason why? We call it going inside, going outside. The Lord says, time of call to your state from the Gomor outside. Any section we got to close to the body, it's considered to do that. Now, these two things very quickly, I'm seeing that we're really short of time. We still have a lot to do today, and we'll get it done. But the concept of why it's considered a whole state is because just in general, why is carrying from one place to the next is the Hamalach on Shabbos? All the Lamatas other philosophies on Shabbos, you're going to have to be able to describe something significant that was done. So, for example, when it comes to the short cooking, you always have to identify what changed in the item. That's why you take discussion whether or not, or how there could be a key of the official that we for cooking when it comes to water. There is, it's prohibited to cook water on Shabbos. So the question is, what are we trying to do with why? What is the significant change in water just changing its temperature? And there's a lot of discussion about that. When it comes to anyone in the halachas, we always want to find out what is it that changed significantly about this item to make this qualify as one of the prohibited acts. Now, when it comes to Osah, what did you do? All you did is you picked something up, moved it from point A to point B. The answer to that is that every item only has its use if it's in the right place at the right time. If the item is in the wrong place at the wrong time, then it becomes useless. If a person showed up to Daf Yomi, left their Gemara at home, so then they can't use it. The Gemara is essentially useless for them because it's not here. You show up to work without your computer, so the fact is, you have your computer. You tell your boss, I have it, don't worry about it, got my computer. But it's useless, you can't use it. An item is only useful if it's in the right place at the right time. So essentially, every time you pick something up and remove it to the proper place, you are then giving that item purpose and use. So therefore, the law is explaining anytime you move something from one place to the next, whether it's going inside or going outside, you are removing it from a place where it's useless and moving it to a place where it's useful, and that's you're removing it from a place where it's useful. It's what earlier today. Person is in construction, shows up to a construction site. You have his drill. So don't worry, I have my drill. It's in the back of it's in my garage. It's useless. It doesn't help us in your garage. You have to relocate it from your garage and bring it to the place where you need it. And now it's able to fulfill it. Therefore, that's considered to be a mitzvah. I'm going to be on my first on the day, which actually makes sense. With this as well, you're coming for taking tea, supper, time, saying, I thought the fish time was the next. You come apart, actually, if you go back to the session tablets, you'll find it's all those cases you see. All those cases you see. It's the first case that it actually gives was a case of bringing something inside. So therefore, we see this return. You'd see that that's going out and going in, or is it changing? It's coming up. Rabbi Marona said, Shuyas Katani, Shuyas Shaza. In other words, Rabbi don't think it doesn't necessarily mean take it out. It just means there are different domains for Shabbos. Again, exactly, it's not considered just like relevant talk tomorrow, but he just settles it by saying it's considered restricted. Okay, let's move up to marriage to God. Marriage to Goyim, Shnayim Shein Arba. Our Mishnah said that there are marriage to Goyim, there are two, which are four. What does that mean? Not awesome. We learned elsewhere in the Sunday. Marriage is on Shnayim Shein Arba. There are two different words in Torah which describe the way of Negalah. This notice the fact that starts because you in the Torah, he explained it.
$90 million. Is that what he said?
And the year of all the sorrows,
As I'm laughing at the idea
first will have on his
Alex
skin
and
the
Sean
AIDS or Bahara.
they both paid like $2
We
billion.
define this with
He's a
and
fucking
Bahara
so
are the two different colors of this
That
Pablo
can't be
Nega.
I know, I
is a
see. I'm
subcategory.
exaggerating.
So you have the
Come
AIDS,
on. I don't
Bahara
have
are the main
brain.
category. Sapapa tells you the subcategory. Let's look at
$90
it.
million. That's your
It's
guess, you stupid goon.
It is the whitest of the white. It's
God,
white like snow.
Yeah,
You know
that's what it sounds like.
what the
He's like,
subcategory
dude,
is that
I
one?
think they both made
It's
like
sit out
$1 billion.
It's like the line
His
that
co-host,
they use
that's what they
inside
kind
the
of
hairstyle of the
like.
sanctuary.
Our
The AIDS,
producers are like,
the AIDS,
Brennan,
the
they didn't make
level,
$2
it's like
billion, then he
fresh
plays
white
off
wool
like it's a joke.
of
He doesn't care. Bobby,
Shia law. What's the subcategory of that?
it's so
It's
funny to have this
like
much,
the membrane of an egg.
this
Remember
many
that's the egg
shows,
shell,
this much
but this is when you
fame,
break an egg, you'll notice
money,
inside the egg shell
power,
there's
and
a
all
light
that.
little membrane.
You care this little
Try
about
this
what
at
you
home.
do.
Make an egg breakfast this morning. If you take that membrane out and leave it to dry,
He
the
doesn't
seed
give a
dries
fuck.
in a very white color.
He
So
truly
that's
does
what
not
that's
care.
But that
It's
is
amazing.
the
Sometimes you
lowest
just gotta sit back
category
and
of
be like,
white.
wow,
In other words,
that's
the lightest
crazy.
white is snow. The non-brightest white, I'm not trying to say that, but the least brightest white is the membrane of the egg. Now, anything which is less white than the membrane of the egg is called bohak, as the Prophet describes it. Bohak is not white enough and it is tahar. So these four categories. I'll just explain very quickly.
The zoo, and he's not even an animal in the zoo
You
because
have
they're somewhat
snow.
trained clothes anymore. So he's
Whiteness is wool, lime, the snow,
God damn it.
wool, lime, egg. Now it's listed in our Gemara differently because you
They
have
make
snow,
2 million.
and then the subcategory of that
That's
is
how they have
lime,
the thing
and then you have the next category which is wool, and subcategory of that is going to be the egg. Again, the two in the Torah are going to be the two brightest, and then each category is going to be underneath it. So essentially, you have snow, wool, lime, egg, but it's listed as snow, and the subcategory of that is lime. Then you have wool, and the subcategory of that is going to be the egg. It's very important for the Gemara to remember that order. Omer Kanina says, "Nine Tana Maris Nagay. Who's the Tana of this Maris Nagay? And it can't be directly with Kiva, can't be with Kiva. What here in Kiva, it is here with Kiva. Kiva's Amar Zul Marali Zil, Zul Marali Zil, came to heart to Sid Hechel Yisai. He says that whenever the colors go exactly as I told you, in other words, the perimeter of the brightness is going to be snow, wool, lime, egg, and that's how it goes. What happens is you have a problem combining the colors. Why? The halacha is you have to have a grist worth of barley-sized piece for it to be coming. If it's not going to be the size of this grist or this barley, it's not going to be coming. Now, what happens if you have a half barley which looks like sid hekel, like the lump of the hekel, and a half looks like another color? So technically, it should be able to be combined. However, there's a problem. We're going to explain right now why it's not going to work. Which one can you combine the sid hekel with? You want to combine it with Beharas. The problem is equals to 8 Sadifa. As we explained, Beharas is the snow. The ace is the wool. And the subcategory of lime, now, if you're going to have one spot, which is partially snow and partially lime, you can't combine those two because you're skipping the color. You're skipping the color of wool in between. You can't do that. Now, you can say, according to the Kiva, you have to go in color order. You have the sage, which is the wool, which is better than it. You can't combine it. So now what do you want to do? We're talking about the sage, you want to combine it with the color of the wool. You can't do that. A lot of public debates have used governance explaining it's not the subcategory. You can only combine a subcategory with the main category. But in this main category, it's not going to be connected. Because again, the main category of sid, of lime, is the snow. So technically, lime and snow are the only two that can be combined. But the problem is there's a brighter color in between that tells you can't combine it. Therefore, We're talking about this stuff and we live it. He often wants to, if that's the case, you have the same problem with the lowest category, which is probate stuff. When it comes to the egg membrane, what will you combine that with? We talked about the safety one tries to combine it with the ace. The problem is that you have the sid of the ace. The ace is the wool color, but then you have the sid, which is higher than the egg membrane. So you skip one in the middle. We're talking about the sid. You want to go ahead and combine it with sid. The problem is the habarnegu. It's not within the same category because it's the subcategory of the other one of the others. So just with that, Aleph. So hi, Mike. That's the right side of that. What's going on? This one below sid. You won't have sid in there, then you list the paper. So that it's look out to none of the found of the egg membrane. While the forgot the curvature mitatai, even though the egg membrane is the least bright light, if mitatai is this age, still you say Rahmana Amar was the age for Sabbatas. So that's his failure today. For God, we did not communicate. In other words, if you only had those three, you only had the snow, the walls, and the curvature, you can say, listen, the pasuk said there's something called the sapatas, which means that she's a lower category. You add in, I forgot to announce when they do El Sidhefa Kasha, or Sidhefa is going to be a problem, because that already gives you an issue with combining it, and therefore El Machvarsa, therefore erase it or write it out. That's just the Kiva can't be that our Mishnah follows the king of the Kiva. So we'll stop here. Have a wonderful day.
Final release from the DOJ. Weird redactions out there. Certificate of eldership. Man, that's just a Callan word for sure. Eldership. No, that's a Delia thing. That's a Delia thing. Yeah, the elders on the podcast. Really? Like, what does that mean? Basically, like, it's like a higher. Oh, right. He always wants to group people and separate.
All right, they'll say good morning. Let us begin by taking all of our sponsors for this morning. Today, our commentaries, our annual commentaries, the Tosu Mishpat of Earth. So, dedicating all the Shemit Rothschild this year as a zichus for the service of all of our Yisrael. I come first up here, Habarim, with the Shmuel Rabbi Rabbi, with the architect of Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Rabbi, Ben Yechatz, the Lakonis of Rabbi, and our week of learning sponsors, Ari and Yuri Lifton, the Evil Yishmas, his mother, Rachel, Leah, Bas, Yuri, Mayor, and Zichon, the Rabbi of the mother. Our Irish Hotel, all of the Shams, the family, the shut up with the Mir Tashem. Brings all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karno, and the Mir Tashem, our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Hamid. First, let us begin a tremendous Shkoyach Hotel to everyone participating in this. See you last night, we a very special politicians of over the family. Paul's funeral was just a beautiful, inspiring, and elegant, and delicious, and uplifting the Rashes and the Islamic. Imagine should result in some many beautiful and holy spiritual accomplishments together. So in that, let us be a great a really fascinating dot ahead of us today. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on the bottom of Gimel Avitim, because anyway yesterday, 2 lines up from the bottom. So again, just to orient ourselves a little bit. Yesterday's dot was really quite fascinating and riveting, because we spent the bulk of our time just logistically figuring out what's happening in our Mishnah. One of the things that we strive to accomplish was to assign authorship. The way we do our training is holding right now is that the Mishnah is reflective of the view of that Nishma, and interestingly enough, the liability to which the Mishnah refers is Malchus. Malchus lashes liability. So you might have said, here is the unpublished activity. But remember again, the Mishnah is the opinion that, again, the other thing that comes up here based on that is that the Mishnah again, that was one of the major takeaways of our Mishnah. Even if you have a law that doesn't have an associated action with it, you get Malchus for that. So the problem is with Yochanan. Not that Yochanan is a problem. That one of the things is the stuff that Yochanan should get a little bit of a definition. So Yochanan holds that's our law like a Spanish, which means our Mishnah is a Spanish without attribution, which means that according to our Mishnah, based on that, our law she'in b'maisa in lo. Okay, so whatever, you fill in the blank, right? Type in that example, if you get to use for that she'in b'maisa, one type of example, no sir. Right, that's it over and over and over, right? Cover data, I leave over data, I don't go ahead and I pass it to the bed. That's one of the examples. Then you actually in myself, good enough. So the Yochanan follows up standish, no? The Yochanan himself holds, I'm not going to say, Lach she'in b'myself in lokin Allah. So therefore, the Rabbi will want to figure out is how do you align those two, how do you align the two shittas of Rabbi Yochanan? You pick up the argument, it's not a problem. Rabbi Yochanan himself found another Mishnah, and that Mishnah supports this approach of Lach she'in b'maisa lokin Allah. Okay, what's the other Mishnah about? Shvur shelo ofikazi, shvur shelo ofiva'afa. So he goes ahead and says like this: two shvuros, I swear that I will not eat this loaf. I swear that I won't eat it. Now again, we're actually, if you notice over here, we're going to do this case here as Hashem on Aleph. So now a couple of weeks from now, we're going to get to this case. So we're not going to delve into the shvur, into the seeds of this case, because remember, these are duplicative shvurs. But the way shvuros work, we'll see is there's a whole discussion about shvur, how shvur, in one shvur divided on another shvur. We're not going to get there now. The point over here is I'm making what appears to be two shvurs on the same loaf. Two shvurs on the same loaf. So I swear I'm not going to eat this loaf. I swear I'm not going to eat it. Okay, and what happens? I eat it. Okay, I eat it. Sometimes no matter how many precautions you take not to eat something, you just end up eating it. So I say, let's tell us, I'm only trying once. Now what's the check that we're eating? Rashi says, I love Shmuel and Shilma, Nas Rava. So okay, so some of the mechanics over here. Because I made that first Shmuel, which was Shmuel Shema Ocha Kini, I swear I won't eat it. Once I made that Shmuel, the loaf becomes prohibited to me. So this is, like I said, I'm not going to do this justice today because we're going to do this subject together. But listen to how fascinating this is. So when I go ahead and I swear I won't eat this kikar, okay, so then the shvur works, the kikar below becomes prohibited to me. Alright, fine. Now when I make the second shvur actually doesn't take effect. Why? Because again, Rashi says over here, how do they mishpah l'kayim is hamitzvah? Because once I simply the second shvur is you swearing to fulfill a mitzvah, which means taking a oath to do something that you are only obligated to do. And what happens taking an oath when you swear to do something you're already obligated to do? That's for the Gemara. Mishpah l'kayim is hamitzvah, but okay. Part of the shvur how long it is that if you swear to fulfill a mitzvah, now mitzvah in this context simply means something you're already obligated to do. If you swear to do something you're already obligated to do, that shvur doesn't involve upon you. Therefore, the violation of that shvur also doesn't generate liability. You're going to have a lot of problems in this case. And when I say fun, I mean good. Kosher fun. So everybody's looking for that. So again, you need to get something similar. So I swear let's translate. I don't want to translate. And for some reason, I don't want to translate Kosher fun. What happens to that? Basically what the Gemara is saying over here is essentially when you swear to do something obligated to do, that has no room to it has no room to take hold because I'm what's called mishmah ba'omed. I'm already obligated. So therefore, again, because I'm already obligated, the shvur effectively is meaningless. Now, not necessarily meaningless like shvur or like we saw in yesterday's daf, but the idea is that it has no room to take hold. So therefore, again, plugging it into this loaf case, I swear I'm not eating this loaf. Okay, after that shvur, essentially, what's my relationship to the local guy? What's my relationship to the guy? Can't have it. And not only can I not have it, there's a mitzvah for me not to eat it. Right? Because I took a shvur. there's a mitzvah to uphold whatever oath we take. Moses Masach Tishma, or whatever Tishma or another. Right, so therefore, again, I have a mitzvah not to eat that oath. Therefore, when I go and I take that second oath, say, Shvua Shalom Plena, I swear I won't eat it. Essentially, it's meaningless. It's meaningless. And therefore, again, if it turns out that what I eat it, so I violate it, how many times am I tired? Only once, because again, I'm tied to the first law, not tied to the second law. Okay, beautiful. And also, by the way, these are the nuggets and nurses of beautiful information. This is what's the most exciting about Shas, right? This isn't even like our primary topic right now. And the Gemara also like drops and breadcrumbs here and there. Our job is to pick it up, to absorb it. And you see that when we get the tough hours, we get we see that we already be on some beautiful information. Now, why is it great for us? So we should quickly the other house is all the matters, Ashing the dust cover all the letters. This is the paradigmatic example of Shuras Bitul. Remember again, Shuras Bitul, that's the Shua, remember, it isn't really good to much help in the Shuras, because we really spend the best of the mission dealing with the Torah. But the Gemara says over here, this is the paradigmatic example of a Shuras Bitul. And what is the Shuras Bitul? A declarative oath. Where I make a declarative, definitive of a Shuras Bitul, where if I unintentionally and if I intentionally violate it, I inherit a common over the oath. So again, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf, I end up eating the loaf. If I violate it unintentionally, Malchus, intentionally covered over the oath. Beautiful, beautiful. Now the Gemara says, we're going to make some interesting deal. Like this case is the example where if I willfully violate this Shuras Bitul, I cried not, it's what you interpret here. So let's say if you notice again, what type of case is this? What type of case is this? This is a lot Shemishim Bonaisa. Right? So again, I swear I'm not going to eat it, and I ate it. So I don't think dynamic, I don't think positive, I ate the rest was all. That's the case of Shuras Bitul, so ultimately, again, intentional violation, covered over the other. So interesting. That's the case. What if you flip this? Like, I swear that I'm going to eat the loaf. And I don't eat the loaf. It sounds based on this that what? I would not be in violation of Malchus. No, actually, I would not be in violation. I would not be in violation of the Shah. And therefore, if I unintentional violation, I would not be Chayiv Malchus. I would not be Chayiv Malchus. So I was like, now why not? Now why not? Based on why would I be Chayiv? Why not? Because the Tashkos, that's a lot. She'in Bonaisa. Because failure to eat the loaf. Okay, I'm in violation of the Shua, but it's a violation. It's a lot She'in Bonaisa. So because it's a lot She'in Bonaisa, ultimately, again, I don't get Malchus. And I'll say, let me just see over here. Brother Abi. Abi told me, you see me for Joe Marcus over there? So then he's choosing what to watch. Right? Good, you got this? Excellent, good. Joe, do you have any problems? Or you don't like the shield, you don't like the feet, you go to Abi. He's your guy. All right. So now, so the Gemara says as follows. Or Jeremy last. The Gemara Jeremy there himself, right? Well, you don't need to do anything. Wasn't Joe your Chavrusa there himself?
As far as they ever
Oh, Michael, right. That's Mike, sorry. Right, okay. So we might say this follows. So let's say, Salach Onaisa, he wants to see from here. Stam Mishnah. So at the end of the day says, Stam Mishnah, Ein Bonaisa, Ein Mokim Haba. What's happening over here? Incredible. Security, so you're going to have a lot of Bonaisa, Mishnah, lots in Bonaisa, and you get Malchus. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Lifting, Gemara says, so therefore, they will say, it sounds like at least for this moment, the Gemara is the perfect funding. So look what we have. So you've got Mishnah, Mishnah, Shmuel happens to not Shmaisa, Lokiro. Okay, keep it over here. Rabbi Yochanan said that Kabbalah Stam Mishnah, but hold Rashi and Maisa. Any Lokiro law. So what is the difference with the fact that I Stam Mishnah says that Rabbi Yochanan found the Stam Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan got his Stam Mishnah. Rabbi Shmuel got his Stam Mishnah, and everyone is happy. You might say, okay, you see, because from the high school, my person is now in my face with a bigger problem. I don't understand how you have two Stam Mishnahs that have the opposite conclusions. You know, that totally undermines the whole notion of a Stam Mishnah. Like, the whole concept of a Stam Mishnah is at the end of the day, because there's no attribution, therefore it's authoritative. But if you have two Mishnahs without attribution, and they say the exact opposite things, then halakha l'maisa, how does that work? So where it's a nifty. High stomach, high stomach. So therefore, again, Shmulis, like the other story of the other Shmulis, ultimately again was a Stam Mishnah. The second Mishnah is also a Stam Mishnah. My cousin, the other two high stomach, the other two high stomach. I understand. Now you don't even ask me much more, even on the real plan. Like, how do you know that you have a Dalach Pass a Stam Mishnah? But how do you know that Dalach Pass a Stam Mishnah you just quoted over here? Why not the Dalach Pass a Stam Mishnah on Shmulis? I got things out. In which case again, the Stam Mishnah over here is about him on my son. I don't. So this Kasha, he was also, he was more global question. So this is about the deal, right? This isn't about the deal, right? We're the time later. Ready to say, Hockey Stam One Hockey. Now you ask some people question, Rabbi. Listen, this is like good. Now the system is all the way up to tune over here. Rabbi, how did you, like Rabbi, you might not see, the great codifier of the Mishnah, how did you codify two contradictory establishments? Listen, notice, this is not Rabbi Yochanan issue. This is a Rabbi issue. This is a Rabbi issue. Rabbi, how are you going ahead and codifying two Stam Mishnahs that give us two opposite conclusions? So that's what we heard on this. I like to I can't do what's happening on the front of us over here. This is a historic Gemara. I mean, obviously, every Gemara is a historic Gemara. But this is a historic Gemara because this Gemara is a window into the mechanics of Rabbi, into the mechanics of how all of this is coming together. Because again, the Gemara had it really the power of a Stam Mishnah to tell me that if it's without attribution, everyone owns it. The problem is now I have two non-attributed Mishnayos, which have two different conclusions. Rabbi, how did you do that? How does that make sense? Two words I get before I want. Make her a sabar, last time my son like that. The stomach is all the sasma, which is what happened. This is what I originally Rabbi thought that Halacha was. Last time my son like that. Rabbi himself felt that the conclusion was that last time my son get losses. Like Rabbi Shmuel, like the Mishnah that we had in the beginning of school, which was praising the Dallas. Then what happens? Tahada Sarah, he looked at Rabbi Sasma.
Oh my God! Yeah. God damn it!
Changed his mind, and he said ultimately again, Lord should be my son. Ain't looking a lot for me. A second Stam Mishnah. So why not go ahead and redact first? Why not redact the first? For Mishnah wasn't in come up. But the Mishnah did not move from its schedule. What is that? This is Rashi. Rashi says over here. The Mishnah wasn't in come up. The Mishnah is showing up. I thought he should about. Even Rabbi himself changed his mind. I don't think he again did not hold like that first Stam Mishnah. The first one is our Mishnah Shavuos, right? That we get on the Shem B'Maisa. Not up. So when he changed his mind, nevertheless, after the Pashta Below Hakamidim, Yeshita Kamitiam, the Rabat from the Beishalech, and already engaged. Because all we learned ultimately again was impossible or unable to unlearn it. The reason as Shteyan, and ultimately therefore both Mishnayos remain. והמס ידו שחרון עיקר שחזר במילה ראשונה. And the next thing, and if you understand, right, in the following, you might be paying attention, so you'll recognize that ultimately, again, the second one is the authoritative one. I.e. the one that says, Rothschild in the Maisa, in Lokirama. You understand that's authoritative. And
It's
ultimately,
like
again,
Danko
it trumps
and
the
Dre
first one. Incredible. So let's say there's so many fascinating things that come out of it. It's one of those like the power, to sit here, Rabbi wanted to redact it, or it was because it was already ingrained. So let's say you see what we hear, by the way, just the danger of, again, like lahavdil, but you just understand all what I think is the most rehearsal of this. The danger of reinforcing negativity and how sometimes in life I know that something is wrong. Maybe something is wrong. But yet, keep on doing it over and over and over. And you know, we all struggle with this in different ways. And the more I do it consciously, I know that it's not the right thing to do. The more it's done, the more ingrained and normal it becomes. And the more ingrained and normal it becomes, the harder it is to follow through. The harder it is to undo it. The harder it is to stop it. Such a tremendous misrehearsal. Which is why when we know that there are things that have to be fixed within our lives, it is so important to take dynamic activity now and not to. Because the longer I wait, the more ingrained it becomes, the more difficult it becomes to change it. Incredible. That's Muslim number one. Listen, the one thing is, one of my favorite pieces of Muslim, because you might call this so often, is that halacha l'maisa is okay to change your mind. That so often in life we become ingrained, and we think a certain way, we live a certain way, we behave a certain way, and we repeat those behaviors over and over. And we close ourselves off to the possibility of change. To the possibility that, you know what, I can think differently. I can behave differently. I can act differently. I could become a different person if I choose to do so. You know, the Gemara gives us this insight. This is Rabbi. That the people have mercy. You've literally codified a Mishnah with one way of thinking, and then at some point in time later on, I don't know chronology, I don't know the timeline, but at some point later on, he's like, you know what? I changed my mind. Changed my mind. It's okay to change your mind. And it's okay to change yourself. And it's okay, we have so much invested in the personalities that we create, and then we have those pinnacle moments where I recognize that the personality I created for myself at one stage of life is not the right one to guide me to the next stages. But we're so invested in it that we can't find the courage to change. If Rabbi can do it, so can we. Let's go back there. So as Americans, they're going to be showing off. So now, let's round out the picture. So now what we've done is as follows. Now we've established our Mishnah as, according to Rabbi Yishmael, right, which meant two things. Number one, life shitting by myself is working on love. But what it also did was as follows. Remember, in order to make the Mishnah fit with Rabbi Yishmael, it also has to be talking about what? Malchus and not a carbon, right? Because you remember again, the issue we had with Rabbi Yishmael is that Rabbi Yishmael was when he said that by a shmua, but was future, you're not tied for future shmuas, you're only tied for past tense shmuas. The way you probably use the Kiddush Shtim with the Mishnah, the way you reconcile that was to say, like, Rabbi Yishmael says you're not tied for carbon, you're coming over the other for future shmuas, but you're tied Malchus. Okay? So now we've established the Mishnah as ultimately Rabbi Yishmael, and ultimately again the punishment that we're doing over here is Malchus. So the Gemara says, so that's the case. Now if you Yishmael over Malchus, Maros is on my Malchus. Here's the issue. What Malchus do you have by Taras? I understand Malchus by the other case. What Malchus? How do you come up with a Malchus case? What can you do by Taras that will make you rival to Malchus? So the code takes Taras and Rabbi Abin on the right. So it's like, give me a case of where a person cuts off his blemish. Like, I have something on my skin, and again, I'm not sure, is it Taras, is it not Taras, and I cut it off. That act of Taras, when you look in that itself, is a lot. So you know, I said, I'm Rabbi Abin, I'm not Rabbi Abin, Komakum Shinema, Yishamar, and Baal, Inu Sasa. Whenever you see the Lashon of Yishamar and Al, that's wording that says there's a lot. So what's this? The Torah says, Kishomer Benega Tzaras, which literally means be careful with Tzaras. What does it mean be careful with Tzaras? You know, understanding over here to mean if you have a Tzaras lesion, or I say, if you have a lesion that may be Tzaras or it is Tzaras, you may not cut it off. You might think that, like, I'm just going to go to my local plastic surgeon for, laser Tzaras removal, right? So I'm not going to say that's what you should do, like, so. You're not allowed to do Tzaras, and therefore I give you not suggest how to doing so ultimately again would be Malchus. Okay, Yitzias Shabbos my Malchus, Siva. So he says, what about Yitzias Shabbos? Now again, one second. In order to make this whole attribution of the Mishnah work referring to be Shmuel, you need to come up with Malchus in all of the cases, not just by Shmuel. Right, so again, so I've got Malchus by Tzaras. What Malchus can you come up with in the case of Shabbos? Right, and we're going to look at case of Shabbos, cases for Saul. Two cases are really, I would say, threatening Shabbos. And two more cases are really threatening Shabbos. So what's the Malchus in that case? So you might say, I understand. Last Shemitah, last house, we said things different. This is Nissan. Right, this is a lot, but ultimately it's potentially punishable by death penalty. The call Rothschild as hard as says basically the general rule is that any law that is punishable by such basing generally does not get Malchus. So what the Malchus is by Shabbos, to which the Gemara says, you should have to come with me now. The Amar Lav, Shnita, last hard, he says, fascinating. Who knew that you should have to solve that even a lot that is punishable by a Nissan case? So subject to Malchus. So, by the way, you begin to see, it's fascinating to see that Yishmael has a lot of these very interesting shittas, like Lav Shein B'Maisa, Loki Allah, Lav Shenita Allah, Haras Nisas Beis Din, it's right, it's a lot that is punishable by a death penalty, Loki Allah. Okay, fascinating. Ha Lav Hafi. So once again, Gemara says, Ha Lav. Interestingly enough, if you were not able to go and answer all these questions, what would you say? Kaima, Rabbi Akiva. You would have said to Rabbi Akiva. And that's a long problem. Remember, according to why do you shift it to Rabbi Akiva? That he holds that Halakha and Isa, there's too much things. So we go, what was Rabbi Akiva's issue? That Akiva said, the only liability in the case of Helam Tumah, only the case where you go ahead and you forget that you're coming, and then enter into the Mikdash or consume Kodesh. That Akiva said there is no case of what? Forgetting Kodesh or forgetting the Mikdash, and ultimately again becoming liable like that. So therefore again the Mishnah on Yeshiva. Now the Gemara says, so it's not for the fact that we're able to align the Mishnah like Rabbi Shmuel with Rabbi Akiva. There's the problem, Kashi or Yitzias. That's not true. It's not true because again, remember, how can you align Mishnah like Rabbi Akiva? You just mentioned that the Akiva only holds a Helam Torah. He doesn't hold the Helam Mikdash Lekadasha. First thing was Rav Amrit, Rabbi Shmuel Ulam Malchus, Rabbi Akiva none Ulam Malchus. Now, it's the same thing. The same way that you said it to Mishnah. Right? So let's remember again. There's like a lot of back and forth over here, but actually it's really just the same steps back and forth. So let's remember again, how did we make the Mishnah work? Really, the Mishnah work is from Rabbi Shmuel, and it's really the case of Malchus and not a case of Karban. That's what you're going to be Shmuel holds, but Shmuel is usually only carried for past tense, not carried for future. We say, oh, he's not carried a Karban. So even though Shmuel would agree that if you make a Shmuel into a future tense, you're carried Malchus. You're carried Malchus. So why can't you say the same thing by Rabbi Akiva, by Tumah? That Yeshiva holds that ultimately then you're carried a Karban in a case of Tumah, where there's a lot of awareness about the Tumah itself. But even in a case where you forgot about the Mikdash, you forgot about Kodesh, you would do that part. The Chinese tied Malchus. The son of Mishnah, there's Malchus. You have to guess what he says. So if you learn your Malchus, here's the problem. He helped you. That's the case. That's the case, by the way. Like the whole is just talking about Malchus. That's what we're talking about over here. Yudios, why does it say, why does it use the lesson ultimately again of Yudios? It should say instead what? That notion of like lapse of awareness seems much more important when you're dealing with carbonic liability. But at the end of the day, I'm dealing over here with Malchus, which is a warning. You know, it's a Malchus, Snai, Yudios, Vahasios. Okay. The way to read the Mishnah is not just Yudios, but Yudios, Vahasios. All right, Yudios, Stein, Shane, Arba, Kati to have you. But that's the court cases. It's just two cases, as we mentioned before. Rashi says that it's the last Rashi, last short line. Rashi is Kati to have you. Malchus Elohim Sakuma, Vatoya, or Sakuma Bahamikdash. The Kati who is the Malchus, the Kodesh, the Kodesh. And Malchus the Mikdash. So the words of the really two cases there. Right now, we're going to fight for Malchus. That's I really have asked my career on Robert's Fortuna. So in the court cases, in which the US of the Sioux achieved from the idea of the self-to-have-love-based signing, love of a Malchus, my episode. Even though they're also just the initial structure, right? The initial case of Tima. The Mishnah says there was awareness in the beginning, then there was a lack of awareness, then there was awareness at the end. And let's say, what does Malchus have to do with lapses of awareness? Right? Malchus is very simple. How do you get Malchus? How do you get Malchus? You're about to do something wrong, you get warning about some act, and you still do it. That's it. That's it. That's the totality. There's no lapses, there's no decrease, there's no hell. That's all the show. That's all wording. And wording is going to be used by common liability. To which the Gemara says, Already Malchus my favorite. The Sioux, Hare Zeba over the Old. Furthermore, okay, it's important to understand the Mishnah does make explicit mention of a carbon over the Old. Right, so to go and set up all of these cases like this seems to be a little bit disingenuous to the actual text of the Mishnah. So which the rest is like. So let's say, now we are about to do a 180. Well, not a total 180. Essentially, what we just happened right in front of our eyes. We worked so hard over the course of yesterday's daf, the beginning of today's daf, to up the Mishnah in a tiny position of Rabbi Yishmael. Drops we can develop in that Talmudic facade. Right? We might start to introduce Rabbi Akiva. To really understand the Gemara when he says, in essence, it doesn't refer to either of them. Because according to Rabbi Akiva, the only way to make the Mishnah work in place those opinions is how the Mishnah to go ahead and set it up that is doing Malchus. The problem is the Mishnah doesn't really need that. The Mishnah really is focused on carbonic liability, at least in the case of Tumen Tara, for sure. And certainly, it sounds like that's true also. So therefore, it really doesn't work. So therefore, we'll say a new pivot. We'll say, by the way, if you're in this principle in this also, sometimes, this is what we are trying to do. In this capacity, Gemara is trying to go ahead and fit the Mishnah into a particular opinion, as opposed to going ahead and fitting an opinion into the Mishnah. So let's say, we do this all the time in life, right? In other words, I have a certain opinion, I have a certain mahalik, and I try to fit reality into my opinion. Right? Sometimes it works, but more often it doesn't, especially if my opinion is wrong. Right? So people spend a lot of time trying to go ahead and kind of conform the reality to fit their own ideas, vision, instead of taking a step back and trying to understand what the reality is, and then forming my opinion and understanding based on objective reality. So that's what just happened over here. We might try so hard to fit everything into the positions of Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, but it turns out that neither of them really work for the whole Mishnah. Therefore, here we go. I love Rabbi Yosef. The Yosef here it is. Rabbi Yosef says today, Rabbi, the truth is, the author of our Mishnah, okay, is Rabbi. And let's say I watch this. B'nosibli aliba detanoi. Rabbi is actually adopting different opinions for different topics. Here we go. The ideals, nosib Rabbi Shmuel. When it comes to Dias Hatama, right, tells Rabbi Shmuel. But Rabbi Shmuel holds that there are two cases of optimal liability. What are the two cases? Either I forget that I'm Tameh, and I enter into the Mikdash, or consume Kodesh, or I remember that I'm Tameh, but I forget that it's in the Mikdash, or I forget that ultimately I'm consuming Kodesh. That's Rabbi Shmuel. That's the two cases that are for. On the Shuras, when it comes to Shuras, Nosib Rabbi Akiva. Ultimately, I don't hold the Rabbi Akiva. Let's say Rabbi Akiva holds. Rabbi Akiva holds that Shuras Bitui is what? For future tense and past tense. Beautiful. because the Mishnah does not work solely according to one of those opinions. So what does Rabbi do? Rabbi is accepting different opinions for different cases. So in the case of Tumah, the hold that Rabbi Shmuel is beautiful, and in the case of Shmuel, the hold that Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. I'm researching the community of Kahana, so I said this one of Kahana, but Amrabi, Yokim Rabbi Nassim Aliba de Kanoi, the Reino Sirale, and the Rabbi. So this gives you a kind of interesting connection. Things that Rabbi was only simply espousing other people's opinions, but he was in more that way. That's not the case. In fact, what ended up happening, Rabbi is aligning himself, or aligning Mishnah, with Rabbi Akiva when it comes to Shavuos, and Rabbi Shmuel when it comes to Tumah. But that's also because this was Rabbi's personal position. Rabbi's not only trying to explain the Mishnah, Rabbi himself is also of his own opinion in the Mishnah, because Rabbi himself holds that Rabbi Akiva in the case of Shavuos deeply, and like Rabbi Shmuel in the case of Tumah. Here we go. Gemara says, "Kisandra, United States Chayiv Ella Ashish Vayidiyah B'Tzivah So they're saying, how do you know that in the case of Tumah, you're only Chayiv to cover all of your race? If there was Tumah awareness in the beginning, then you forgot that you were telling. Forgot that you were telling. Oh, by the way, I will say, when I said forgot that you were telling, or limited you were telling, and being into the Krishna, how do I know that in the case of Tumah liability for covering all of your race, there's awareness, lapse of awareness, and then secondary awareness afterwards? How do I know that that's the case of carbonic liability? The Ne'alam Shnei Tam Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is in sources of Ne'alam twice. Rabbi says, no, you don't even need that. You don't need that brush. I'll tell you why. Hareku Omer, the Pasuk says, most of the days, Hareku Omer, the Ne'alam, so the Pasuk says, the Ne'alam. Again, it was forgotten. Now, what does this mean? Mikral Biyoda, right? Obviously, in order to forget something, what has to happen? What has to first happen? You first have to know it. So Rabbi says like this: the person talking about someone who knew that they were coming, and then they forgot their tumah. Right? So therefore, he was like, the word for Ne'elam itself indicates to me that I knew something at a certain point. I knew, then I forgot. But then the pasuk also says, Yada, and he knew. So if you notice by the way what's happening over here, awareness is really meant three points, right? So the first thing is the Ne'elam, and he forgot, that means he realized. And then the pasuk also says, he knew. He knew. We must say reveals. There's two awarenesses over here. Two awarenesses over here. Came, not Hamomar, the Ne'elam. So ultimately, again, there are two awarenesses over here. The divine does the pasuk need to indicate. The pasuk need to say, forgot twice. The Ne'elam was forgotten from him twice. L'chayiv, I'll have a tumah, I'll have a mishkash. Beautiful. The teacher says that there's two different types of lapses that can generate tumah liability. What are the two lapses? Either case number one, I forgot that I was coming. I knew that I was coming. I forgot that I was coming. During that lapse of awareness, I did one of two things. Either A, entering the face of a such, or B, to soon touches. Then afterwards, what happened? I remembered. I remembered that I was coming if I was coming over the other. And then there's a second case. What's the second case? I remembered that I was coming. Never forgot that I was coming. I forgot. I was entering into the Mikdash. I forgot that I was consuming Kodesh. And therefore, again, afterwards, I remembered what it is that I do. So let's say, therefore, what do you see from here? These are the two pieces of blood. Now, this is Rabbi himself. Like this is Rabbi himself. But this is putting together the Rabbi finds a kana. Like Rabbi finds a kana, all like a long kana. Ultimately, who holds this same way, who was the kana who held this way? And this is Rabbi Akiva. Like Rabbi Akiva held this way, and therefore, like all of kana is coming along and saying this. The way Rabbi Yosef made it sound, Rabbi set up the Mishnah, and we're setting up the Mishnah. Rabbi found this way who held differently. The friend is just saying, by way, just understand, it's not just that Rabbi found other tunnels. These other tunnels also that Rabbi himself holds. So Rabbi his own personal shita was well in the case of Tumah, for liability both for forgetting the Tumah status as well as forgetting that he was Mikdash or Kodesh. Incredible. Shavuos, so again, what about in the case of Shavuos? Remember we said before, this is the case of Shavuos. What is the old like? Rabbi Akiva. But by Shavuos detours, the Chayiv both is what? Whether the Shavuot is in future tense, right? Or the Shalom, or past tense, Achalti, the Shalom Achalti. Now, Rav Kahana suggesting Rabbi himself holds that way as well. Where do you see that? Shavuos is the time of the actually knowledge. And where do you see that Rabbi right there? Because Rabbi spoke over the as well. Svara, ultimately, again, it's a Svara. Okay? Apparently, it starts most. What does that mean? Usually, I think that Svara is a different version. Ashki, if you just have a look at Mishmor, if you look at Rabbi Akiva, Minawan, Svara, it's a Svara. It's a Svara that himself holds this way. That by Shavuos detour, the Chayiv not only obeys the past tense Shavuos, but also the future tense. Now, what does that mean? It's a Svara. So Rabbi Akiva might kind of come a Chayiv Shabbat. So we'll say, why does Rabbi Akiva hold that the Chayiv for a past tense Shavuos? Why is that? The Zorish replay immediately. Okay, so let's get into this. We're going to see that now. Here's what's interesting. It appears based on the way the Gemara is going now, and again, this is also in Rav Mishnah, that the paradigmatic case of Shavuos detour is actually future-oriented. Right? The paradigmatic case, right, of a declarative Shavuos is, I will eat, I swear I will eat, or I swear I will eat. Okay? The drasha is there, because remember, that's how the Mishnah explains. Steiner Shin Arba, two biblical paradigmatic cases of Shavuos detour for future-oriented Shavuos, which then yielded the second to which for what? Past tense. Right? Shavuos Sha'achal, Shavuos Sha'achalti. Now watch this. Where did Rabbi Akiva get all of this from? Redactions, reborn immunity. Now let's say this is really exciting. Because remember, this gets to the core of exegetical principles. Remember again, different mechanisms through which one action should be meditated. Obviously, you don't wake up one morning and decide which exegetical, that's not us. How do you come about it? That's what gets you up in the morning, right? Safisa, right? But for myself, again, what I'm talking about over here is these psukim are darshan through 12 different exegetical avenues. Obviously, different timelines have different misodas. They have different traditions from their Rabbi and going back all the way to Moshe Rabbeinu about how to dash in different senses. Rabbi Akiva can dash through reading every day. Okay, now, and we're going to see how this plays this moment. Rabbi Garish reading every day. And Rabbi also generally used that same exegetical principle. So it's not going to be actually reading every day and reading every day. And Rabbi also used Riboy Unyu, to say that Rabbi sounds like Rabbi Akiva. Okay, let's put a little more meat on bones here. The Sangha, here we go. Rabbi Akiva, just an example here of how Rabbi mentions Riboy Unyu. Okay, here we go. The Sangha, Rabbi Akiva, brings up then quickly I thought it's very interesting. Big number half, right? Halach is firstborn son, and Halach is what's called Figure Event. That's the practice of Figure Event. I go to the coin, I give the coin, right? I give the coin. What do you want to do? You want to keep their fingers to redeem and to redeem his firstborn son. If I want to redeem this one, take like a transfer this thing to the so my says follows. The one says already holds. You can redeem your firstborn child on anything with the exception of documents. So what's the word of document? Let's say again, I have a firstborn son. I want to redeem him. I happen to have a document in my possession that says Ethan owes me 5 slugs. So I have a loan document, and again, the loan document is worth 5 slugs. So I say to the coin, here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead. I'll give you the document. In lieu of actual cash.
saying that's so sad because his hands are too big for him to
You
be
can
able to
repose
use
it
it
pretty
without
much with
looking at
anything
them.
except the document.
That's not fair. My hands are
Call Poland before Adam puts me out volume, Charlotte the calls. Rabbi say, in general, you can redeem the firstborn with anything, with the exception of slaves, Charlotte documents, and contract. And what's the rest of my focus for the year? My time to Rabbi, what's Rabbi's logic? That is the new point in the Rabbi in general doctrine, the Hebrew and the what's the Hebrew? The Hebrew Rabbi say, we could be love, we didn't call that. He says, you shall redeem him from 1 month old. Now again, love is a reason. Which means pretty much you can how you can redeem him with what? With anything. With anything. Okay, Gemara says, Pasek on this shkalim, and then it's with the value of something. Then it's 5 shkalim. Right? Silver worth 5 shkalim. That's a meal. Right? Again, I will say, we use like again like a market. You're eating everything. Then meals. That is 5 silver shkalim. Guys, you shall be redeemed. So we go again. Kariba. What do I have in the end? Riba, who means riba. So there's a reward, right? There's a reward to be out. There's a meal. The Eric of Sarkasa Kamisha Shkalim. And then there's a reward. So let's say, what do you do when you have a reward, a meal, and a reward? What does that do? So the Gemara says, Riba HaKol. General, the result of a reward, meal, and reward is ultimately everything is equal. Riba HaKol meaning. But it includes everything with a carve-out. With a carve-out. Oh, it's carve-out with an exclusion. With an exclusion. What's the exclusion? Remind me, me, Sharis. Right? It includes everything. What does it exclude? It excludes stars. So let's say, now why would it exclude stars? Why exclude stars? Because ultimately, again, a star does not have an inherent value. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, stars, how do you know other stars respond? The rest of the star that comes in open the heart about the actually it's clear that's earlier. That's why because the star does not have an inherent value. Like the only value a star has is what? What's the value of a star? The value of the rest of the more often use the expression what is the star good for? A bounce stopper. Like a bounce stopper, that's what you can use for. So therefore, again, because that's no inherent value, therefore, halacha l'maisa, you cannot keep your first video like that. But now, that's ready. And therefore, Rebbe's coming to his conclusion, ultimately, again, to a reboy, a meal, and a reboy. Another one, for Rabbanon, that's just from the Taki. Rabbanon, on the other hand, don't use reboy. What do they use? They use Klaukas. Now, watch this. Rabbanon actually tell you that if you do yard, you can Kodesh. You shall from the age of 1 month. That is a general statement. The earth of Texas Commission stolen. Then you shall use silver of 5 stolen. That is a detail. A different detail. Tip that, ultimately again shall be in because of the color. Okay, just you see what's happening over there? You often see it like this. You're actually in the same words. Right? Literally again, it's the same exact word. Right? The yard Hamishas, right? Hamishas, Shkalim, right? I'm sorry. The Article Hamishas, the Article Kesef, and Shkalim, same 3 phrases, same 3 words. Really talks here to the next one, thinking about Reboy, and Chazal that I want to actually include the mechanism of cloud is cracked with cloud. So the Gemara says, so Chazal Kalu Patu Cloud. What do you do with the Kalu Patu Cloud? So what's I say again? Here's the difference between a reboy, a meal, and a reboy, and a Kalu Patu Cloud. In a reboy, a meal, and a reboy, the result is everything is included, with the exception of one item. There's one specific thing that is excluded. So therefore, Rabbi's model of reboy, meal, reboy, you can do like I'm with everything except for stars. Stars is the one exception to the thing. In Cloud Patu Cloud, it works like this. Everything is included, right? But the problem with this is create a paradigm, right? But there are the whole categories excluded from the paradigm. Reboy is one thing. Cloud creates a rule, but the rule usually excludes a category of things. You hear this?
not sure we're in
Now
that,
watch this. Therefore,
as
according
much
to
as
the
we're
Rabbanon,
fans, we're just
Iyar
fans.
Tadin allocated
We
a
don't really
prat.
have
The category
that
that is
same like
excluded is the
vibe. I think
category
that we
that
need in
conforms to the
Australia.
details of the prat.
I could do
Ma prat mufur. Never have a power of the moment.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I
again,
think I could do
the
it
prat,
too.
what was the prat over here? What was the prat? The prat was silver.
Yeah, you're
Silver,
right.
right?
I'm
The
ready.
Kamisha for five silver. Now watch this. What's unique about the prat? My prat mufur is covered on the council. So what's the prat? Silver is number one, movable, right? Movable, and inherently, right? This almost essentially. In Kali Prat, the prat defines the cloud. The prat defines the cloud, the limiting item, the specific item defines the cloud, and therefore again creates the cloud, and by definition excludes the entire category of things that don't fit into the cloud, right? Ultimately, again, so in both cases, the right the excluding piece defines that which is into and by definition is excluded. But so ultimately, again, in reasonable essentially, what's included is anything that is inherently valuable. Right? What's excluded? Something that is not inherently valuable. What's the only item that's not inherently valuable? A shtar. In reasonably, so the cloud. So ultimately, again, the prat defines the parameters of the cloud. So what's unique about the prat in this case is silver. Number one, inherently valuable. Number two, movable. So therefore, what is that? It's incredible. Therefore, again, so if you're not you use anything that is inherently valuable and ultimately movable. What does that come? What does that exclude? Yatsu karkol she'en metaltalin. Ultimately, again, it excludes karkol that is not movable. Yatsu avodim she'en karkol, which excludes avodim, which are compared to karkol. Yatsu shtaros she'afapi she'en metaltalin a gufa mamon. Ultimately, again, it excludes shtaros. The stars which are not inherently valuable. So watch what just happened over here. Remember again. So we're gonna pause here for just a second to just understand what's happening, right? Just good news. Good news is we know what's going on in the Mishnah, right? You must have suggested the Mishnah. Up until now we're focusing on who does Mishnah running, Rabbi Akiva or Rabbi Shmuel. Now we're saying what? Oh, Rabbi pick and choose. Pick and choose, right? Choose, right? So, right? You went right. You had right. So he went ahead and he chose different opinions for him. So he's holding both like Rabbi Shmuel and like Rabbi Akiva. Like Rabbi Akiva ultimately again by Shmuel, and like Rabbi Shmuel ultimately again by Shmuel. We established how we announced that in the Rabbanic when you said, by the way, these are Rabbi's personal opinions also. We proved that by Rabbi Shmuel and Shmuel, and now ultimately again we're trying to prove this by Rabbi Akiva and Shmuel. How is the Gemara proving that Rabbi himself also holds like Rabbi Akiva? Because Rabbi Akiva dashes with the mechanism of Ribui and Nida. Ribui. Now the Gemara is trying to show that Rabbi goes ahead and uses that same exact mechanism for his drushos as well. We're not quite finished with it. We'll stop over here for Table side.
Obscure comic book illustrators.
All right, so everyone's in a great deal really.
And they're all somehow, the names are all wrong somehow. Frank Millar, Dan Lay. I don't know any. Jack Kirby. Jack Kirby.
Was our shit, so I want to take be like Rambo or on Schwarzenegger. I want to shoot a bow and arrow. So my dad got me a cheap used bow and arrow. I remember it was all camouflage. Anyway, we go shoot it. Twice a month.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to King. Our annual commissary sponsor, the Tilson Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the children's options this year. As it's a close to the Soda Stubbles and
5'8", lifting 100 pounds of just
as far as one of the year, I've already got more Rabbi Kurakin, mention of the other for Shmuel's father, Lipa, saying the Pascal Akon, the Rafa. Are we the morning sponsors? Ani and Richmond, even Nishmas, his mother, Rafa, Leah, Bas, even Naz, the Rafa, and our Bashoni sponsors for Twitter, involved Burndown, and then we have the beloved grandmother, William Bas, Pinchas, for the fourth Shalom of war, our brother, Chaim Shlomo Ben Malko, the Sefer Chol Yisrael, for the protection of Chol Yisrael, the safe return of our beloved brethren in captivity, and the Hatzlacha for all of our holy soldiers. And also with that, let us begin Baruch Hashem with another daf out of our say yesterday we were to go ahead and do the Mishnah and begin the Mishnah together. Today, Baruch Hashem, we will begin the Gemara together. So you have to know today's daf is daf Gimel. Today, you have a welcome to all of the new people who are here for sure, both in person as well as online. A great thing is supposed to happen. So we have to pick up the Gemara on daf base, on the base 2b, 2 runs up on the bottom. So let's say it again. So the Mishnah is really, as far as Mishnayos go, is excellent. Right? I think that was like a 10 out of 10 that Mishnah, right? Anything and everything to the Yiddish back. You had it, right? We had Negon, we had Shabbos, we had Shavuos, we had Tzibur, we had buckets of goats, right? Goat buckets. We call it that for yesterday, right? Everything we could possibly want out of a Mishnah, Baruch Hashem, we result that to be able to find it. So now, the Gemara wants to unpack the Mishnah. The Gemara says as follows. Tanami Makos Salah. Let's see, you read that phrase so long. We just finished with Makos. Right? The words of Chabakov, Tzadik Ben Masa Yishya, right? Rabbi Akiva Nechantana, Akiva Nechantana are still ringing in our ears. And by the way, it seems tonight in Yetz Hashem, 6:45. Mincha, then see it as Sabbath is still time. There's some to register. If you won't get food, but you add this to you'll get food. You says we more than at the home of being over. So you would like to come to sing us Hashem and we'll get to it. So in other words, the Gemara says we are finishing up on the second one. So tell me, you're not the summit. Nice good to finish this. Why do you watch this? The one side. Mesechus only, and the progression of Mesechus is methodical. So why are we going from Mesechus Makos to Mesechus Shavuos? So the answer is very simple. Mishum Detani, Chayiv Alarosh Shtayim Achas Mikan Da'achas Mikan, Chapel Gimel, Malazakon Shtayim Mikan Shtayim Mikan Da'achas Miramata. Remember again, one of the last sugyas that we had in the Sefer Makos was the halachos concerning shaving off your hair. So remember again, what was the nature of shaving off your hair? The Mishnah said, Chayav HaRosh, you're obligated for rounding out the corners of your head. One corner here, one corner there, right? There's two prohibitions. And from here, there's actually 5 spots, right? Remember again, the temples, the jawbone, and the chin. So what's unique about this? So now it says, what's unique about this halach is remember again, there's one prohibition, right? There's a prohibition not to destroy your beard. There's a prohibition not to round out the corners of your head. So it's one prohibition, yet it's one prohibition that results in multiple sub-prohibitions. Right? In other words, if I go ahead and I round out both corners of my head with one lock, right? Yet I'm chayiv twice. I destroy my beard with a laser, except at the end of the day, again, it's one lock, yet it has 5 times. So the Gemara said it's not this important last formal halakha that I dealt with, for this concept of one lock that could ultimately translate into multiple layers of liability. Whereas I want to say, well, I'm going to say Shavuos. Right, on this one, Shavuos, Shtayim, Shein, Arba. This is all these examples of Shtayim, Shein, Arba. 2 biblically paradigmatic cases that ultimately, again, turn into 4 cases total of liability. So the Mishnah in Sefer Shavuos is really just picking up on that same theme of quote-unquote 2 that are 4. One that is 2, right? One that is 5 and 2 that is 4 in our Mishnah. Beautiful. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, Hana, Shavuos, Shayim, Shein, Arba. Beautiful. Okay, so ask the Gemara. So now you understand the connection between the Sefer Shavuos and the Sefer Makos. Beautiful. Ma'ishna haha, the turn of the kingdom, the Ma'ishna got Shabbos, the minus Negon, the local of the place. Let's just remember again, in our Mishnah, we have 3 examples of Shtayim, Shein, Arba. 2 biblically paradigmatic cases that ultimately, again, birth 2 additional cases as well. Right? Case number 1 was Shavuos. Case number 2 was Yedias HaTonot, ritual purity, impurity, which we spoke about again, we'll talk about today, ritual impurity. And then number 3 was Shabbos, which are 4 cases. And number 4 was Negot Taras. So here's what's interesting. Here, obviously, in Sefer Shavuos, we're talking about 4 cases. Yet, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, when it comes to the Sefer Shabbos, And by the Mishnayos of the Garment of Saras, it only quotes the Shabbos and repeats quotes the case of Shabbos, and by Saras it only the cases of Saras. He was asking just like a textual question. Here by Shavuos, we quote all of the cases of Shayim, Shem, Arba, and yet in those other places, specifically by Shabbos and by Saras, Shabbos only quotes the case by doesn't quote the three cases. Saras, the case by Megon, only quotes the case by Saras, the other three cases. Okay, so Saras the question. I'll tell you, on the Shavuos Givos HaTuma, the Gabi Dodi Ksidim, the Daniel Ahadodi the Kodi, or Tani Lehu Gabi Adodi. Let's listen to this. Out of the four, there are two of them that have some level of overlap. What are the two cases of overlap? The case of oats and Tumah. Oats and Tumah both have the same overlap. How some overlap? How so? Number one, they are written next to each other in the Torah. So that's number one, right? They're juxtaposed scripturally. And number two, they both share the same liability of a carbon overlay. Remember, you know, it's necessary that the carbon overlay is the unique offering that is dependent on your financial station in life. On one carbon, an usher, but a different carbon. That carbon applies to both cases of Shavuos and Tumah. So because number one, they are scripturally juxtaposed, and because number two, they share the same carbonic liability, therefore again they're mentioned together. Now, so that's why in the second Shavuos, we're automatically going to also include Tumah, because again, scriptural juxtaposition and shared carbonic liability. Once we're mentioning two, then what? Once we're mentioning two, the Gemara says, by the Tani Kuru. Once he's mentioned three out of the four cases of Shayim, Shem, Arba, then what? Then you might as well go ahead and mention the other. That's the style. So I guess so just understand so far. Now, number one, I understand why Shavuos comes in Makis. Because Makis ends the case of one that results in multiple layers of liability. So Shavuos picks up in the case of Shayim, Shem, Arba, two biblical guys in that case is getting additional too. That's the version. And number two, why are all four mentioned here, yet in other circumstances only different? Because once we mention Shavuos, once we mention Tumah, because the scripturally and carbonically, one thing two, and ultimately what? You might as well mention the other two as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. You went to this part. I want to say, you know, it's a tremendous social principle in this also. In a series of, I would think you would have once mentioned three, to mention the fourth. But it's like, once you mention two, I don't know, you can go either way on that. There's a tremendous amount of house that has out a trying to keep us around talking with someone about doing the second Shavuos. The person did knock us with us. And then I said, oh, you continue with Shavuos. Like, no. I said, why not? I said, because I was just going to do Marcus. I said, but why not? Like, no, I'm not going to do it. I said, I promise you, if you can give me a compelling reason why you're not going to do Shavuos, I'll leave you alone. Like forever, right? I'll leave you alone. But it's saying, what is that? You can tell me, I'm learning 14 other Masechtas. I don't have time for sure. All right, fine. I'm driving 15 carpools. I don't know. But just like, no. Yeah, for sure. At least use a copy of it. It's number one, right? Okay, no, it's not some type of blood. No, I'm not doing it. Why? There are so many beautiful opportunities that present themselves in life. Now, sometimes you can't take advantage of all of them. That's the nature of life. If I have a legitimate reason not to take advantage of an opportunity, of course, you don't know to take advantage of it. It's so often in life, it's just like, it's just like, no, I'm not doing it. If I come along and say, well, why not? You already have two cases, let's just do it. You finish Marcus, why not just do it? You finish this, why not do it? Why If you already started down the road, if you already did something, not to continue forward, why not? So the next thing is so today is a lot about understanding the framework of the Mishnah. Remember again, the Mishnah ended up, the Mishnah went in a very strange direction, right? The Mishnah quoted the 4 cases of Shine Shein Arba, right? And the Jewish, right? So it goes Shavuos, Tumah, Shabbos, Saras. Then the rest of the Mishnah was about what? That's the Mishnah was about what? I'll give you a hint, we did it yesterday, right? The entire show was just the Mishnah. Right? So that's the Mishnah was about Tumah.
I hope so. Oh my God. I hope they both. I just found out about this.
It's a fun thing, right? So the rest of the Mishnah was about Tumah. So the Gemara says, I don't think stylistically that doesn't make sense. If the heading is Shavuos, right, and then the chapter is Shavuos, you mention Shavuos, and then literally the rest of the Mishnah, which was a very long Mishnah, it was a block Mishnah, the rest of the Mishnah was Tumah. What's the shot? This is very interesting. You might say, plus the Shavuos, I don't understand. You opened with Shavuos, but then you went ahead and spent the rest of the time on Tumah, for which we want to very interesting. I did the Zitra Light, Pasik Shiner, but other times Shavuos don't issue the light. So stylistically, the Gemara says like this. Actually, fascinatingly enough, the laws of Tumah, at least in this regard, of the Shine Shein Arba, like this type of liability, is relatively succinct, right? But it's relatively succinct. Versus the laws of Shavuos are much more complex. Therefore, the Gemara made a conscious decision to essentially let's finish the laws of Tumah. We mentioned the most finish laws of Tumah because they're more self-contained. After you finish that, then we'll launch a more rough conversation about Shavuos. The Shavuos says also tremendous mitzvahs that you think about it, because in life, there are different ways that a person should approach accomplishments. Like we all want to accomplish something, and yet we all set for ourselves objectives and goals. So in general, there's this type of tension I think that we often encounter about what type of objectives and goals should I set for myself. Is it more important to focus on like long-term goals, long-term objectives, or short-term goals? Should I put my energies in a 10, or I have to get my life ultimately, get myself ultimately? That's what should I focus? Or maybe it's more because I sometimes like lack of some short-term wins. Like just some short-term goals that maybe aren't necessarily global, but right now they're good, and they give me those wins. And sometimes when you rack up those short-term wins, that gives you like a lot of wind in yourself. That gives you some good feels. So it's interesting. There's no right or wrong. Different things work for different times, but it seems to be here that the Gemara is favoring, at least in this moment, that latter approach. Let's knock out Tumah. Right? Let's deal with that right now, because it's right here. We can get a handle on it. We can start it, we can finish it, and then we can move on to Shavuos afterwards. Maybe you say like this, but sometimes in life, it may be designed to be a little less long-term focused, a little bit more short-term focused. Get some wins under your belt, right? You have some positive momentum. Move yourself forward, get in place, and then in Yetz Hashem, you're even more encouraged to engage in that long-term personalistic time. Okay, Shavuos Shine Shein Arba. Now, interestingly enough, we spent so much time in yesterday's Mishnah explaining all the cases. It has to do with right now go through them. Again, not in one hand, but just that's where it's doing those. Remember again, and you also put Chazak in Mishnah. First case Mishnah, Shavuos Shein Arba. In case of oaths, there are two cases, two biblically paradigmatic cases. And ultimately, again, yield another two. What are the two? What are they? Shtaim. So it says, what are the two biblically paradigmatic cases? And again, remember again. So let's talk about the Shavuos, not now, right? When we get to it, or remember, the next question is that this is called Shavuos Bitui. A Shavuos Bitui is that Shavuos is an oath where you make a declarative statement. Okay? So the literally paradigmatic case, the oath of the Shema, right? I swear, I will eat or I won't. That's the Shavuos Bitui. Now those are the paradigmatic cases. So again, what we see from here, according to the question I was making now, is the biblically paradigmatic case is a future tense Shavuot. I swear I will eat something, I swear I won't eat. And as I mentioned yesterday, that it's not just about eating. In other words, I swear I'm going to
Eretz Yisrael. Whatever you can fill it whatever you want. Just give me an example of reading. Future-oriented oath about something I'm going to do or not going to do. That deals two more cases. Shein Arbach, Achalti, Mishala Achalti. And the two additional cases, right? So the two additional cases are same oath, same word usually, but past tense. I swear I didn't eat something. I swear I didn't eat something. Okay, that's the case. That's the case of Shur Stein Shein Arbach. Next, you hear us like a much Stein Shein Arbach. When it comes to Tumah awareness, there are two together for. So the biblically paradigmatic case is Stein Yedias Tumas Kodesh.
What's his name that came out with the stand?
Stein Yedias Tumas Kodesh. Yedias Tumas Mikdash. So what are the biblically paradigmatic cases? So let's say some over here is like this. The biblically paradigmatic cases are, I forgot that I was coming. Right? Again, remember what says the sun yesterday's Mishnah. Not going through all the cases again. In order to be chayav a carbon already, what do you need? You need awareness of your tumah at some point in the beginning, right? When you contracted it, let's say. So the case over here, I knew I was coming, I forgot I was coming, and then one of two things happened. Either I entered into the base of the trust without awareness, or I consumed Kodesh without awareness, and then I subsequently become aware of what it is that I did. Okay? So therefore the biblically paradigmatic case is where the lapse of awareness was about the tumah. I knew that I was coming. I forgot what I was coming. I ate Kodesh. I entered into the mikdash. That yields two more cases. Shein Arbach, Kodesh, and mikdash. What are the two additional cases? The two additional cases is I didn't forget that I was coming. I knew that I was coming. What did I forget? I forgot that I was walking into the mikdash, and I forgot that I was going ahead and consuming Kodesh. So those are the two cases. Those are the four cases. Next. Yikul Shabbos, Stein Shein Arbach. The case of Shabbos from Shah, which is transferring an object from one domain to another, are two cases that are really four. What are the two primary cases? Stein, Hotzah Da'ani, Rothschild Balabayis. So let's remember again, we mentioned all the Chazara. The biblically paradigmatic cases of Hotzah are what? Transferring an item from a Shus HaYachid to a Shus HaRabbi. That's how it works. And I want to point out, why is that the biblically paradigmatic case? Remember again, Omolokos and Shabbos come from where? The Mishkan. Where was Hotzah done in the Mishkan potentially? The removal of the crutch and the removal of the boards from the wagons, right, into the camp. The wagons themselves were a Rishus HaYachid, and removing them would be into a Shus. The biblically paradigmatic case of Hotzah is still not. You can move items from the Shadam to the Shadam. Right? Case number one is letting the house, takes the item in the house, and he goes ahead and case number two, now, the guy getting in the Shadam, because they said Shadam, lets the items out. So those are the two paradigmatic cases. Then you have two more cases. Shein Arbach, most of the Ani, that's most of the Balabayas. The two additional cases are what? Are transferring the item from Rishus HaRabbi to Rishus HaYachid. And that occurs in one of two ways. The guy in Rishus HaRabbi takes the object from Rishus HaRabbi, puts it inside the Rishus HaYachid, or the guy from Rishus HaYachid extends his hand into Rishus HaRabbi, takes the object and puts it into his domain. Beautiful. Now let's begin. That's the four cases. Maris Megai, Stein Shein Arbach. Are two cases that are really four cases. One of the two biblically paradigmatic cases. Says, passing Karsha. Says in the Hayat. So those are the two primarily identified forms of Saras. Says Arbach. Says Bikol Dasa. Baharas Bikol Dasa. What we're going to see here, we might doesn't really delve into this more, but we're going to see that there is a Toga, there's an offshoot of Says, and there's an offshoot of Baharas. Okay, so let's see now, with Chazara, we've gone through all of the cases in Mishnah. We're now moving to each of these cases that two different paradigmatic cases, is when you're two more cases to it. Okay, beautiful. To which, because money must be seen, opinion, does the Mishnah reflect? Lo Rabbi Shmuel, lo Rabbi Akiva. Not Rabbi Shmuel, not Rabbi Akiva. Why? What's going on here? Rabbi Shmuel. So what's the Rabbi Shmuel? Omar, Eino Chayiv Ala Asid Level. It's very specific. Obviously, we're going to get into all of this in Yom Hashem in the coming days.
suggesting
The
that he
Rothschild
put in
holds
a
that
fucking
the
5-minute
trust
video
mutually,
when I'm
you
ready
are
to
not chayiv
That's
to
crazy.
again
That
for a
would be
future-oriented oath. You only chayiv for past tense oaths. So if I can be chayiv a shlosh people would be, or I didn't eat, but I will eat, or I won't eat. That is not a shlosh people. But here's the problem. The problem is our Mishnah counts as shluas shtayim shein arba. This shluas two that are brought right according to the Mishnah, the biblically paradigmatic two are what? Future-oriented oaths, right? And the additional ones are past tense oaths. Well, obviously that's in conflict with Rabbi Yishmael. So Mishnah can't be Rabbi Yishmael. Rabbi Akiva, ha'am kilo chayit, ve'ino chayah ha'lamikta. Interesting. Rabbi Akiva holds that in the case of the Torah, you only chayit cover all of your age if you forget that you're telling. Right? And then enters in the question two kodesh. But if you remember that you're telling but you forgot, then it is a very samishah. Or you forgot ultimately at the end of the kodesh, you were continuing, you're not lying. So that also stands in practice with different times. And that's what, by the way, as an aside, and it's easy to imagine someone because that's walking into the base on a crush. Like, how does that work? What are you going to do? 7-Eleven? What do you do? But you see something amazing. You see something amazing. You see that at the end of the day, at a certain point, novelty wears off. Novelty wears off. Right? It's like this, when we moved into the new store, I'm even in the store. That's because there's a lot of cups of coffee. What's for Dobby? I don't even know they say, because they're very different. So if you don't like, you go into Dobby, you really only use that for that, don't really get it for Dobby. Because we are walk into Dobby with a cup of coffee. It's something so wrong about it. It's so different. It represents like, you're going to make a 10-penny recipe, just the fact that it comes to Rafa. No one really gets right? With a huge mug or seltzer or anything else. Like, because you're like, oh, I'm really thirsty. I'm going to do it. It's so interesting. No one would dream of bringing something to drink in if they would go to the I like to stay hydrated. Okay, but still, no one would do it. And yet, I come into this Hashem, and somehow, now again, it doesn't come like that. It comes from a certain sense of reviewers. It's just when you become comfortable with something. So at the end of the day, you just take certain risks. We do this with our loved ones often, like, we just take certain risks with things that you become comfortable with. So, you think about this mikdash. The sense of awe, in the sense because we have had it for 2,000 years. But it's the unfortunate reality that once you have something for long enough, you don't take it for granted a little bit. And that's one of the things that we have to work on so much in life, right? It's one of the key things we have to work on in marriage. A sense of touch in marriage. But no matter how long that person has been married, whenever they see this, there should be a sense of excitement and a sense of newness that's there every single time. So the same thing like Jesus Christ, like that's what the fact that Jesus actually said the Torah, they don't have to have the whole goal of Jesus Christ is that every single day it should be new. Like, yeah, you ever watch like about the children when he's putting on his toys, right? And like, it's comfortable or whatever, like things like he doesn't like move his heart. But then once you settle into it, you're kind of sick and that's where I always make them very lonely when I those guys because I actually remember what that was like. And to be honest, I feel it. You want to feel it? I feel it like that history time after Pesach. I haven't put on shorts for a week. It feels like that excites me. The dream so tired. It's hard to generate it to dream and do it out. That's the most helpful in this. Like, you can have a diet and you think that it's anything like that. Who knew that everything is just anything that comes with the units, but you really have to work on first practice. All right, now then, you might as well so therefore, who's the thing that makes their flat? Right? It doesn't reflect that you're small, right? Because of these small holes that you have weakness and also the others. You're not tired of future oath, and our Mishnah clearly says that you are. And that the Yahuda says that the Yahuda says you're only tired for a last of Shema awareness, but not for a lack of Mitzvah awareness. What's going on? You can set this up in accordance with both of them. Also, anybody's already small, but if you say that you small, they handle it right, look you, or they handle it flip side. So it's a meeting like this. When it comes to Shema, there are Stein Arba. There are two cases that are four. But you're not necessarily relying on all of those cases. In other words, there are four cases of Shema speaking. 2 cases of future tense shvuas, or 2 cases of past tense shvuas. For some of them there's liability, for some of them there's not liability, and that's what they see the fruit of Rabbi Yishmael. Levi Ema, Rabbi Akiva, Mehem Lechiv, Mehem Lechiv, and Rabbi Akiva. Ultimately, again, there are 4 cases of Tumah or lack of Tumah awareness. Some of them there's liability for, i.e. when you forget that you're coming, and other cases there's not liability for, when you remember that you're coming, but you forgot that it was called a Shemikah. And you got to reconcile it, which you might go to other days. The matter is the going to it doesn't work. Remember again, all 4 of the cases are mentioned together. For example, when it comes to Tzara's case, so remember again, Shat, Tumah, and Shvuos could be comparable to Tzara's case. In Tzara's case, not Hasham Kulu L'Kiva, Hakaman is Kulu L'Kiva. So it doesn't work. Just like in the Tzara's case, like Stein Arba, all 4 cases are liable, right? All 4 cases, you have Sheis and Baharas, which yields 2 more cases of liability. Just like in Tzara's, all 4 cases are quote-unquote liable. So in all the cases of the Mishnah of Stein Arba, it has to result in 4 cases of liability. So to create this model where for some you're liable, for some you're not, doesn't make any sense. Okay, some others like that. We all love it. So again, understand what we're trying to do here. Right, what's our goal? Our goal is trying to figure out if you have a standard Mishnah. Like remember, we have a Mishnah without attribution. So we're trying to figure out whose opinion, who is the kernel of our Mishnah. The way the Gemara started is by almost like a process of elimination. The chief were eliminated that we shmore Rabbi Akiva from the running because of their previously held position. We can let them know, no, Rabbi Shmuel. No, it could be Rabbi Shmuel. I don't know again. Why did we initially exclude Rabbi Shmuel? Because Rabbi Shmuel that by Shmuel usually, right, by declarative oath, he holds only past tense Shmuels, not future tense Shmuels. But maybe Rabbi Shmuel also. And then Rabbi Shmuel, the king of Lord Mechai, Rabbi Shmuel, Yisra Avar Karban, Aval Mal is Chiyuv and Mechai. Oh, okay. That's Rabbi Shmuel. When did we say that Rabbi Shmuel said that you're not Chayiv for a past tense Shmuel deeply, that means you're not Chayiv a Karban. But what are you Chayiv? The Chayiv Malchus. Chayiv Malchus. So the Torah doesn't mean you're not Chayiv, it means you're not Chayiv a Karban. But there absolutely is still liability. If you do Rabba, the other Rabba, the Torah flips the Torah, Shmuel Sheker, give me the Shmuel Shad. Shabbat say, Rabba holds like this. The Torah explicitly says that a false oath is like an oath in the beginning. Now this is very interesting. What is the difference between the Shmuas Shad and the Shmuas Sheker? So if you look at Rashi, so actually if you go right across, you see Rashi, keep the Rabba, that gives that master for Rashi, right around Rashi, you see that? So go into that Rashi and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines in. So you're not counting. Why are you looking at me? Right? 7 lines down in the Rashi, 7 lines down in the Rashi, second digit. This is very important Rashi. Rashi says, what's a Shmuas Shad? Or say it differently, if you see me around the Gemara, it's right across the Rashi. Right? It's right across the Rashi. Shmuas Shad. Rashi says, what is a Shmuas Shad? It's very important. Definition of Rashi. Hu Rishpa L'Shanos Es Hayadua. A Shmuas Shad is when you swear to change something that is clearly apparent and obvious. For example, Kegon al Ha'ish Shehu Isha.
Does that make sense?
Rashi says, again, this is not political time. I'm just reading Rashi. Right? Rashi says, if you say, I swear that this man is a woman, right? Rashi says that is Shmuas Shad. A man is not a woman. It doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter how you identify. It doesn't matter what box you check off. Right? But these are anatomical and physiological realities. And no matter what you think, you cannot change those realities. So that is just called Shvuah. It's interesting. It's not called the Shvuah Sheker, right? That's not called the false oath. That's called the oath in vain. So in other words, when I swear about something that is clearly objectively visible and certifiable, and I swear to the contrary of that, that is an oath in vain. So you actually do. So he says, Rothschild, I don't know what's not a lot of time on this, but Mishpah L'Shanos Hayadua. You swear to change a pre-established fact. Which you cannot change, right? That is called Shivon Isha Isha Ba'ala Evan Shavizah. Or there's a stone, and I swear this stone ultimately again is a piece of gold. Okay, so these statements are pretty meaningless. You can't swear to change, you can't change realities. That is called the Shad Mashma Gaber Shinakon. Look at the rest of Shad. What does Shad mean? Shad means nothingness. So to swear and to say something that is an absolutely unequivocally meaningless statement. Now, interestingly enough, is it a false statement? Is it a false statement? Yeah. So we're going to see a Shvuah Sheker is something different. A Shvuah Shav is Mishpah L'Shanos Hayadua. There's an established fact. You swear to change that fact, but you're wrong. That's called the Shvuah Shav. What's the Shvuah Sheker? Look at that. Shvuah Sheker, Minolo, Shvuah in Amen Love. But what's a Shvuah Sheker is a case where someone takes an oath, and at the time they take the oath, I have no doubt if they're swearing about true or not. Right? I swear, Ruben entrusted with me his computer to watch. I swear I did not misappropriate it. I don't know. Did you? That's such a passage like a Shvuah Sheker. But you know what I'm saying? He may be lying. He may not be lying. I swear I paid my debt. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. If it turns out later on then that I'm lying, that's called the Shvuah Sheker. Again, we're going to spend a lot of time on these things. It's really quite fascinating. All right, so you want to go back there. So Rabbi, maybe our Mishnah is really like Rabbi Shmuel. And Rabbi Shmuel said, when Rabbi Shmuel said that there is no liability for a past tense Shvuah, for a past tense Shvuah, he meant the direct liability. But the liability, you still get Malchus, like Rabbi. What did Rabbi say? Rabbi, that they restrict the Torah Shvuah Sheker doing the Shvuah Shah. The Torah itself equates a Shvuah Sheker with a Shvuah Shah. Also, Mashab L'Sha'avar, Sheker not L'Sha'avar. I will say by definition, a Shvuah Shah is always a retrospective Shvuah, right? Because the Shvuah Shah is taking something that already exists and trying to change it into something else. So therefore, again, a Shvuah Shah is always retrospective, right? It's always the Sha'avar, it's always past tense. So therefore, Sheker is also refers to something that already occurred. And therefore, again, the Gemara says in the same way, after both of these Shvuahs, ultimately, this is Malchus. So therefore, maybe when Rabbi Shmuel says that you're not fired for a past tense Shvuah equally, he meant the carbon. But there absolutely is still liability in the form of Malchus, in which case, the Mishnah can still work according to it. So the Gemara says, all right, let's analyze this. So let's say, I understand, fine. You can have a Shmuel speaker, for example, I swear I ate the challah, or I swear I didn't eat the challah. Okay, so that case can work. Why? Because it also, again, and then assuming that I'm in violation of that oath, I'll be tied Malchus. It has a retrospective Shvuah that certainly fits the paradigm of a Shvuah Sheker or a Shvuah Shah. Okay. Shalom, the Akal Nami Yachi for myself. Similarly again, if I swear, I will not eat the challah, and I do eat the challah, there's also liability for that because that's an absolute for myself, and I violate something. Listen to this. Ella Okal, the law Akal, I'm not. I don't say what about the case. Now, again, the technical one here. What about the Shuvah Speaker says like this? I swear I will eat the challah. And then what happens? I didn't eat the challah. Why should there be liability in that case? Not shame by myself. Was it that from Malchus days? He's not shame by myself. This is like, this is like, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? I didn't do something. Okay, in general, right? In general, I love it. And a lot of shame by myself. Right? So again, why would I be liable for this type of Shvuah usually? That's not Rabbi Shmuel. Rothschild likes to local law. Okay, so that's a simple answer. So answer. Rabbi Shmuel holds that listen, so it's a mafis. Not everybody agrees with this principle. That principle of Rothschild by myself, like being local law, is subject to dispute. Rabbi Shmuel himself is of the opinion that a lot of shame by myself, local law. So just as the way we're setting this up over here, is we're looking to push our Mishnah wagon to a particular tunnel. We kind of dismissed Rabbi Akiva out of this, right? Because Rabbi Akiva had an issue ultimately again with Tumah, certain types of Tumah. That wouldn't work. So now we're hitching our mistake wagon to Rabbi Shmuel. What about the fact that Rabbi Shmuel said that there's no such thing as a past tense shluas b'tui? We're trying to show you what he meant was there's no carbonic liability, but there's absolutely not this liability. But in general, how could there be liability for a future tense shluah of sha'ochal? I will eat, and then I don't end up eating. How could Rabbi Shmuel hold his liability as Rav Shimon? To which the Gemara answers Rabbi Shmuel holds that you're looking for Rav Shimon b'masa. Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Now, Kasha, Rabbi Yochanan. The problem now is if we go this approach, we have a contradiction between the two positions of Rabbi Yochanan. If you take a look at Rashi, Rashi is Rabbi Akiva. It's in the bottom wide lines, about 5 lines of Ihafi. The Machnisim B'Malchus, right? So now what we're establishing over here, what we just established is that at least in certain cases when a Mishnah says you're liable, liability doesn't need for covered, liability needs to Malchus. That's what we're suggesting over here. If that's the case, if the Mishnah is talking about Malchus, Ustam Lam Malchus in the Maisa Logala, how can we open the Yochanan? Now it's two things. Number one, liability in the Mishnah doesn't say it's supposed to refer to Malchus. Now we've also established is that you get Malchus for a lot of those two truths, if those two things are being put forward as truths, now we are telling you why. Here we go. On one hand, I'm not the Yochanan, how about the Mishnah? But the Yochanan holds in general that I want to establish almost, and now again, our Mishnah is a standard Mishnah, which would then mean that Allah follows our Mishnah, which then also means what? Which then also means what? Not in Bomaisa, looking at Allah. Right? Again, if you hold if you only for the Yochanan, then Allah put the stand Mishnah. We have a stand Mishnah. We just established our stand Mishnah is like Rabbi Shmuel, right? And Rabbi Shmuel holds Rav Shimon that looking at Allah. That means again the one that's taking us to Rabbi Shmuel is to get Malchus even for a lot that doesn't have a Maisa. Okay, here's the problem. Neitmar, Shmuel Sha'ochal Kisha Zai, Malayam Allah. Yes, I must listen to this halacha. I swear that I will eat this loaf today. I'll eat this loaf of bread on Sunday. Now what happens? Again, the day goes by, and I didn't eat the loaf. What's the halacha? Rabbi Yochanan and Shakish coming to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan and Shakish both agree, I don't get Malchus. Now they both agree, but they agree for two different reasons. Rabbi Yochanan Omar, Rabbi Yochanan says I don't get Malchus. Why? Mishon Tahaba Lav Shein B'Maisa. There's a block that holds ultimately again. It's a Lav Shein B'Maisa. It's a Lav Shein B'Maisa. And you're B'Maisa in Lokiya. So what's the here? That's the contradiction. Now you see it now. Before you even go, see what's happening over here. Rabbi Yochanan holds that halacha follows the standard. That's not the cure. That's the general rule. Rabbi Yochanan says whenever you see the standard Mishnah, the halacha is always in accordance with that Mishnah. So that's number one. Now, if that's true, that means the halacha is Lav Shein B'Mos. It's Lav Shein B'Maisa. Lokin Allah. That's what my Mishnah. If Rabbi Yochanan himself is on the record as saying what? Lav Shein B'Maisa ain't Lokin Allah. Because Rabbi Yochanan holds, I swear I'm going to eat the loaf. I'm going to go off on Sunday. Sunday goes by, I don't eat the loaf. Rabbi Yochanan holds, I don't get Malchus. Why? Lav Shein B'Maisa ain't Lokin Allah. Contradiction between Rabbi Yochanan's own personally held view and his idea that Allah always follows the standard Mishnah. Very sluggish is in a look at Hasras Safek. The Hasras Safek Roshma Safek. He talks about Malchus, right? This is what's called the Hasra suffix, right? The Hasra suffix. Because we'll say essentially, in order for Hasra to work, what has to occur?
You can't get there free.
You have to use a certain level of immediacy.
This is the last one,
Hasra and the
this one, how it started,
in
how it's going.
this case over here, what happens? Right? Again, I swear that I'm going to eat the loaf today. What's Hasra? You better eat the loaf today, because if you don't, you're going to get locusts. Okay, we'll have the whole day to do it. So because there's no immediacy, therefore that's what's called a Hasra suffix. But again, well, that's what the contradiction, right? But the Yochanan holds, halacha Kistam Mishnah, and the way we just established our Mishnah is like a Mishnah, and the way we established a dealing with Malchus, and when the Mishnah said, Lashin Lamaisa Yochanan, therefore the Yochanan himself just said, Lashin Lamaisa Yochanan. How do you reconcile this? Not a problem. The Yochanan Stama Achlina Ashka. The Yochanan found another Stam Mishnah. Another Stam. We think there's only one Stam Mishnah in the world. Right, so they found another Stam Mishnah, and apparently again in the second Stam Mishnah, Salach Lamaisa, the second Stam Mishnah holds that Lashin Lamaisa ain't no Yochanan. What's the other Stam Mishnah? Hey, Stama, which Stama is it? Evening, my high Stama. If you want to figure out the following Stam Mishnah, this now, Apol, Hamon Siditar, right? I'm sorry, Apol, Hamon Siditar. There's a couple days out. So in this Mishnah, person leads over from the Kavan Pesach. Talking about Tar Kavan Pesach, right? The proper Kavan Pesach, one leads over Nosa, or a Shobat Atamet, or one breaks the bone of a Kavan Pesach.
I love his podcast too.
You don't get off the speed of these shots. Now why not? Incidentally, so it's ice there. How much is that? You're not allowed to break the bone. This is inside. I think this is this.
Well, that's it for
Right?
this week.
Not those are Kavan Pesach.
Join the Patreon if you want early access to
Why
these
are you not allowed
episodes
to break the bones in Kavan
every week.
Pesach? So in general, why don't you break bones? Because they suck out the marrow. So the Sefer Chanuch says that the whole idea of Kavan Pesach is malchus. So royalty doesn't suck on bones. Royalty doesn't suck on bones, right? Royalty has more than enough to eat, more than enough to eat, and royalty will eat around the bone, and that's it. They don't break bones. Because the first thing else, that's also eating enough to condition of breaking the bone. Only a part of Kavan Pesach is consumable, i.e. tahor. If for some reason Kavan Pesach becomes hungry, there is no prohibition of breaking the bone. Okay, the doctor will also have a mercy of the tahor, my timer, and also ultimately, if you leave over, right? If you leave over no side. Why is there no malchus? Again, you're not supposed to be over the Kavan Pesach. If you do so, ultimately, again, why are there no malchus? My timer. Ladin Shunda, Habilat Shunda myself, the Kolat Shunda myself, ain't no Kinabah. Oh, what's the answer? The answer must be because leading over both sides is Kolat Shunda myself, right? I mean, what's that? The act of leading over is what? It's inaction. I didn't eat everything. Remember, how do you have leftovers? Right? You have leftovers is you didn't consume something. So this is a Kolat Shunda myself. And what does the Mishnah say? You don't get malchus. So again, the Yochanan has another stand in Mishnah that he aligns this personal position. Right? So Rabbi Yochanan himself is on record as saying, you don't get malchus for a lot of myself. And now this gives us another stand Mishnah that Kavan Pesach that backs that up. Again, is there another stand Mishnah, i.e. our Mishnah that contradicts that? That's true. Rabbi Yochanan does have another stand Mishnah that aligns with this particular position. So the Gemara says, and we mind that Yaakov the Amalatim of my sin Lokalot, the Rabbi Hudin, Umishum, the Baha Kasov, Litin Ase, Akamosase. So what's the answer in 1 second? And how do we know that ultimately again that it's a Yaakov who holds that a lot of nice son, you don't get off the son, perhaps still know that he needed to. Perhaps he wished to Rabbi Huda, and he shouldn't get Baha Kasov, Litin Ase, Akamosase. And the only reason ultimately again it's not going to get Marcus in this case is why? Because we also it's a lot of Hanika Klase, like the Marcus says. But why is there a lot of Hanika Klase? Because the daughter says, whatever is left over, what do you do? Burn it. That's how you don't get Marcus. So you might say, oh, I'm not lucky. But were it not for the fact that it's a lot, and you talk about say, right, when after the fact that it's what we told you remember by the time of Adam Samaritan, you would get Malchus for it, which shows you that what? You do get Malchus even for a lot of shit. And myself, the Sanya, because we learned both the sin and our focus, because we said, not is over anything until the morning. No sermon or I vote, about each disruption. And if you need myself, the lot shame by myself, so you don't, so again, that's that first thing you go. The next thing you is no. The reason you open your mouth is not because it's a lot I need that I say. Right? The reason you open your mouth is why? Because it's a lot shame by myself. So that was like, just to highlight where we are in this moment, like where we are in this moment, because we're going to actually cross with it in a second. Like what are we up to? So we're up to be able to following place, right? So remember, we're trying to figure out attribution of our Mishnah. He's really narrowed it down and said off the bat, it can't follow scripture. Rabbi Akiva is small. Rabbi Akiva, because again, Rabbi Akiva only holds there's only a lapse of awareness of Tumah that makes you high the karma, but a lapse of what we'll call a lapse of locational awareness, right? Or a lapse of consumption awareness, that's not going to generate Tumah liability. So that kind of knocks on your view, Rabbi Shmuel. Now, originally, when he said Rabbi Shmuel is not going to work, why? Because Rabbi Shmuel holds that you're not covered over the Yoreh for future-oriented Shvuas people. First people, and it's Mishnah says you are liable. To which you want to answer is no. Rabbi Shmuel is not high the carbon, but ultimately, again, you are high. You are going to be high. You're going to be high from. And therefore, again, the Mishnah is talking about a case ultimately of not just a carbonic liability, but of Malchus liability. Now, interestingly enough, the reason why this brought up an interesting case is because how can you high Malchus in the case of, I swear I will eat, and I didn't end up eating. After all, there isn't that a lot showing myself, to which the answers that the small holds, you get for a lot showing by myself. Okay, so the biggest point that was, now, give us a Bishmo, and a Bishmo about Malchus, and you get Malchus for a lot showing by myself. The problem is now that triggered a whole other story. What's going to trigger? Because that means that our Mishnah, which is a Stan Mishnah, questions you get Malchus for a lot showing by myself. Here's the problem. Rabbi Yochanan, enter Rabbi Yochanan, right? Rabbi Yochanan holds that the Mishnah halacha is the Stan Mishnah. Which is simply the network, so halacha falls on Mishnah, which is you get Malchus for a lot showing by myself. What was the problem? Rabbi Yochanan holds that you don't get Malchus for a lot showing by myself. So how do you reconcile the personal position of Rabbi Yochanan with the fact that Rabbi Yochanan holds that you only hold like this time? The Gemara does Rabbi Yochanan has a different Mishnah that we are left with. And that ultimately says you don't get Malchus for a lot showing by myself. What's the problem? The problem is we just effectively deconstructed that second Mishnah. We effectively deconstructed it, which can lead us back to our original question, or our question, which is how do you reconcile Rabbi Yochanan's statement that the Mishnah, which in our context now means you get Malchus for a lot showing by myself, which Rabbi Yochanan personally held position that a lot showing by myself ain't looking at us. So I say this is where we're stopping. And now again, that's why I just want to show you how the next line picks up. When we put them on, hello, hi, stomach Mishnah. We're going to see the next stage in this journey is that Yochanan himself actually found another Stam Mishnah. So I just want to tell you, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay, right? And I promise you, it's going to work it out. I see like someone's like a little existential angst over here. It's going to be okay. We're going to work it out. Again, we'll say, like a lot of things in life, we're not working it out today. I know this problem is going to get solved. Can't necessarily solve it on the thing that I want. That's what's going on in the as well. So rest assured, go with confidence that I have to come tomorrow. We're going to work it out. Today I'm going to have to live with a little bit of
You guys aren't going to condone this. Behind a mic, you talk all this shit. Behind a mic, physically,
you say that right. I know that was time really good.
All right, so let's say welcome.
Yes, personally, I
fucking the seconds, not this overwhelmingly beautiful, exciting responses for this morning shit thing. Our annual commentary response to Christmas. Dedicating all the children and Rothschild this year as is close to the son of us to have Israel. As our responses for the month of Iyar. Shmuel Rabbi Karatkin, portion of the other type of Shmuel's father, Leonard Karatkin, Lupa Ben Yecheska Hakon Shmuel Rafa. All the learning sponsors and really listening to the Mishmash Leila Bas Moving Ben Rafa. And our gastronomy sponsors for today, Becca, Penny, Shane, and Lisa, in honor of Daddy and Daisy and everyone else completing the Sabbath month. So beautiful. Mom from Daddy, Mom from Daisy, Mom from Lord from some really,
this makes it sound like he wants to fuck me up.
We don't necessarily appreciate the important fact that our learning on those around us. Obviously, we recognize the impact that our learning has on us. That's how Shem, when the Mishpacha sees that the father gets no positive and plugs away and gives up positive speech and comes early in the morning and is dedicated, little effect that it has on children and grandchildren came out of this thing. So really beautiful. Also, of course, we dedicate our last half and sacrifice within the Nash's house to get himself and everything, bringing home the Shalom and the Karb and the sense of all these soldiers. They will be successful in the Kamna and say, Yudei and we saw Eretz Israel's work and let's show them back to their families to Shalom and the Karb. But with that, let us begin a lot to do today. That is up down the front of our last half of this episode. We are picking up at the Mara on top of the 23B. Let's go. I'm going to be open on it. When you look at it already, and audio friends, we're holiday. Big disagree. Whatever kind of said, so if a person is high courage and you get malchus, so the malchus absorbs all of the courage. So it's a dramatic statement. So we might as well start this country for years. I'm not I'll tell you what, we don't just Indian shouting people, and I was just very because first of all, is more there is no difference between Shabbos and Kippur. I mean, both Shabbos and Kippur have severe punishment. Both of them make a distinction. Shabbos, if you violate Shabbos, it means in a patient. And if you violate the Kippur, ultimately it's courage. So the Gemara says, now if it's true that Malchus actually takes care of courage, right? If every single time you hide courage, you also get Malchus, or you get Malchus, so Malchus doesn't absorb your courage. If that's the case, the Gemara says, the other move. And every courage is also called Bidi Adam, right? Because every courage is getting Malchus. Malchus is administered Bidi Adam. If that's the case, then the Kippur should be Bidi Adam just like Shabbos is. So much of okay, here's another opinion. There's no piece of original there are no Malchus by Chayvik pieces. This is what yes, close to a piece of over Chayvik pieces. So how are you? In general, you know, one side we would have assumed that because of the position of the Sukkim, that all Chayvik pieces ultimately again would be subject to Malchus. That would have been our automatic default assumption. I said to Gemara, Balaam Yotzer Karis Bafo, so we write and we saw this before. Remember, in general, there's a umbrella statement about that immorality is punished by Karis. In general, this item is really shared that Halakha Mesa, so incest, the whole system is punished by Karis. Why is that singled out? Let's let whenever Karis comes off, it teaches that you only type Karis. And once the Gemara singles out choice of sister for colors in your mouth. What does that teach me? I don't have mouths. So that's says no, I think it's not. If you leave it out, man, you know, if it's Z, because it doesn't be the other, the Z, it's going to be the all right, you're right. You may be great. You may be getting Marcus. Provided something different. But the distinction that we're taking over here is Shabbos, the Iker punishment is Bidei Adam. The Iker punishment is Bidei Adam. And by Yom Kippur, the Iker punishment is Bidei Shamayim. Yes, you get Malchus, but that's not the Iker of the punishment. Amar Rabbi, Amar Halacha, Chananya ben Gamliel. The most of these things out of it. The Halacha is like Chananya ben Gamliel. And let's say, what's being what? The Halacha writes out every college prohibition. When you get Malchus, but not only that, training that. But also, when you get Malchus, what happens? You are absolved of the college. So let's say, kind of point out how incredible that is. Right? When you think about the idea about when we yearn for the vision of such, what we really call the Ula, of course, there's the Beit HaMikdash itself, which will be all incredible, beautiful, glued for cloudy Israel. But also, there's also like a number of other institutions that come along with and one of those, of course, is something like organized businesses. Listen, do you realize how incredible it would be to get Malchus? Now, let me clarify that thing in just a moment. Right? Some of us have done things that make us high cars. That are just an unfortunate reality. We could do tshuva for it. But at the same time, I don't know if I'm absolved or not. This is just when we again clarify. Part of the process of tshuva is believing that the tshuva is being accepted. There's an amuna in tshuva itself, and it doesn't show I have to leave that for to accept it. But still, like, so that makes me go down. Imagine for a moment the bird something that is very rubbish. What if they give us Malchus and I walk out? I guarantee you, how do you walk out of Basin? How do you walk out of Basin? Smiling. I'm not saying you're saying that yesterday I had another, right? But I guarantee you absolutely walking out smiling. Why? Because there's no greater simcha in life than absolution. There is no greater simcha in life than forgiveness. The same way when we walk out of Yom Kippur, you're exhausted, but you're smiling, you're smiling, you're because I don't know, but it's not That's not the source. Imagine that. No matter how severe the sin, you go in, you get your punishment, and then by Hashem, you're good. Incredible. Something for us to look forward to. Again, not to look forward to doing something that is a Paris-bearing prohibition and entire Malchus, but if I have some of that already on my shoulders, the ability to display of getting those punishments are completely as well. So the majority of this how can you say that? What the hell is the requirement of your says? If you did a party for you ate in a dipper, and then you got Malchus to forgive it. So Yosef says, I don't understand, it's Karis. Who went up to Shamayim, conversed with God, and found out that that's true? Karis is dead at the hands of heaven, right? Unfortunately, again, loss of future generations. So that's in God's hands. You could just want to tell me that if you get Malchus takes care of Musas Paisley. Okay, I can talk to you. You can throw that out. The Christ is handled by God. So we should accept the who went up to Shamayim, conversed with God, and heard from God that yes, if you get Malchus, you're absolved from colors. So the Gemara says, I don't know about it. And how do you show it? Social harm us to face the Shamata, they speak with the Shamata. I said, well, second, well, let the question, similarly said, you have three things that were done by Beit Shamata, right? You're based in here, Chazal, and I finished what agreed with them. So again, Abaye says, man said for Eva the Asa the Amar, who went up to Shamayim, and ultimately again found out that Shamayim agreed with what they did here in Beis Din on this earth. And of course, that she went half an hour tried yesterday. So to understand, the Khalil statement that Malchus opposed to Paris is not just simply a beautiful conjecture, it's a drasha of psukim. So just like these people that they did, they knew that for the fact that knew that why, because they vouched in psukim. So when you're facing actually specific. That was true. What are those three things that Beis shall not forbid, that Beis shall not law agree with? Is beautiful. Group already showing maybe. Social love also Beis shall not in this game. Beis shall not law. You are done. These are the three things. Number one, it's beautiful. You are. Make a girl introduced by Beis shall not. Greeting each other with the name of God. And lastly, Gavas, the beginning of the Muslim, Hasarashi points out who referred to three things. One done by Ezra, two done by King Castillo. The one done by Ezra is that when they did not go ahead and come back to the second temple en masse. Did not come back with the Jews to rebuild the second temple. As a result, Ezra went ahead and penalized them, and took away their nice solution and gave it to the Kohanim. That's one. Number two, a little earlier this week, told the people, bring your mice to the base of it. Even though you don't have to, like you can bring your mice, you can bring your mice wherever you want. He said, let's create a lishka, a chamber, and have all of the mice of God Yisrael deposited there. And number three, is still the people to stuff to give mice on vegetables also. Even though, again, it's alright to not to give them vegetables, he still should give them vegetables. So three things. So Mark says like this. So now these are three things introduced by Beis Shalmata, and after this part of the agree with them. So the one's going to go forward. So I'm going to the sit. Kimu v'kibru ha'Yehudim. The pasuk says Kimu v'kibru is beautiful. Kaimu l'malo or Kimu l'malo, Kaimu l'malo. Masha Kimu l'malo. In the heavens, they accepted that which was accepted down here on the earth. Beautiful. Shelas shalom. Greeting each other through the Muslim memory again. Greeting each other with the name of Hashem, or for that matter, saying things like the call of Hashem. Really shouldn't be done, right? If you think about it, because at the end of the day, it's using God's name a lot. Generally, we try to treat the name of Hashem with a profound sense of reverence and respect. Part of the way we do that is not just like bantering it around. Yet, again, it was introduced, it's it. The Hebrew bar is like, I'm going to call it Hashem Yachad. First time you see it, or the first time you see it is Boaz comes from the side, right? Like he comes to his yoke, he sees his workers there, and he says to them, Hashem is with you. And let's say the first time you see someone greet other people with the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Furthermore, the Prophet says, Hashem imcha yivarachayra. That's by Gidon. That's by Gidon, earlier on, right? A little bit earlier on. Hashem imcha yivarachayra. Hashem is with you. So the Malach used the name of Hashem in his reading Gidon. So the Michael, and why do you the second passage? Is Boaz did it passing up on the proof. So the Gemara says, the people of Boaz who are the Midaike, who is Shmael Raskim Ayado. Maybe you think, Boaz just did this on his own. But not that, but that was part of what we did. Boaz decided to do this. Hashma, Va'omer Hashem in, Va'omer Hashem in Yivarachayra. So pretty much here's one thing you can count on. If an angel does it, pretty much you know God's on board. Like, so therefore, again, if Boaz would have done it, like, oh, so Boaz did it, but who's to say that Boaz had divine volition? And that Boaz that gave him his own volition, so comes along, the Malach does it as well. That's a good engagement like that. Havas Meister, what's this Havas Meister? It's three things, really we're really focusing on one. The Sid, and he was Kalamaaser al Beis Ha'otzer, the Terah, the Beisi, the Chanini, not results Omar Hashem Tzivakos, in what abstract Rachamis Aribos Nashamayim, Aribos Lachem, Lecha Amalidai. So we'll say, no, this is absolutely beautiful. What you still is doing is as follows. Skills to come as well. Bring your Meister to this and gather it. Not a Coach Baruch who see the velocity of clouds. Like it was, can you imagine that it's illumination of this, but it's filled with the Meister clouds, representing generosity and the Rebbe says, bring all your Meister here. And I'm not sure it's the communion of his oath. See again, test me, right? Test me, right? Test me. The communion of his oath, Allah says to us, it will access or I will open up the windows of the heavens to you, and I will shower upon you brotherly night. Such a beautiful moment. So this little saying, the Rabbi said it himself, he tells us, you shut up and have generous love. Hashem says, generosity, really generosity. Okay, by the way, this is also one of the
He's wearing one of those hats that women wear in some tight pants. He kept saying he's part of the thing. He made someone take a picture of him outside of his car.
Even generous beyond what is comfortable to do, on the condition that you give it back to me. That's what the Hanini number is. Bring it. Test me. You be more generous than you think you're capable of doing, and test me. I'll give it back to you, and then some. Incredible. So you know it says, my absolute guy, what is the meaning of Hashem was telling what upon the absolute guys? Literally again, absolute guy until there is not enough. What does that mean? I'm a running back. I should really sit safe and you know my guy. There is so much bracha that your lips get higher than saying enough. Your lips are passing saying enough. Such beautiful bracha. Let's say so again. So here you see this girl's whole point was was be more generous, and you see the more generous you are, the more you give, the more also you understand. You cannot necessarily see that with other mitzvahs, right? It's quite possible all the mitzvah, and it's beautiful and it's incredible, it's fantastic. Last time, so many citizens for someone. Is the one mitzvah where I push myself, I can see I push myself, I'm pushing myself. I need you to give it back to me. And my son, and Father says, okay, it's a divine kindness. I will give you block out these guys and these guys. I just feel this is something like that. Not a lot. So much abundance that you say too much. But otherwise, I give you those who don't say too much. There are three situations, two places, but I can follow crisis when you manifest. Now, again, like you point out that we have a fear, you need not know fear, the chance of Surah. In other words, the Prophet who made himself, so to speak, apparent, not visible, but if I thought his presence was present at these pivotal moments. When was it? The answer is the Bezdino Shoshem, the Bezdino, let's name it, the Bezdino Shoshem, Bezdino Shoshmor Amas, the Bezdino Shmor, or Bezdino Shoshmomo, okay, whatever the case is. The Bezdino Shoshem, the Bezdino, Vayaka Yehuda B'Lon Tzadkonen, but then again, it's very Yehuda and Tamar. Tamar is pregnant, that she's pregnant from Yehuda. But she was disguised at the time that they were intimate with one another. She's pregnant. Everyone thinks she committed a form of adultery, and therefore they're ready to kill her. So what happens? She will not embarrass Yehuda in public, but she does have a stamp on his name. And she says, the father of my child is going to be stamping him. So what happens? Yehuda recognized this. What happened? Vayomer Tzad Kamimeni. And he says she is wiser. She was remembered when Yehuda was believing giving her to his youngest son Shelah because he thought that she was the child, right? He thought that she was the reason why Er and Onan died, without realizing that Er and Onan because of their own awareness. So he said, second then, they must be one second. You know that, how did Yehuda know that Tamar was pregnant with his child? After all, Yom Kippur is also in the Gabal, also known as Achinu Gabal. Now let's be clear, she did dress up as a harlot. So who's to say that the same way that she had a relationship with him, she didn't have a relationship with Shimon? So who says that Yehuda is the father? Yotza Baskova Amno, Mimenu Yotza Kiddush. It's incredible. So at that moment, the Baskova came out from Torah and said, for me, these fitting things were choreographed. In other words, the Baskova makes an appearance at the basement of Shem. Now listen, here's this interesting. The Baskova was not the decisive in the basement, right? Because Lova Shamayim, at the end of the day, Baskova don't decide going to adjudicate cases. But Yehuda hears the Baskova, he hears the Baskova, and that leads Yehuda to say, suddenly never. She's right. You might have said, she's right. Second, listen to this. So what happened in Shashon? They said, Hineni Anu Bi Neged Hashem Neged Mishito, as Shoni Lakachti. So what's this? This is when Klal Yisrael walked with Amelech. They wanted a king. So they come to Shmuel. Now listen, what's very interesting about this is as well. They come to Shmuel to ask for a king. Shmuel is offended.
Very funny though.
Shmuel is offended. Because Shmuel essentially says, hey, why? What's the problem with our current situation? Like, what did I do something wrong? Did I take some? Did I exploit my position to set up for my own self-advancement? I didn't do my own. Maybe she told and substance of the movement. And Shmuel says, essentially, you remind us, God is my witness. I don't think anything that I was done entitled to comply. So, very right. Now, again, it says, I know the real is, the common soul is affirming that God never exploited his issue. Why are you saying the singular? That's a basketball umrah, new age, the government. It's incredible. The basketball team identifies Safan Israel. I know that Shmuel has been a trustworthy servant, never exploited his position, and the truth is, the request for his king or a king is a stickler and culture. Remember again, it was also a premature request. That's why Rothschild didn't get his decision. It got sold. It will not get incredible. Next, the Leizino Shlomo. When did God make the game for Leizino Shlomo? It said, Vaya and Amara Chayar Tznu Lana Sayara. Hakai, Rameis Lotimisu, Kihi Imo. I'll say this is the famous Mesa of the two women who come before Shalana, each claiming that they are the mother of the baby. So remember again, if in this first one, there's cut the baby in half, and then one of them says, no, don't cut the baby in half, give it to the other. So it says, oh, that's the real mother, right? The one who exhibited the compassion, that's the real mother. So the Noyata, the Adivina, Dilma, Yaruma, Na'arma. See, to me, right, when we look at this story, we say to ourselves, this seems like a pretty easily exploitable situation, right? But who's to say that the woman who wasn't the mother recognized that if she played the part of the mother and exuded a tremendous amount of compassion, that she was just maybe she was playing the system a little bit. That's about Kava Amra, a basketball came out and said to Shlomo, that's the mother. You might. You might going back to the different woman. How do you know that Dilma not doing the question Yarkin Yomi is something to Kazinon, Mekaskinon, which the Gemara says, so I'm like, don't you give the question Yarkin Yomi. They started the casino, Mekaskinon, which the Gemara says, so I don't think, maybe Yehuda just went ahead and actually calculated out. Come on, in other words, maybe he just did the math on all of this. How do we know that Halacha L'maisa again? Which the Gemara says, Lo Kazinon and Lo Mekaskinon. Which the Gemara says, because if you don't see something, or maybe someone else outside of religion with her and the timeline worked out, if you don't see something happen, then you can't assume that it occurred. Like the Shmuel Nami, Kuli Yisrael calling with Rashi Yehudi. And the Shmuel, what's the word that's showing up over here? Maybe it wasn't the basket. Maybe again, you think it's just changing the math. The problem is, if you did the math, that doesn't necessarily say that someone else wasn't also coming to at the same time. Shmuel, Nami Kuli Yisrael calling with Rashi Yehudi. And we'll mention it again. The Raya that a basket came out by the raising of Shmuel, because it's by Yomer A. Maybe it's just referring to Klal Yisrael in the singular form. They said, Yisrael, Shabbat Hashem. So in other words, it's not a raya. It's not a raya. So which the Gemara says, Shlomo Nami Midaha Kat Mirachma, Bahadullah Mirachma. Even Shlomo. Maybe Shlomo just went ahead and using logic there. The one who was using the greater compassion obviously was the mother, and the one who was ready to cut off the baby wasn't the mother. The point you might be making over here is you're inferring that there was a basket, but you have no explicit proof that there was a basket. Which you might say, you're right? Emma Gemara. You're right. The psukim can be interpreted in different ways. We have a tradition. We have in the Surah that in each of these three cases, the basket came in intervened. The basket said that ultimately again Yehuda is your baby. The basket came and so far so Shmuel never explained his position. And the basket came and said to Shlomo, that is the mother. Incredible. So Darshan Shalai. Ridiculous Gemara. So Shishma also shows us in this verse, Yamud Olam Moshe. So look at there are 600. Right? 613 verses. Giving to Moshe Rabbeinu. Giving Moshe Rabbeinu. Shows us Yeshishim, the Chamesh, Lavi.
talks a lot about trigger drills.
What's more powerful? 650 mitzvahs a year, right? I had seen that so 365 prohibitions, to me, corresponding ultimately again to the days of the year. Corresponding to the major parts of a person's body. Those that I point out, why is it that 365 Latin corresponding days of the year? What's the fact with that? So perhaps it goes back to yesterday's Gemara, which was the topic of Gemara. Remember what the Gemara said? The Gemara said, "Hayoshin below other avera, no thing was scarred to osemitzvah." That again, if a person musters up the courage not to violate an avera, he's giving reward as if he had performed some mitzvah. Perhaps the idea of 365 Lavin corresponding to the days of the year represents the following we say.
I wish he had said that, dude. If he had said that, it would have gone so fucking viral. I mean, this went viral too.
Is muster up enough courage not to sin
stand up for yourself. Have some fucking respect.
Obviously, it's not my goal. It's not my goal, right? Abstaining from avera is not my goal.
This guy.
My goal is to become a sequel. The ultimate is my goal. But my even if at the end of the day, I can look at what can I do? I resist the temptation to sin. That is practice. That is accomplishment. And that is meaningful. Hence, 365 Rothschild cities corresponding to 365 days a year. Incredible. The Margaret does it. I'm not going to make it. Let's see what Mother Moshe Morasha. So the Talmud says, literally, Moshe is Morasha is an inheritance. Says the Gemara, the Torah, Gematria, half of Kabbalah, Shis Mea Lechad Sha'is. The Gematria Torah is 600 times 11. So it's like that. Why not the other two? I know to be in the first thing was when we heard from Hashem. So Torah Tziva Vada Moshe gave us 611. But the Ribono Shel Olam himself gave us the first two. Beautiful. So I've done it. Shemot Bay, say now watch this. And this by the way, might be the one of the most incredible Gemaras in all of Shas. There's 650 mitzvahs. 650 mitzvahs. That's a lot of mitzvahs. And there was a recognition throughout the ages that sometimes I need to consolidate it. Now I'm going to observe it, so it's clear, right? And then I need to consolidate, like, theologically, or philosophically. One of the core components that I need to wrap my head around. So, Bud David, I need to alakata say. David Melech said, the truth is, there are 11 core principles which really capture 650 mitzvahs. So, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, you have to observe for all 650 mitzvahs. What he's saying is, how can I consolidate so people understand the theological, philosophical, and spiritual underpinnings of Jewish life? So, David Melech consolidating into 11 mitzvahs. What are they? And amazingly enough, they are captured in Africa from the Sid. Mizmor David. As the Pastor says, Mizmor David. This is again Parakah, chapter 15 in German. Mizmor David. Mia Gorbi Ahalacha, Mishkan Bahakacha. And the most of the power of this category. Come on, say like this. Who is the one who can live in your tent? Who can dwell on your holy mountain? Or what the David is saying is, what are the qualities that are necessary for a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu? What do you need in order to come close to God? To live with God, to live by God. What do you need? What's like this? Someone for people for fun to escape for living. So literally again, it's a guidebook for life. So what are the qualities that you need? Here we go. You are just hold it coming, walk with completion or simplicity.
I didn't know I had a fun because I have a spaceship.
Speak in your heart. No regard al Yishono. Don't let any falsehood be on your tongue. Don't do bad to other people. Do not visit degradation to our foundation first to you. Allah is the despicable in my eyes. Yes, you know what I'm saying? And I respect those who are dear God. Mishpa la'ala below Yamir. Hopefully we'll see exactly what that means. That you will swear to his detriment and will not exchange. Kaspa will not doesn't end with interest. The shortcut are not below law. And he does not go ahead and take a bribe even for the innocent. Oh, Seila, one who lives up to these principles, no nemo the older one. And I will say, Father, it's going to point out, we could spend 3 hours just dissecting that list of qualities. Because I don't know what it says, you want to live a successful life, these are other things. That's it. That is not go through that. All this that doesn't go through it so exhaustively. The whole coming, what does it mean ultimately again? Is that Avram? That person will be with the sick, is highly Lefanai, via coming. So listen, what that means is just on a simple level. What it means to be coming, it means to put your trust in your child. That's it. Like coming to get a child, example, the process be complete with us. And what does that mean? Rashi said, that's going to happen. Just put your faith in the Father. And you need a pshuta. And you need a pshuta, a simple faith. Hashem has got my back, and therefore I'm going to do what is necessary. Next. Paul said that you're going out of Tokyo. Paul says out of Tokyo. Oh, how I wish we had time to do this. Out of Tokyo, I will say, is the Gemara in the second time. Scripture is the grandson of Holy Hamad. And when it talks about the Yanakithia, what Paul said? Paul said it's Abithia in the methodical. Nothing that he did was wrong. So Paul said mindfulness. You know, so often like we do things, we see things, and like the pieces of my life don't fit together to form one comprehensive tapestry or picture. Paul said it means that what I do makes sense. The way that I live makes sense. The actions I engage in makes sense. Everything I do is thought out and methodical. Next, Silver and the Still Bubble. Speak truth in heart. You know, just words like, yo, the Safra. Okay, that actually points out the video.
You're fucking joking.
But the mental story over here that Safra once had an object to sell, and the Gentile came in while he was gathering today. It says, well, if I object, I see you're asking $100. And the Safra didn't answer. So the guy thought he was playing hardball. Right? So he says, okay, fine, I'll give you 150. And the guy starts competing with himself until like he got some exorbitant price. Let's finish this last, right? And he says, I'll take the 100. That's what I was willing to accept. So let's say the Gemara goes ahead and says, that's Doga and the Still of Allah. Sometimes the only person who knows the truth is me, because it's in my heart. The ability to live the truth even when no one else knows it by you, but you at a high level. Again, no falsehood. When you say Yaakov Avinu B'tzid, so again, Yaakov Avinu again, are focused on the truth. Now, some of the area someone else, Shaloyah will almost cover it up. I did not go ahead and try to take away my friends. The careful enough, and again, I do not visit relation upon my relatives. Zachariah Escobar is one of the keeps his relatives close. Now, they say, so what does this mean? What does this mean? Now, she says, there are some of us close. So what that seems to indicate is that, like over here, that if your purpose is your relative being degraded, you did not just simply, stand by and listen. About your lesson is like this. Sometimes there's a dynamic in relationships. Sometimes the things you do to our relatives, you would never do to total strangers. Right? You take liberties with our relatives that we would never do. So the man says over here, take care of your take care of your mishpacha. Sometimes we mistreat our mishpacha in such a way, I would never do this to someone else. Yet the own family, I do it. So the Gemara says sometimes you have to take extra care to take care of those who are closest to you. Kind of a mixed of us. So what is the mixed of Shakira Atmos Abu Mika Shakaba. Let's first look at this Gio, who again took his father's bones. His father never was his Akas. So then what Akas in Parakashe, like in Sanhedrin. Right? So this Gio took his father's bones, his father's remains, and he dragged them in the street. He was doing that in order to repudiate the idolatry of his father. That's the action of Habeit, and he honors Kiana Zozu Review, Hashem Zayel Shabbat Yehuda. So the Shach Hayot Hamkacham Hayo Omni Kisot, Umechatko, Umenashko, the Kora Lo, Abi, Rabbi, Mari. So beautiful. Hayo Shabbat the King. It's yet Hamkacham, Yeranova King, hugging, kissing, Rabbi, Mari, Abi. Beautiful. I love a lot of this. Rabbi Yochanan. And hey, this time after so Rabbi Yochanan was once invited to the house of the Rothschild. He did not want to eat. He made up a story. He said, I'm fasting. Even once he left the house of the Rothschild, he continued fasting. Why? Because since he said, I'm fasting, he wanted to be true to his word. Incredible. So take your word for this. Doesn't love that. These look the religious over. He doesn't even love his non-Jews. That was that obviously is a very high level of this. What the thing is like this. But in general, it's very difficult to maintain two different systems of behaviors. Right? One towards this group and one towards the other. That lack of consistency often leads to erosion of standards in all areas. So therefore, again, it's constantly I recognize that if I want to be honest in business with Jews, I have to be honest in business with everyone. I have to be just simply one standard with which I conduct myself. I'm going to go to the shofar, I'm not going to go back up. And also, if it doesn't get the bride, you're going to be strong on the Yossi. You're going to be Yossi. So it's like this story, Rashi points out that the Yossi had a fear, and someone wanted to get a sharecropper. The sharecropper brought him the Yossi's Rabbi Shmuel's portion 1 day early. So the sharecropper said, I have a deep time with you today anyway. So I figured since I was coming, I would bring you your portion. Now, remember again, that's not a blind not a bride, because Rabbi Shmuel entitled for this anyway. So since it was brought a day early, he thought that he would bring that little bit with his judgment. Okay, Ose Eila, so let's just see the Ose Eila, you know. If you do these things, you will never fall. You try to go near when you got this possible to get right. Man doesn't look too good. He's like, no. How far do I, the influence of the possible is do all of these things. You fall. It looks like that's a lot of things. These 11 things are major things. So I have to do all of these things I won't falter, which the inference from this is, if I don't do all of them, I will falter. That's over. Which you might study now, and I may mix it also call Eila. Say Eila. It's not even very nice. It doesn't say you have to do all of them. So the one they also call Eila, it says Ose Eila. Right? Eila came up with two levels this moment. Sit crashing on it. How to time of the call Eila. Define yourself with all of these things. Eila. Hasanami and I'll give a call Eila. It's only if you touch all the shots in that you become Tameh. The fact that we have more becoming active, I've just done this Ella, okay, you see here, couple Ella, call every community one. How can I be the Abbas we call it? So it's saying obviously the ideal is to possess all 11 of these traits. But even if you just possess some of them, that gives you the strength to lead a successful life. But 11 is still a lot. By Yishayahu, David and Ashish. Yishayahu further consolidated the list, took it down from 11 to 6. Order 6. Hold it to the host, Dover Mishar. So again, when he walks to the host, Dover will define Dover Mishar. Noise, that's on the Ashkos, Noah Kappa with multiple shofar, Osen Shmuel Damin, Osen Inamera Osbega. Okay, so what are all these? First one on the one side, Holy Stephanus, works in righteousness, Ya'avah of the city, Ya'adapir, Laman Asher Yitzada. So what's the, what he says of the videos of Osen, Holy Tzedakos means not only one being start, walk righteousness, but one being structured. His family to do the same. Lead my family in a particular direction. That's holy tzedakah. I myself go, and I also lead my family. Of course, we always speak about the best way to lead your family is how? By example. If you're walking a certain path, and that's Hashem, hopefully that model is for your children to walk that same path as well. The government shines, Yeshem not make higher than that. Once government shines, marriage my family in public. Always the best in the house. So literally again, I'm your host.
So he
And then the
more
point
than
is,
thinking,
you want to be smarter than Elisha.
trying to sneak
That's
it
the
in.
Bishma ben Elisha, as you mentioned before. So the Gemara says, no half of the smoke the shochad.
That's what you look
Again,
for. It's a radar
I
technician that someone tries to use a limb.
shake out my hands from being involved in bribery. There's nobody else. Yes, I mentioned before as well. Also, the Shema Damim. Ultimately, I literally close my ears from hearing Damim until I show up this elusive Mitzvah of the Shasa. Ultimately, I don't hear the disparagement of some talk of and remain silent. In other words, if I hear someone disparaging the talk, I speak up. I speak up. And I say, go, the brother of Shimon. Like the brother of Shimon. Listen, actually, Ryan points out that the brother of Shimon, who died. When he died, his body did not decompose. His family kept his family kept him in the attic. You love to see that. His family kept him in the attic because they felt that since his body was not decomposing, one day his wife went up to the attic after he points out, she saw blood coming out of his ear. She felt that his body was decomposing. He appeared to her that night in a dream and said, no, my body's fine. But when I was able to function because one time I heard someone disparaging the Talmud Chacham and I didn't say something. And you can infer from that generally, whenever he heard the big disparagement, he absolutely stood up for the Talmud Chacham. Incredible. Now, also, we have also זה שלא מסתכל בנשים שעומדות על הכביסה. So it's like, what does it mean? I close my eyes and looking at what they're saying. That refers to avoiding looking at women when they're doing the wrong. By the women wander the clothing by the river. They pull up their dresses in order so the dresses shouldn't become wet. So a person who sees a woman with her legs exposed, obviously it causes inappropriate thoughts. So a person who is careful with what they look at it. See, to the Roman Yishkot. A person who lives up to these ideals, ultimately again will live in the highest of heights. So we'll say, Bar Michal, then you're not Shalish. So say that's 6. That's still 6, right? You 11, Yeshaya has 6, and then we'll say, you see the overlap. No one's introducing new ideas. So really just consolidated. New comes along and further consolidates it. It's it. You give the Adam, not Togu Masham Gorish Mincha. What is good and what does Hashem want from you? Jimmy says, Kian, Mishpat, do justice, Vahavas Chesed, love Chesed, Vachsei Leches Ima Shalotrecha. Right? Ultimately, again, and walk with humility, or modesty, walk with humility. Asas Mishpat, or you have to just literally be a just person. Be a just person. You know, Abbas Chesed is a real Chesed. Be a person, as I say, sometimes again, you might think that justice isn't so you has to be both just and charitable. But ultimately, it refers to helping to bury the dead and helping to marry off someone. I will say that. What does this mean? I'm going to have a home. I'm going to throw that for the left, but we're never going down again and raise public events. Yet, even with those public events, what our Mr. Clark says, be modest. Be modest. So we know some violence or back on us, it's in our life, that's kind of a time. All the more so things are done privately, you have to be modest as well. You have to be honest. So most of the time, what does this mean? Be modest with writing your funerals. What it means is like this. One of my son's things is, if you're helping financially with these things, don't broadcast your involvement. Just in general, again, deep and wrong, be modest. In relation to you're helping someone with the customer, you're helping with the Levaya, be modest. Those are public events. Be modest with your involvement. So it's like reading her, she began to see the risk you can solve it. So Mika saying 2 things. Make sure that you're living a life that is just, that is correct. Make sure that you are involved in chesed, and make sure that you are modest and humble in the way that you conduct your life. Those are the 3 pillars. Good. Chesed Yisrael, and Yisrael further consolidates those 2 things. Shemar, Kamar Hashem, Shimur Mishpat, Ba'as consolidated into 2. Live a life of justice and chesed. Amos comes from Shemar, Call my friend is Yashini. And Shem said today, so seek me out. Seek me out. So I said, what's the one thing? I said, what's the one thing? Seek out the relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You must master it on HaKadosh Yitzchak. Yashini the Kalachar. Maybe Yashini, Yashini, learn me out. That refers to all the Torah. I love Chabatu. That's what I was saying. I just want to be clear. This is ridiculous, like these last moments, dramatic moments of it. So remember, what's happening over here is every all 6 organizations miss this. At a lot of times, what I just want to know is, are the core principles that Hashem needs me to engage in order to be a spiritually successful individual? That's what these lists represent, right? So again, and we finally come to Habakkuk. Habakkuk says it all comes down to one thing.
That's what's great about that culture, like black culture.
Listen, if you want to know what all Jewish types comes down to, one thing. If you have Amuna, everything else flows from that. If you have Amuna, everything else stems from that. That muscle, that's what it is. Because if you have Amuna, then ultimately then you have all of these other qualities. If you have Amuna, everything else flows from that. Especially what kind of Amuna? And Amuna shoots up. Simple and simple Amuna that says, son, I love you, I'm yours. I love you, I'm yours. Tell me what it is that you need. I am your food. I am your vessel. Fill me up with your bracha. That's what I ask of you. Give me car, and I am ready to execute whatever it is that needs to be done. That's it. So the Gemara goes like to Shneimar. I'm going to be able to see that anymore. Arba Gzero Tzaddim Moshe Rabbeinu. So by the way, I'm going to point out. It's like most dramatic Gemara. It's like in the entire shot. And it's like, okay, let's move on. I just want to point out, and again, we're not doing these Gemaras justice. These Gemaras are quite. But again, let's say if you want to understand all of these types in one place, Tzaddik, Namunah, Yichya. That's it. That's it. Because again, and by the way, Kevin Mouth says this also. What does Kevin Mouth say? And it's good because it's almost every. After Alpin Yeis Hashem Eis Havakish, even Eis Hashem. One thing, strictly to dwell in the house of Hashem. Always want to dwell in the house of Hashem. I just want to be close. The Ani, Kivas, was him retold. At the end of the day, Tzaddik, that will not say, yeah, that's it. I'm going to see something else. I have a deal, because I'm all going to give him a bit. Moshe will make 40 years of Klal Yisrael, and 4 subsequent prophets go on and do it. Moshe Amar, Yisrael Beka, Badal, in Yaakov, Moshe and Yisrael Yisrael should dwell all alone. Ba'amos Kedut, Shneimar, Chadonah, Miyakum Yaakov. Yichem Hashem Azos. So Habakkuk Amos came along and was with Ovid, and ultimately again Hashem will be with Amos. Moshe Amar, Upakodim Ahem Lo Salbios, and these nations ultimately again, Klal Yisrael not able to find the Nephilim. Vaydim Yava Amar, Aloch Vagi Yisrael. Moshe Apokit Avos, Avos Abba. Both having to send the sins of the fathers to be visited upon the sons. But Yecheskel Tikva, Yecheskel Tikva was Mabakov actually. He must have never Chachotas Kikamas. No, person sins, they go there. Iniquity for the sin, but it's not passed down to their children. Moshe Amar, Va'abaratem Bagoyim, Moshe says, Klal Yisrael will be lost among the nations. Va'yisrael Ba'omer, Va'yavayalahu, Yitaka B'shofar Gadol, V'bara Otim Me'eretz Hashem. We like to know, says, Klal Yisrael says, Klal Yisrael will not be lost. Amar, Mustaqim Me'aikra. God said, I am so scared of this puzzle that the Klal shall be totally lost amongst the nations. Just because something's lost is not a bad thing. Sometimes you lose something, and let's say what happens when you lose it, the owner constantly tries to find it. Taisi Kiseove Bikish Anjata. So let's say so. We are lost. We are lost. The real most beautiful thing. We're lost track of the sparkle, and the devotion constantly seeks to find us. Ellen is safe at the club, Akala, Eskanda Azadeka, Maski from Azutra, Dilma, Kakila, Kishuin, Ujiri. Again, even though it says, and will consume you in the land of your enemy, maybe it means like, maybe it's like the consumption of cucumbers and gourds. Apparently, when you pick cucumbers and gourds, you don't pick all of them off the vine, but rather you leave some of them on the vine itself. So probably some there will be losses, but you will never be totally guessing. And also, that sometimes you see much focus in Gemara, and you don't see exactly how it resolves. So you're most grabbing the prophesizing, probably totally lost, and some is going to be in the story, others saying, no, not true. That was part of the fish of the problem. That's most of it is the zero of the So also, what happened? What happened? Well, it's going to send back to the amazing. We are looking proof that the Gezerah of Moshe Rabbeinu was a no. 2,000 years after the Temple was destroyed. And look at us. And look at us. John, the sitting here, they explain the story Torah. The sitting here, they say, Moshe Rabbeinu is very Yisrael, the Nomen Father. And again, and if you look at the proof that we are not lost, look at us. Look at us. We are the proof to the midst of the Ethiopian culture. We are proof to the fact that if the sparkle, the shepherd, is looking for us to flock every single day. We are not lost. We know what we have to do. We know where we have to go. We know what we have to become. We're not yet there yet, but we are the sheep looking for the shepherd, and the shepherd that we've shown consistently and constantly every day is looking for us. Incredible. So, Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Akiva were all walking together on the road. The Shalom Mona Shalom in the Alpha Marifo never asked them no. They heard the celebrations from the Roman arena, in Rome, and it was so loud that they heard it at a big of 120 notes. Incredible. And it's like, they obviously understood. Now, how could they know what the celebration was about? But what they thought the celebration was about was the victory of Rome and the downfall of cloudy snow. They screamed both and began to cry. Rabbi Shimon Masachet, Rabbi Akiva began to laugh. On the Lord, if they're not on the second, he said, people, why are you laughing? On the Lord, the Akam, if they're not, then why are you crying? On the Lord, Dragon Halalu, she was stuck in that sun, in the country level, Yosh, was back at the house. How could it be that these people, right, these Okeko families, these idolaters, stuck in worship, and they back down, they partake to all of this nourishment, all this craziness. And yet they would touch tranquility. Their lives are so good. Va'anu, by his house, right here looking inside. But to us, I think some Christians destroy. Violence the fire, so they're wrong. They're wrong. And yet their lives are so good and so tranquil. We're right. We're all God's family. How are they some of his lives in ruin? And how is your child has been destroyed? And now are people like, how can you not like? This is why I laugh. Ma la'ol rei l'sono, tak la'ol se l'sono, akas tamar l'sono. This is the joy and happiness and reward that Hashem gives to those who go against His laws. Then imagine the simcha that is waiting for us. Imagine the reward, imagine the life, imagine the goodness, imagine the beauty that is waiting for us. You know, say that the Akiva's laughter, this is a different kind of laughter, I will say. It's a different kind of laughter, because remember, Mitzachek, what is Mitzachek? Right, first Mitzachek, the first person you see Mitzachek was, like, Sari Menu. The laughter, is the laughter of disbelief. But not disbelief, I don't believe that something is going to happen. It's like almost like this deep type of laughter because you are so overwhelmed, not about what is occurring, but what really occurs. Hope is unbridled anticipatory happiness. Not now, right? Not now things are difficult, but I believe in what's going to come in the future. Rabbi Akiva's laughter was not a present laughter. Rabbi Akiva's laughter is a future anticipatory laughter of Christ. because it kind of sounds like
that future oriented simcha. Right now, the power of the yid is like the simcha of the future and bring it to enlighten my tests. That's what Rabbi Akiva was doing. Rabbi Akiva wasn't enlightened. Rabbi Akiva didn't see all the destruction around him. Of course he did. Rabbi Akiva died during that destruction. Rabbi Akiva was killed in the midst of messianic persecution by the Romans. Rabbi Akiva understands exactly what's happening. He's not making light of the situation, but Rabbi Akiva is saying that the power of the Jew is to look into the future and to draw from the future simcha and bring it into your present. There's a Rabbi Rothschild says this also. ואני בחסתך פתחתי יגע ליבי בישועתך. I trust that your blessing is going to come. Right now I don't see it. But I believe it's going to come. And because I believe it's going to come, yagע ליבי בישועתך. I rejoice now. Because of the power of the yid is that even when things are dark and difficult, I know there's going to be good. I draw that simcha from the future and I bring it now back into my customers. And that's what lights my way. That's how people. One more story. You want to shift time. How you only Yerushalayim. One time they walked to Yerushalayim together. They were ascending to Yerushalayim. You the Har Sofim. They came to Har Sofim. And what happened? And what's like now from Har Sofim they saw Yerushalayim, right? Yerushalayim, and they also saw the Rabbi, and which was like David Sheikh the Rabbi is Shua and the inside, and the Torah told mourning for the destruction. Continue to walk further, and the Rabbi is Lord Shua says confession. Ultimately, I get a fox, emerged from the Holy of Holies. It's even the goes in with Rabbi Akiva. And when he begins to cry, and Rabbi Akiva begins to laugh. And he goes, they said to him, they not come with that, they said, how can you laugh? How can you laugh at a time like this? How are you no math in both? Rabbi Akiva has been watching the rise sign. They said to Rabbi Akiva, nothing should touch the Lord and not hurry Venus. Ultimately, again, the phrase that says that a non-coming comes there will not. No, this is the Malcolm, where no one is left right, except for playing on Yom Kippur. The actual story is the one out of taxis, like the taxi, are walking around, like the taxi is walking around everywhere. They will have to get desolation. From a weekend, can't drive, I will have a tax and inside. So this is why I laugh. Let me tell you why I get sick. It's one of the most beautiful things I get sick. Now, either man, that ain't, as soon as I hold that to tell you, then you're about to yell. So I just say like this. That's the way Shia. And we bring for you witnesses, Uri of the Kohen, and Rabbi Zechariah. Rabbi Marcel was there. Not in India, it's in Zechariah. Uri and Zechariah were not contemporaries. They were contemporaries. Uri of the Mikdash Rishon, Zechariah of the Mikdash. What's that? Right, Uri was in the Mikdash, and Zechariah was the 7th Mikdash. Why does the Rabbi Yishayahu bring emphasis? Ella, Kala HaKosam, they also show Zechariah. Rather than trying to go outside, the Rabbi goes ahead and literally blinks. The prophecy of the prophecy, always a prophecy of one will nothing in the ground then, Sion Sadeh Keflash. Unfortunately, Uriah was going to prophesy that Sion, that Yerushalayim would become like a cloud field. It's a cloud field, and what happens in a cloud field not only is very destruction, but in a cloud field, ultimately, again, any form of trace of what was there is also destroyed. What happens? So the Gemara says, he's a Chayyip, oh, this is the king of the Father's Yerushalayim. And I was saying, what does the Chayyip say? The Chayyip is one of the most beautiful images. And this image says, oh, it will happen again. Right? The Quran Hashem says, oh, this is the king of the Father's Yerushalayim. There will come a time of rebuilding, and there will come a time of redemption. So ultimately, again, old men and old women will sit together in the streets of Yerushalayim. The Ish Anton the Adam Yamin. Everything will grow old again in Yerushalayim. In other words, they'll come back. Everything was lost. The Rabbi says, the Rabbi says, everything will be rebuilt. And people will grow old, gracefully, beautifully in Yerushalayim. So it's like this. Actually, this time will also show Uriah. Ha'isi Yisyarim shows this time will also show Zechariah.
So he keeps saying,
Not
I'm
gonna
to
fight you.
myself,
It's just
like,
not realistic.
those prophecies are like Michelle making
You
them.
would,
So in order to
I
get,
would
in
kill
order to
you
get the
easily.
Nebuah of
So
the
it's like,
Zechariah,
I'm
of
not
the
gonna fight
rebuilding
you
of
if you want to.
Yerushalayim,
Just pull up.
you shine yourself to become totally desolate.
Oh, listen to what
Now I
look
see
at
desolation.
set up here, the
Now I see a
chairs.
spot
Where
turning
they're
out of
fucking
it's like
some
a
paint cans
no
in here.
greater
Oh,
desolation than that.
for sure.
And when I see any of the prophecy of destruction, I now know action will also show now that I see the fulfillment of the prophecy of destruction, Yadua, will also show the higher in Skeletons.
If you're watching, hit us up. I'm trying to get some more people together.
And it's been the word of fire is going to come true as well. Now that I see destruction, now that I see literally again the thoughts running out of the Kodesh, I know with all of my heart that prophecy for rebuilding will come true as well. I will say once again, apples of Rabbi Akiva wasn't in my mind. You know, there's a concept in psychology called toxic positivity. Toxic positivity is where someone is, I'm having a difficult time. I share with someone, I'm really having a difficult time in life, and they say, don't worry, it's going to be okay. But generally, if you want to see the end of that, what do you say? What do you say? The loose translation is, shut up. Right? Stop it. I know it's going to be okay. It's not what I need right now. The person well, toxic positivity is like, always like, sometimes like, I need more, and I need validation in what it is that I'm going to be okay. Of course it'll be okay. That's not Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is a Rabbi Akiva is this profound and deep, rabbinic life, anticipatory simcha. Things are so bleak, but I also know that because things are so bleak in the future, they're going to turn around. And I can reach into that future, grab some of that simcha, and bring it back to the here and now. To do that. And if you can reach into your future and bring back some of that future simcha to a dark and bleak present, that's the only way you get through it. Because the only other alternative is to lose yourself in the suffering, is to lose yourself in the sadness, is to lose yourself in the darkness. Rabbi Akiva teaches us ultimately how to reach into the future, which is going to be beautiful and bright. Take hold of some of that brightness, bring it back into a dark presence. The Rothschilds are coming out, and they said to him, Akiva nekantanu, Akiva nekantanu. Rabbi Akiva, you have two souls, you have two souls, and it's like, those words are not just simply true. To that particular episode, I was like, these are the Rabbi Akiva. I think this mindset, this approach, this Muhammad has been a source of consolation for Klal Yisrael throughout the ages. What gets us through the harshest periods of darkness is the ability to be like Rabbi Akiva, to reach into a future that we know is going to be beautiful and bright, grab some of that brightness, grab some of that light, and bring it back with us here to illuminate a difficult present. Akiva nekantanu, Akiva nekantanu. Rabbi Akiva always come through for us. And he always does things with us. Rothschild, the speaker on the set is not this Rothschild, straight out the mouth. All right, everyone's doing. Everybody to everyone mouse is called mouth, but the primary is so. A cute picture of Shabbos. She's up on that today. She celebrated all of our future in the second forgetting Shine.
We did an extra episode. We talked a lot about some inflammatory things. So if you want to see that, join the Patreon. We think maybe you're going to move towards extra episodes instead of stand-up specials, because stand-up specials are killing us slowly inside. They're funny, but I think you guys probably, the people that are interested in Patreon, you probably want to hear us talk more than just watching Nate Jackson talk about. I don't even remember what he said before. But anyways, that's not why they're here, right? No. They are here to watch Timothy. You're here. You idiot. You're not a roster of white dudes. You're here to watch.
All right, so it's like, good morning. Let us begin.
Alrighty, so before we
Begin
get
by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Our annual comic book sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael. the dedicated orchestra and talk shows for this year. As is the host, the Restorative Provost all around Israel. And the Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar Habadi Yokova, Shmuel Rabbi Rabbi, Nation of New York as of Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Kurafkin, Nutma, Ben, Yekatska, Lachtoin, and Kusana Rafa, the American Art Commodore, all of the Hashem Slavin Aliyah, the families in the Kamo. And we'll say, of course, we dedicate our learning today in this host of able to celebrate. However, chooses tomorrow. Speak by this every year. There's so much controversy. What to say, how is halal, no halal, what bracha. Those are details. Important details. But details. The bigger detail is for us to go ahead and have Shavach and Hodah. For us to have tremendous gratitude, tremendous sense of gratitude to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for what He has given us. That we are fortunate to live in minds in which we have access to Eretz Yisrael, in which Mir Hashem is not just our famous words of Harabayas Biyadenu, that we're uttered on Yom Yerushalayim. It's not just Harabayas Biyadenu. It's Eretz Yisrael Biyadenu. And ultimately, when we have Eretz Yisrael, it's a mention in Shir for Yom yesterday. There's no one standing at the airport telling which Jews to come in, which Jews can't come in. There's no one standing at the port. Like with quotas, a number of people who come in, we forget this. Because we take it for granted, a little bit of a miracle that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us with the founding of the state. Is the state perfect? Far from it. Is there work to do? Absolutely. But just because something is not perfect doesn't mean that it's not absolutely negative. So many people probably you go to Israel, you walk into the airport, and you find that larger than life mezuzah that's waiting for you. I think we have the second largest mezuzah at the entrance to Israel. Right? You find that larger than life mezuzah waiting for you. If you have this hook to walk in and be able to put your hand on that mezuzah as you enter into the sacred border of Eretz Yisrael. This can go with yourself. There's the greatest ones. Right? When the Shia comes, Google will come. If they send me picture from them, it'll be even better. But just because it's not exactly as it should be, does not mean for a moment that it's not absolutely magnificent. You know, my grandfather's from the Rabbi was a survivor of the war. Whenever anyone in the world say something critical of the government of Israel or something about Eretz Yisrael itself, he would always go ahead and silence. He would always shut down the conversation. I just understand that it wasn't, you know, my grandfather wasn't very blue and white, you know, not smart and engaging in this for me. That was as a survivor, he understood what it meant not to have a Jewish homeland, but not have access to a Jewish homeland, and then what it meant to live in the world with access to a Jewish homeland. His truth and life always was, whatever your problem is, figure it out or be quiet. So don't run around negative things or difficulties or problems. We have beautiful problems. Because whatever problems may be, it tells us first. The ridiculous gift that we have. Okay, so here we say how some have will say it, won't say it. Again, it's a detail. It's a detail, an important detail, but it's part of the detail. The ikar is that on this day, you must find your way to express what profound gratitude to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for the miracle that He has given us. The idea, you know, we're building Baruch Hashem, we're building a Sarah community there, so Yerushalayim, who would have thought? Who would have ever thought? And I'll tell you what this, a grandchild of survivors, having a hand in helping to build a new community as we watch. That's 100 years. After our ancestors were put into gas chambers and organs and systematically annihilated. Still, almost that Baruch Hashem, even if we can contemplate satellite community, where you can contemplate this purpose and take it and go, where we send our children to learn, we go to learn, we go to vacation, we go to spend your food. However, you don't see the miracle in that. You need a new prescription. You need a new prescription. Because you're missing it. Because you're just missing it. How do you choose to mark the miracle? That's up to you. That's up to you. How you just go? That we could contemplate that we're living in a time we can contemplate Aliyah, whether you think Aliyah or not making Aliyah. Just understand, you can think about that decision for 2,000 years and do what it said, I'm going to return to self. Listen, really? You want to live with the Ottomans, you want to live with the Turks, you want to live with the British, you want to live with this, you want to live with that. Now, it's a decision. Whether it's good for you, not good for you, that's your decision. But you can think about it. Understand the miraculous nature of being able to contemplate that decision. Something that for 2,000 years has been happening. If you can't see the miraculous nature of that, once again, you need prescription. It's not just the footsteps of Mashiach. Like the footsteps, when people call it the footsteps. Like that, if you listen carefully, you can feel like a pitter patter. And it's yes, what you coming closer. It's not a pitter patter. Oh, Mashiach is around the corner. The Uber is around the corner. But he's unfolding in front of us each and every day. There's nothing less than a great, spectacular miracle. The miracle is not complete, and there's no question that many things are still in a state of imperfection. We are so much closer to that. So anything we're asking from this day, we celebrate the founding of the modern day state of Israel, which for many of us is absolutely unequivocally not a self of the Geulah, but the beginning of Geulah. It began the moment that the Messiah was set ablaze, but an important step in the continuity of the progression of Geulah. We daven for one thing. And in that session, the Geulah should keep evolving. The Geulah should keep unfolding. And that session, our hostages should come home. Our soldiers should stop having to deal with their lives on the soil, the earth itself. We say for that session, the fathers, the sons, the brothers, the husbands, including the started many years ago, founding of the station was an important step that propelled us forward. We say for that session, to the continuity of the Geulah, the continued evolution of the Geulah. As we say for that session, Yeshana Haba, Yerushalayim, Habaniyah, with Am Yisrael together, with Eretz Yisrael rebuilt, with Eretz Yisrael reunified, we rebuilt Yerushalayim, and rebuilt the Beis HaMikdash from Rabbi Ameinu. Let's say, so today's daf is Chav Gimel, 23. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Chav Beis, and there is a lot to do today about Hashem. We are picking up the two dots. About 5 months after the thing we wanted to get wrong. We were over at that insurance. No, sorry, that's the last short part. Sorry, thank you. So Shema says as follows. So as you remember again, the Mishnah had a very interesting. Let's say again they assess that Ruvain is capable of getting early on office. Right? And then what happens? They started flogging him. And they realized, you know what, you really can't do for 30 minutes. What's the halacha? He stopped. Whatever he got, and that's the end of it. There was nothing more that happens. And once again, they're going to get close to what? As opposed to saying, okay, let's take a break, right? And flogging the rest of the Sirah. So let's say they went ahead and adjusted the 39. And before they started flogging, so they went ahead and they revised their assessment. So in that case over here, halacha l'maisa, we would go ahead and give them the full set. So the Gemara says, so no, for a minute, nor is the kasha Abdullah Kavlar Bar tells you about Andushin Yachol Kavlar Bar. Let's say again, based on assessed that he was capable of getting 39 office, and then what happens? And then they changed or they revised, they updated their assessment and said that he can't. So what's our home? What? So the Gemara says, Abdullah Kavlar. Let's say the original assessment for 18. Remember again, these numbers are not random. Why are we choosing these numbers? Because remember again, the way it works in Malchus always has to be divisible by 3. So again, that's why I'm just using large numbers, small numbers. So 18. And then so we can go ahead and stand 39. Patras, I love how he says Patras. So what that sounds like is, if they change the assessment, they did not begin flogging. He's still hot. So how do you like this? I'm going to say just one question. So what's the this is very interesting is the one says like this. Everything depends on when the second assessment is occurring. If the second assessment occurs on the first day as the first. And the way the halakha used that is the first one wasn't, the second one is the real one. In other words, because things can't change that quickly on one day. It's right. So if on Thursday, based and said, Ruben is tied 39, and then that same day they revised and said, only stand 18. The way the halakha used that is they were mistaken about the 39. That was a mistake. So essentially we scratch that one and go with the second one. If, however, let's say they made an assessment on Thursday, right, 39, and then on Friday they said, you can only go ahead and withstand 18. And you look at that second assessment as correct. Why? Because things could change in a more dramatic way to the next. You must reconcile Fridays. We think people get Rashi says, so the Mishnah is dealing with the case where halakha l'maisa, the second assessment was done that same day. The kabel them, Shmones, right? Because of the idea of Bobayom, Shinyaka Lakaba, or Yoko, it really makes it the Omet Shalahem, no higher clue. Capable of the Bobayom, Sasri Bamashamdu, Shahari Zem, Shtanga, the Lokafish, Bishos Murat, Kazef. So let's say again, Salakha is interesting, right? See, if the second assessment occurred on the same day as the first, then you look at the first assessment as mistaken, second one as correct, because Rashi just points out it's not possible that things change that materially within one day. Right now, possible that it went from a guy to take 39 malchus to a guy to take 18 malchus in one day. So it must be that the first one is mistaken, and therefore we go to the second one. On the other hand, you look at the next one. Again, more here, but just giving you the point. Only these shows interesting enough. So the case on Saturday, so we get the 39 on Friday, on Thursday, and then give them the second one on 18 on Friday. In that case, we have access to the correct result. In that case, I won't tell myself. The assessment not really wanting to. Now, the reason why the first point out that in just a moment. The first is correct. In other words, we don't view the first assessment as being flawed. Why? Because things could change from one day to the next. So on Thursday, the date's 39. So after that one, we got a call, we got sick, and on Friday, we only go ahead and do 18. So the first assessment stands. Now, what does that mean? So we're going to give 39 malchus, 39 malchus, when based in that says on Friday, we can only take 18. No, so that's what Rashi says over there, and therefore, Shinya Kolkabo, Potter, Hafa Kushlomoka. In that case, interestingly enough, he'll be Potter, not get anything, even though he did not get any Malchus. Why? Starting with Baza, but also Omer. Because he was already degraded. Now we're going to see, by the way, we haven't touched on this fully about this, but shortly, a lot of what Malchus accomplishes is degradation. And the kapara itself of Malchus comes through with degradation. So the Gemara suggests the following. When he got an assessment for 39, right? And then the next day got an assessment, that first assessment for 39 was correct assessment. Okay, so we have to know that we don't give it when he gets the 18. The degradation of having been assigned 39 and now being downgraded to 18, that degradation is to accomplish the punishment he can impose upon you. And therefore, Allah he cut her from all Malchus. So it's a fascinating idea. So let me just zoom out. Essentially, what's happening over is as follows. What happens when things are assessment of Malchus and then revises their assessment? The Gemara suggests two cases. If the revision takes place on the same day as the original assessment, then it was the original assessment flawed, therefore scratch it, and therefore only go with the second assessment. When the assessment happens on a different day than the first, then you assume essentially they're both correct. They're both correct, right? Assessment number one is correct, assessment number two is correct, and the way Rashi's pointing out over here is, in that case, interestingly enough, it'll be pater, because we assume that again the degradation occurred just simply through the higher Malchus allocation of day one. Fascinating. I will say there's one caveat to this, but one caveat. If at any point in time that Malchus started being administered, and then in the middle of Malchus days he says, okay, we made a mistake, we can't do 39. You only do 9. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? You stop obviously, and that's it. And that's it. In other words, we do not make you get recover and then give you the rest of his Malchus. That's the caveat to this. All of these discussions is where Malchus has not yet begun to be administered. Okay, good. It happens to be that the halacha on my son is a little bit different than how the Gemara is highlighting it, but if we have time, we'll come. And he was a plenty class. So I've done one act which results in two lobby. So I'm liable to 2 sets of Malchus. So I'm here at the Apollonia Baba. So I look for myself. Let's say there's one in the basement. The basement says to me 1 set of Malchus. If that's what they did, well, in this case. As one log and give me 1 set of Malchus. Okay, that's it. I get myself Malchus. Now, but they not look at the Strate, the closer the look. If not, if the case was adjudicated as 2 distinct loggers, then I get a first set of Malchus, then recover, and then get my second set of Malchus afterwards. Says the Rabbi, we burned elsewhere, and the Rabbi said that what? Then I looked at myself, you can't do one assessment for 2 log. In other words, if I violated 2 log, the legal system should judge me independently for 2 log. We can't do one assessment or one verdict for 2 log. I'm not sure if it's Natasha, Hada I'm doing the Arba in the Hada, Hada I'm doing the Arba in the Tarti. This is very interesting. Let's say one case is talking about where based in adjudicated, they judge me liable to 41 lashes versus 42 lashes. So let's say what's the top of here? 42 is 39 plus 3 is the minimum amount of lashes that you can administer to someone, right? Because again, it's divisible by 3. It's the minimum amount of lashes. So basically, again, if I get my 39 and then I get my 3, then 3 essentially constitutes the second set of muscles. Second set of muscles, and that's it. And I get this in my 41 is really just viewed as 1 set of muscles. If that's the case, then halacha myself, there's additional 2. We're not a legitimate second set of muscles, to an entire second set of muscles. So I heal for the first set of muscles, and then ultimately afterwards, I go to a second set of muscles. Rashi says over here, I'm doing the Arban, כל מה שעומד עליו עד 39 כשביל הראשון חד עליו, וכך זה עבור חסר על הערכה, כאילו הסיפור הבטח לעבור, וכך כשביל עושה 3 עומד ללב. כמעט הסיפור על השלישי, מה עושה לו עבור 41 לא כ-3 בעצם ראשון לעבר, אבל במשחק כמעט בסדר יש לנו לגסה. So if it's 42, so you would also look at it as 39, so 3, satisfy the second log. If it's 40, but if it's 41, that's only an additional 2 to the entire second set of Malchus. So the nice thing is, you need 2 sets of Malchus. You need 2 sets of Malchus. Just depending on how the business adjudicates it, if the business doesn't want to throw the book at me, they can make me liable for 42 Malchus. And the beauty of that is, that's 39 and 3, that satisfies both lobbies. It basically only gives me 41, that's kind of putting the book at me, because then essentially that's 39, heal for the whole second set of 39. Incredible. Mishnah. Rothschild is fascinating Mishnah. Kate said that the mountain also. Let's see, how do we give a guy notice? What's the process? Copies stay under color on the pillow. So as I said, hands in the pillow. And when you tie the guy's hands to the pillow. Right, so you tie to his hands attached to the pillow, one hand on each side. The partner process opens to the brother. The mikru, the mikru. Well, say, by the way, just before we go on, I meant to mention in the Gemara's distinction before, because it's a tremendous aspect. The Gemara's distinction before, remember again about what Basin gives multiple assessments. But you see, if they give two assessments on the same day, what was the halacha? First assessment is flawed, second assessment is correct. Two assessments on two different days. First assessment is still correct, second assessment is also correct. The first assessment still remains correct. Why? What was the logic? Logic was things can't change that dramatically in one day, but day to day they do change. So we'll say it's such a profound episode for us in life. Things can change overnight. Things can change overnight. And at times, they do change very quickly. Generally, it's not the way things happen. Whether it's change that we want in ourselves, or whether it's change that we want out of life, change absolutely could be effective. The issue just is, you have to be patient. Just say, what is it that says patience is a virtue? But good things come to those who wait. Good things come to those who wait. So by the way, it's not just truth, not just truth. It might be clear life for us. The first telling us is that dramatic change doesn't happen overnight. Change can happen one day to the next. And this is so incredibly important because sometimes we want to accomplish great things and we want it now. And we become so impatient, and when it doesn't materialize now, we give up. Because that was teaching us, although dramatic change could occur in one day, generally it doesn't happen overnight. Change takes time. In your life, in your home, with your family, in your career, whatever it is that you want to do, if you want to affect real change, you have to have that level of patience. Okay, back to you. The point we're telling you to do it. It's not process, okay, but the other thing we're doing there's a number again, we're going to see that the process is the flogging standing behind. He keeps holding his plate, and he pulls it back. You have to administer lashes, rather than holding, but on it just holding carries it there. You know, it's actually without us to go. Heart is uncovered. That is reminiscent Russian of the Soviet. And so almost virtually the same exact Russian. So actually without us to go, right until it covers the heart of the floggee. But Evan is soon enough. There's a platform behind the guy who's getting this. And again, Congress in this context is the guy who gets for the mouth. He stands on the phone behind the feet, and this telling you that behind him, right? You should be on a and the whip itself is made out of calf hide, and it's split into two and then folded into. You know, the scary chair on Mark, 2 yard goes by, and there are traditional straps of donkey that go up and down the whip. Yoga tapak, the hand is one tapak, Urachava tapak, and the whip is one tapak. So, on the top of the whip long enough that it gets to his stomach. There's an interesting method about how a person gets whipped. In other words, does a person get whipped down the length of their back or across the whip? In other words, essentially, is the whip, is he standing behind you, looking like this, or you're standing right in front of him, and his back on the top of the whip goes down like this, to the side of flogging him like from the side with the whip of his back, with the straps coming out of this way. Rashi understands the ladder. What's the ladder? And Reuben gets whipped along the root of his back. So therefore, again, the target to the side, and he doesn't whip like this, he whips like this. So that therefore, the muscle like this, the top of the wrist has to be to wrap around the ring to come to the beginning of his stomach, to the side. Okay? Your Gemara goes like that. So the Gemara says, you get 1/3 of the lashes on the front of your body, 2/3 on the side, 2/3 on the back of your body. And again, the flogging moving is not standing, is not sitting, but rather again he's bent over when receiving the milk. The Chazak Francis is using about this. He brings down the lip with one hand, not two hands. The whole purple, and with all of his mouth, this is interesting, right? This is not a ceremonial flogging. This is this is flogging, right? So it's about this. So and the obligation is for him to do it with all of his might. That holding those six more lasso, with lasso from posta, that's not those. The post with the lasso, mikra, ishmael is to have this as those. So it says interesting enough. There's this whole recitation, right? All these psukim are being mentioned along the way as well. The whole city, Furakum Yishaper often, and how does he end? He ends ultimately again with the pasuk, Furakum Yishaper Rabbi, he was compassionate, ultimately again will atone for your sin. I will say, a very profound way to close out the month is also recognizing that the goal of this punishment, of course, is what? Is restorative. Is rejuvenative, right? It's the mechappers to atone. The whole Zot Yashanikra, and again, I will say, obviously, we'll see, depending on the number of malchus you get, depends on the number of times you have to recite these psukim. Okay, in this calco, being the right and right, let's say I will say that the person getting malchus soils himself. Because you can imagine what happened over here, either because of just like Christ of the malchus, or ultimately again, for the anticipation of the malchus. And so what's the halacha over here? How did I skip? Sorry. We may start us a little potter. Now let's say again the Chazak Knesset is flogging moving, even though he's going to have a heart attack, but he dies. So shall the whole potter. Now again, I want to say potter because he's administering the ring of the basin. Now interestingly enough, when is he exempt? Only if he gave the prescribed number of months. If he decided to, as everybody likes fullness, right? If he decided, especially when other people, right? So if he decides to go and give him a lash over here, and Reuben dies as a result of that, then I say, yeah, accidental murder, and the Chazak Knesset was calculating the right way. So let's say again, Reuben soils himself, and whether he got the king or the urination, and again, whether we're going to discuss it's because of like impending fear of what is going to occur, or because the malchus itself discussed both of those cases. So I'm going to get this concept from any further definition. And let's say now, what's the logic? Very further malchus. Okay, what's the logic? Find out what Rashi. The Nikra, Hari Nikra. And let's remember again, what's the point over here of malchus? Let's remember their malchus. The Nikra is not supposed to be balanced. Malchus is supposed to be humiliating. If the guy shows himself, ultimately everyone is just part of malchus. And that's really thinking to yourself, oh, also says, right? So just do that. Right? So just do that. Don't say just stand. Malchus is a public thing. Malchus is a public thing. There's something to be said when you're in public. Pick a man. Right? Like, do not get, because if you're the guy who sells himself, trust me, that's probably fucking for sure that Shabbos, right? I don't see it. I'm just saying, like, like that. That's just a mistake. The type of that is pretty significant free card. Just like literally, like just right now, it's just I can't always say just the public nature of everything. It would be quite the degree. Okay, so let's go. Sorry, I keep on skipping. Sorry, Rabbi says, Omer, Rabbi says, no. How you saw yourself. A man who decides himself a pollution, that's extreme enough, that degradation and accomplished, done. And a woman who's obviously is covered, is a little bit more sensitive, even if she saws herself for urination, ultimately, again, it popped up from any type of mark. Stop a pumpkin, 23. My type of. So let's say, here's this interesting. No one knows what to do with this line in the Gemara. No one, it's my time of, it's my time of what? You might see Shum Nikra, okay? It's just, you sure knows Menazaya. How do we know that the whip is made out of calf skin? So it's just the same in Yakenu. The pasuk says you get 40 milkers. the summer clay will sack some shabadisha. And juxtaposed to that is don't muzzle an ox when it thrashes. Okay, so the juxtaposition says it's sarcastic.
Jersey Shore in high school because I felt it to be too inappropriate. So when I got to college, I'm like, oh my god, I can dress however I want, I can do whatever I want, and it's awesome.
Look at that, just arriving into the message covered head to toe boils. Head to toe boils. Right? And yes, obviously it's not fair to make Ruffle. It's not fair to make Ruffle go ahead and marry him. So how do you know that you don't compel Ruffle to marry him? So the Gemara says, "Dipseh lo saxo shar b'disho u'samech le yishu achim yachto." So what's interesting enough, the juxtaposition of lo saxo shar b'disho represents, like in this case, making the animal do something muzzle. So if you don't muzzle the Yavama, so to speak, you don't do protestations in an effort to line up to the Yavama, it's clear that this is a compromise. I'm not sure. I'm sure what I was going to say. Coming Razes Hamoadim, she will open up all these other. Also, so again, this is the message. She said, "No, no, that anyone who goes ahead and degrades the Moadim, literally disparages the other brother, she will open up all these other. Worshiping idolatry. It said, Elohim Masecha, Lo Sasa. First of all, the Pasuk says, you have to make for yourself creating images. The son of Ray is Chagamatos Tishman. So that's the position between Yom Kippur and Avodah Zarah. It's disparaged beyond the Kohen. Ultimately, if you worship Avodah Zarah, I'm not sure if you should also go to Zaya. This is really incredible. Is not beautiful, but incredible. Anyone who speaks Lashon or accepts this is Lashon or anyone who gives false testimonies, with club. Wow. Should be thrown to the dogs. Should be thrown to the dogs. If Siv, Lakela, Pashlifan also, the Pasuk says by a treifa, an animal is killed by another predatory animal, you can't eat it, so throw it to the dogs. And right afterwards it says the son of clay, so Sisa, Shema, Shav, which literally, again, we normally assume means that don't go ahead and take the name of God in it. How do you bring that in? Do not cause negative things to be accepted. So what does that mean? Listening to Lashon Hara, that was you think to yourself, this sounds like a very strong thing. I got a Lashon Hara is bad, right? We all know Lashon Hara is bad. But this isn't if I speak Hara or if I accept Lashon Hara, I don't think I should be thrown to the dogs. I don't know. It just sounds really intense. So let's say if I have to sing it like this, the parts about like keeping ourselves together are trade off. Just the practice. Lashon Hara represents the use of the greatest gift we have. But the thing that makes us human is the power of speech. The power of speech. Like Vayikach fucking Rabbi and Pasuk says Hashem breathed into us, right? Vayikach Papa, but Hashem breathed life into us. And it says Ruach Menam, means speech. Speech is what makes us a seven-year-old kid. Speech is what gives us life. If a person abuses the power of speech, essentially, just a carcass. Just a carcass. But just throwing it to the dogs is not a punishment. It's descriptive of what I am if I abuse my power of speech. A human being without the power of speech, essentially, is in a vela. And what do you do with an avela?
Like everything I say is so arrogant and hyperbolic because it's so like incongruous to who I'm actually.
Animal carcass. What do you do with an animal carcass? You feed it to your dog. Not a punishment, but descriptive of a state of being. Incredible. So Moses, remember again, the Mishnah then said, also the Gemara teaches that the milk is partially made out of the hide of the donkey. The Gemara showed the law, I think like this, why do we have donkey hide? So the Gemara says it is. The Pasuk says, Yada shark homer, the Chama Avis Ba'alai. So literally again, the shark, the ox, knows its owner, knows its owner, and the donkey recognizes the truck of its owner. And the Rabbi over here, remember again, the Rabbi over here is describing, Rabbi Yishaya is describing how animals, how Hakaras and Children understand who they're beholden to. Remember, the rest of the pasuk is Yisrael lo yoda amila misbonai. The Hakaras and Shani Shuvah. But ultimately, again, so what the pasuk says over here, the nevertheless, that Klal Yisrael doesn't know, right? The donkey knows whose truck he eats out of. The donkey knows whose master. Somehow, Klal Yisrael, the Jewish people, we always forget that we are subservient to our Kodesh. So the Gemara says, So really, let the one who left out his master the donkey come along and go ahead and exact punishment from the one who has forgotten whose truck he is from. Which I would say to be profound. What is sin? Sin is a lapse of God awareness. On your lights, right? Sin is a lapse of God awareness. But if I have God awareness, I have everything. But the moment I lose God awareness is unfortunately when every negative thing becomes possible. So let the donkey that at least appreciates, which itself is an animal, but itself understands who its master is, coming exact punishment from the one who forgot who his master is, and such is in this situation. So it sounds like the year is based in must have been like a custom whip, right? Because remember again, the whip has to be long enough to go around the side and come to the front of the stuffment. So obviously every person has different proportions. So everybody must have had a custom whip. So you notice on the left, I don't know if you get to take it home. Well, if that's the case, then David's going to have a lot of whips. It doesn't make any sense. And what's that? It was an adjustable whip. As an adjustable whip, it had like a ring. And the ring, usually what the ring was there was to go ahead and either shorten or lengthen the straps themselves. Okay. You might go back to Mike, so you know how to do this. So what's this? You one third of the mouthpiece on the back, 2/3 on the side. One third on the front, 2/3 on the back. That's what I mean. I'm not kind of going to the Hebrew shopping to call the front up today Risha self. Then the spot. Risha Achas in the front, so it's actually getting one Risha on front, which is 1/3 on the front. Today Risha is going to have 2/3 on the back. In mouth, some of this, some of the how do we know? That part, two things from it. Number one, that relay, when you get them up, is bent over. And number two, the strap itself is doubled over. Now, remember when this was latches, it's done with one hand. So remember again, the idea if I would just sort of stand with you, so let's say, who are the floggers? The floggers are people, by the way, who are generally very smart and very weak. Very smart and very weak, right? I want very smart, that they know how to do the mouthpiece, and very weak, right? Why? Because this hasn't passed the coach, right? It just has to be mouthpiece. But he says, no, I feel it has seen out of these sirika, which is not true. Even though we're not very smart, but are very strong, we also use it for that. So I'm going to also do this time, right? So we didn't do this correctly. Sit. Because the Pasuk says, "Lo Yosef and Yosef." Now it's interesting what it says. The Torah has to go out of its way to say, "Do not add on any additional markers." Whatever the Beis says, don't add on any more. Now, the Gemara says this: So if you then means that the chassid could even be someone who doesn't have das, then it makes sense that the Torah has to go out of its way to warn him and say, "Don't give any additional markers." And again, if it's smart people who are doing this, do smart people have to be warned after again? If the Chazal is smart, I tell him that Ruben gets 18, he only give 18. But so therefore, again, we read this as the fact that there's a warning indicates to us that you don't have to use the smartest guy. To whip, right? But God didn't use anyone. Where I said, but Rabbanon is fascinating. You don't get to warn people who are close. Warning is only an impact on people in general who are diligent. Just as such a fascinating idea. Reckless people generally don't listen to warnings, right? Who listens to warnings? Careful, diligent, or vigilant people are the ones listening. So again, when the Gemara says, "Yes, Yosef," who's it talking to? 70 Sinidas. Someone who's listening. Okay, so if I'm listening again, this is why different countries, you can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped. This is in general in life, right? You can't help someone become better if they're not interested in what it is that you have to say. Because hadracha, in general, hadracha will call it, what do you want to call it, counsel or advice or warnings, only work for people who are interested. Only work for people who are open-minded to that. But if someone is closed off, you can talk, you can be espousing the greatest wisdom in the world, it will make absolutely no difference, which is why in life, one of the most important needs, one of the most important needs is just like what Chazal say, is Chacham, Hazom Michal Archam. Who is wise, one who is able to from every person. What does that mean? What does that mean? What that means is to be the kind of person who is receptive. Like, most of us are not really receptive. I don't want feedback, I don't want constructive feedback, deconstructive feedback, yes feedback. I don't want even compliments, like a little bit like skewed about. What is that? Most of us are close, but I don't want to hear anything. One of the most important, even open to things, and I can hear the word, and I hear the advice, it's some of that. It's incredible. So I'm saying, when the whipper goes ahead and the Chazan process raises the whip, he raises the whip with two ends, but when he throws the gun, he throws the gun with one hand. Because obviously when you whip with one hand, that's much stronger than doing it with two. Okay, incredible. I'll go through the other parts, but here's the process. The greatest of the Dayanim there, the base of this, here is the psukim. Hashini Mona, second Dayan keeps count, Vashtishi Omer Nikol. The third guy says strike. Now, so what's this interesting here? The Chazan says he's the one who's going ahead and doing it. He's not part of the base, right? He's an additional guy. That's an additional hire, right? So greatest of Dayanim, he's saying the psukim. Second Dayan is counting. Third Dayan is saying strike. Bizman Shemak, yeah? Sorry, Bizman Shemak, good. Bizman Shemak, the concept, so what's this interesting enough, so the halakha is that with the psukim themselves, when there's a lot of malchus, so the reader reads slowly, right? When there's a number of malchus, he reads very quick. So the idea here is we want to match up the recitation of psukim to the duration of the malchus. I have a hard 99, holds it to us on the drop. So even the Mishnah, it's okay, even if you finish, just repeat it again. So why the need to measure the recitation of duration of the malchus? Mitzvah itself saying, saying, holds it to us on the drop. So possible, it is best to align the reading of the psukim with the actual malchus being administered. If that's not possible, okay, so you'll read it as many times as you need to. Maka Rabba, so what's the question over in the pasuk is Adam Yakenu, or let's say to Yosef Osa Alela, Maka Rabba. The Torah says, do not add on to the decided number of malchus, because if you do so, you're going to create a Maka Rabba. What's Maka Rabba? Imi Ela Maka Rabba. Maka Mu'adar Shina. So say, all I know is that I can't go ahead and give you an unnecessary makarabba. How do I know that I can't give you an unnecessary makarabba? That's Tamilomar, no Yosef. Right? You know what I'm saying? So you want to put makarabba, and he's like, you can't add on another 10 lashes. But if you add on another one, it's not such a good deal. No, you can't add on anything. In game, Tamilomar, makarabba. So why does that say makarabba? Ultimately, the teacher always said that the initial malchus are done as a makarabba. What does that mean? That when you flog with all of your might. Right? When the whipping is being administered, not being administered, Chazak Knesset does that with all of his might. This kalkel. So it says, remember, last part of the Mishnah dealt with the person being flogged soiled themselves. So under those circumstances, what happens now with the malchus? It says the Gemara, Tanabana, the Mayor says that again, serving oneself with defecating is enough of a degradation. That's it, mission accomplished, that no further malchus unnecessary. The next minute, Read says, no, Aisha B'mayim, so read this amount of defecation. Urination, Echam Yacham Zeh Echad Ish Ve'echad Isha, Being bereit in life, the Chum saying that it doesn't really matter. Degradation, derivation. If you saw yourself as a result of Malchus, that's a degradation, and no further punishment is necessary. I kind of leave it on the Rabbi is contradicting himself, right? Because Rabbi is stating elsewhere as saying that is degradation, and they're not going to use that shoving the right. And then what he was saying was both men and women are the same when it comes to degradation, namely that will exempt them from any prison office. I'm not sure. Kapsula, interesting case of it. Kapsula, but actually, means cover. Let's say they tied you right up, they tied them up, and to the color from office, and what happens? And he went ahead and she ran away. So what's that about? Ultimately, again, he's up there. What's the logic over here? The logic seems to be that Halacha Maisa, the act of being tied up yourself to the pillar, is the degradation. So essentially, degradation has been accomplished. So somehow he manages to escape. He doesn't get noticed. So they say, where is the kasha? Kala, being very shown, being the shnia poaching himself, if Reuben soils himself, like that's kind of like Nikolai. Soils himself, whether it's as a result of the first lash, second lash, he's patterning for the office. Nipsiko that's still the shnia poaching himself, but he's turning for himself. So this is interesting. That's not about to give him money. It doesn't give him money. And the whip breaks. So if the whip breaks after the first lash, he's done. If the whip breaks before the first lash, he's not done. Then he just getting new whip. So you must know why is that? You know, this is the Hamas. But again, if the whip breaks before the first lash, why shouldn't that be any different when a guy runs away from Bezdin? It's just like if a guy runs away from Bezdin, now Baruch Hashem is punching anything else. Why should it say anything either? The whip breaking before the first lash, ultimately again, is like running away. Which was a big distinction. Hasam Ratz, Hachalo Ratz. There's a big distinction. When he ran away, he ran away. Here he didn't run away. What says no understands already the act of like running away with your hands tied, your clothing torn, and running out of Bezdin, that's embarrassing. There's an embarrassment for that. Because the embarrassment factor is there, therefore the punishment has been strict. Incredible. Undo us, look, the shield get kala, pochunoso. So this is interesting. Let's take these in a substantial. Let's take these and said, Reuben is 20 up to 18 notice. But he will soil himself the moment that he is flogged. However they're able to assess that. Right? The halakha is potter. Potter, ultimately, again, they will be potter from notice. But if she eats in the Bezdin, Kala, not also. If they say that these days and he's going to soil himself, not as a result of the malchus, then he's still flogging. That is not going to say, if the soiling comes as a result of the malchus, then that's grounds for exempting him from the rest of the malchus. If he's just soiling himself, I don't know, nerves or whatever else, very good malchus, will still flogging. Below, he'll color with Tila Malchus, so Shemar, the color, the Niklat, the Moshe lock up part of the days. Again, it's interesting. The Gemara said, not only that, but even if Halacha L'maisa, he served himself, will still flog him. Right? Why? Because Halacha L'maisa says, Bahikov and the Moshe lock up part of the days. So, in other words, the idea over here is the only time that slightly exempts you is when it's a result ultimately of the Malchus. But if he served himself before the Malchus, that doesn't exempt him from getting Malchus afterwards. Okay, Mishnah. Now, what have I got from now to the end of the second year? Hashem, some great halacha, magnificently beautiful. I got it. Magnificently beautiful. I got it. He's going to take us to the Marcus. Don't have the accusation like only three diffuser. So the Shneimar, the Nikla Apifa Lena. So what's is incredible? Any person who's Chayv Karis, this is dramatically more. Any person who's Chayv Karis, once, now remember, for Karis, you get Malchus. At least according to, we'll see now, everybody agrees with that. But again, Tanakama says for Karis you get Malchus, and once you get Malchus absolves you of Karis. It absolves you of Karis. Why should I know? The Nikla Achicha Leina, your body will be degraded in front of your eyes. The Gemara says, Kishiyuke, Haruka Achicha, given that you can only get Damina. Once he is flogged, he is once again your blood. The punishment itself of Malchus restores you to the status of your brother, and therefore Halacha L'maisa again is restored. What is forgiven? It was very dramatic. This is Rabbi Hananya ben Gamliel. מה אם העובר עבירה אחת מאותו נפשו עליו? So if any of them want to listen, if you know, person could do one avera, and one avera can make you chayiv. Like the avera that has a few associated with it. One avera can make you lose your also mitzvah achas alachas bekama shenasim nafsho. Someone goes ahead and does a mitzvah, alachas can become a tzara mitzvah. Right? It's like can make you lose your how much a mitzvah restore your life. What a beautiful word. Shimon Shimon the says, "Come over Shem out in Nibrasu and the Fasa also." The Fasa says over here that ultimately, again, whoever engages in these abominations that I'm talking about, they're suffering. And the Fasa says, "I'm the days asher yasa osa adam b'chayba." So we'll say, so listen to this interesting enough in the pasuk says, if a person b'shmartem esku kosai this mishpatai asher yasa osa adam b'chayba hem ani Hashem. So we'll say, so again, he's speaking not in direct juxtaposition, but in the same paragraph. So again, one pasuk talking about if you go out and you engage in these tribals, these abominative behaviors, Nisa, and then it says if you keep my halachas, ultimately again b'chayba. Now, there's an interesting juxtaposition. The Gemara says, what do we see from here? Now the juxtaposition says like this: if you abstain from performing an avera, you get schar as if you performed a mitzvah. Those are also is profoundly dramatic. Sometimes the greatest accomplishment we have in life is abstaining. Again, the goal in life is not just simply abstention, but we all know this. When I have the Yitzhar to do something, and I overcome the Yitzhar, and I don't do that, that abstention takes all of my strength, all of my power. So therefore, the Gemara says over here, what are we talking about over here? So the Gemara says sometimes just sitting and not doing an avera, ultimately again is like doing the mitzvah. Incredible. Then we're talking about that. For example, so the pasuk says, be strong and don't eat blood, or blood is the life source. Torah is telling you not to eat blood. I will say generally most of us don't struggle with blood consumption, right? If you do less scheduled time to speak, right? So I say so again, so it's also right? And yes, the Torah says there's such reward for that. And I will say that's the only I don't ever struggle with that. Yes. So I say death, immorality, which everyone desires. Everyone desires. Number one, we should end up stealing that, which again, really takes absolutely no willpower. Right? So yet again, it gets hard for doing it. So you imagine the sky, desert, the depth, which all of us want, all of us desire. If we go ahead and summon up the willpower to abstain, that is a source for me, for my children, for my grandchildren, and for all future generations. The source of finding the willpower to abstain from engaging in immorality, in theft, in general sin, fuels myself and all future generations. Because let's not publish words and exact lessons to Israel. But you want to show more to provide tremendous is the first reply Israel. Therefore, he gave us much Torah many mitzvahs. So let's say the time and was talking about over here is that come up with why 6:13? Come on, let's consolidate. Let's make this a little bit easier. And the time and said he's probably did it for Kova. Why? Because he recognizes that although we are obligated to fulfill all mitzvahs, not all of us find religious or spiritual fulfillment in everything. And therefore, again, I want to be clear. I have to do everything, whether I like it, don't like it, fine for me, don't like it, that's irrelevant. That being said, there's a beautiful, magnificent spiritual smorgasbord from which to find spiritual fulfillment. All of us, everyone's going to see us. Some people Torah does for them, some people Chesed for them, some people like love, some people like Chesed, some people like this, everybody likes different things for me. Again, you got to do it all. Again, there's no picking and choosing. I have to do it all. But because Rabbi gave us all of these beautiful outlets, all these different lanes, so that I find what speaks to me. Shenamar, Hashem Chafetz V'Mansito, Yad Yoter, Yad. Hashem ultimately again is to go ahead and be good, not to throw the idea of a little bit amplify Torah and ultimately fails. With that, tomorrow, our last shot of this Mathis. You're incredible. What a tremendous training. I know. I had to end it on this one. This is true.
This becomes like my own husband. I'm like, he's doing it. Wait, that's kind of baller, but I could never do that. Yeah.
No! She's hilarious, bro. That was fun. Oh my god. I could never. She just said she could never think about a basketball mastermind. If that's true, I don't want to.
All right, then I'll say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show. Thanks. I know how to sponsor. We told some stuff about the social games and all the show and drug shows this year. As is the first, the source levels for our Israel. Our Tamatari sponsors for the month of Iyah, which was Rabbi Karatkin, Krishna Diyote, Shmir's father, Leonard Karatkin, Nipa, Bang, Yefesta, Hakol, Zikol, and Rabbi. We hope that in the night of our Tamatari, the Shama, Hamilaniya, the family, the Kama, all of those who were Jewish traveling together with Kol Yisrael. Yisrael, Kushim, Hashem, bring home all of us to Jewish, allow our holy soul to be successful with Chol Maaseh. And of course, on this day of Yom HaZikaron, we remember the tremendous price that Klal Yisrael has paid. Since the establishment of the state of Israel, over 25,000 precious soldiers, victims of terror, who have given their lives as Kedusha's Hashem Ha'am Ba'aretz. You know, when a little boy comes into this program as this, we sing the fascinating praise, we sing in Va'amalach B'damai Chai, Va'amalach B'damai Chai. We will tell you, through your blood you will live. It's such a strange thing to say, welcome to Jewish people. Like B'damai Chai, you will live with your blood. Through your blood. Which is one of the realities that we know as a people, is that anything that we want, and anything that we want to hold on to, anything we want to achieve, only comes with tremendous self-sacrifice. Yom HaZikaron is about the power of the self-sacrifice of Klal Yisrael. That what we will do for each other, and what we will do for our people, and what we will do for our land, there is absolutely no limitations.
This is
Think that, up until October 7th, for so many of us, Yom HaZikaron was something that really reflected historical events, reflecting perhaps people's individual losses here and there, and all of that changed since the start of this war. So we have seen so many precious, young, idealistic, committed soldiers willing to run into battle, willing to run to the fight, willing to go ahead and literally put everything on the line one. For you, for unresolved, for Eretz Yisrael, for Torah Shepherd, for the sponsors, religious, not religious, all kinds of different people, just be willing to sacrifice everything for Jewish eternality, for Jewish destiny. That's Yom HaZikaron. That's Yom HaZikaron. So it keeps us on this, whatever it is, we speak of this every year, whatever it brings, about particular political or hashkafic ideas or associations, so many that it's so much of that is just simply for life. Yom HaZikaron is a day in which we remember that we live in times where young men and women, victims of terror, all of them are willing to give their lives for Am Yisrael, and it requires us to act and that requires us to make sure that their sacrifice is worthwhile, that we are maximizing our opportunities, our lives, given the fact that they are willing to do the ultimate place to sustain that and preserve that for us. So we hope that in America, the preciousness shall be in America, our comes Hashem. And eventually for our holy soldiers should be successful with Chol Maaseh. In America, our Torah, yes, Hashem, we should shower Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael with the sense of peace. Remember on this day, when you go in there, if you go in there to start the Yom Zikaron, the pasuk says, "In Bayis Hashem Shamis." Everyone has a feeling to this day. Everyone has a feeling, whether it's an immediate relative, an extended relative. Everyone's going to the cemetery for someone. Everyone's going to the cemetery for someone. It's important for us just to be able to participate, at least emotionally, spiritually, in
So
that
I'll be getting a lot of comments that I'm using my husband for clout, and yeah, that's exactly what I do.
All of the losses, Mashiach comes, Chazal tells us that all of the losses will be like a dream. All of the losses, all of the pain will simply evaporate. However, you could be good from Rosh Hashanah to see that day in the Rabbi. So with that, let us begin. A lot to do today about Hashem. Today's Baptist of Kings 22. We are picking up the Lord Hashem on page 21b. We left off a little bit at the beginning. So I'm going to be about our Yosef, Poshet Velobish, Nanish, Papi Velobish, in Yosef. So we'll say when we speak about the idea that if you are shotguns the entire day and receive multiple warnings that you could be held for every individual act of wearing shotguns, we want to ask a very interesting question. How do you define an act of wearing shotguns? So obviously, if I put on shotguns, take it off, get warned, put it back on, take it off, get warned, back on. Obviously, each of those acts will be separate individual acts of wearing shotguns, and therefore there will be liability. Here's the other question. What happens if I don't fully take off the goggles? Let's say I just remove my sleeve. Right? I just take my arm out of the sleeve, and then again, you get extra, put my arm back into the sleeve. So the majority of the bag is still remaining on me, but I'm doing an act of removal, and then an act of donning. Does that count for individual liability or not? So one gives a fascinating answer. You know, it says, not for you, but if you gave back so that kind of the say no, it's taking off and putting on. In other words, if you're keeping the gun on, even if you're just slipping out of steam, at the end of the day, that's still called wearing, and therefore there could be individuated liability for a consistent act of wearing. So it has to be you're removing the garment and putting it back on. But actually, not necessarily. So this is actually quite fascinating. So Rashi responds, says, not true. Even if you never physically took off the garment. But rather, if you did this, if you got a straw, you put on the garment. That's obviously again with liability. Let's say that even come along and they say, by the way, you're not allowed to wear shotguns. And I still keep the shotguns on for the amount of time that it would take him to take off and put back on the garment. There's additional liability for that as well. So let's say this is quite dramatic. So it actually does not require, in order to be able, we're looking to see how do you see in case of individuated liability for a sustained act of shotguns wearing. Right? So shotguns we're looking to find out. So the simplest idea would be you put on your take off, with seven Hashra before each. The Rashi says even if you keep it on, but even consistently show up, say, by the way, you're not allowed to shotguns. If you're trying to note this, and I'm still after that, I'm going to keep the garment on long enough for the time. So taking it off and on is liability for that as well. Quite amazing. All right, let's go back there. Each photo challenge, we got this interesting part of the Mishnah. The Mishnah said for one act of challenge, you could be fighting for 8 different levels. 8 different prohibitions. The Mishnah went through those different prohibitions. Says we know already, right? The Kabura Nimnu, in our Kabura, Nimnu V'Gamu. This was decided. Now, Rashi points out that what's this Kabura? Rashi says in the third white line, Mira Ili, Yom Asifa, or Yom Bad Ayulahan, Shikorin Kabura. This Kabura was more like a Yakikava. Where they learn, right? In other words, right? So was Yakikava was where they got together. They got together for a day, right? Rashi says it's very interesting. Yom Asifa, a day of gathering, or Yom Bad. A day of gathering where again they got together to discuss issues. And they decided the following idea. According to the Kilayim, look at that if one covers Kilayim, you're looking. I will say, what does this mean? What's the classic case of plant Goliath, right? Classic case of Goliath. You take two dissimilar seeds, right? What do? You get on the ground, you put it on the ground, and then you cover it. That's Goliath. That's Goliath. Okay. So it says, so what about, let's say again, if the seeds are already in the ground? Let's say they're already there. And then what? I go along and I cover the seeds. So I did not put them in the ground, but I covered them. Is there liability for that? So the Gemara says, we decide that even covering and covering the seeds is Goliath now. Lab Mishnah saying Rabbi Yochanan says, okay, Rabbi, calm down. It's not such a big kiddush. That's our Mishnah. That's our Mishnah, right? What did the Mishnah say? Listen to this. Yesh Chodesh Talon. We won't go first in the Mishnah's case. Yesh Chodesh Talon Echad L'Chayla Lo Mishum Shmuel Lavin. Sometimes you can plow one furrow and you liable for 8 different lavin. What are they? What are the 8 lavin? Right? I'm plowing with an ox and donkey, so that's again kilayim of animals. They look brush and they're consecrated. Kilayim, and again, I'm planting a forbidden mixture. So the Gemara says, by the way, what's the case? Ultimately, again, I'm plowing, which makes you liable to kilayim. The mixing the hedge of the azir. It must be that what's really happening over here is that as I'm bringing animals with the plow is actually covering the seeds with dirt. Right? Because if you think about it, you can't plow and violate kilayim. Right? The act of kilayim is planting forbidden mixtures. Plowing is going ahead and making a hole in the ground. So how can I plow and violate kilayim? What's the answer? The answer is if I'm as I am leading the animals, which are pulling the plow, ultimately again the dirt covers the seeds. Then that's going to be an act of kilayim. So what do you see from here? That even covering seeds ultimately again is kilayim. So these are Rabbi Yochanan says, Amalei, so this is great. So the answer is Rabbi Yochanan, okay, Shkoyach, Ilav did Yuloi L'cha, Chaspa Mimishkach, I'm sorry, Iloi L'cha Chaspa, Mimishkach Maganisa, to say, this is a good expression. So the answer is Rabbi Yochanan, had I not lifted up the shard, would you have discovered the jewel? In other words, discussion over here. Adriana says we decided in the Kabbalah that even if you cover up kilayim, you're going to be liable for kilayim. But the Yochanan says that's not such a kiddush. It's a Mishnah. That piece of plowing where you're liable to kilayim. So Adriana said the only reason you're interpreting it that way is because of my statement. Had it not been for my statement, you would not have known that particular reality. They will say it's such a great line. It says, had I not removed the pottery shard, we would have never found the jewel. So let's say so many times in life, we accomplish things, we see things, we discover things, we understand things, and we often think it's our own accomplishment. What we sometimes fail to recognize or fail to realize is that the accomplishments of the present are only due to the Mesiras Nefesh and to the sacrifices of the past. Only because someone came before me and lifted up a pottery shard do I have the ability to discover the jewel. And it's like we just spoke a few moments ago about this idea that you think about this, sometimes you see all of the focus that happens in Eretz Yisrael. Like all of my focus. Again, sometimes it's hard to know from the news. What's real and what's not. In general, whenever you follow the news, you think that the sky is falling. But when you go ahead and you sometimes look at the news as Israel, and it feels like Shalom Lo Alim Rahman is going ahead and bringing his ugly head. And just today, everyone's following the news. They evacuated 5 communities along Route 1. Route 1 is closed today, and so because of wildfires that are burning. And it's almost like sometimes it also sends us these messages that there are too many fires in Eretz Yisrael. There's too many fires. We're not talking about Hamas, we're not talking about Hezbollah, we're talking about the Houthis. The Houthis, I still can't remember who the Houthis are. It's not those fires. You have to be someone to start up with the Jewish people. Right? You can't be some guys with just a bunch of powers and just, you know, anyway, not those fires. There are too many fires inside cloudy soil. Too many fires inside cloudy soil. It's almost as if I can respond to sending us this message that extinguish the fires. Extinguish the fires because you're taking for granted what you have. Eretz Yisrael, what we have in Am Yisrael today is such a pearl. Why do we have the pearl? Because those who came before us, so many of those forgiving war and calling Yom HaZikaron, came and removed the pottery shard. So we work hard to remove the shard so we can enjoy the pearl. And too often we squander the pearl with so much infighting and so much unnecessary machlokas. But in life in general, it's good to think about the pearls you have in life. Who are the people who removed the shard so you could enjoy what you have? Who are the people in your life who have sacrificed, who have given, who have worked, so that you can enjoy the brachos that you benefit from? Sometimes we just see the pearl like, oh, look what I've done. No, you didn't find it. No, you didn't make it. No, you didn't discover it. Someone else in your life, either someone alongside you or someone before you, some generation before you, worked hard to remove that shard so you could see the beautiful luminescent brachos that you have in your life. Overwhelming.
In that podcast,
Elad, the Kilsaf Gavler Rabbi, so this is this. So Rothschild said to the opener, had not. And he's great as a great man. How about me, the money? I would say, who is the Mishnah? Who's the great Mishnah would be reflect? Rabbi Akiva. This is fascinating. What did Rabbi Akiva say? So Rabbi Akiva says, this is fascinating. So remember, how do we start today? Rabbi Akiva came along and said that even if you just cover Kilayim in dirt, you are chayiv. And this is the first thing that you should have, right? Before the opener, I would have thought that halacha myself, I would have thought that wanted to violate the Kilayim, what do you need to do? What do you need to do? Read the book. Right? So come from the opener and say, no, even if you just cover it with dirt. The Gemara says, the truth is, I would have actually thought a Mishnah question of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva goes a step further. Rabbi Akiva says, Kilayim, here's liability. And they say, what does that mean to speak for life? I have a field. It turns out that Kilayim is growing in the field. So I don't do anything about it. I leave it there. I don't uproot it. Rabbi Akiva says, there's liability to that as well. By the way,
it's not that I think it's just like when he cried. And I wish him the best, but it sounds like he's doing a great job.
So again, when weeds around July, remember what is weeding do? Facilitates growth. So this line running out, I weed around the line. So facilitate the growth of the July. Or
just being totally cruel.
I'm sorry, or I go ahead and cover seeds. Look at because that's called playing July. This is half of the time that you keep it says, just sustain. I failed to remove his liability for that as well. You know, like the 900 keepers that we keep in logic. Besides, Satra was not July. Because you not go ahead and try to different I only know that the prohibition is the seed, is to actually plant. It's the plant, so you know, so how do I even sustain plant? We talk about Kalama, flying, Satra. So it's interesting. And even though the juxtaposition of two words, even though the passage is not really read this way, right? The passage is read. She writes in verses, Satra, Kilayim. The negative Kilayim Chinese, three Kilayim. Don't intermix animals. Don't go ahead and intermix seeds, and don't go ahead and wear wool and linen together. But it's interesting because there's a juxtaposition of two words of Kilayim Satra. Even though that's not how it's spelled, that you keep knows the juxtaposition. Kilayim Satra means there can't be Kilayim in your field. Meaning, don't even sustain Kilayim, because sustaining Kilayim by definition is a biblical prohibition. Incredible. So like that. So that's fine. So therefore, just this important nugget of information. Just halacha l'maisa, again, not only am I liable, and this is halacha l'maisa, not only am I liable ultimately for actively planting Kilayim, I'm even liable for covering July seeds with dirt. And again, Rabbi Akiva goes so far to say that I'm even liable for going ahead and sustaining it and failing to remove it. Incredible. Let's go back here. See what the why staff at 8 levels of liability in the case of the Mishnah? Additional levels of liability, what are they? So we were looking at Rishon, why don't you go ahead? Why not go ahead and also set this up as a where is all of this happening? It's happening right. It's for seeding on Yom Tov. On the way kind of a shear. You could add that one in also, but the kind of didn't include every single liability. We're just giving a lot of examples of joint liability. I'm like, I'm the kind of shear. We can't say that. So let's say if the Mishnah would have said you could do one act and be liable multiple times, that's one thing. When it kind of gives a number, once you give a number, what a number indicates is what? What a number indicates is that that's a specific list. So once it's a specific list, then we see to say whatever is included is included, whatever is excluded is excluded. On Rabbi, there's a difference of it says there is a distinction of liability. In other words, you could say for multiple malachas done at once on Shabbos, but that concept does not apply to them. So Yom Kippur, if a person would say, yes, when one hell on the one lapse of awareness does multiple things, there's only one liability. But for that matter, again, there's the same act multiple times, only one act of liability. But by Shabbos, that's different. By Yom Kippur, you can't be hired for both foliage and Zorea, for both plowing and seeding. At one moment, both the Achad, or also the Shivish, but Stein in the fight Achas. So it's an interesting idea in general. We're not getting into all the halakhic for Shabbos as Philip Malachah. Yom Tov does not have halachas. Okay, the Gemara says, is that true? Philip Malachah, Yom Tov, is that true that you can't be liable for multiple liabilities, for multiple malachas on Yom Tov done in one lapse? Is that true? That's not anymore. If a person goes ahead and cooks the Gid Hanasha in milk on Yom Tov and then eats it. Look at how much ultimately you get parchments and malchus. What do you get malchus for? So look at the So number one, you've gone ahead and had malchus for eating Gidana. Right? Number two, we're looking in the Vash of Yom Tov. Right? You get malchus for cooking on Yom Tov for non-Ochel Nefesh purposes. Right? When you're allowed to cook on Yom Tov, it's your Ochel Nefesh. But cooking something that is prohibited for consumption is illegal on Yom Tov. So you get malchus for going ahead and eating Gidana, right? Malchus for cooking on Yom Tov in an illegal way. Right? Most commission of Basar B'Challah, right? And remember again, there's liability even for cooking Basar B'Challah. But low commission, Basar B'Challah, then you get Malchus for eating Basar B'Challah. But low get that for days, you should have Avara. You also get this for Avara, for kindling. Now, technically speaking, what is allowed to kindle on Yom Tov? Technically, as long as it is with Sorech Ochel Nefesh. But because once again, this is not Ochel Nefesh, because this entire act of consumption is illegal, therefore there is liability. I said the Gemara ben Isa, Yishum Habar L'Machayev, the Chayev and Yishum. So listen, 1 second, you just said that on Yom Tov, you can't have multiple liabilities for one act. So if that's the case, I can't be hired for both Habara and for Bishop. Right? So the Gemara says, you're right, I think Habara, but I am being Hanasha Shalom. You're right, take out Habara, and instead put in liability for Gid Hanasha of the Bishop. I got to the Kira, Los Yishtaima Akilasa, Shalosh Abishima. The Kira said you get 2 acts of Malchus, 2 Malchus, 4 consumption. Right? One for Hanasha. One for Basmala. You Shalosh Abishima, and 3 Malchus for the actual Bishop itself, which we see to indicate that there's liability for Habara, which we're going to get to multiple sets of liability for act even on Yom Tov. Isa, Shalosh also Chayev. Habara, Ashera. So right, you want to take out Habara and instead put in Ashera. Well, in case you are using whatever Ashera to fuel the fire. So therefore, it's going to use of a Zara, or to be again reliability. Okay. That's how else I And ultimately, again, yes, how are the warning will be from here? Well,
Guessing
you got
Jamar
from
did
here.
some. Okay, so
So let's say that. I'm going to back. So let's say we're back. We're asking, Jamar's going to ask a series of questions that are all the same basic question, which is, why does the Mishnah states, why it limited to 8 acts of liability? After I can give you so many other forms of liability that could create additional liability. Only that comes from Rashi. The next thing I will show the Sabi To'iva El Beisecha. So we'll say, so what about the following idea? Why not go ahead and get an office? Ultimately, again, for this prohibition, do not bring an abomination to your home. Ella Hachama Estima, what's the case over here? If we go to Mishnah, the Atse Hektish. The case we just look over here is that actually no, the cooking wasn't done. The cooking wasn't done. Actually, we're not finished the other case. The cooking wasn't done with wood of Ashira, rather it was done with wood of Hektish. Okay, Vasarasha, the Hacha, the Ashirei, sorry, this is still back in the other case, I apologize. Vasarasha, the Hacha, and the wording is from here, the Ashirei, and the Kisur from Baish, okay, fine. See if I will say again, what comes out of here is that halacha is again. So first of all, number of different halachas when it comes to kilayim, those halachas we just saw, and also apparently when it comes to Shabbos, there could be multiple levels of liability for multiple acts. What they call malachas. Even if you perform multiple acts in one hell of one lapse of awareness, there could be individual liability and no. Okay, incredible. So right there. So you must give it a shot. The lecture is once it's now back now. We're back to the Mishnah where the Mishnah said you can do one act of plowing, and be liable 8 different times. The Gemara though is just simply going past. To say, why not add on the prohibitions over here? So the Gemara says, Master, election nami hazarea. As a rabbi, very interesting. I could add on another. What's the name? Where this what's the Mishnah's case, right? And find the ox and the donkey. That's our name. Where's the place? Nachalei. What's Nachalei, son? Dry riverbed with you and your arms. What's the halacha rabbi saying? What's the halacha? The halacha is ultimate. Again, the halacha is that you're not allowed in the area. Forever leave it down. Because you're now plowing yourself is the Nachalei, son. Another liability. So I said, I thought the warning would be from there. I share the other one. He's on it. Must keep it up, the next I'm going to get a share. I'll give you another case. Let's say someone had the name of Hashem name, and I ended going ahead and erasing that name of Hashem with my plow. As I pulled it. So as I'm plowing, shall erase the name of Hashem. That's what I say. And again, the warning against erasing the name of Hashem. The following passage, you shall destroy the name of God. Do not confess on your God. So we just figure out how you can add on additional levels of liability to this plowing case. So as I'm plowing, I also add and remove my saras lesion, which is a very low prohibition. That's also is not kasha, but let's show you it's interesting. Hamazia Hakoshe Al Hakifod, the Hamasir Bade Aro. Once again, once I mentioned, remember, it indicates the Mishnah, the guy in question was a coin, but was a coin. Let's take it up a notch. Let's see where's the coin level. And what did he do? He went ahead and he was wearing the big hula, and while plowing, actually has a different discussion over here. While plowing, before plowing, after plowing, during the plowing, he used the potion. The potion is the breastplate. He used the potion from the apron. I love is that the potion itself is attached to the apron of the coin level. There's a simple prohibition to move the potion. Let's say this or he removed the poles of the arrow and used those in the plowing process. That's that. And the point of it about is we're just trying to show how you can add on additional layers of liability beyond the Mishnah makes it sound like 8 is the maximum. You might just trying to show, obviously, again, these are exaggerated cases, but you might just trying to make a point that Allah So you could add on additional layers of liability should you choose to do so. בהצהרת הניהקות, או יסור, או לא יזק הכושר, מסקי פרדשי, ולחשוב נמי, החורש בעשייה שירה. That's another example, right? One is plowing, ultimately again with Asya Shira. That's a nice plowing. I'm using Avodora in the actual plowing. That's what another one, let's say in the act of plowing, I end up cutting down perfectly good trees. Or my saying we help the other trees. Bakashmas, that's what I say. How far can you manage so far? Also, I'm going to so the Rabbi, some money, I'm going to represent the money. The luxury money. I had another one to go. Sure, I first be young. So let's say again the same question. So again, what's the only trying to show is how you can add on each prohibitions. So Rabbi zero seems to have money. That's why they were talking about a guy in made a shua. He made a shua. He swore, I will not plow on Yom Tov. Then when he ends up plowing on Yom Tov, in addition to all the other levels of liability, what else has he done? He's transgressed his shua. Not liability. He's going to say, no, that's not a good one. I'll tell you why. That shua actually does not work. Why doesn't that shua work? And also there's a concept of mushra ba'omed. Mushra ba'omed means, and again, this is like a shua, if you are already obligated to do something, ultimately, again, an additional shua does not devolve upon that act. Like, for example, let's say a person swears, I'm going to put on tefillin this morning. So, according to this approach, that shua sometimes is functions. Why? I'm already obligated to do so. That's called mushra ba'omed. I'm already obligated to do so. So therefore, taking an oath that I won't plow on Yom Tov, and then plowing on Yom Tov, I'm liable for a lot of things. I'm not liable for violation of the oath. Why not? Because I'm already a jerk. So if you're already obligated to not plow on Yom Tov, that shows in consequence. I'm allowed to go down and drink. So what's the first one? I'm going to go down. Neither the Kala Alei so again, this is like troubling the shua. So this, what's the case is where I swore I'm not going to plow during the week and on Yom Tov as well. And we'll say now there's a concept we'll see here that since the shua is chal on the weekday component, it's also chal on the Yom Tov component. Okay. So whereas again we'll see all of the mechanics of that when we get to shvuas. To which the Gemara says, no. We did the Isa the Sheila, no Katani. No, we're not including anything ultimately again that could be that ultimately again trying to have Sheila. Sheila means that you can't revolt. You can't revolt. Therefore, again, or a no, having a no. So any prohibition that could be a no is not included in this list. Is that true? Below the heart dish, I would have to be a no. Right? If you go ahead and you make something hectic, you can have that valid no. You can have that safe to be transferred in certain circumstances. Because the car, the heck is talking about is if you're using it for car model. So the car model says you're shussing your left. Its sanctity again is in zero, and therefore it cannot be a no. I have a hurry nazir, but nazir can be an alternate. And again, when we finish the Mishnah, plowing was taking place in the cemetery, and the guy in question was appointed a nazir. That sanctity gave me a no, but nazir shouldn't show. So what's actually interesting, if you want to put back on nazir, what is a nazir should show? A nazir should show is going to be again a nazir in Europe. Right? Should show was made a nazir by the Malach Hashem while still inside of his mother. So a nazir should show. The Nazir does not have reputation. That is an eternal status. One second. Nazir Shimshon, but it's muyedness. Here's the issue. A Nazir Shimshon might be a status that means forever, but there's no prohibition to become race. Another Shimshon's race. It doesn't have a prohibition of race. And the Nazir clearly one of the liabilities from the fact that it's going into a cemetery. Al high time of this colon lastly. Rather will say this colon does not go ahead and get involved in what we call a Isser colon. So what's this number again? Isser colon refers to the person makes a shvua that I won't go ahead and plow on the Yom and Yom Tov. So the logic is since it goes ahead and applies to you, it also develops upon Yom Tov. Our colon does not subscribe to that portion. Okay? So if I will say again, the point is just what's the takeaway from all of this? What's the takeaway? Takeaway just is, even though the Mishnah said 8, and usually when a Mishnah says a number, usually what's the role of a number? The role of a number is to say this and no more. That doesn't apply to you. It doesn't apply to you. And I'm also nice again, if you want to construct the case of even additional levels of liability, you could potentially do that in this scenario. Okay, Gemara ends off by saying, Hamashiach shot through an exception, Moshe Schneider. So this is very interesting. So Moshe says, if you go ahead and read a sharp through an exception, now take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Hamashiach shot through an exception, first by line, shape that Akiva Amir Loga. So if you have, for example, let's say you have an animal that was a carbon. The animal became disqualified for whatever reason. Right, for whatever reason. So the halacha is now, you can redeem that animal. Animal development more. You can redeem that animal. I'm going to say that it's when it comes to a redeemed carbonic animal. It still retains some of its sanctity. So, for example, you could shecht it and eat it, but let's say, for example, you can't use it for a chew. So you're allowed to use it in certain, not allowed to use it in other ways. Because that, a redeemed carbonic animal is looked at in halacha as almost having two different identities in one. It's looked at as two animals in one animal. It's on one hand it's a fish, on the other hand it's back to Rashi. The expression Rashi says over here. Even though it's one animal, it's almost as if it's really two animals in one. The Torah is touching each other. On one hand it's a human animal, and on the other hand it's a Kodesh animal. Torah so on one hand it's human. Why is it human? You can check it and you can eat it. And where can you check it? Where can you eat it? Anywhere you want. Anywhere you want. On the other hand, the term Shasa Begiza Babel. On the other hand, it still retains some of its carbonic sanctity. In that, you can't shoot it and you can't use it for it. Remember the Sifri? So let's say, so skip down a little bit in Rashi. You ask two lines of that Rashi. Listen to this. So therefore, if you have a short split of Rashi, so let me just explain this case because it's actually really quite interesting. So I have an animal that is set aside as a carbon. The animal develops a more. As a result, I have to redeem it. What the Gemara is pointing out over here is this animal has a dual identity. On one hand, it's still considered hektish, so you can't work it, you can't shear it. On the other hand, it's considered to be chulin, because what can I do? I can eat it. This animal therefore is considered to be two animals in one. Therefore, if you mate this animal with another animal, it's kilayim. Even if it's the same species of animal, right? Why? Because this animal is considered to have this dual identity, and therefore, again, if you mate it, well, you can't mate it with a haggish animal, because that's just a haggish, but even if you mate it with a human animal, that's considered to be the mating of two dissimilar species. Now, the Kiddush over here is that two different statuses are the equivalent of mating two different species, which is interesting. So finish up that Rashi. So Rashi says over here, therefore, you can't mate it even with its own species. Yishum kilayim, shemabia chulin al kachim, or kachim al chulin. So it says that's the halacha. That's the halacha. You can't go ahead and mix it. So short form Russian, you can eat it, but you can't work it because you can't shoot because it's hectic. You can't move it with anything else because that's kilayim. Back to the Gemara for just a moment. We're not finished Rashi yet. Similarly, Amar Yitzchak. Hanani, the Shotsu and the Fashion look at Shanguf Echadu, Vasal Hakosek Tishnei Gufin. So too, I say, so too, you can't even leave the plow, right? You can't even feed that animal. Not only can you not go ahead and not only can you not plow that animal with another animal, right? You can't reach another because that's kilayim. You can't even plow with the sharp Ksuli Hamakdashi itself. Well, firstly, you can't just get out to work at it. But even if you were to do it, you can't not to what? plowing with two different animals. So you have both sides. Shul Dashan, a redeemed, disqualified carbonic animal, has its dual identity. So because that the Gemara says, number one, you can't mate it with every animal as that is called chin because of the identity, and you can't even use that animal for your plow by itself. Because that animal is the equivalent of two animals. And if you're using that animal to go and pull your plow, ultimately again will be an issue of July result. That's what Rashi ends up. Hamanik, afilu manik in mino, afilu manigo b'tze'atzmo. That's why even if you put the same type of species under the plow with that animal, or you eat that animal itself, it's still kilayim. He says, who the kasha will the chayim shum kilayim? Someone says, so bottom line, what is the takeaway is that a short slow questions and disqualified carbonic animal has a dual identity. Because it has a dual identity, therefore you can't use it to pull your plow. You can't use it to pull your plow anyway for work. But if you were to use it to pull your plow, not only to be engaging in the legal use of consecrated item, it's a kilayim. And if you made it, even with its own species, also called kilayim. I'll say this is one of the most inspirational, beautiful Gemara's work has come across. Why? I will say, because remember, I was saying, if a shark, right, the shark has this dual identity. What does it remind you of? What does it remind you of? It reminds you of yourself. Right? Don't you see yourself in this shark swimming on the bush? This shark, on one hand, I will say, on one hand, it was Kodesh Kadashim, right? Just the day ago, where was it? Just a day ago, it was inside the Beis Hamikdash, ready to go, fantastic, inspired, ready to fill its shlichus, ready to do what it's supposed to do. What happened? What happened? What happened? It developed the moon. And what happens with that moon? What happens? That moon casts it out of the Beis Hamikdash. That moon removes it from the Mizbeach. And I was kind of just walking around outside, right, feeling all dejected, right, feeling like an abysmal carbonic failure. And then what happens? And Seth's not to stop fucking from Lord. What does he say to the shark? What does he say to the shark? Shark, don't worry. Don't worry. You're still Kodesh. You're still Kodesh. Right? You're still Kodesh inside of you. Okay, you're not the same as what you once were. But let's be true for a moment that one divests you of your Kedusha. It can be nothing further from the truth. Once Kodesh, always Kodesh. Once holy, always holy. No matter what your name is, you never remove your Kodesh, your Hektish status from the side. I will say, what an inspiring and life-affirming life. Because you will see how many of us have had those beautiful moments where, like, yes, I'm doing exactly what I need to do, how I need to do it. I'm in the position of this impression. I'm buying this beer. I'm fulfilling my shlichus. And then what happens? Don't look at me blankly. You don't see what happens. Right? What happens is you pick up a wall. I make a mistake. I make a wrong turn. I do something I'm not supposed to do. I indulge something I'm not supposed to indulge. And suddenly again, I'm like thrown out. I'm cast out. Suddenly all of that growth comes back again. Suddenly all of that beautiful movement and all of that beautiful position seems to have dissipated. And I'm just walking around aimlessly in life, looking from the outside in, longingly at that beautiful Beis Hamikdash, a personalistic spiritual accomplishment. And I feel so forlorn, and I feel so rejected, and I feel so empty. And what goes on is you're not. You mentioned a sharp soul on the production, human in life, your mistakes compromise us. And yes, when we make mistakes, we distance ourselves from our personalistic spiritual goals, our personalistic production. Unless you think that's your role, robs you of all of your potential. Unless you think that with every win you're back to starting to square one as an empty vessel, there's nothing further from the truth. Even the sharp soul on the production, even after it develops its mold, still retains its residual kedusha. And if that true form of shar, an ox, an animal, and alakas kamras, alakas kamra b'kama, even when we develop our meaning in life, how much we retain our residual kedusha as well. What an inspirational and overwhelming, beautiful Gemara to be mechazes us as we recover from our meaning. Right? Now, once there you go, there's one big difference. What's the big difference? The biggest difference the shark, once it has a one, the most of us it's done. All Grace by Carbonos is develop a move and you're out, are out. Herein lies the greatest distinction between man and shark. I develop a moment while I have that moment. Alright, so I'm outside of the Mikdash. But even when I'm outside of the Mikdash, I can make a Misha. But I can heal. I can regenerate. I can fix my woman and get right back into the personal Mishnah. How about you also? We waited for the whole time. Hey, Malchus. Now let's get into Malchus. I'm trying to be so excited. Here's the Malchus also. Our very Chasra. They're not this far. We need to show up. Doesn't have any Malchus. We get maximum 9, but the Torah says 40. Torah says 40. The Mispar, our volume, a number like 40, which means a number close to 40, but not 40 itself. 39. So 39 is the maximum number of Malchus that a person can go out and get. The Reader says no. Our volume should be so good. That's true. Not true. You get 40 Malchus. So we'll see that Malchus in the emerge a little bit. The Heichel will look at. So let's say some other Heichel look at how you say it. Now let's say we're going to see that you need to and the Tanakama both agree with where you get Malchus. There's a 40th. The Tanakama there's no 40. So where do you get 40th lash? Right? Where does that go? Big Sefer. Ultimately, I think it goes between the shoulders. Again, we'll talk about that in a minute. The only thing I'm saying about Malchus is the shoulders. First of all, I will say, when assessing the number of Malchus, you only get a number divisible by 3. Right? Always a number divisible by 3. Okay, we'll see why that is. So the Gemara says, the Heichel is okay. I'm sorry. I'm doing the Kabbalah Arboim. The locate with us. So let's say again, I said I was getting Malchus, and originally we said he was capable, and I was saying, I had a court doctor. So a court doctor is a coach position, amazing position. So they did his physical. They assessed he is able to withstand 40 Malchus or 39 Malchus. So that's his own base. No, I'm sure you're going to have a boy in Potter, and let's see what ended up happening. Let's say originally they said he's going to get 40. And then it turns out, and then it turns out that Halacha will also be assessed. And he can't go ahead and get the full 40. We stop. Potter. He gets what he gets, and that's it. Look at Rashi. He's understanding of the Kabbalah Potter. The Eben is back to the nation. The Loch says, Sagira Dahu. About Locha Kelan Yula Arboy, because of the understanding of the Kabbalah So the mission is interesting on the hook. Let's say you decided you start lashing, there's a negative reaction to the lash, and you can't take anymore. So I said, that's okay. And whatever you got back, and we don't make him get the rest. That's the law. Okay. Dura the Kabbalah Shmona Esrei. Shalaka Andu Shiyafu the Kabbalah Arboim Potter. Similarly, let's say they assess that he's only capable of getting 18 Malchus. And then what happens? And they start flying him like, hey, this guy holds up well. Right? He is capable, right? He is capable, much more durable than we thought. He's capable of getting more Malchus. We don't do that. In other words, whatever the initial assessment was, that's what we stick to. But the finish over here is that if he had an initial assessment, then once we start the flogging, they recognize that he can't maintain that. We don't go ahead, we give him what he got, and that's it. Now let's say that Rashi plays out. Let's see the mark. My time off. First of all, we have an age Machlokas over here. Machlokas in Tanakama and Yehuda. How many Malchus do you actually get? Tanakama says 39. Rabbi Yehuda says 40. So what's the Malchus over here? My time off. Equal saying that the truth is not Kashan on Yehuda, as the pasuk says, "Are bought in Yaken." The pasuk says 40, right? 40. So you kind of shut down and come up. Ultimately, again, why do they say 39? So my timer. So the one says, Ixid Arboim. Ixid Arboim the Mispar, Abramina Arboim the Minah. So I also could have said Arboim 40 in number. I would have said that means flashes. So you want to say the Mispar Arboim, but it's interesting. It's a different Russian. Russian is the Mispar Arboim. And the number which sounds like what? Medium to soaking this high bar. A number that is close to 40. This high bar means like a number close to 40. Therefore, again, Chazal interprets that as, the Tanakh interprets that as 39. Okay? And that's how we pass it. Like we pass it 39 Malchus, not 40. Amar Rabbi says a beautiful thing. Amar Rabbi says, "Kama tipshai sharlishi." How foolish people are. The tiny Mikame Sefer Torah, they stand up for a Sefer Torah, but they'll tiny Mikame Gabra Rabba, but they don't stand up for Talmidei Chachamim. Oh, what's the shot? This is incredible. You look at Sefer Torah, you see my boy, because in the Sefer Torah it says you get pointed like this. And the rabbis came along and saved you from one of the lashes. So, so what does this mean? So, Rabbi says, you see how great Chazal are. People stand up for a Sefer Torah, but people don't stand up for a Talmud Chacham. Because they tell you get 40 markers, but Chazal people are going to say 30 markers. So, I say, what's the shot? The Torah saying is like this. There was a lot of times we look at rabbinic law as an additional layer of onerous responsibility. And we go to our minds, right? I think everyone had this thought at some point in time in the evolution of their Judaic personality. The rabbis had better things to do at their time than add on additional layers of prohibition. Right? Come on, so it's complicated. You know, Allah is complicated enough why you all do this. The rest of it is so important to understand. But the whole notion of rabbinic law is there to save us, is there to help us, is there to actually facilitate our self-actualization. Yes, sometimes by adding on additional protective layers so that we don't make egregious mistakes that can compromise our spiritual standing. Because rabbinic law is never there to make life more difficult. Rabbinic law, without rabbinic law, we would be lost. Without Chazal's interpretations, we would be lost. Chazal ultimately, again, provide us the lifeline to ensure that we are successful in our Yiddish, but not to make things more complicated, chas v'shalom. But to go ahead and nurse Hashem, hopefully, make our Yiddish more accessible and make it easier to succeed. It's most manifest over here. Torah says you get 40 markers. Chazal came along and removed the lash. Removed the lash. And once you say to yourself, oh, remove the lash. And by the way, if you're the guy getting flogged, I guarantee you, when they get up to 38, and you realize there's only one more and not two more, you are seeing the praises of Chazal. And again, what this represents is like you can see over actively remove an obstacle, so to speak. To actively remove a lash, this is what Chazal do call the katel. It removes stumbling blocks. It removes difficulties. We look at it as onerous, additional layers of nonsensical things. It's not true. It's because we are limited in our understanding and we are limited in our appreciation. But if we understood what Chazal truly did for us, our appreciation of Talmidei Chachamim, appreciation of Chazal, appreciation of Torah Shabbat, appreciation of family, would skyrocket because they are there only to help us, only to facilitate our growth and concentration to add on into difficult layers. So beautiful. And you don't have a bunch of labels. Right time you read them. Watch them read this out. Every read this pretty good. You said,
If you think it's not going down, then
not as much. Why was that you get both? And I love the legs of the 40. 40 is intuitive. That's interesting enough. What about that 40 lash? Because it goes between the shoulders. Ultimately, what's more shot with that? So let's see on this puzzle. This puzzle from Sakari. What are these masks? Maybe like that was between your shoulders. So it's the Alma Ashari Kisi Grace Nagai. I have been by my loved one. So it's very beautiful over here. It's understanding that even the lashes that come about in David are there for what purpose? Are there for love? Are there for love? Are there for instruction? Someone say so again, because these movies are logic. He's talking about a lash that's done between the shoulders. And let's say we're going to see in general, lashes are not really done between shoulders. Right, so what's that lash between the shoulders? That must be the 40th one, right? That must be that additional lash. Okay, for Rabbanan says, no, what is the fucking referring to? ultimately, again, that's actually talking about the flogging of kids. Okay, let's put that in context for a little bit. And so again, obviously, you've seen it in the Gemara. There's a different code of discipline. A different code of discipline. So physical discipline, right? Physical discipline was clearly very accepted. So that what we're referring to, that's the last it's the Talmudim, ultimately again, to keep them in line, not that additional lash. Okay, it's not referring to the Malchus itself. But even on the Malchus had to lead us. So you might say, so remember again. So interestingly enough, the halacha is very good. The Mishnah said that you assess how much a person could take lash-wise. Right? That was a person could take. So you might say, right? I'm doing the Kabbalah, but look at it. So remember, the Mishnah then had two cases. Case number one is we assessed that we didn't get 40 malchus, or 39 malchus. And then we started, and then ultimately we couldn't withstand anymore. We stopped and we said, okay, you've received your punishment, we're done. So the verse is very interesting. The verse says, in a rush, lock it in, you lock it on. Now, what's that? Okay, so let me at least start with saying, I'll probably pick up this model. Let's take this out. Moving the subject to 39 malchus, right? We set them perfectly healthy now, non-smoker between the ages of 20 and 60, right? So he's capable of going ahead and getting 39 malchus. We start flogging him, and what happens? He goes ahead and he starts to buckle. We're 18 in, we're 18 in. So there are two approaches we can do here. Right? Approach number one. What's approach number one? What's the more intuitive approach? Take a break. Right, take a break. Let's break for a few, right? Go get some lunch, right? Come back and let's let you do this foggy later on, right? Or you get back on the board tomorrow. Or the next day, take a long weekend, come back afterwards, drink a flog on Monday. So that would have been the logic. You're reliable for this, right? The same way, by the way, if I steal, and let's say again, I stole $1,000, I only have $100 to repay, fine, we paid $100, then we'll have to turn in $900. It's a debt. So something like the same malchus is a debt as well. You can't pay it now, but argue later on. Interestingly enough, that's not what the Mishnah says. What the Mishnah says is instead, to flog you, and since you can't take it anymore, we're done. So we're going to stop with the video. We'll put that mention with this commercial. It's quite interesting. So we're going to see there are times where you have to make up the malchus, and times where you simply are quote unquote guilty for what you received. When do you apply each of those? And the answer is no side. Right.
Yeah, I don't like it. I way rather have eating out. Terrifying.
All right, it's got very good. Now that we do everything.
Remember the sweet nectar? You hated when he said that.
Oh my God. He got so happy. What was he saying about
whiskey?
Oh, he's smiling slowly. He's like, he was so sad that he had to rise his happiness level. This is watching change. This is the feeling he gives you. Oh, that's right. He's so happy. Oh, I forget this too. I forget this too. My CT.
All right, come on, say good morning.
Not necessarily.
Everyone. Slow spot, Hashem, begin. So you know the year about in the Torah. Beautiful Musafas Marcus. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our annual Torah sponsor, Force Hashem, the Tilton Mishpach on Earth Israel, to dedicate all the Sherman Joshos this year as a support to the soul troubles for all around Israel. And the Torah sponsor, for the month of the year, about the Torah, Shmuel Rabbi Karapkin, in commemoration of the year type of Shmuel's father, Mr. Leonard Karapkin, Yisrael, Ben Yechesko, the family in the Papa, still opportunities in Eretz Hashem before. Comes the sponsorship for the month of the year. Tremendous month. Tremendous zilla sponsor on the Torah. Because of that, we need to add additional pieces to what the Eretz Hashem is through our Torah, Hashem, tremendous stop each and every day. So if you'd like to sponsor, please feel free to direct message me act now, and we will get we hope that another right time with all of our precious hospitals and let Hashem come home, our organization to be successful with all of Maasi. Those who that, let us be. We have some incredible demand today. We start with 21. We are picking up on 500 days. 20B. at the two dots towards the not the last two dots, not the second to last two dots, the third to last two dots. Says the Gemara. Hamakir Hasra. Remember again, one of the things we should talk about. If you round out the corners of the head, so again, there's multiple steps. Obviously, what we're also, let's see, tell you what, okay. We're gonna, these are some very important. So this is gonna have to do with hair cutting and shaving. I'm going to show you some good visuals that I'm gonna put on the chat and haircut chef today as well, so you can see a little bit more of what we're referring to. So right now, we'll just go through the suki. So tell us Rothschild. What does it mean that you can't shave off the corners of your head? Now, also, this is what we classically call the application. So what is it? What does it mean with corners of your head? זה המשווץ עדף לאחורי אוזניו ולפדחתו. So here's the image. If you can imagine, I'm going to person to illustrate this on, but if you can imagine someone with a hairline. So remember again, if you essentially go in front of your hairline, and taking the swath of hair between your hairline and between your temple. And imagine for a moment going ahead and shaving that area over here, really between the hairline and the temple. That's what we call the pace. There's a different buffer about the obligation to maintain what we'll call cycles of pace going down. Often when we think about pace, it's interesting that often what we see is that the area from the temple. There's an obligation to maintain a certain amount of hair from the temple down that falls under the obligation of not quote-unquote destroying your beard. And we'll get on a certain visual later on. The idea of maintaining your hair means this area of hair between the hairline and between the right opposite the forehead cannot be shaved. Cannot be shaved. Or cannot be cut, but it cannot be shaved in quote-unquote destructive way. What is interesting. Here's what I know is I can't take a razor to this part of my head. I can't take a razor to my head. Even if I'm not using a razor, it's only so short that I am permitted to cut this area of my hair. How short? We'll get into it. But that's not get past Rothschild. You know, so by the way, one thing for this prohibition, what is this? So see if I actually bring down, and this is the way priests used to go ahead and cut their hair. They still have it, so you still see this kind of haircut. Essentially, again, I'm sorry. No, not our Kohanim. Yeah, we call them Kohanim. Yes. That's not our Kohanim, correct. But if you notice again, the way the haircut they used to have was they would essentially shave the hair, really again, between the hairline and between the temple, and would leave like this hair on top. So all the rest, anyway, the haircuts are the piece ultimately is one of the talk about this is not going back. You know, it says, I'm trying to come into this stuff, after the market, after the makeup, look at. It's very interesting. Now, the United States is whether the person who's giving the haircut or the person who's receiving this illegal haircut, both get malchus, which is fascinating, right? So if I go to receive the haircut, I say to the barber, shave off all the products, like the area of my temple and my hairline, and just take that all the way back. I am liable to malchus, and again, if it's a Jewish part, he's liable to malchus as well. So I mean, hands off the tummy ba'adila, the expression is when you dates out of a bowl should get malchus. Listen to the expression that, what's the issue with eating dates out of a bowl? What's the issue? None. There is no issue with eating dates out of a bowl. So this is the expression that's often used is you did nothing wrong, you should get malchus. Right, I'm sorry. What is the haircut? Right, I'm sitting in the barber chair and I'm getting a haircut. I do it myself. I didn't do it myself. But I'm going to switch the words and Avaloni or music units. It's ready. Who do you can I laugh shave by myself? Okay, answer number one. I wasn't going to say, even a laugh shave on my even without an act or without any kind of activity, you get nothing. That's one answer. Rabbi said, not just the act slow. You give that call. Oh, what's the case over here? I'm giving myself a haircut. Because I'm giving myself a haircut, therefore for liability. But actually, I'm Messiah, you give that call. No, just go answer over here. Messiah, what's the Messiah? I'm getting a haircut. So on one hand, the barber's doing the work. On the other hand, I'm assisting him. How am I I insisting you? What it is, I'm saying, cut a little bit over here, cut a little bit over here. I'm touching the hair. So if I do something consistent in the haircut, then job is going to be joined in life. Incredible. But much past the corner. So first one goes out and destroys the beard. What's the definition of destroying the beard? Past the corner. So past the corner means the end of his beard. You know, it says that is a source. I don't know what is considered to be source. She pulled that to the corner. The point is so we saw it over in the Mishnah. There's an interesting amount of machlokas as to what exactly, which areas are prohibited over here. For the beard, we'll just go with the classic understanding that the beard is prohibition of the beard really is comprised of 5 parts, right? 2 temples, 2, it's called jawbone, right? Jawbone area over here, right from the ear, the jawbone, and the chin. I'm sure. Now, what that means is those areas cannot be shaved in a destructive way. Now, what's the definition of a destructive way? So you might have noticed that by the Hasidim, Hasidim don't shave. Why don't the Hasidim shave? Because again, there's an understanding that any form of close-skin shaving will be problematic, including a shaver. Will be problematic as well. So many of us, which is why we shave. But what you definitely can't do is you can't take a razor to those parts of the face. That is in machlokas, right? So again, you cannot use a razor on the temples, jawbones, and the chin. There's a whole bunch of machlokas about every other area in between that. So because of that, the Shulchan says we do not use a razor anywhere the bearded area of it. What that does allow for is technically speaking, to use a razor over there. Again, bottom of one forehead, but anywhere on the face, a razor would constitute potentially a difficult prohibition. Everyone agrees that the prohibition on the 5 spots is that called, again, it's shaving with a razor and shaving with your electric razor. Now, with the razor itself, it's considered to be destructive. That's destructive. As evidenced by the fact that it's much closer shape. It's getting in there. As opposed to an electric razor, it's a little bit still off the skin. It's like you have, like that, like the lifting cup, all these different things. What's considered to be use of it? Again, it's not our topic, for today. I guess it is our topic for today. Right? But then I said that part of it. But just to be clear, although technically speaking it's the 5 spots, because there is much halakhic dispute about what constitutes the 5 spots, Shulchan Aruch says no razor on the face. No razor on the face. On the head, now again, you can use a razor on your head. Where can you use a razor on your head? Right? On the top of your head and on the back of your head. Where can't you use a razor? Anywhere, again, in the paya area over here. And that's not just the razor, by the way. That also applies to getting a very close haircut. You're dealing with a trimmer that doesn't need enough hair to be able to pull on. There's like a lot of discussion about this. Is it a number 1 and number 2? Okay, like I said, this is a good shit to have because this is very nice, but that's the idea. All right, let's go back there. Says the Gemara, a lot more to say, but not right now. Says the Gemara, so next. So now remember again, we're up to Srika. Srika means creating a laceration over the dead. Right? Remember again, this is not just, in general, one is not permitted to inflict harm upon themselves, right? That we know. This idea of Srika is not the laceration as in display of mourning. That's what this is. So it's not about this Sarah. Yaakov really started about the Yisrael Shnachal Batzina, so she's held a young, like what the most thing that you might have thought. Let's say first the Constitution of the Lord of Faith, since carried all the cargo, like these constitutions laws, or Constitution spelled down. But like the person is so distraught over the financial loss that what they do, they're actually themselves. So you might have thought that that's the biblical prohibition. On the long run, you would not that. So therefore, the Kelly goes out of his ways to say what type of laceration is the Sarah and the Nefesh. So any laceration over any laceration over this morning that is truly halakhically problematic. So much of time over the Nefesh, any kind of allowing is no one. When you try it, if you lacerate as a form of display for mourning for the dead, remember the side coming to those on this echo. How do you know that if you lacerate yourself 5 times over one death. Let's say a person loses someone they love and they're so distraught that they lacerate themselves 5 times over one person. How do I know that I'm chayiv for every single laceration? I will know every set. He phrases it in the singular. L'chayiv al kol srita v'srita. He said that I'm chayiv for every single laceration. Today we see only 9 inside srita achas avli mixin. She chayiv achal achas v'achas. And you know that even if you lacerate one time over 5 deaths, right? The person is mourning 5 deaths with one laceration. How do I know that halacha l'maisa again? I am chayiv l'chayiv al kol srita v'srita. How do I know that I'm chayiv for every single laceration? I'm sorry. Talomar with nefesh. The chayiv al kol nefesh. Look, the Torah says b'seret lanefesh. Every person whom you lacerate for, even if it's one laceration for 5 people, you chayiv 5 times. Incredible. One second. Va'fikse l'beso shenafal. There's the nefesh. I'm sorry. Va'fikse l'beso shenafal. 1 second. You just used that already. You just used the nefesh to teach me that what? That there's only liability if you lacerate as a display of mourning for the dead. But to exclude the fact, let's say somebody's mourning over their lost boat or their lost home, right? Lost finances. Ultimately, again, we just use the nefesh to teach me that I'm not chayiv for a laceration over financial loss. How can you use it over here? Top of Chavalit, 21. Kasar Yossi, Srita ubidida achasi, uksiv hasam umes. Someone says, remember again, what I want to point out is as follows. The Torah uses two expressions over here. That the Seret LaNefesh Lokitnu and Lokiskodedu. So there's some ambiguity as to what these things mean. Rabbi Yossi holds Lokiskodedu and Seret LaNefesh are the same thing. They both refer to laceration. So because they both refer to lacerations and both of them discuss death, so one of them ultimately again could be used to teach me that I'm chayiv for every single dead person I lacerate, or even if it's one laceration over 5 people, I'm chayiv 5 times. And the other one teaches me that halacha l'maisa, I'm only chayiv for laceration is a display of mourning for the dead. But if halacha l'maisa again is a display of mourning for financial loss, there's not biblical liability. Again, once again, there may be other liability because the person can never engage in any kind of self-harm. There's when you shmite them all in after the same time, you may be in violation of what I say, but not in violation of this. It's nice and dry. Amar Shmuel. And the site that we chayiv, this is very interesting. Shmuel says, if you lacerate yourself with a kli, with a utensil, there is a liability. So the Gemara says over here, Rashi points out that the site that we chayiv, the srita mashma biyad. So let's say this is very interesting. So this goes back to what we said before. There's a little bit of ambiguity, a little bit of machlokus. Exactly what is the srita and what is biyada? What's interesting is Rashi's pointing out over here that it could very well be that the distinction is not as much about they're both lacerations, rather than the distinction may lie in how the laceration is performed. Rashi points out over here that biyada has an influence of being done with you. And srita has an influence of being done by Yad. Shmuel comes and starts to decide when he's catching this way, sweet will be the achasi. Sweet and Yevida are the same thing. They both refer to lacerations over the dead. Hello, sweet will be Yad, who Yevida, the clean, because done by hand, and Yevida is done so. So there's a Rabbi Yossi. Also, Shmuel says Rabbi Yossi. Coming Rabbi Yochanan. Ice. Being the Yad, being the clean, chayiv, out and chayiv. So listen to this. We talk about the following idea. If you lacerate over the dead, whether that laceration is done by hand or that laceration is done with a utensil, there is difficult liability. Okay, that's very important to understand. What happens if one lacerates themselves in a form of worship for Avodah Zarah? So what's halacha? Yachayiv, the key partner. Ultimately, if you lacerate by hand, if you lacerate by key, your partner. Since you are the hot party, but you learn just to sit. What does it say in the pasuk? By Yiskodu, Kinishpatam, the Charbos over a mountain. Pasuk over here, we're quoting pasuk from Malachim Aleph, and it talks about idolatry, and it says that they were lacerating themselves in accordance with the laws of their idolatry with swords and with spears. So it sounds like for idolatry they were going ahead and lacerating. They were lacerating. So it's Elohim biyad potter quickly chayev. Rather by avodah zarah, it's supposed to say interesting. So this distinction over here. By avodah zarah, if you lacerate by hand, you are potter. By kli, you are chayev. What's the logic over there? By avodah zarah, you're only going to be chayev for laceration if it's done in the normal form of worship. If you do something, remember how it works by avodah zarah? No, of course not. How would you remember, right? And so how does it work by avodah zarah? By avodah zarah, you're only chayev if you worship the idol in a quote-unquote relative way. Now, there are certain forms of worship that will always be prohibited, right? Prostration is always prohibited, right? Kneeling is always prohibited. Karbanos are always prohibited, right? Offerings, libations, things like that are quote-unquote normal forms of worship. Even if the avodah zarah is not worshipped in that way, you're still liable for that. But then when you have unique practices, right? So unique practices are liable if you do them the way the avodah zarah does. It's a laceration. It's not a way that you worship a god. That's why by avodah zarah the practice is included. So the kli is going to be chayev, but the yad is going to be potter. When it comes to laceration as a form of a morning practice, you're chayev being beyond being b'kli. Doesn't make a difference whether you're doing it with your hand, utensil, you're liable. Incredible. Chayev ala rosh. Next, one is high ultimately again for creating bald spots on the head. So Maxi Shishas, they Shishas. So Shishas went ahead and pointed out over here, again, as also pays as well, by the temples. Two spots, right? Two temples, two jawbones, and a chin, that's the areas of liability for destructive shading. So it says, Maxi Shishas can distribute so Shishas can distribute this again by looking at the different parts of the beard, by certain different parts of the beard, right? And then the in not one. So the Rothschild says that halacha, the Rothschild is saying in the Mishnah, and the Rothschild says, in not one kulan ka'achas in the chayev alachas. And the Rothschild said, if you remove the 5 spots on the beard at once, the Rothschild says, remember again, let's see this to go ahead and to destroy the 2 temples, the two jawbones, and the 3 eyes, right? That could be that the close case, right? Close case. So again, you put it all in your fingers, and you go and you touch all 5 spots at the same time. So the Rothschild says you only chayev once. Now why is that? It says, Kasavar has latu. He holds all 5 spots and considered to be 1 lot. The Eno Chayev actually done the card has only liability if you remove it with the razor. Because once remember again, the issue over here is not quote unquote shaving as much as it is destruction. So that's why again, you might understand over here, it's back to shaving with a razor that is considered to be destructive shaving, and that's where there will be a biblical liability. So turn out on it. The Torah says, literally again, the corners of your beard you shall not shave. Is a lesson of shaving. Well, that's the case, even if I shave with scissors. What's the habit of shaving with scissors? Obviously, you're not going to be close to shave with scissors, right? So I'm going to thought again, if that's the idea that this is a prohibition on shaving, then halacha l'maisa, there should be liability even if I shave with scissors. So we'll say that's what's interesting over here, right? There's two different expressions over here. On one hand, there's when you could look at Rothschild, right? So on one time, the law says, "You shall not shave the corners of your beard." A second pasuk says, "Second about lo sakifu pa'as rashchem, v'lo sashchis es pas zikanecha." So there's 2 prohibitions. There's don't go ahead and shave your beard, and don't destroy your beard. So again, based on that says don't shave your beard, I would have said even scissors should be problematic. Downward lomar lo sashchis. Therefore, the Torah says, don't destroy your beard. Don't destroy. Only a type of shaving that is destructive in nature. I'm going to clarify, I don't know if this is the right expression, but planed my beard, right? Took out plane and planed my beard. I would have thought that I would be chayev for that. So it says, Tamalomar, you only chayev for shaving. So let's say it's a very unique idea here. Torah seems always expressing what type of shaving is the biblical liability for? It's a type of normative shaving that is destructive. What's the type of normative shaving that is destructive? What's the type of shaving that is destructive? When we say destructive, the type of shaving that obliterates the facial hair. What is the type of shaving that obliterates on the surface of the face? Do you understand? That's a razor. That's a razor. So let's say it's the play between these two lines. On one hand, Pasikanom Moigalefu tells you can't shave your beard. It sounds like everything. But then it says Pasikanom. So you know what is the biblical liability for Yula, an act of shaving that is destructive in nature? What's the type of shaving that is destructive in nature? A razor. Incredible. So we were lucky at the Malakit Ray trying to decide. The Rosie says, use a plane. Right? To use a plane to go ahead and shave that you should be fired. Manachach. So you understand how does he arrive at that conclusion? He come at zero shala, he's buying car. He will come at zero shala, he's buying nuts. I understand. If Rabbi Eliezer is accepting the drasha we just heard before, now the drasha when he's playing zero shala, already it means the interplay between Hashchasa and Gilua, if he accepts it, then that yields the result that it's only a razor and not a plane. If he doesn't accept the interplay between the drashas, then again, any form of shaving should be prohibited as well, including scissors. Which the Gemara says, the Eliezer accepts the Gzera Shava, believe what you just made before. But he happens to hold that shaving with a plane is considered to be a normative act of shaving as well. Which I will say, by the way, the plane was essentially conceptually, it's the same concept, right? Conceptually, what is it? It's shaving with a blade. Shaving with a blade. It's just people don't normally shave with a blade. That wood. Conceptually, it's the same idea. The same idea. So that they don't start to focus over here. So it's really just the technical issue is shaving with a plane considered to be a normative act of shaving or not? But conceptually, everyone is on the same page. Any type of shaving that ultimately results in a it has to be a normative act of shaving. But that is destructive. What's the definition of destructive? Destructive means to totally smooth out the face. There's no, almost like no left in the facial hair there. And otherwise, it's going to be a good normative act of shaving. Incredible. I can say, fascinating. Let's go back to the Mishnah. Hakosik subasuk kako. Tattooing. Incredible. I'm going from shaving to tattooing. Hakosik subas kako. So they say the person goes and tattoos themselves. So that's the typical expression for tattoos. Sobes kako. Now, Rashi puts out there, and I will say, what gives you an analogy of this? What is it mean? What does it mean? Rashi's in the wide lines, third kako. Hosik kula abasar on the side of the sikra. Yakaka mikakea abasa the mahat. On the second, the nichnas hatseva bein ha'or lebasar. The nirabo kol yom mikaka. Ba'asar lichtov shum tzila olam. First of all, this is fascinating. Apparently, Rashi understands over and this is a machlokas as well. How do they do tattooing? Tattooing is on the following. You first something on your skin. Right, draw the image. Afterwards, what they would do is, so the ink would be there, or whatever they were using it. Then they would hit the skin afterwards, and the ink would seep in and form a permanent image on the skin. So it's interesting because there is a raging machlokas. When I say raging, there's no hyperbole in that. Raging machlokas as to whether or not order matters in this biblical prohibition. Because the way it is being described over here is ink first, I don't know if it's pricking or perforation or incision, right? Incision on the skin second. That's what I'm saying. So you have the image over here, then they would go ahead and prick the skin, and then the image will seep in. I don't know how you do a tattoo parlor like this. I don't know how modern tattooing works, right? But the nice and quite fascinating. So that's how it's done. And again, difference in Rothschild. So this means writing. Kako means I don't know if that's a word, like the perforation of the skin. Like that's the perforation. And that's why interestingly enough, Rashi is the biblical expression itself, you begin to see the order. First the writing, and then ultimately maybe the preparation of the flesh. Fascinating. So let's go to the Mishnah. Kako six subas kaka. So I say, so a person goes in and tattoos themselves, kasa, below kaka, below kasa. So let's say you just write on your skin, right? Let's say, you person you get a tattoo, right? Whatever, you get like fruit on your skin or a stamp on your skin. So that's not the biblical prohibition. That's the biblical prohibition. I don't know that Jews should do that, right? But when I say it's not the biblical prohibition, kasa below kaka, or kaka below kasa, or ultimately again, or if you tip the skin, but you're not right. So in all of these cases, in a kind of ashmito, the yikakeya biyadon. Right? You're only liable, obviously, tattooing, which isn't what's in yours. A person quote-unquote tattoos themselves, but it's just an image that sits on top of the skin. Right? There's no preparation of the flesh. That's not the biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is only if there's ink, and then again, preparation of the skin. The Gemara says, furthermore, furthermore, it's only the biblical prohibition of tattooing if you use a dye or an ink of permanence. Right? If it's non-permanent, then it's not a biblical prohibition. Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda Sham as Hashanema Sobes Kako Bokan Aniyasha. It's very interesting. Now, just read and what he actually means. The way it reads right now is what it sounds like is. Rabbi Shimon is saying that Halacha L'Maisa, you're only chayid if you write the name of Hashem as a tattoo. So you decide, sometimes people get inspired and want to do all kinds of things, right? Shadis Hashem and then be summit, they take it quite literally, and I just call out a big UK off on my arm, right? Right, so let's say that it sounds like the Mishnah is saying that's the biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is to tattoo the name of God on you. So we're going to see, Rashi points out, well, let's leave it for later. So let's get called out to do about that. So let's go back to it. So let's say, so essentially, what do we want to say? The biblical prohibition of tattooing really requires three things. Number one, ink on the flesh, and again, a pricking or preparation of the skin to allow the ink to be absorbed within the flesh, use of some type of permanent dye. Right? According to the Shimon, fourth criteria, the biblical prohibition of tattooing only applies if you tattoo the name of God on your body. Said the Gemara, I'm going to back up Rabbi Rashi. Adif Tokni Hashem Mamish. So Rabbi Rashi, is Rabbi saying that literally again, you're not trying to literally write Ani Hashem, because that's Rashi of the Pasuk. So this Kakao sounds like it's very interesting. Sounds like Rabbi Elazar is reading the Pasuk like this. So the Kakao looked at you about that. You do not tattoo yourself. What's the biblical prohibited tattoo you can't put on your body? Ani Hashem. You can't tattoo on your body Ani Hashem. So the Gemara says, that is that what Rabbi Elazar is saying? So the Gemara says, I'm going to lay it low. Zani bar Kafra, Inu Chayim Ashyichto, Shem Avodas Kohavim. No. It's the opposite. What it means is like this. The biblical prohibition is to tattoo the name of idolatry on your body. That's the biblical prohibition. Shenamar, Uksobes Kako Lo Tiknu Bachem Ani Hashem. Don't tattoo the name of another God on your body. Ani Hashem V'lo Acher. Because I am Hashem and no one else. I will say that the way we have to trust is that halacha l'maisa, the biblical prohibition of tattooing is whatever you're tattooing. It doesn't matter what you're tattooing. The only issue is if you tattoo the name of God on your body, you have bigger issues. Bigger issues that come in, like walking into the bathroom, right, with that tattoo uncovered. But leaving that aside, the biblical prohibition really applies to all forms of tattooing. The word goes like this. So I'm going to knock you, I'm going to add them by Abba. Also, Lord Yadam. So this is very interesting. So this is actually quite interesting. Now that we've established that really any form of tattooing is problematic, Rav Malkia said as follows: a person cannot put Ifer Makla. We'll say Ifer Makla is ash. is ash. Now, what they used to do is if you have a fire, right, and then again at the end of the fire you have like soot. So again, that soot.
And by the way, when you see someone moving
So
around
if you
like
have
that
an
on
open
stage,
wound,
I
it
will
is
bet
telling you
you
to go
it's
ahead
going
and
to happen
check
in
that
that funnel.
soot.
On the couch.
Now, what not good is you can't do that.
Is that
Why can't you do that? The Shemiras keeps so much kappa. The issue often what occurs when the wound
Cars.
heal,
He says he likes jokes. He
the
doesn't like
residual soot would still be there. The tattoo. I'm not going to do that. Sheep was in the US, so that's what Mafia. Now, if you want to tell us this, there are two different one is of Mafia and one is of Mafia. So the Gemara just pauses over here just to say people often get them confused. I'm going to tell you what the Mafia say and what the Mafia say. The thing is, two different people say. So the Gemara says, Amar Rav Nachman, the Mafia was the opinion that said Shipur. Now Rashi points out easy. Shipur Rashi says, both say it's in the white. In the white about 2, 4, 6, 8 lines in Shipur. The very inside the Shipur should some of us also tell to other someday many public Karen's if you have a stick that is used to roast meat. Also, if you're again on Shabbos or on your buff, not roasting on Shabbos. So before Shabbos or roasting on Yom Tov, that stick becomes mitzvah after it's used. Because it's gross, right? It's unclean, so therefore it becomes mitzvah. That was one of them. Next, Shabbos, so also discussing, look at that sheet. Mishnehi, so those are Omer Afilu, Echnis and Omer. What's more again in the sex sumas, they spoke about the obligations that a wife has in her household. So there was a discussion, what happens if a wife brings in a domestic staff? So again, the more domestic staff she brings in, so that's personal responsibility that she has. So the Malkiel is of the opinion, that even if she has a whole domestic staff, it's important for a person to be busy because idleness leads a person to all types of negative behaviors. That's the case of shvakas. And humos, Rashi says over here, so let's say humos was normally the existence of 2 pubic hairs and it's pronounced as the adulthood. So Malki was of the opinion that even 2 pores represents is enough, is enough of adulthood. Because you see that there are 2 pubic hairs that were there, but they just fell out. Because that's the cases of a Malki, all right? Shipur, Shvakas, Puris. So we'll say what's the case of this? She says, well, they're very unreading, Babo, Zara. The notice was their haircut design. You would grow out like a long strand of hair, like a ponytail, but it would be blood all over your hair. It was just one.
But I will say the one where
One right? One strip of hair that you would just see blown out long. So it says the halakha, this was a form of idol worship as well. This was associated with Ogyavot. So if you were a Jewish farm and a guy and a Gentile Jew and says, you know what, give me a nice Beloris. No, you're not allowed to do that. Not only that, but also can't cut within a certain area of the Beloris as well. Okay, that's the Beloris. It's even a Jewish farmer. Have to reach up with the Beloris. If they're not done, also that's our case. If they're not done, it's our case. Where if you have an open wound, you can't use the soot to go ahead and use it as like a medicinal salve, because it'll leave a permanent mark afterwards, and it looks like tattooing. And last case was Vina. What's like Vina is that you can't choose a non-Jews, like Vina Sako. Rashi points out over here, Vina is non-Ba'ima, meaning the Torah Mishnah, Vina's case, Unaiki, or by the Gemara, Adam, Beishanach, Likin, there was a whole discussion about cheeses of non-Jews. Often they would smear them, they would coat them with different forms of animal fat. Okay, so point over here, both say is of Malkiah and is of Malkiah. And the Malkiah happens to be the Malkiah is the author of, again, it's good to know, Shipur Shvakas Gumos and Rav Malkia is glorious, Eber Makla, and Gavina. For our purposes, again, why we're doing this? We're doing this because, again, remember, Eber Makla is our case of tattoo. The Papa must be seen, must be sung, Rav Malkia. The Papa says, whenever you find a Mishnah or a God song, that is Rav Malkia. Shmai Sissa, but other rabbinic instructions, Rav Malkia. Simona, Masmisa, Malkisa. Remember, this is a Mishnah, is Malkisa, Malkia. Okay.
That's also fun. I read
that the Sota. So let's get back to tattooing. This was not been even ultimately again with putting silk even on a bloodless letters piece, regular blood letters. All you need is like a pick up the needle. Even putting a little bit of silk there, he was not going to have to do it because if you go ahead and leave a mark. Rashi Amar, Komokum Shish Sham Makasa, Makasa Makiakala. So what's it says? Rashi says this is all incorrect. The prohibition of tattooing is a prohibition of tattooing. Any time that it is clear that's being done on your body is for medicinal purposes, right? For treatment purposes, it is very difficult once you have this forms of chemotherapy. Where there sometimes is a residual, almost like a tumor that could happen as well. So Rashi says that's not tattooing. That's clear that that was done for medicinal purposes. Anything done for medicinal purposes is not the biblical prohibition of tattooing. And that's all that's what I'm saying. If now, is if you have a person at an open wound and you want to sit there for the wound, even if the wound leave a residual, it is still not possible. Let's go. Nazir, we actually just had this Mishnah yesterday. Nazir, a Nazir who is drinking wine the whole day. Everyone has a day like that. I'm just saying, right? Everyone has a day like that, right? Nazir is drinking wine the entire day. Ein chayiv elachas. What's it discussing? He's only chayiv once. And he's only chayiv once. Amano Atishta, but it said, right, if they give him a hasra, they say, don't drink, which means they give him multiple hasros, then what? Chayiv akol achas v'achas. Then he will be chayiv for every single individual act of drinking. Chayiv, I'm an amazing part. So you're going to give a Nazir. And the Nazir keeps going to the cemetery.
It makes sense.
It's just great happens, right? That
Just
day.
because you have grades doesn't mean that everything
I don't
makes
know if
sense to
this is
everyone
with
else.
the wine or without the wine, right? You know, but the nice thing is that the grade is great. Same with Chayiv al-Achas. So there was repeated acts of ritual defilement. He's only going to be chayiv once. Al-Tikma, that's the individual hasra for each act. Then V'humatane, Chayiv al-Achas v'Achas. Okay, same idea. Chayiv al-Aleach kol hayom. Let's see, I have a Nazir again, who is shaving the whole day. And remember, Nazir's not allowed to shave. Eno chayiv ala'as, he's only chayiv one time. Tamu lo al tigalech, v'hu migaleach. But if they say to him again, don't shave, but he shaves, chayiv alko achas v'achas. He will be liable ultimately again for individual act. If he was wearing Kilayim the entirety, so let's say he's very interesting. Let's say a person was wearing shanis. Person was wearing, remember, shanis, woman, linen. I'm wearing a jacket, I know it has shanis in it. Person wears Kilayim the whole day. He's only chayiv once. With his hoshin below the ish, chayiv al achas v'achas. If they tell him don't wear shackles, and it sounds like for the Mishnah, he takes it off and he puts it back on. Ultimately, again, he will be liable for every individual act of wearing shackles on the days. So that's very interesting. Yish Holish Talon Ahad, the Chayiv Allah Mishum Shmor Alav. Sometimes use the plow and be liable violating 8 blot. Right? One follow, 8 blot. That he's growing something good. Hachoresh the sharp of number one of us said, so right now I'm flying with an ox and a donkey. So already again, that's biblically prohibited because you're not allowed to plow with 2 different animals. You're right hooked up to one road. So sharp of that's number 1. The aim of production, hammer hektish. Number 2, use of hektish items for unconscious purposes. And what I'm planting is, let's say again, we think grapes, charging me safe. Right? For everything mixtures. Right, next, that's Shvius, and it's Shvius. before Yom Tov, and it's also Yom Tov, Marathon Yom Tov, right? Kohen, 6, Ben Nazir, 7, so like, again, the base on Tumah, in the graveyard, right? The plowing is taking place in a cemetery, and the guy is going ahead and plowing is a Kohen and a Nazir. So let's say ultimately you put all of that together and you get 8 prohibitions associated with one act of plowing. Interesting. And let's say all we're just trying to what are you doing? What is this? So remember again, what was the topic of the Mishnah? The topic of the Mishnah was multiple liabilities for one act. As much as showing, by the way, just interesting, just showing another case of how one act of plowing ultimately can result in 8 distinct liabilities. And now you've been talking earlier, right? How rubbish can I? By the way, I can make it 9. How can I make it 9? The guy who's plowing is wearing shackles while he's plowing. Right? So in addition to all the plowing, he's also in shackles. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Why? Don't say that. The reason why that doesn't work is because if he puts on a shackles jacket, that has nothing to do with the plowing. Right? In other words, they were trying to show that for one act of plowing, you can violate 8 prohibitions associated with the plowing. Throwing on a shackles jacket, and just say, by the way, you don't say, I can make it also, and also, while he's plowing, he's shaving with a razor, right? So again, while he's plowing, he's having relations with a married woman. You can throw it. Some people can multitask. I'm just saying, like, I'm just pointing out over here, like, you want to say, you can throw in as many different prohibitions, but that's not the point. The point over here is we want to show multiple prohibitions associated with one act of plowing. So the act of throwing on, the act of throwing on a shackles jacket, that doesn't count. I'm on that. What are you talking about? I'm a Nazir elimination. But I don't say like to say that. You're saying that the guy is liable because he's a Nazir. What does being a Nazir have to do with plowing? So you are throwing on additional prohibitions already. So if you're going to throw on additional prohibitions, I'm going to throw on additional prohibitions as well. Okay, more about that in the tomorrow. Let's focus on a shot in this case just a moment. I'm going to say, pointing to Lovish Mamish, happy with Machnis, Motsi, it's very interesting. The shot in this case, right? So let's suggest that's all. If I were the person who shot is the whole day, right? One test through all. I'm liable because it was one after the other. Jewish the phrase it was, right? If I say, I'll still watch the culture look. The phrase it was, if I'm wearing shotness, right? And then I take it off, I put it on, and every time I take it off, they tell me, don't wear it. And I put it back on. Ultimately, again, it was right over there. We're going to stop with this over here. We're going to pick up on the rest of the show. We are absolutely right on target. And we're going to stop, and when we get much longer towards the end. No, but it's just tripped up last stop. I would say, we'll stop over. But then I want to rush this last case. Give us some davening. Shkoya. I'm good in the flesh.
I don't think this world is used to I do kind of remember flying squirrels. I've heard of flying squirrels. I guess I never really thought about what that means since I was a kid. I think I probably knew flying squirrels at age 5 or 10. They just got different. Yeah, dude, well, I scored you. I think I won that argument. No way.
You had a tremendous impact. You're saying now it's.
The polls also say no.
Is it that?
What would you, there's no making a fun of Geraldo just likes to think about squirrels. False and confusing people. Now I'm confused by the comments because it says I voted yes.
All right, good morning. Before this, everyone, let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's cheer. To thank our annual commentary sponsor, Dr. Wilson, today dedicating cheer in honor of his wife's birthday. The gift that keeps on giving, Hashem, beautiful birthdays, anniversaries, these are troubles for all Israel. Whatever it is, Hashem, thank you for every verse of his own. This tells Hashem, yes, Hashem, we're very happy birthday. Yes, Hashem, thank you for a year filled with mazel tov, simcha, hatzlacha, and several travels for her and her entire mishpacha, may have essence shadow troubles. Our commentary sponsors. Last day, for the month of Nisan, about Lingering Torah. All part of the salvation of Nisan birthdays. His wife Kathy, granddaughter Tikva Esther, and birth of his grandson Yosef Menachem. Thank you for the sponsorship. And now the sponsorship and the source of symbols for all of our children, and for reason to be the month of Geulah Shem for all of Klal Yisrael. Avram Hashem become in memory of Avram's mother, Sarah Elena Bas Yoshua Eshel Zechron Lebracha. His yahrzeit was actually yesterday, the 29th of Nisan. We have the merit of our Talmud Torah. All of the Yishon Sadna, the families in the Chama, all of those who need to wish Adam Gure Kol Chol Yisrael. The Shmach Shem Yer Hashem all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Pardon, allow our holy soldiers to be successful with all of Nasa and Yemen. But with that, let us begin. A tremendous thank you and a shayach to Josh Harris for giving sheer yesterday. We actually pick up today's Dr. Scott. We actually want to pick up Josh got a little too far from my liking. On one day, so he's going to hold that. Ridiculous. So actually, I know that Josh got up to the last couple of runs to make today. I just want to back it up just a little bit so you get the sugya this entirety. In the third wide line, it's 2, 4, 6, 8 lines up from the bottom, same sugya. So I'm going to be asking, I'm going to be over. Nice or shimmy, is that Hayav and Allah. So let's remember again, the Mishnah said, if you're going to eat nice or shimmy, outside of Yerushalayim, ultimately again you get nice. I asked the Gemara, so at what point exactly is there liability for nice chance? This is actually a fascinating Gemara, that if you're not learning Gemara, you actually have absolutely no idea that there is this construct of Psukim. So watch this. The Gemara says, this is the open on, you sure up, listen to this. There is no liability for eating Ma'aser Sheni out of Yerushalayim, unless of course Ma'aser Sheni first has into Yerushalayim and then it's been removed. So the biblical prohibition of eating Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim only occurs if Ma'aser Sheni is first brought in, then taken out and consumed outside of Yerushalayim. So that's in my time. What does this mean? Rashi says over here, look at Rashi says about it. Rishir Neachoma. Rashi says over here. Rashi says we don't have Rishir Neachoma. The Chutz Bechoma, the Nasnisin, Hani Ayamei, the Afghan. And therefore, the Mishnah said that you get notice for eating Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim. What that means is you brought the Ma'aser Sheni in, and then you took it out, and then consumed it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim. Incredible. So the Gemara says, who would have thought my time off done what I was like? I just want to point out again, before you saw this Gemara, you assume what does it mean to eat Ma'aser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim? What does it mean? I separated my Sheni from my produce, and now I have two choices. What are my two choices? Either bring home the produce to Yerushalayim, or redeem some money, you might be spending it on food in Yerushalayim. But again, the assumption for the prohibition of eating Ma'aser Sheni is in that initial stage. I separated it out, and now again, I failed to bring it. I did because it's not how it happens. The only time there's a prohibition, ultimately, again, is when you bring it in, and then you bring it back out. Fascinating. What it says, the Gemara, what is the reason for this? My time, it says, before Hashem your God, you shall consume it. The book said, you cannot eat Ma'aser Sheni within your gates, within your own community. Wherever you have a fulfillment of before Hashem you shall consume it, i.e., whenever the Ma'aser Sheni has already been brought in front of the Beis Hamikdash, I should say within the walls of Yerushalayim, only once the Ma'aser Sheni has come before God, i.e., in the walls of Yerushalayim, is there a prohibition to consume the Ma'aser Sheni within your own confines, within your own gates. But wherever the Ma'aser Sheni has not been brought in the walls of Yerushalayim, we do not go ahead and say about it that you cannot eat it in the confines of your community. I don't know, this to me like the most shocking things I've encountered in my life in the last 4 minutes. This is like, so this is overwhelming because again, it totally changes the construct of when you think about Ma'aser Sheni. So again, up until this Gemara, I would assume limited consumption of Ma'aser Sheni is separated out of my produce. I fail to take it to Yerushalayim, I eat it in my backyard. That's the biblical prohibition. The Rabbi says, no, it's not the biblical prohibition. The biblical prohibition is, I brought it to Yerushalayim, then I brought it back out and consumed it outside of Yerushalayim. That's the biblical prohibition. Says no, Messi, who is the Kasha, so it's very interesting Gemara today. Messi, Rabbi Yosef says, listen to this. Coin shall also be on the Te'ina shall pedal. So coin has in his hand a fig of pedal. Untied fig. So what does he do? So he says as follows. Te'ina zu, shosabot. So let the truma portion be on the orchids, on the stem part. It means touch on the bottom of the fig. Nice, now, he's doing something over here. Seen this concept before about designating Meiser with order. I said designating trims and Meisers without actively separating them. So he's saying let the trim be on the stem part of the fruit. Okay, nice solution, but the nice solution portion be part of the fruit. Nice sheni the drum. Nice sheni be in the southern part of the fruits. The hishnas nice sheni the Yerushalayim. And let's say, for example, we're dealing with remember different types applied different times in different years of the Shemitah cycle. Let's say, for example, in this case over here, it was a nice sheni year. And let's say the coin was in Yerushalayim. Or over Meiser Ani, or it's a Meiser Ani year, the Hubik Zulin. That's our Yerushalayim. Remember again, you never have Meiser Sheni and Meiser Ani the same year to alternate. So like, for all purposes of our example, let's just go that it was a Meiser Sheni year. So all of this is happening inside of Yerushalayim. So again, Cohen is standing with his fig, and essentially he designates all the different Shumas and Meisers while staying in Yerushalayim. And it is a Meiser Sheni year. Okay, so what's the rest of halacha? Now he ate it. He ate it. What is halacha? He ate a cup of coffee. Love. So look at Abbas. He gets one set of milk. So let's say, interesting enough, even if he did everything, there was one type that was not separated. It was Shumas Meiser. Shumas Meiser. So because Shumas Meiser was not designated, therefore we get Malchus for consumption of Shumas Meiser. Okay, the Zan Sha'achah, but if a non-coin ate the same thing, look at Stein, ultimately again, so because, so just understand, what is he getting out? What is the coin getting off this on? It's because it still has status of pedal. Remember, the status of pedal is only on both sides already. Like if you have one kind left untied, so then the produce itself is still tighter, or still designated as pedal. So therefore, the coin in this case was an excellent effort. You got almost everything. And because Jewish Mesa wasn't separated, therefore again, you get Malchus, one set of Malchus for consuming pedal. If a non-coin ate it, the non-coin will get two sets of Malchus. Why two sets of Malchus? Number one, pedal. Number two, Shuma. High key is consuming Shuma, which of course is pretty Rashi says over here. So the word says, Shima B'tchila, Achla Ina Loke Ala. Interestingly enough, what's fascinating about this case is, had the coin not designated, or had anything not been designated, it would have only been one set of Malchus for Teva. Right? So it's fascinating. In other words, the coin went ahead and designated all of these things. Failed to take care of Shumas Meiser, so therefore it still has the status of Hevel, but at the same time there also has been a Truma designation. So now when the non-coin consumes it, he's going to get two sets of Malchus, one for Tevla, one for Truma. Had the coin not done any designations, and the non-coin consumes it, he would have only gotten one set of Malchus for Tevla. Okay, so once I say, I remember, what we're focused on over here is the Meiser Sheni. Remember again, what did you say? You said the coin is going ahead, staying in Yerushalayim with his fig, right? And he's designating Meiser Sheni. Okay, so now kind of, he's in Yerushalayim. So interestingly enough, the reason why now when he goes in and consumes it, that he's not chayiv is because he's standing in Yerushalayim. Interestingly enough, had he gone ahead and taken this fig out of Yerushalayim and then consumed it, lo shalosh. Ultimately again, halacha l'maisa would have gotten three sets of Malchus, one for consumption of Meiser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim. The apagav, the So let's take a look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi's talking Garcino. You see that at the beginning of Rashi, it's almost very close to the Gemara. Time with the Ma'aseh Yushalayim, Ma'aseh Gulin, how Ma'aseh Gulin, Lokesh Shalosh. So what you see over here is as follows. The reason why, in this case over here, there's only two sets of malchus and not three sets of malchus is because for my sushimi, he's consuming it in Yerushalayim. The inference from this would have been, had it been, let's say again, had it been a nice sushimi year, and all of this was happening outside of Yerushalayim, it would three sets of malchus. Why three sets of malchus? Let's go with this out. Let's look at that going. Right, number one, for Kettle, number two, for Shuma, and number three, for my sushimi out of Yerushalayim. What do you see from here? That there is a biblical prohibition for Ma'aser Sheni, even if the Ma'aser Sheni never came into Yerushalayim. That's the Raya. So this is a scheme, this is a contradiction. Remember again, Rabbi Yochanan said the only time you are liable for biblical, actually the only time you're biblically liable for consumption of Ma'aser Sheni is if it was brought in cells and then taken out. What we're inferring from this case over here is the case that the way that you are set it up is the guy is eating the pig in Yerushalayim on a Ma'aser Sheni year. That's why he's not getting malchus for that. To only get malchus and not calling his eye, we'll get malchus for Tavel and for Trua. But the inference from this is, if this whole thing was taking place out of Yerushalayim, he would have gotten three sets of malchus. One for Tavel, one for Truma, and one for Ma'aser Sheni. Even though the Ma'aser Sheni never came within the walls of Yerushalayim. What do you see from here? You get malchus from Ma'aser Sheni consumption, even if Ma'aser Sheni never came within the walls. Contradicts Rabbi Yochanan. Two Samaritans says, no, the idea after. We're talking about a case where it's and taken out. Okay, two Samaritans says, well, that's the case. Ihaki, my remember. Then what's the Kiddush? How come I'm asking about something very interesting? This is fascinating. How am I asking? You're going to I literally get it right. No, the case over here, this is quite fascinating. The case over here is the pig brought in, but the pig was brought in or the produce was brought in a hevel state. Now, what is that? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is just a little bit further down in the still in the short line. The Ivy bit late. Called two of the features for Ma'aser Sheni. This is quite limited. You might want to suggest the following: that the case over here is where the fig was initially brought into Yerushalayim. Now, when it was brought into Yerushalayim, it was brought in as Tevel. One wants to suggest that perhaps the way Halakha used tithing is we look at tithes that will be designated, even if they have not yet actually been designated. What does this mean? Now, when I bring a fig into Yerushalayim, the Halakha recognizes that at some point in the future, part of this fig is going to be designated as Ma'aser Sheni. So we view that Ma'aser Sheni designation as existing already now at the time the fig was brought in. You know what? It was not actively designated. We view it as if it was designated, and therefore, halakha myself, this is considered to be Ma'aser Sheni that was within the walls and then taken out. And therefore, again, in our case over here, if one was to subsequently eat this fig outside of Yerushalayim, there would actually be liability for the Ma'aser Sheni. Incredible. The Gemara says, "Bekasavar matnos shalohonu." That's even tithing designations that have not actively been designated are halakhically used as if they were designated. So let's say, I just want to point out how profound this is. What this means, just saying what this means, is that halakha myself, if you take we'll just use a fig, because that's the word, isn't it? When you take a fig, a tevel fig, into Yerushalayim. Right, so now what you might suggest that over here is, since we know that you're going to have to separate out Ma'aser Sheni from that fig, even though you have not done so now, we view that fig as already having a Ma'aser Sheni designation. So that when you bring it into Yerushalayim, that Ma'aser Sheni has been within the walls of Yerushalayim. Therefore, if you take it back out, or when you take it back out, if you were to eat it, there would be biblical liability for that. Even though, again, at the time you brought the pig in, there was no active designation. But since there will be a designation, you do it as if the Matzah is actively being designated. Fantastic. Versus 1 second, is that true? The Rabbi Yossi Mato Shlomo can show that. Does Rabbi Yossi really hold that way? After all, what about the following case? Rabbi Shimon Mishum Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Shimon says Rabbi Yossi. But nothing to the Shabbat so that Acher Shomim Mulachon. The other Yerushalayim is to this. So Beishan is out. Beishan is out. Do not argue in the following case. In other words, they agree in the following case of Peros Shomim Mulachon. Roots that are not yet fully processed. The simplest example would be a verse unripened fruit. That's the easiest way to look at this. Unripened produce, or unripened grain, or just grain that has not, let's say, been what's it called? Okay, yeah, unprocessed, or whatever it is, right? Unprocessed, right? So whether it's produce, whether it's whatever it might be, it's not fully finished. So basically, so watch this. Let's say I bring in unripened produce into Yerushalayim. Everyone agrees that when I bring that produce back out of Yerushalayim, what could I do? I can go ahead and redeem my Meiser Sheni onto money, and go ahead and bring the money to Yerushalayim. I both say, just use something different about Meiser Sheni. You actually chose reference before as well. So look like this. If I live out of Yerushalayim, and I have also a lot of produce, I have my sheni. What am I allowed to do? I can redeem my sheni of money, bring the money to Yerushalayim, use the money to buy food. However, if you bring produce to Yerushalayim, once that produce enters into the city, you are no longer allowed to redeem it onto money. That's the halacha. We're going to touch on that. Now, we're going to halacha this in just a little bit. So that's important. But again, the Gemara is saying like this: everyone agrees you bring in unprocessed produce into Yerushalayim, and then let's say take it out, you could still redeem the Meiser Sheni onto money. Now, what's the logic? What's logic behind that? Makes a lot of sense. Why? Because since it's not fully processed, since it's not complete, it's not subject to Meiser Sheni. Because it's not subject to Meiser Sheni, therefore, again, there's no problem with redeeming it, you have to take it out. Listen to this. Let's not focus on my nefnaku. Let's not focus about Peros Sheni'ur Amalakeh Babu Yerushalayim. Let's say you bring in fully processed produce into Yerushalayim. So now again, I'm bringing in a basket of fully processed produce. So now, what is that all about? Shemei Shammai over Yachzir Meiser Sheni Shel Yerushalayim. Shemei Shammai says that halakha l'maisa, right? The produce the Meiser Sheni must be consumed in Yerushalayim. Once that produce has been brought into Yerushalayim, you cannot take the Meiser Sheni out and consume it anywhere else. Rabbi Shimon says, "Yitzka diyocha b'chol makom." Rabbi Shimon says, "No, not true." True. Since the Meiser Sheni actively designated, therefore, you can remove the produce from Yerushalayim, still redeem the produce on the money to Yerushalayim afterwards. So now, what's the machlokes over there? So the Pashtus, what it sounds like is as follows: Beishan holds, Matanos Shalom, Yeshuvim Beishan holds that when you bring fully processed produce into Yerushalayim, we view those tithes as actively being designated. Now remember again, the only tithe entry in Yerushalayim matters for is what? Is Meiser Sheni. Right? That's the only one that it really matters for. According to Yerushalayim, we bring fully plant produce into Yerushalayim. We view the Meiser Sheni as if it has been designated. Because it's been designated, it's been within the Choma. Once it's been within the Choma, there's two things that happen. Number one is that everyone prohibition to consume it outside of Yerushalayim, and you are no longer allowed to bring that Meiser Sheni onto money. But they still disagree with this. They still says no. They still says not true. Not true. Meiser Sheni is only designated when Meiser Sheni is designated. Right? There's no such thing as Meiser Sheni being designated until there has been an active designation of a Meiser Sheni portion within the produce itself. Incredible. These are like Matan Shalom to be Shalom Mutanion. And if you think it's true that everyone agrees that Meiser Sheni designation is as if it's been made, even though it has not been actively designated, because Moses called to a Mechitzos. So again, if the Mechitzos, the walls of Yerushalayim drop this produce, if that's the case, how is they still allow for the subsequent redemption of that Meiser Sheni onto money? Rabbi says, no. Mechitza le'achol da'araisa, Mechitza litlot drabanan. So Rabbi says really, there's two different halachas going on. There's a halakha that once produce enters into one produce enters into Yerushalayim. So Meiser Sheni can no longer be consumed outside of Yerushalayim. That is a din d'oraisa. That's a din d'oraisa. The idea that once Meiser Sheni comes into Yerushalayim, it can no longer be redeemed onto money. That's a din d'Rabbanan. That's a din d'Rabbanan. Okay, and therefore again, Rabbi wants to make a challenge ultimately again between those two separate halachot. You know, so he does Rabbanan, and when other Rabbanan goes there, so the Gemara says Ki Isa Be'inei, only when halacha l'maaseh the Meiser Sheni itself is accurately designated. However, the Gemara says Ki Isa Be'inei, I'm sorry, if he does Rabbanan Ki Isa Be'inei, lo gadol. However, again, when the produce is still taval, ultimately again the Rabbanan not goes. And that's if we train the Yisrael's position. So the Yisrael was agreeing, practically agreeing, that that even though you are not yet actively separated, Meiser Sheni is as physically separated. And therefore, once that produce enters into Yerushalayim, you no longer consume that Meiser Sheni outside of Yerushalayim, but you are still allowed to be without money. Why? Because the concept that being within Homa prevents redemption, that's the Rabbanan. And the Rabbanan only goes on that in the case of the Meiser Sheni itself is extant. But the Meiser Sheni is not being designated, then the rabbinic prohibition of religion does not apply. Fascinating. So the Rabbi is if the Rosh could go, enough to lay the time. So as it the Rabbi says, no, what's the case? The case over here is around Kaina Meiser Sheni. And Hana Kaina says, yes, I'm carrying it, you know, on a stick, like they have, like, cartoons. Right? So you have like a stick, you have like a little paddle on the end of the stick, right? And what happens? Remember again, I walk into Yerushalayim, and again, but my tackle is outside of Yerushalayim. Outside of Yerushalayim. So most says, remember, Rabbi says, what's the halacha in that case? The halacha is your person entering Yerushalayim is considered to be what? As if your Meiser Sheni entered into Yerushalayim as well. Okay, fascinating. The Gemara says, by the way, once we do that, the Tishon Bayid Rapapa. This will answer the question of Rapapa, because Rapapa Mamish had this exact question. Right? What happens if the person enters into Yerushalayim, but the tackle that he's holding ultimately again remains outside of Yerushalayim? So now we see what's that law. When you enter Yerushalayim, your tackle enters Yerushalayim with you as well. Absolutely incredible. So also, by the way, just to appreciate what beautiful, like, just metaphorical significance that has. But in general, I actually go through life. All of us carry a tackle. Like, we all wear a lot of stuff that or some of us have a lot of it. You know, everyone in life carries baggage. Some people just have a carry-on. Some people have the hire reporter, you know, with those big things like the stuff, all this stuff. But we all have it. The interesting part about people and their baggage is that we often try not to deal with it. Right, we often try not to deal with it. You know, the imagery of trying to tackle, you know, not in your arms, stick, extended behind you. I think that's metaphorical for people with baggage. So I keep it at a distance. It's beautiful. You know, what is the Gemara? The Gemara says, you know, once the Shaila is, if you enter into Yerushalayim and your body's in Yerushalayim, does your tackle come with you? Does your tackle come with you? So now it seems to be that a lot of Gemara suggests that once your person your tackle comes with you. Once it gives us a big, it's very exciting for the future. The most beautiful part about Mashiach is Hashem, all the baggage with you also. Whatever the baggage there is, whatever different challenges there are as well. Once you enter into Yerushalayim, Hashem, all the pack will go along with you. And if you are uprooted upon entering Yerushalayim, all of that baggage goes with as well. Another reason to finish. Yeah, another reason to give for everyone. So let's get back to the halacha basis. We pass it over because this is big stuff. Like, so first of all, in general, we accept this precept about Ma'aseh. So first of all, they're asking, in Ilchos Ma'aseh, Perek Beis Halacha Vav. So the Rambam is very interesting. He says, "Ein Elokim Torah ad she'yochlanu knas." I'm sorry. In Elokim Torah ad she'yochlanu akar shenichnas l'chomos yushal. So first of all, this is how he passed it. He passed it out of the so there is no biblical prohibition for Ma'aseh Sheni consumption, unless of course Ma'aseh Sheni came into Yerushalayim first and was then removed. So this this undoes everything shown in Shas up until this point. We always thought that the way to Ma'aseh, I'm a farmer, I get Sheni. Two choices: bring the produce to Yerushalayim, the money, bring the money. Spend it on food, but if I eat that produce outside of Yerushalayim, then it's the rice. That is when we pass things that halakha l'maisa again. There's only biblical prohibition if the Ma'aseh was brought in and then ultimately taken out. Now, there's a drabanan to consume a machine outside of Yerushalayim, even if it has never come within the wall. So that's halakha l'maisa number one. Halakha l'maisa so as I said, the Rambam Paskin says, "Ma'aseh shenichnas Yerushalayim." So let's see Misham Shvar Katomis. Okay, there's our problem. Okay, Ma'aseh overall, see that the Mishkari Yatsu Lef Yerushalayim. He does with pizzas with Ray and Apiga Ma'aseh shenichnas. So what I say, the way we pass the halakha l'maisa also, what says is that the walls absorb Ma'aseh Sheni midrabanan. Once you bring in Ma'aseh Sheni to Yerushalayim, no longer, let's say you bring in produce, you are no longer allowed to redeem that produce from somebody. That is the casting that way, but that is a din midrabanan. Mid'oraisa, you're permitted to redeem it onto money. Okay, incredible. All right, we'll say brand new sugya, and this is a fantastic sugya. But here we go. Hakoreh karcha b'rosho, Mishnah. Person creates little bald spots on his head. Now, why is someone doing this? So that's second why I He's talking now, remember again, in Torah we're going to see two prohibitions for this. One for sorry, now final one for Bahan. The idea of Lukiku Karpa, I'm not making a bald spot on the head. This was a warning practice. People would go and lacerate themselves, pull out hair from their head out of a morning shabbos. So again, and that's very important because the biblical prohibition only occurs if one does this in the context of the morning. So again, one who creates a bald spot and his head pulls out his hair over mourning for the dead, not shaving off your face, and it's a little again, the way that it's framed is rounding off the corners of your head. Damash is to ask is a kernel, or one who destroys literally again the corners of his beard. This refers to now again about that. I want to point out over here, these are different prohibitions. Correct Rothschild was Dafka morning practice. Like shaving off your face, not give past Rothschild, going ahead and rounding off the corners of your head, that had nothing to do with morning. Nothing to do with morning. Okay, or matches as a kernel, destroying the corners of your beard, also nothing to do with morning. This is back now to morning practice. This is one of the last himself. I'll take this way of money for the dead. Chayiv. Ultimately, everyone is chayiv for this. Sorah Svita Achas Al-Chamisha Mason. Al-Chamish Svita Al Mesach. That's very interesting. So let's say a person went ahead and lacerated himself. One laceration over 5 people who died. Or lacerations over a person who died. What's the halacha? Chayiv Akora Hasta Achas. What you know? Alarosh Shtayim B'Shtayim Achad Ha'achas Mikan. For rounding out the corners of your head, there's two pockets of liability. Rashi points out the head essentially is divided into, right? So essentially, and again, we'll get into this more specifically. It's talking about shaving off of the payas. So there's two distinct prohibitions, one for each payoff, one for each corner of the head. Zakan for the shtayim mikan, ba'achas milumakas. There's essentially 5 areas of liability. One by the temple, right? So with 2 temples on each side. The other is by the jawbone, where the jaw is, and then so 2 specific digits. So again, those are the areas where one quote unquote strains the hair on those areas, where there is biblical prohibition. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, in Nikalachas, the Rabbi says, well, says, if somehow you were to go ahead and let's say destroy the hair all 5 places at once, Allah you would only be chayiv once. Actually, and this problem of destroying the hair, whether it's right or on the beard, is with also says even if you went ahead cut off hair with like some type of planing instrument, right? Or we used to plane down wood, which sounds excessively painful, right? But if you were to do that right with that type of instrument, Allah that would be the biblical prohibition as well. Incredible. All right, the Moses, that's the mission. There's certainly a lot to unpack over here. So Gemara. So it's also Shana. Go ahead. Now Moses says points out to you, there's 2 psukim over here. The pasuk that the Gemara is quoting is a pasuk by Kohanim. Well, you could quote Karka Berosham, the bald spot on your head. Do not go ahead and shave the corners of your beard, or give salam or yisarafes, and do not the laceration on your eye. That's by Kohanim. Now, what's the pasuk by God's Klal Yisrael? The rest of the nation, you listen to Hashem your God, go to do, so like Hashem Karka saying, see what is go to do. But ultimately, again, do not make a bald spot between your eyes over the dead. So same prohibition mentioned by Yisrael by Kohanim. Now here we go. Be careful. Now the pasuk by Kohanim says, do not so the Gemara says, out of the host. I'm not sure if you can make 4 or 5 balls. Therefore the pasuk says, similar to each year, I'll call every bald spot between your out of mourning for the dead on your head. Not telling them where Hashem. So since the positive is locus coded, and do not go ahead and bald spot between your eyes and the dead. There's only liability if I really do it my eyes. How do I know that there's liability? Breaking his bald spot anywhere on the head. The pasuk is on the head. The rabbis kaladosh. Anywhere on the head liability. Now again, I don't know that it's by Kohanim, because I have a community Kohanim again, so I have a lot of missions. That's what he's liability. Which was the son, I don't know about Esau. Nemar Kan Karfa, and Nemar Lalan Karfa. It's Karfa over there, it's Karfa over there. Lalan, just like over there, you're 5 on a bald spot. The Kalalosh could be in and a higher on the head, just like by the eyes. Beautiful. Okay. And also, as we said before, the interesting idea about creating a bald spot is for the biblical prohibition is only if it's associated with the mourning practice. Not the Havalames, that's Kanalames. Incredible. So, Moses, tiny down the head, so that's what I have. So first of all, essentially you're making zero shava between the pasuk by the Kohanim and the pasuk. And it comes out with 2 halachos. Number 1, you're not pulling out hair anywhere on the head. Anywhere on the head. Obviously, wasn't talking about the pull out like eyebrows. They pull out eyebrows ultimately also as a display. So I'm foreclosing the contract. And every contract is difficult. Okay, so that's where it says, how many thousands of people say, so remember again, Mishnah brought down the interest, right? The Mishnah made a case ultimately again that if a person goes ahead and does 4 or 5 people, goes ahead and does 5 blocks at once, you can already decide technically how it works. What's the case of what's the case of 4 or 5 gold spots? Even if it's in the Rothschild. Again, I'm making 4 or 5 gold spots successively, right? And each of them has their own hasra, then surely for each of those. Listen to this. The Chadasra Minchai saying what the case is 4 or 5 volts for which there would be individual liability. That's the case. That's the case. If you're talking about, I do bolt spot 1, right? Hasra, bolt spot 1, Hasra, bolt spot 2. There's going to be individual liability for those things. So again, we're come up with the Chadasra. One Hasra, and only 5 bolt spots. Why you want to guys for individual would you be individually? That's how we do this. Nazir Shahaya Shosa Yahin.
Yeah, Akash was saying.
Right. So the Nazir, he's not just making a l'chaim, like he's all in, right? So here's why the entire day. So okay, so what's halacha? Elo chayiv ela achos. He's only going to be chayiv once. He's only going to be chayiv once. So the Nazir however, on the law al tishta, but they kept giving him individual hasras.
So if a guy comes on the podcast
before multiple repeated acts, only
talk shit,
one liability. Multiple acts before multiple acts. Individual liability. So what's the case of 4 or 5 bolt spots? So you must listen to this. Look, this sucks. I mean, it's about Osap Nasha. This is fascinating. So what's the case? The guy of Nasha. Sam Shemisha Esaseir. Rasak Nimeno Eno Tzomech Seir B'Gufo. So what happens? The case over here is he puts a cream, a hair removal cream. He puts hair removal cream on 5 fingers. And what does he do? He applies 5 fingers to his head all at once. So 5 individual acts, but done simultaneously. This could be a case now. For myself, there could be 5 individual liabilities. The Havile Hasra L'chol Tzad Zechai. Ultimately, again, the Hasra counts for each and every activity. Look at Rashi. So, Sivas around Santos, on the Santos, the Haim Komos. So, again, the guy takes the cream on 5 fingers, puts the cream on his head. At one. The Havile Hakus Rashi, the Hakus calls the Havile. There's a Chad Hasra, and there's one Hasra over here. The Chitlim in the last half of it. My Chazas the Chayli Hasra, it's the same high. So it's very essentially over here. You got one Hasra that is given for the 5 acts. That one Hasra devolves upon each of the acts. There are 5 separate fault spots. So one Hasra working devolve upon 5 individual acts. 5 individual instances of liability. Okay, that wasn't by the way. How much is the car? How much is the bolt spot? How much is the bolt spot? Rabuda Amar, give a Shira Miro show. Who says, pull out enough hair, which you can see scalp. Okay? Rabbi Yochanan Mishum Rabbi the size of the bris, again, we'll say is the size of a small lentil. Here can I miss a hair on others. Okay, so we'll say some yards and this is my focus tonight. Some say it's the bris, some say it's the scalp. I'm going to do that. But figgy but plus it's not. My focus is how the word to use. One says the size of the small lentil. The chat on the Rothschild, others says this. Is able to see the scalp. The chat are like kishti saros, and one says like 2 hairs. 2 hairs, that's a bald spot. The massive kishti saros, on the eye of the chat and one removes it, says no, there's no condition that says 2 hairs, instead inserts in there the size of a lentil. Size of a lentil, this simarach is the hairs kedus, to the laws of size. I don't know, I've never heard that used in a mnemonic to remember everything. Okay, but I guess I touched the Gemara as well. Which is a problem violation to the size of the wrist. And which is a field burn, not Tame's Kadash. Okay. So I said, I think it's my focus. My focus, how much is your bald spot? How much is my focus? So Hanota, so what's very interesting. Hanota Malipim Shabbos Chayim. Interesting, let's say, Hanota, if you go ahead and remove a scissors worth of hair on Shabbos, you are chayav. And what are you chayav for? You're chayav for gozes. Right? One of the 39 malachos is gozes. Gozes means shear. Shear is the act of removing any type of hair from the place where it flows. So, the dramatic example of this was the removal of wool on the sheep in order to create videos the curtains of the Mishnah. Right? But again, the application of this could be a person pulling out the hair from his head on Shabbos. So I look away from the pluck out hair. The rice that we did out there. Because the way you did that hair removal was
oh my God, Flipper, look at those kids in that car. Somebody's got a
if you do the scissors worth of hair on Shabbos, that is the reliability.
You know what I don't remember about Flipper is
I wrote how much the scissors worth. And you got Stein, 2 hairs. I got kind of a Karka Stein. I thought we were elsewhere. Therefore, bald spot is 2 hairs. You're right. The aim of the Karka Stein. So, just by Shabbos, the sheer of prohibition of 2 hairs. So to again for bald spot, for Karka, it's 2 hairs as well. I know the other that support this. And also, Maliki has a Shabbos Chayyim. One removes a scissors worth of hair on Shabbos or Chayyim. They can't look at it. So, how much is a scissors worth of Stein? What's the local Shabbos? But the legend of Akos is mentioned. The Lord says, even the removal of one hair. The Lord says, that's wild. Right? Now, again, what the target of removal of 2 hairs? Remember, for Hilchos Shabbos, you want violation of the malacha, you have to do something of substance. Has to be something substantive. So, at least most basic unit of distinctive type has to reach. So, again, therefore, for 2 hairs, but the Lord just says, then the lock is we call sholos. Now, now, when we get from the ordinary type on Shabbos, if you remove 2 hairs, to one extent, if a person is after removing white hairs, right, so if you're removing white hairs, even the removal of one white hair, because that is a single act. Now, let's say now, is that, remember again, that's what we're my choice. Removal of one hair is insignificant. But again, when one is actively weeding out white hairs, even the removal of one hair is considered to be a single act, and there would be Shabbos liability for that as well. By the way, the government for Kar also. For a man, removing of white hairs is going to be significantly even during the week. Why? Because the Pasuk says, man is not permitted to wear a woman's clothing. Now, this prohibition of cross-dressing, like this prohibition of wearing women's clothing, doesn't just refer to clothing, but refers to the fact that a man is not permitted to engage in any practice that is uniquely feminine. this would refer to, let's say, shooting hair on certain parts of the body that men don't normally do. Like, or without white hairs, which are the main act that women or men do. Like, by extension, by the way, it's coloring hair. Right through hair, which is a practice of feminine practice. Again, usually discussing the posting about whether or not it's really good traditions for men to engage in that as well. Different discussion, but the point of it, we want to clearly say that Allah, when I say removal of a white hair, is a feminine practice and not a man practice. Interestingly enough, on Shabbos, Shabbos is very liberated because Allah from an Isa, Allah from Isa, the removal of one white hair is significant. But even during the week, we believe it ultimately out Simasi. I can say, Shkoyach, my mouth translation in Karak, Chef, my new package more tomorrow. Excellent. A lot of good halal from I say hi to us as well. This everyone.
Doesn't make any sense. Watch our Patreon. We're gonna review Flipper. It would be funny, yeah, like because I've talked about Flipper this much, like a bunch of people. Why just cancel it? Flipper talk. On live.
It's such.
Flipper's so much. I might ask when you talk.
Cock, behave, understand. I'm not asking a fist fight with Rob. I'm not saying these other podcasters have to die on the hill and defend their boy Babs at one of my friends. I don't want that. Other shit. People jab that.
Sponsorships for today. We had our annual Tom Phillips sponsor. Tom Phillips sponsor for the Bug Nissan. Paul Pop, the celebration, Nissan vintage with like Kathy and for Esther Paula. Jeremiah Hollis of Indianapolis, Indiana. The anonymous sponsor was purchased for all of our children and for Nissan to be in front of the Bicycle and our government in memory of Abba. So Brian Baxter will shoot ahead. His yard sale is on the 29th of Maria. There are others like this. I apologize. I'm up there again. Okay, so we'll pick up the last line of this fast on the base.
It's not happening. She sees all this passion. She has so much resentment. Part of it is some of it's your own doing. The way you handle it.
We were talking about before where Zach are not telling you yeah, we went to the point where when you conclude it will become higher. Then the price has to be only ones who have already seen and already gone into past the threshold, and therefore they have this finish and only with their non the alternative Tanya. You have it there. Let's say you have that are partially over the threshold and partially still outside the threshold. The shuttle for those parts of the coolant that are still outside. And the coolant that's like coolant. You have to understand it's not. Sorry. It's not actually coolant. The still would be insert, but it doesn't have the so it's still considered coolant from that perspective. The shuttle and those that are running across the threshold are able to head this for the red. They already are now treated like high. So you see here that depending on once the foods cross the threshold, they have where they have. So I don't know if I understand that you only want PCR for that. Okay. I'm not sure. Now we go back to something we've been discussing over the past couple of weeks. When the two parts, or two main components of a grain is first need to be brought and placed on the side of the mizbeach. And there also, as soon as it's cooking, there needs to be bread with with the mix of it. So Shapers comes on and says, enough of that. What is essential to the mix of the rib? You need to go and place them next to the mizbeach. However, the reading of cooking is something that you're supposed to do in the mitzvah, but if it's not done, it doesn't invalidate all of it.
Watch yourself, falsely confused, watch it.
So come on, he's the thing, right? The other part of the time, so you price up,
Flushing toilet,
support system. First, it's about the short system of the real, but you'll see breaks down three different elements with three different elements. Three different cicadas. And Rashi points out, it's a longer break, not going to quote all, I'm only going to quote, which I think is actually the third Torah, that is Rashi, which is the name of the story. Also, Yahweh, of the life of David, son Hazeh, Yushalayim, the Ophir. I'm a thought that nowadays we don't have a basic example. That's still life of David can be brought inside even though there's no big it still exists, we still be able to bring it into trying to eat it. We might just change kind of our smoke. Make a connection, make a case. Their mitzvah before requires moving it to the place, so before it's brought actually inside of the mitzvah. And my security also has a dish that has to be brought, which is named inside the Shalai. And since they both have this make a connection, you say, well, my God, either Ella, this Mehabah, it's just mitzvah is only going to be knowing when the Beis Hamikdash is standing, we're only going to know when the Beis Hamikdash is around. And I think Rabbi Shmuel is taking for granted that we know we understand for sure that in the mitzvah before, you have to have a Beis Hamikdash. Later on, going to discussion that I asked where that source is, but for now, the assumption is we know that before only is knowing when the Beis Hamikdash is, and we're going to learn from before to my situation, so only like we knowing when the Beis Hamikdash is there. So now we come out after well, we can't necessarily learn straight before to my situation because there's a difference. Mala before, it came from Matan Dam, and it's there. So before has something that is a string, right? That the board can only block and have, before requires sprinkling the blood on his back. And take the urine and the maximum on his back. So we see that before has a stringency that my it doesn't have, and therefore we can't learn that just because before requires the Beis Hamikdash to be built in order to bring it, that my Sheni has the same din. Because they don't be clear for you. Well, okay, fine, you can't learn it from before, but Bikurim will just prove this, because Bikurim do not record, they don't have blood applications obviously in Bikurim, and there is a requirement to burn anything on the back. Just like Bikurim brought when there is, that's so too, my Sheni. So the Gemara says, no, Mala Bikurim gives you enough. But Bikurim have a stringency of it all. Now, what they need to be placed next to the Mizbeach. We'll see where the proof is coming from, but we'll continue to quote a little bit before we get back. The time of over instead, so how do you learn the good of life that is only knowing when the Beis Hamikdash is
Because we say the account of the pasuk says the account of the Makom HaShir, the state of Hashem, there's a list of what you can eat with this result. We see both Ma'aser Sheni and the Chor are included in the pasuk, and once the pasuk reads them together, we can't then use the same pasuk, the same verse that I read before, because the pasuk is showing us that there's a linkage. So we have more leeway in terms of connecting them to our halacha, even if there are certain differences, because the pasuk now put them together. This is the language where it happens that the pasuk connects them and therefore requires is understanding, so to like the say it's like Now we go to that's the part we put in Bryce. Now we come with our we brought this originally to teach us at the din of reputation that Hanacha, right, that we put Hanacha back before, but we brought the placing next to that is that's essential, but the Kriya of the Psukim Isa if it was the case that not only eating Bikurim essential, but also reading it down, we tried to bring Bikurim in as a group, and we said, Bikurim is different because the Hanacha is the Hanacha next is bad. So then we said, not only the Hanacha is essential, but also the Kriya is essential. Bikurim should get to only Kriya Hanacha. Then it should have what's the difference with Bikurim? Bikurim require put placing the next step and reading the ticket. But that's the only goes down that was Hanacha that is something that's differentiating by the children. The Hanacha is always with the sense. Rashi is another person why even according to both opinions, right? Even according to the opinion of Rothschild that Kriya is not ma'akiv by Bikurim, he still holds that there's a mitzvah of Kriya of the Sukkah. He doesn't hold that that's not part of the mitzvah. It's just that it's not a central part that's ma'akiv the full mitzvah of the Kriya. Is that right? Neither Ikuva, Leka, mitzvah, Milah. So there still would be a mitzvah according to all of them. The Lema, and then the Brisa should have said, it should have said, what's different? Bikurim there is an essential issue of a mitzvah of Kriya, and both of those should have mentioned. The fact that it didn't mention the Kriya of the Sukkah at all shows that there's some other reason why the Kriya fits like that in the Brisa, and not because they're not essential. So this is Rashi is right. Rashi then just explains us why the Brisa not bring down anything about the Kriya of the Sukkah. Says the equal Kriya there because while the Hanacha placing down the Bikurim is uniform and consistent according to anyone who brings Bikurim, when in certain circumstances there is no mitzvah of Kriya of Sukkah Bikurim. The case of Bikurim that are brought by again. Why? The Bible, I mean, one of the Sukkah that Hashem promised to our fathers, and again doesn't have that means that traces all the way back. But let's see all they can say. So let's see guys. So that case, that's the reason why the Bible didn't bring down the discussion of Kriya of Sukkah, and only the discussion of Hanacha. Okay, so now we go back. Now we said there's not going to be a proof purification of opinion, but now we're going to go back and break down our two parts of the Brisa as well. So if we look back, when the Brisa tried to bring a proof of
why you may bring Meister Shani that it needs to only be brought when there is a basic makeup. So first, we died from unsuccessful. We died from Bikulim, and then we went on to separate Hekes. So we're going to ask, what do what's the next logical step that we're going to bring down? Okay, let's try to bring A, B, right? So let's have a show. Let's go to my house. We are there. Well, we have the right. What is the next step? Bring down and say, okay, we can't learn from before. We learn straight from before. Let's learn before and be joined together. So that. You know, we will make the show, man. Shaquille's plan is on the back. That wouldn't have been, that wouldn't have been, no. They each had different stringencies. Shaquille doesn't have a split connection to address Yerushalayim as well.
I get what you're trying to do.
And so, okay, so now the question we talked about originally was, we had the Shmuel had assumed, or take it for granted, that everybody was obvious that a board, to bring a board, you have to have a face maker. So now I ask myself, why is this so obvious here? What is the old? You sure you don't kitchen insurance and the kitchen also love, right? Please note that the original solutions are right. My home has authorized shops, when this window shows up and the funds original attribution now lasts forever. We don't have to attribution still remains. So we say that once they bring it to the full attribution, then we need a new before this to reinvigorate that Kedusha. So if it's not that Kedusha is on the kitchen, so therefore Kedusha of Yisrael is still intact. So then, before, matters. Then, in that case, if the Kedusha is still intact, then the bringing of the before should still be allowed, because the Kedusha is still allowed. So why not bring it? Why are we saying that before cannot be brought if the Kedusha is still fit? Why are we only worried about my situation? It can't be brought. Or, whatever you hold, the Kedusha is no longer there, and therefore, because the Kedusha is no longer there, we had a question. Okay, so Meister Shani doesn't need that Kedusha, and therefore, because the Kedusha is not there anymore, we can't bring the Meister Shani. Or maybe the Meister Shani doesn't require the Kedusha of the new and therefore, it can still. Oh, that was a question. That's why we weren't sure we didn't do it. In that case, before, now why don't we ask the question? It should be obvious to us from before. Before should have the same question. That does before necessarily require the Kedusha to be there, and therefore no Kedusha, no before. Or if before something was to be brought, even though there's a Kedusha, why don't we even leave it to teach us one or another? Reader says, so really we hold that the Kedusha is no longer there. And so why was it obvious to him that a before cannot be brought? What we brought down is before everybody knew it's obvious cannot be brought without the you said we have a case here. How come the before can use a demo code from Rabbi's, the car of Rabbi's got diver. We're very specific case here. Where the before was brought, the water sprinkled, there wasn't as bad, and then the destructive that happened in between the sprinkling of the blood and the feeding of the animal and bringing the bucket on his back. So therefore now what we have a before whose blood was sprinkled on the Mizbeach, and the Mizbeach was around, and now it's sitting there, there's no more Mizbeach, but you have a before it's to be eaten. What do you say? The Machina is selling a demo, where the heck is from the basa of the before to the dam. Just as the dam was sprinkled, not demo of Mizbeach, once the dam was sprinkled on the back.
That makes no sense. He's definitely done something.
Now the buffer requires a back, and therefore can't. So it's obvious in this particular case that you can't be just sprinkled on the back. You have to the entire animal to the back, and you can't be obvious for the whole case, and then to my machine. Again, sorry, the process of makish my little part. Once you know before getting eaten, then we did the heck we have. Professor that before as well, sorry, that my zucchini as well cannot use that.
He's one of the best podcasts.
Once we have original use, in this case, we said we will knock down to the box of the part. And once we have a principle in culture that you can make one movement, you can't like have like a daisy chain of like one movement and then a movement to another movement. And therefore, once we made the hecate from da to basar, how can we then go and make the hecate four? I said, doggone cool. Like, the principle of not making hekesh and hekesh only is in touch. So we read that before, but my sushimi is doing the schooling. So my sushimi is schooling, and therefore we can make one hekesh, and then another hekesh is making it one within kachim. Then the next one was talking about that stuff. You say, how do you feel about Mama? This makes sense. I understand this. And based on the stories, it says, go by the source of being learned to, right? In any, you have the Milamed and the Lama. So if you're talking about the secondary source, which in this case is my Shishim, okay, then we only have Kach on one end, and we have Hula on the other end. However, all the Mandam are boxed in the Lamed are given. But if we're saying that when we categorize the Hekesh, we look at where the leaders come from, well, then we have Dam, Kachim, Basar, or which is Kachim. Those are two, and then we have, we shouldn't be able to do Hekesh and another Hekesh. And then we have this, then we still have that issue. So, Michael, remember when you say, I'd rather you say down the both other mills. So we have to say, the principle, when we say Hekesh for Hekesh, applies when we're talking about two different things. So let's say you went from before to another set of customers, totally different something within a custom, and then want to learn again, that's when we're not able to. But in this case, yes, instead of Hekesh, they're both in the same manner. They're both considering that like a second. It's one, and only you can Hekesh from that full entity of the Dam and the bucket together, and making that relate to my machine, and therefore it will be now we're going back to analyze the Gemara said, the Gemara gives the list of these things, and this will start the touch with the way we're actually going to talk about the rest of the list was Mike Shady, that Mike Shady, even Mike Shady you would get four. And we already learned it. We already said the earlier in the show about Mike Shady. We said Mike Shady had if Mike Shady had this, that was not, so that would be Malchus. So why do we switch this plug in? Why do we need to add Mike Shady to the list once more? Oh, Billy Bachanina. There's two different cases about that. Case of and like it's in cover, we got the our latest mix. Talking about a case where we have Mike Shady that is Fotar, a person that is Fotar, and the golf puts the phone. But you're leaving it outside of the walls of Yerushalayim. And that's the instance that we're talking about here. So the first instance, since we brought the Mike Shady, I'm talking about Mike Shady. I'm talking about when we had a problem with the Mike Shady or with the individual. One of them was Tame, the also be Yerushalayim. And that's the case. Even if you're eating my sashimi properly within the walls of Yerushalayim, because either the sashimi itself was the person was talking. Even though both cases of sashimi, they're different cases. So what happens in the Chayvah? How do you know that my sashimi would have first order the nicer shade was